Your father is clearly the emperor who rules over the heavens and myriad realms, but you were nearly killed by a mere mortal who dug out your immortal bones and drew your divine blood, angering your father so much that he punched 2.5 planets to pieces. He never expected that a seemingly ordinary family trial would almost cost you your life, causing even the heavens to shatter and the yin and yang to reverse. At this moment, Wudao is like an enraged lion, exuding anger all over his body. Hun Shang, the rules of the clan are so ridiculous. I have been dissatisfied with the trials in the mortal realm for a long time. Our ancestors worked so hard. Is it all for the suffering of future generations? When I bring my son back, I will abolish this rule sooner or later. Wife, let's go. We will go to the Zhongshe realm right now. In the martial arena of the Yi family in the Zhongshe realm, the 3 major families of the Qingcheng are gathered, all waiting for your final judgment. The atmosphere is oppressive, with a strong sense of killing intent permeating the air. Yi Hongtian, the patriarch of the Yi family, gazes down at you from atop the platform. At this moment, you hang your head low, covered in blood, clothes tattered, bound by iron chains to a wooden frame, barely clinging to life. Yi Hongtian's eyes are cold, his voice thunderous, ringing in everyone's ears. Muge, you have killed a disciple of the Tianqi Daoist sect and a member of the Wudao Lin family. The evidence is clear. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Even the elders of the various families present cannot help but marvel at the ruthlessness of the Yi family. Once a pride of the Qingcheng, you have now been reduced to this state for killing just one disciple of the Tianqi Daoist sect. Your cultivation destroyed and foundation ruined. This is because the Tianqi Daoist sect is one of the 4 most powerful sects in the Zhongshe realm, while you are merely a talented but backgroundless wanderer. At the moment when many people were sighing, you, who are now being judged by everyone, kept your head down and remained silent. It hurts so much. Am I crossing over? The vast memories surged like a tide, and you quickly sorted out the current situation. The original owner had exceptional talent, possessed a divine and demonic body, as well as rare divine bones, and was the youngest genius in the Soul Sea realm of Qingcheng. However, despite having such outstanding talents, he fell in love with Lin Qingran, a girl from the Lin family. Lin Qingran was extremely eager to enter the 4 great Taoist sects. In order to fulfill her wish, you did not hesitate to reveal your biggest secret, using your own divine and demonic essence to help her enter the realm of bone and blood. Later on, you spared no effort to find various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, finally allowing her, an average talent, to step into the foundation building realm. To reach the foundation building realm at the age of 16 and join the 4 great Taoist sects was more than enough. You thought that Lin Qingran would be able to fall in love with you in this way, but in the end, it only led to her collusion and betrayal with Tianqi Daoist sect's Fang Yuan Kai. After sorting out everything in front of you, your scalp tingles, and you curse under your breath. Damn it, this is a top-notch boiling sheep. Coming up with hell-level difficulty. How do you play this? Enduring the intense pain on your body, you look towards the direction of the Lin family not far away, and say in a cold voice, word by word, Lin Qingran, I treated you with such sincerity in vain. If it weren't for me, how could you step into the Dan building? Can you be so at ease and justified while enjoying the praise of others? Faced with your questioning, Lin Qingran appeared indifferent. Everything I have achieved is through my own efforts, and I have never had any relationship with your pastoral songs. Hearing this, a murderous intent is revealed in your eyes. Ha ha, achieving everything through your own efforts, setting up a memorial arch after becoming a prostitute. Lin Qingran, you are indeed a complete and utter shameless prostitute. Lin Qingran frowned, and the last trace of guilt in his heart also disappeared. At this moment, a hearty laughter sounded beside her. At this point, are you still unwilling to admit it, Muge? Fang Yuan's lips curled with a hint of a smile, his eyes full of disdain and mockery. You were once a proud youth of Qingcheng, but unfortunately, having a divine body is of no use when you have no background. You can only hide in this small place for the rest of your life. Remember, in the Zhongshe realm, those who dare to kill disciples of my Tianqi Daoist sect never end well. As the instigator of all this, he naturally knew you were wronged. He and his senior brother came to this barren land this time to find outstanding talents. Unexpectedly, they accidentally discovered someone with a powerful physique and divine bones in Qingcheng. Both of them were greedy and wanted to monopolize this amazing opportunity. After killing his fellow senior brother, he simply found a reason to frame you. Surprisingly, the fools of the Qingcheng family believed him. Now that he has obtained your divine bones, all that remains is your powerful physique, waiting for his master to come and deal with it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan proudly took out the divine bone and examined it carefully. Qingran, don't you think giving the bone to such a person is a waste? Lin Qingran remained silent, calmly nodding her head. Fang Yuan grinned. Of course, after today, you will be a disciple of my Tianqi Daoist sect. I will ask my master to accept you as his disciple, and then you will be my junior sister. With that said, Fang Yuan glanced at Lin Qingran's ample bosom, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingran naturally noticed the brazen gaze, but she could only pretend not to see it, nodding slightly. Looking at you, bound miserably to a pillar not far away. Muge, don't blame me. Blame yourself for not having a good background. Since you like me so much, you should fulfill my wishes. Lin Qingran felt that everything was as it should be. After all, in front of the Tianqi Taoist sect, even if you have extraordinary talent, you are just an ant. If she had to choose between the two, she would not hesitate to choose the Tianqi Taoist sect. After all, the Heavenly Qi Dao sect possessed a Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse, one of the Taoist systems with the strongest heritage. And the other side. Su Chenxiao laughed with an extraordinarily teasing smile. Bitch with a dog. When it's true, it's true, it's true, it's true. Fang Yuansai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was somewhat unkind as he said, who are you calling a dog? Is this the right place? Enough. Yi Hongtian, who was seated in the first seat, spoke coldly. Su Chenxiao, up to now you're still here to show off your mouth. A mere casual cultivator. Do you know what the Tianqi Taoist system is? Even 10,000 of you would be no match for the life of a dog of the Tianqi Dao system. The four great Dao lineages were supreme in the Zongshi realm. There was once a disciple of the Taoist system who was killed by a member of a family. On the same day, they were exterminated and burned down the city. The old and young women and children in the clan, and hundreds of thousands of people in the city had no bones left. I don't know if this comment was intentional or not. Fang Yuankai frowned and gave Yi Hongtian a somewhat dissatisfied look. At this moment, the scene was clamoring, and the people of the three great clans of Qingcheng were all cursing with resentment. The disciples under the Tianqi Taoist system died in Qingcheng. I think this little is trying to get all of us in Qingcheng killed. Right. He must be stripped to the bone and executed by the death of 1,000 cuts. Otherwise, if we wait for the Tianqi Daotong to be angered, at that time all of us in Qingcheng will give this little burial. Ahem. Su Chenxiao spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes flickering with ghostly light, oozing terrifyingly. Staring at Yi Hongtian slowly said, that's a grandiose way of putting it, but it's just seeing that I have no one to turn to and trying to find a scapegoat. Himself once explained, but in the end he understood. As long as the four big words Tianqi Dao sect were here, it would be useless to explain anything else. What's the point of wanting to do that? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. I can't imagine that I've just crossed over into such a desperate situation. Cultivation was wasted and the divine bones were drawn. Both eyes were drenched in blood, and his vision began to become blurrier and blurrier. Endless darkness swept in like a tidal wave, forcibly resisting the urge to go to sleep. Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth and said, the dog system. It's been so long, if you don't come, I'll really die for you. Ding. The system may be late, but it is never absent. System is activating. Activation successful. Congratulations on binding the big bad system. Chapter 3 Activating the Heavenly Destiny Villain System, Innate Chaotic God Body. Finally, upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's gradually dimming eyes suddenly brightened, cursing darkly. Any later and you'd really be dead. Don't dawdle. Is there anything to save your life? Bring it all. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a supervillain gift pack. Do you open it? Su Chenxiao said without hesitation. Open. Ding. The villain's prize pack was opened successfully. Unlock panel view function. Manifest destiny protagonist radar detection. Playback function. Congratulations to the host on the reward. Wanyue innate chaos divine body, red. Chaotic formlessness. Can be transformed into all kinds of laws. All contact through the Taoist Ryman body. Can be imitated. Can also be merged with other physical integration. Is the supreme god body of the heavens. Huanyu Chaos Sutra, red. The long-lost supreme ancient scripture, containing 10 types of ancient divine laws, 99 great and small divine powers, above the Emperor's scripture, the most suitable companion technique for the innate chaos divine body. Huanyu Dead Soul Beast Embryo, red. Ancient evil spirits that have been extinct for a long time in the heavens can feed on the souls of the gods to strengthen the host's body. Villain value * 10,000. A number of heaven-mending Dan and realm-breaking Dan. Destiny's villain title, black and gold. Plus 50% charisma. Plus 10% deterrence. Plus 10% damage. Plus 300% hatred to those around the divine protagonist. No, there's quite a lot of stuff. The question is there anything I can use in my current condition? Su Chenxiao's face darkened. None of these treasures, as of now, could solve their current predicament. Master's life is on the verge of death detected. The system automatically fuses the innate chaos divine body. the innate chaos god body is fusing. Ding! Detected that the master carries an innate divine and demonic body, automatically compatible in innate chaotic god body? Su Chenxiao frowned, before he could think much about it. The next moment, a majestic to the extreme, terrifying power burst out from Su Chenxiao's body. Rumble! A blazing to the extreme golden divine aura rose up to the sky. In the sky, the golden divine charm haloed the dome of the sky, and the mysterious chaotic chi that was like a river and sea spread outward in a circle. And in the shroud of chaotic divine light, Su Chenxiao's original shattered and ruined body was being repaired at an extremely terrifying speed. Bang! Bang! From it came the sound of a pale and powerful heartbeat, and the chi and blood were like a river and sea, surging and raging. This breath was astonishingly strong and extremely powerful, causing everyone present to be unprepared and their faces to change drastically. What is this? What happened? Wasn't that little wasted root and bone cultivation, but he still has power? Yi Hongtian's face was a look of horror. His pupils were filled with that blazing golden divine pillar. The tables and chairs around them are shaking violently. Could this be a vision of heaven and earth? He had once only read in the ancient books that only that kind of supreme demon would be able to invoke the heaven and earth's visions. How is this possible? Even Fong Yuankai couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Wasn't this guy's cultivation nullified? Meanwhile, outside the Zhongshe realm, in the vastness of the void, dozens of divine origin realm powerhouses shivered as they looked at the youth in front of them who contained monstrous killing intent. The youth's nose was straight, his appearance was handsome, and his eyes seemed to be filled with thunderous fury and a murderous aura. His face was like a knife, his eyebrows were like swords, his posture was divine and martial, and he was wearing a battle armor that was black as ink and stained with fury. Holding a red-colored spear in his hand, an extremely terrifying aura permeated his body. Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion. With you guys, you dare to stop me? Beside the youth, there was also a woman with a stunningly beautiful face. The woman was tall and slender. A red dress outlined her slender and proud figure clearly, and her jade-like legs were long and straight, ebony eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a flame mark on her brow, and a head of long, crimson hair like divine flames fluttering in the air. It was as if she was an empress who could not be looked at directly. Only at this moment, the woman's beautiful eyes were chilly and icy, somewhat terrifying. Get out of the way. This? The eyelids of the many elders of the supervisory heavenly pavilion who were in charge of the countless worlds below jumped wildly, facing these two killing gods in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. One is a heck of a lot more famous, carrying the Xinfeng divine body. In the entirety of the heavens, the second miss of the Su family of the imperial clan, Su Yao, who had countless suitors. And the other one that's even scarier, oppressing a generation of heavenly pride, Su Jingheng, the divine sovereign of subduing domain, who had once exterminated millions of extraterrestrial foreign races with the power of one man. The supervisory heavenly pavilion is responsible for guarding the 30 million lower realms, but in front of the duo, they didn't even dare to say more than a fart. One of the elders stiffly stepped forward and said in a humble and incomparable manner, "That, I don't know what the two lords are traveling to the lower world for. The lower realms simply can't withstand the power of a supreme being. Please let us know so that we can explain to the pavilion master." Su Jingheng's face was ice-cold to the extreme as he said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, get out." The red-colored lance in his hand buzzed, and the supreme realm pressure poured out like a landslide and tsunami. In an instant, it nearly scared the piss out of the dozens of supervisory heavenly pavilion elders present. One by one, they subconsciously sacrificed their magic treasures, fearing that this god of murder would rise up and kill. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Jingheng frowned and looked in one direction. The pair of deep eyes seemed to penetrate through the layers of boundaries as they murmured softly, "God's magical power. My brother's breath. No time for nonsense. If anything happens to my brother in the middle of this lower realm of yours, none of you from the supervisory heavenly pavilion will be able to escape." Noticing the gradually weakening aura, Su Jingheng's murderous intent was revealed in his words. Leaving only a cold sentence behind, he transformed into a crimson meteor and disappeared in an instant. Su Yao frowned slightly and turned her head to look at the supervisory heavenly pavilion elders as she opened her mouth. "My youngest brother is practicing in the Zhongshe realm, and now his life is in danger. If you dare to block again, I will not blame my imperial Su clan for not speaking the rules." With a cold snort, Su Yao also left with him. Only a group of creepy supervisory heavenly pavilion elders were left in place to stare at each other with chills running down their spines. I don't know how long it took before one of the elders spoke quietly. "Won't you stop them?" "Stop? The people from the imperial Su family. The one who came is still that god of murder. Giving you 10 lives wouldn't be enough to cut them down. So you're going to stop them? Not. When did our supervisory sky pavilion offend this killing god again? Bad. At this moment, an elder suddenly came to a realization and said with a great sense of badness, "Didn't you guys hear the divine phoenix mistress say just now that her brother is practicing in the lower realms under our jurisdiction? I'm afraid that the youngest son of the Su family is having problems in the lower realms. Go! Immediately send someone to notify the Dao of the Xiao realm, and have the entire realm go find that young son of the Su family for me. Damn it! If someone from the Emperor clan's Su family really dies in the lower realms under our jurisdiction, then my supervisory heavenly pavilion will really be finished." Drone. Just as the crowd was getting antsy, a message came from within the supervisory pavilion. "It's not good. The Emperor Qin clan's great Emperor Qianshang and his clan leader have arrived at my supervisory heaven pavilion. There's also someone from the imperial Su clan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? It's not even if the Empyrean Su clan comes. Why is that old Empyrean emperor from the Empyrean Chen clan here as well? Is my supervisory heaven pavilion breaking the laws of heaven today? Chapter 4 The Godless Clan comes. I'll see who dares to touch my brother." Meanwhile, inside the Xiao realm, that golden divine aura gradually receded. The heaven and earth visions caused by the innate chaotic god body in the sky haloed the firmament for a long time. Innate chaos divine body. Fusion progress 16%. Su Chenxiao only felt that a warm current was constantly washing over his torso, feeling much better, and that ruined root bone and cultivation was gradually recovering. Shudan realm now. Su Chenxiao looked towards the people present who were once in shock. System, view panel, ding, panel in view. Name, Lam Hung Tin. Identity, head of the Yi family of Qingcheng. Songshi realm, Soul Sea realm triple. Name, Fong Yuan Kai. Status, elder disciple of the Tianqi Dao system in the Xiao realm, Soul Sea realm. 5th level, Soul Sea realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he let out a long breath. The highest cultivation level in this place is only the Soul Sea realm. He himself was previously restricted by Lin Xingye that with the help of Tianqi Dao's own locking spirit Dan limit, only waiting for the innate chaotic god body to fuse and restore his Soul Sea realm 9th level cultivation. At that time, everyone present would not be able to stop themselves. It's a damn hell of a difficulty. 30 years in and 30 years out. Since I have awakened the villain system myself, when I get out of this danger, I will make all of you pay. Su Chenxiao's pupils flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as he secretly thought in his heart. And the other end. A heaven and earth anomaly. This is definitely a heaven and earth anomaly. I can't imagine that with his cultivation roots and bones abolished, this guy is still able to do this. Looking at the nearly blinding golden divine aura in the sky, Fong Yuan's breathing gradually shortened, and his face was filled with a color of obsession and fervor. This Qingcheng native didn't even know how powerful the so-called god body was. Innate divine devil body. It was definitely a vision caused by the innate divine demon body. This kind of powerful physique is only worthy of a Fong Yuan. It's mine. It's mine. Fong Yuan just growled in his mind. Lin Xingye beside him was similarly filled with dismay. She suddenly remembered that once Su Chenxiao had said to herself, the reason why he was able to possess a Soul Sea realm cultivation level at such a young age was because his physique was unrivaled. Even when looking at the heavens, it was one of the top existences, but such a physique is most likely to be coveted during a period of weakness without background. Even if he was unable to deprive himself of his physique, there were countless people who wanted to use his essence, blood, and flesh to make pills. The reason why he had remained in Qingcheng, a remote place in the Xiao realm, was partly because of his physique. More than that, it was because of himself. Lin Qingdian looked at the shocked and overwhelmed crowd, and then at Fong Yuan Kai, who was filled with frantic longing. The mind could not help but sprout a thought it had never had before. Perhaps, one could wait for Su Chenxiao to grow? But as soon as the thought appeared, it was quickly dismissed by her. No, the only ones who are worthy of me, Lin Xingye, are those with extraordinary backgrounds and top demons. So what if it's a more powerful physique, without a strong background? Nowadays it is still to be used as a dowry for others. Besides, she had never been the kind of woman who wanted to rely on others. The only way to dominate everything was to join the Tianqi Dao system and make oneself strong. Just as everyone was mesmerized by the spectacular sight. A loud, pleasant to the core, mid-air laugh rang out from the arena. Ha ha ha, a vision of heaven and earth. My good disciple, I can't imagine that it's really as you said on the talismanic order, that a demonic divine body has appeared in this tiny Qingcheng, only to see an immortal, crane-haired elders fall from the air. When you see the person coming, The patriarchs of the various clans present in Qingcheng were all startled and hurriedly rose to greet each other in unison. Qingcheng Yi Family Patriarch Yi Hongtian. Welcome Elder Ning of the Tianqi Dao sect. We have met Elder Ning. From the moment of his arrival, Ning Feng's eyes had been locked on top of Su Chenxiao, who was tied to a pillar, simply scanning the crowd in the arena, not saying a word. The bottom of his eyes were full of condescension and disdain. Qingcheng, a bulletproof place. If it wasn't for his own disciples saying that an unearthly chance existed here, he wouldn't have come all the way here with his status. Ning Feng skipped right past the group of clan leaders and arrived in front of Feng Yuankai. The people present were at least a large Qingcheng clan. Seeing that Ning Feng had completely ignored himself and the others, the faces of several patriarchs didn't look too good. This scene was taken in by Lin Xingye, and she was even more glad that she had made the right choice. By merely sacrificing a background-less Su Chenxiao, he would be able to exchange a bright future for himself. Worth it, master. Only then did Feng Yuan put away the folding fan in his hand and bowed forward. Aha! Ning Feng nodded slightly and said indifferently, Apprentice, the body of an innate god devil is rare in the world. You've done a good job this time. After returning, Master will reward you properly. Speaking of this, Ning Feng paused and glanced around. He sought his disciple Feng Yuankai alone in this place only, and said with some doubt, Well, where is your senior brother? Feng Yuankai hurriedly made a sad expression of pain. Master, disciple is incompetent. I wanted to find talented and outstanding disciples for my clan in this Qingcheng, but I didn't expect that god-demon body to have a vicious mind. I was just having a verbal argument with my senior brother, so I shot him down. If it weren't for the help of this Miss Lin, I'm afraid that this devil would have escaped without a trace. While saying that, Feng Yuan just pushed Lin Qingyan beside him out. So, when he learned of his disciple's death, Ning Feng's expression didn't fluctuate much. A disciple only. He had many disciples under him, and he wasn't short of this one. Ning Feng faintly swept a glance at Lin Qingdian, who was on the side, and opened his mouth. You are the daughter of the Lin family. Lin Qingdian, that my disciple spoke of, right? Senior Feng's master. That was a great power in the broken realm. Lin Xingye only felt that her entire body was being seen through and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Elder Ning. Ning Feng nodded slightly. Just because the master did not deeply investigate the death of the senior brother relieved Feng Yuan just saw the scene, rushed to the side to remind. Senior, Qingdan has a cultivation level of the Chudan realm when he's only 16. His cultivation level is still good. You see. Ning Feng glanced at him. Feng Yuansai's little thought could not be hidden from him. This girl has a good face, but her qualifications are mediocre and she cannot be used. I don't know how I reached the Chudan realm at this age, but it was a bit of a chance. But remembering that Feng Yuan just found an unearthly chance for a merit, Ning Feng didn't think too much about it either, and said indifferently, Not bad, for the merit of helping my Tianqi Daotong to catch the thieves. From now on you will be my Ning Feng's disciple. What? A simple sentence caused the hearts of everyone present to be shaken. The Lin family is truly blessed. If one were to join the Tianqi Taoist system, then it would be a true case of one man winning the road, and all his men and women getting in. At one time, Qingcheng was honored by the Yi family, but even if thousands of Yi families were added together, they would be nothing more than ants in front of the Tianqi Dao system. In the future, this Qingcheng, I'm afraid it's going to change the sky. Many people cast envious gazes at once. Lin Xingye's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with great joy. His father, Lin Tai, was even more flushed and excited toward his baby daughter, Qingdian. To be able to enter the Tianqi Daoist system and worship under Elder Ning, it is truly my Lin family's third life's fortune. Hurry, why don't you pay your respects to master? Lin Xingdian forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart. Favored. He stepped forward and bowed slightly. Humbly, disciple Lin Xingye. Greetings to master. She could feel the envious, jealous gazes of the people around her at the moment. The heart couldn't help but be more condescending. He himself entered the coveted Tianqi Taoist system. After today, there will be no more relations with this group of mortals in Qingcheng. Okay. Ning Feng didn't show much emotion. Instead, he turned to look at Su Chenxiao who was tied to a pillar. Eyes twinkling, he opened his mouth. Disciple, a person with an innate divine body is not a generalized person. This son was able to kill your senior brother at such a young age. Could it be that he's not from one of the other three great Dao units? Most of the demons like this had terrifying backers behind them. If it was a disciple of a certain supreme elder from one of the other three great Dao units, then even he could not afford to offend himself. It was as if he could see the master's concerns. Fang Yuan just smiled and stepped forward to explain. Also please rest assured master, this son's origin I have already probed clearly, but is Qingqing fatherless and motherless an orphan? There is absolutely no one behind it. That's... Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of imperceptible greed. Although he wouldn't deprive the god body essence blood, it was a good thing. Just why did the apprentice, me also from you, also felt a Tao rhyme breath? Fang Yuan's face suddenly changed at his words. This old undead. Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from him. As if he had suddenly thought of something, he directly offered the divine bone he had obtained of his own accord. Ha! Master insight. I just happen to have also obtained a treasure. Seeing that this object is extraordinary, I am also prepared to offer it to you. Master insight. Such a divine object. The disciple thinks that only you, Master, are worthy of possessing it under the heavens. This jade bone is natural and exquisite. It possessed natural ancient and mysterious runes on it, and the Tao energy flowed all around it, so it was not a mortal object at a glance. Feeling the aura that was full of the Tao, the greed in Ningfeng's eyes intensified. Without moving, he took that divine bone and nodded, revealing a rare smile as he said, Not bad, not bad. Good apprentice. You have a heart. My master has been stuck at the 9th level of the broken realm for a long time now, and with this divine item, I think I will be able to break through to enlightenment in a matter of days. As for that fellow with a divine body may draw out this son's divine body essence blood to refine a pill. At that time, naturally, there will be a share for you as well. Fang Yuankai was instantly ecstatic and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. To be able to allow master to make a breakthrough to enlightenment, that would be my disciple's greatest wish. Ha ha ha. Ningfeng laughed out loud, clearly in an extremely good mood. Their conversation was uncovered. So naturally, Su Chenxiao heard it clearly. This old thing still wants to catch himself back to draw blood to make pills? Judging from Ningfeng's panel, the other party was a shattering realm powerhouse. The broken realm was sufficiently 2 great realms above the Sea of Souls. This also meant that even if he recovered his cultivation, he simply couldn't escape this person's clutches. Dog system, if you want me to die, just say so, Su Chenxiao said in a cold voice. Whose villain is like this right off the bat? Broken realm powers are here. How can I run? Ding. Master is a great villain of heaven's destiny. As a villain, he should have the grace that a villain should have. At present, please wait for the chaos god body to fuse. There is no need to worry too much. Progress of the fusion of the innate chaos divine body 45%. Su Chenxiao just wanted to speak. From time to time, opposite Ningfeng took a step directly in front of Su Chenxiao. He raised his withered and pale right hand and placed it directly on top of Su Chenxiao's face. Immediately afterward, a strange power surged out. Ningfeng laughed out loud. Apprentice, watch this. This mastery of my master will be passed on to you when I return. From now on, you will be in charge of extracting the blood slave's essence blood daily. This law is called blood attraction. Ningfeng bellowed, his head full of white whiskers fluttering recklessly, and a surging, terrifying suction force surged out of his palms. Like a whale swallowing the sea, the tide returns. Directly make Su Chenxiao a body essence blood boiling agitation, to reverse the flow of the momentum of uncontrolled attempts to be drawn out of the raw. Ah! Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes crimson as he stared dead at Ningfeng. Damn! Old thing! Feeling the essence blood being drawn out raw, the pain was no less than the pain of having one's bones pulled out and one's marrow drawn out. And the surrounding Qingqing crowd stared at the scene in front of them one by one with wide eyes full of incomprehension. What is Elder Ning doing? It's like he's trying to draw that blood. Smoking is good. Only when he dies will the anger of the Tianqi Dao sect be calmed. In the distance, Lin Xingye's beautiful eyes flickered, only feeling a wave of chagrin. Is Su Chenxiao's blood really that powerful? It was unthinkable that even the heavenly Qi Dao sect elder was so eager for all of Su Chenxiao's divine blood. He himself is the one who gets the most credit for this. Later, after the master refines the blood, he must also find Fang Yuankai to take a share. And what Lin Qingyan didn't know was, with her mediocre talent, the reason why she was able to break through to the Dan building realm. It was because Su Chenxiao fed his body daily with divine and demonic essence blood interspersed with pills to change his body that he was able to achieve today's cultivation. Feeling that surging and powerful qi and blood power, Ningfeng's eyes grew brighter. Good stuff. Suddenly, rumble. The sun should have been shining brightly on a sunny day, but lightning and thunder, dark clouds, the ground shook, the sky, as if tipping over. From within the firmament, a furious, thunder-like roar resounded. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. Griffins of the Zhongshe realm, You guys? Do you want to be exterminated? Chapter 5 The Breath of the Little Brother's Sacred Bone. All of you deserve to die. With just a single blast, countless living beings within the Zhongsha realm couldn't help but kneel on the ground, trembling. 10,000 miles away in the Zhongsha realm among the four great Taoist systems, all of the sect's ancestor-level figures felt a force that was strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. They have awakened from their seclusion, and their old eyes are filled with disbelief. What a terrifying power. This is an upper realm powerhouse coming to my Zhongsha realm? How is this possible? The upper and lower realms are not only guarded by the supervisory heavenly pavilion, but there is also an insurmountable heavenly Dao gully. Someone forced this realm and crossed over. It was as if a great terror was about to descend. Before the person arrived, the vast and majestic pressure enveloped the entire Qingcheng. All of the people in the room were not filled with qi and blood, trembling, and could not help but prostrate themselves and fall to their knees. Ning Feng, who was in the midst of performing the blood drawing technique, was abruptly interrupted, thinking about his broken realm cultivation. In front of this breath, he even felt as if he was as small as a mole cricket. His body trembled more than a little. His eyes widened as he looked into the sky with a horrified expression on his face. Rumble. It was only seen above the endless vaulted heights. It was as if there were terrifying beings fighting, and an astonishing light continued to bloom. A small lower realm heavenly Tao is worthy of stopping me. Su Jinghong? Get out! Rumble. An incomparably blood-red, dazzling light bloomed. Shasta. A deafening, vibrating sound that crowned heaven and earth resounded. This 10,000-foot dome of the sky was as if it had been torn open by brute force, a huge and incomparable abyssal fissure. This crack was tens of thousands of kilometers long. Through that crack, one could clearly visualize the void turbulence that hindered the ascension of countless cultivators in the lower realm. At this moment, countless living beings looked at the sky with terrified faces. The Qingcheng crowd was even enveloped under a crazy air current, and the sky that had isolated the void turbulence was actually torn apart alive. This despairing, heavenly meteor-like howling sight caused Ningfeng's eyelids to suddenly jump wildly. An extremely ominous premonition surged in his heart. The sky cracked? How is this possible? Wait, people. It's people. In that crack. There are two of them. Whoever was present shouted out in fear, and everyone couldn't help but look up. Rumble. Only two majestic and vast, terrifying divine auras were seen descending from that ravine. Holding a red-colored lance in his hand, like a god or a devil, the divine and magnificent Su Jinghong stood proudly in the sky above. Beside him, the phoenix cried long and long, as if the absolute goddess like Su Yaowang also appeared here. The two of them were shrouded in divine aura, and their powerful aura caused everyone present to gasp for air. Everyone raised their heads to look at the two dazzling and incomparable figures in the air. Are they from heaven? Lin Xingdian's beautiful eyes flickered and trembled constantly. The moment she saw Su Yaowang, even she who had always been quite conceited about her looks could not help but feel a strong jealousy rise in her heart. Long hair as dazzling red as the god's flame, absolutely beautiful and flawless face. Every inch of his body is like the most elaborate masterpiece of God. Just standing there, it was like a proud phoenix, a goddess that could not be blasphemed and was generally humbling. Is there really such a perfect woman in this world? What are they, really, here for? This. Can't see through it. It's even more terrifying than the old man. It is like a deep, bottomless sea, and with the strength of his own broken realm, he can't even see the human cultivation at all. Ningfeng's scalp went numb, and his insides surged wildly. Only himself he was able to vaguely guess that the two people were afraid that they were big shots in the upper world. Why would such an existence capable of opening the heavens appear here? Ningfeng forced back the fear in his heart, arching his hand and opening his mouth in the most humble of gestures. My name is Ningfeng. Meet the two seniors. But it was as if those two great powers hadn't heard them, just kept looking around like he was looking for something. Suddenly, the woman in the sky seemed to have realized something. The pupils shrank, somewhat incredulously, and said, Little brother? Little brother? Who? Just as everyone was a bit confused, Su Yaowang appeared in front of Su Chenxiao at an unknown time. Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, who was covered in blood and bound to a pillar by chains, her stunningly beautiful face was filled with the colors of grief and anger. Ka! The chains shattered at once. Su Yaowang directly stepped forward and swept Su Chenxiao into his arms, covering her mouth. A layer of water mist emerged from her beautiful eyes and she murmured, How come? Little brother. Quick! This is the Green Emperor Dan. Take it. Tell my sister who really did this to you. Boom! Su Duanxiao's sister? This scene was like a bolt from the blue that left everyone from the three great clans present stunned in place. The head went blank. No way. Isn't he an orphan? Where did the sister come from? Little brother? Yi family patriarch Yi Hongtian's face instantly turned white as he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Xingye looked at Su Yaowang across the room with a deadpan expression. After realizing that there was actually some resemblance between Su Chenxiao and that woman's eyebrows, the entire person was struck by lightning. Trembling, he took a few steps back. No, this can't be. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the joke that Su Chenxiao had once played with herself. Su Duanxiao, you're so young at this level of cultivation. Are you really just a casual cultivator? Ha ha, a loner. Fatherless and motherless. Qing Dian, what am I lying to you for? I don't really remember anything from my childhood, but do you think there's a possibility? Did my parents leave me behind for some hard time? Will they come back for me later? For some reason, I always have the vague feeling that I don't seem to be from here. Lin Xingye didn't say much at that time. It was only after knowing Su Chenxiao's background that that last bit of affection for him dissipated. How could a mere loose cultivator help himself leave this lower realm that was like a cage? I can't imagine that today. A prophecy has come true, compared to the hard-to-accept Xinqiang crowd. At this moment, even Su Chenxiao himself was in a daze. Not buddy. What's the situation? What kind of villain is it to keep getting beaten up? As a heavenly destiny villain, it makes sense to have a supreme background, right? The master's true identity is the youngest son of the Su family of the Emperor clan of the heavens. His parents are alive. His grandfather's grandfather is a great emperor of the world. His elder brother is a divine ruler of the Jin domain. And his elder sister is a divine phoenix female, and she is going through the experience of the lower realm. Su Duanxiao. Grass. I love you Tetsuko. You should have said so. I was ready to explode with him. As a villain, one must always maintain the grace of a villain. Not pushing when you can do it. Not grating when you can shout. The system was re-emphasized. In mid-air, Su Jinghan likewise saw the situation of his youngest brother now. The divine bone that he himself had gifted was dug up. The chi and blood decayed, the root and bone cultivation were all abolished, and his body was bruised and battered, as if he were a candle in the wind. Boom! The terrifying power rolled again. At this moment everyone in Xingqing's heart was as if it was tightly grasped by a large hand couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He instantly appeared in front of Ningfeng, his eyes terrifyingly cold. On you, why do you have the scent of my little brother's divine bone? Ningfeng's pupils dilated. How had he ever seen such a terrifying great power capable of tearing apart the heavens of the lower realms? A moment of creepiness and a strong sense of death filled his mind. The hallowed elder of the Tianqi Taoist system actually directly fell to his knees and loudly begged for forgiveness. Elder, spare. Bang! Not giving a chance to speak at all. Su Jing pressed Hengdao's hand on top of Ningfeng's head. A demonic glint flickered in the pupils filled with anger. Direct soul search. The art of soul searching is overbearing. Without any regard for the other party's death or life, he forcibly tore open the sea of consciousness to obtain memories. Ah! Miserable to the core screams rang out. Everyone present was awakened by the scream. One could only watch as Elder Ning of the Tianqi Taoist system continue to wail in pain. Don't! Spare me! The scream went on for who knows how long. Su Jinghan's eyes slowly opened. Ningfeng looked like he had lost his soul and was as limp as a puddle of mud. The divine bone that had just been obtained not long ago also flew out from within the clothes. Sure enough, seeing this scene, the monstrous rage in Su Jinghan's pupils was almost ready to erupt. Bang! Under the hands of the General Ningfeng like a dead dog, the head was even like a watermelon was pinched alive, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You, all of you, deserve to die. Chapter 6. Like to compare backgrounds? Today his kin came. Not even dregs were left. Even the divine soul was reduced to ashes under this terrifying power. Master? Seeing this scene, not far away Fan Yuan just felt a sense of suffocation coming from him. Both eyes went black, his legs went weak, and he almost fainted directly to death. In front of the other party, his own master is like an ant is so easily pinched to death. Done. What the hell are they? Why had this Lin Xingye never mentioned it to herself? Lin Xingdian. Who the hell are they? Fang Yuan Kai yelled lowly. Are you trying to get me killed? Bitch. He didn't dare to think what would happen to him if that divine bone was still in his hands. Lin Xingdian was filled with fear and didn't know what to do. This was an elder of the broken realm of the Tianqi Dao system. The master he just worshipped himself. Just die? I don't know. I don't know. He never told me. Su Jingheng, who already knew everything through soul searching, couldn't stop his eyelids from fluttering at the moment. breathing fluctuated a bit, and his chest was filled with endless hatred. I think my youngest brother was in the clan when he was young. Everyone treats Xiao Di as a treasure in their hands, holding it in their mouths for fear of melting, and placing it in their hands for fear of dropping it. Even if you want to eat the golden-winged rock yourself, you have specially gone to the demon emperor domain to capture the son of that rock emperor and bake it for dinner. Ever suffered this kind of aggravation? The red blood god gun seemed to have sensed its owner's mind and continuously emitted a buzzing sound. Su Jingheng's eyes swept over the crowd of people present at Qingcheng and said in a deep voice, "My youngest brother is but a trial for the lower world. Just because you covet my brother's physique divine blood and think he has no background, you want to dig out his bones and draw blood. You group of lower realm ants. You really have a lot of guts." Each of the three great family patriarchs' faces were pale to the point of bloodlessness. "No, not us. Senior, spare your life." One by one, the people of the three great clans knelt and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. "Don't you like to compare backgrounds? Then today, his kinsmen are here." Under Su Jingheng's cold and violent gaze, a horrible scene happened. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the people of the Yi, Lin, and Wang families exploded into a mist of blood plasma. Broken pieces spilled all over the ground, and the entire martial arts arena was like a downpour of blood. It was like an invisible death scythe that was mercilessly harvesting lives. The rich, fishy odor of blood filled the air. A large amount of blood splattered on top of Lin Xingye's cheeks. She couldn't stop her delicate body from trembling, afraid that she would be next. Even now, he did not understand why Su Jingheng had such a powerful elder brother. And in the face of this absolute power, Fang Yuankai was trembling, having been scared less long ago. Where was the appearance of the heavenly Qi Dao sect's heavenly pride? "I don't want to die. I don't want to die here." Suddenly, there seems to be a feeling, like being locked by a horrible power. Inside the body of the true Qi crazy agitation backflow. Fang Yuan just mouth and nose cannot stop overflowing blood. His pupils gradually dilated, and he was terrified to the point of trying to escape, roaring furiously, "No! I can't die! No!" Bang! Next moment, without even escaping with his soul, Fang Yuankai died just as tragically as his own master within Qingcheng. There are no bones left, one after another. The people of Qingcheng burst into flames. Under these extremely depressing circumstances, finally, someone's psyche broke down, couldn't bear it, and desperately wanted to escape from this place. Escape! Escape! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Bang! Bang! But the end result, too, remains the same. It was a one-sided massacre. It's like hell on earth. And just then, several streams of light came quickly in the distance. "Please calm down, Senior. The Tsangsha realm's boundaries are shattered. If Senior strikes again, I'm afraid that hundreds of millions of living beings in the Tsangsha realm will die miserably under that void turbulence." Only to see that not far away, a few great powers from the Tianqi Dao sect were rushing in hot pursuit. They knew that the visitor was bound to be an upper realm powerhouse. Solely directly moved out behind the upper realm Taoist system, Tianxian sect want to use this to dissuade. Seeing the visitor, the originally desperate crowd was ecstatic. "Elder Taishan, it's the Tianqi Dao system powerhouse coming. We are saved." But the other party's next sentence directly shattered their last hope. "My Tianqi Dao system is a branch of the heavenly Xian sect in the upper realm. So please, Senior, for the sake of the heavenly Xian sect, just slaughter Qingcheng and spare the lives of the other billions of living beings in the Tsangsha realm. If Senior isn't relieved enough, you can take all the 100 cities in the southern border. I only ask that Senior restrain his divine might and stop destroying this realm." Everyone can't believe it. The supreme elder of the Tianqi Daoist system is at this moment begging for mercy? Was this still what the Tianqi Dao sect, one of the four major Dao systems in the Tsangsha realm, had said? Everyone's body was cold, and their hearts were even more desperate. "Tianxian sect?" Su Jingheng's eyes were cold and oozing as he said with a murderous aura. "Today, not to mention the bull Tianxian sect, even if there is a great emperor standing behind you, you won't be able to save your lives. Rather, it's you, Tianqi Dao sect. I didn't go looking for you, but you yourselves actually took the initiative to come to the door. Die." As his words fell, Su Jingheng swept a strike across the room with his red blood divine lance in hand. It turned into a blood-colored divine light and chopped towards the incoming person. The incomparably terrifying power came out suddenly as if it were a mountain of mountains. In an instant, the earth shattered and space collapsed. Such divine might, as if the sun had fallen, was unseeable and unstoppable. He was so enraged that he didn't even want to care about the deaths and lives of the ants in this realm. Just want to bury everyone here to avenge my brother. No. No. Senior. We have no intention whatsoever of making an enemy of Senior. Senpai. Rumble. A shocking loud noise came from the sky. Under the blood light that was full of killing intent, several of the heavenly Qi Daoist system's Enlightenment Realm Taishang elders were instantly killed in seconds without leaving even a trace of their corpses. Even the distant airspace was torn apart, leaving behind a striking and oozing crack. And with this unrivaled power, the aftershocks alone had shaken countless living beings inside and outside of Qingcheng alive. Even the cultivators below were all bleeding from their 7 orifices as well, and their internal organs were shattered. Lin Xingye subconsciously tried to raise her hand to fend it off. An amazing scene occurs. The jade bracelet she wore on top of her wrist even suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Buzz! A pure white light dissipated everything, even the divine might of the supreme realm. Resisting it. I'm alive? Lin Xingye looked incredulously at the jade bracelet in her hand. This is. Su Jinghong above frowned, keenly noticing the scene. How could the immortal jade given to little brother by mother be in the hands of a woman from the lower realms? His figure moved, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Lin Xingdian. Lin Xingye's heart shook. Looking at the tall and godly man in front of him, as if he were a demonic god, he took a few steps backward in fear. Su Jinghong, however, could not help but step forward and grabbed her right hand, his eyes staring intently at her as he opened his mouth. Who are you? Why is my little brother's life-protecting treasure in your possession? Monstrous killing intent and blood aura. In the other party, Lin Xingdian seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing her to choke a few times. P.S. During the new book, the chase reading is very important. Trouble small dish people point to urge more chase reading. Duck thanks. Don't feed the book. Don't feed the book. Don't feed the book. Chapter 7, complicated to the extreme. Lin Xingye, bastard girl. Father is dead. But I, Lin Xingye, absolutely cannot die here. A strong will to survive made her force the fear in her heart to open her mouth. This jade bracelet was given to me by him. Su Chenxiao. Su Jinghong frowned, staring at Lin Xingye's face for a while. The immortal jade given by my mother is bound to my little brother in some way. Unless my little brother gives it away himself, not even a great power of the supreme realm will be able to disarm it. This woman, could it be that she really has something to do with my little brother? Before he could think more about it, Su Yaowan's exclamation of surprise suddenly came from the distance. Big brother, little brother looks so strange like this. Do you see what's wrong with little brother? Su Jinghong's face changed as he hurriedly checked over. Little brother? What did you say about little brother? Lin Xingye, on the other hand, was relieved, as if he had just drowned and gotten out of the water. He knelt on the ground and took a big mouthful, greedily breathing in the air that was full of the stench of blood. The other end, only to see that Su Chenxiao and Su Yaowan's arms had a pained expression, and a cold sweat was continuously running down his forehead. Su Yaowan looked anxious and anxiously said towards Su Jinghong, I've just given my little brother the Green Emperor Dan, which is capable of healing all injuries, but why is my little brother still in such a painful state? Ding! Progress of the fusion of the innate chaos god and the innate god devil body 90%, 95%, 97%, 100%. Fusion complete. Boom! Su Chenxiao, who was in the process of fusing the two great divine bodies, had a shocking aura violently erupt from his body. Ancient and mysterious chaotic gas mixed with the power of gods and demons gradually filled out. Su Jinghong's face was grave. The divine and demonic qi. But why? There is another special breath on my little brother that I have never seen before? Even he had never seen such a thing as a physique fusion before and could only speak in a deep voice. Father and mother, they will be here soon. You stay here and take care of little brother first. That woman seems to have something to do with my little brother. My little brother is in a poor state now. Wait until he wakes up. Su Yaowan nodded, glancing at the stunned Lin Xingye not far away. She naturally noticed that her little brother's immortal jade was on the other side. Hearing the strangeness in the words, Su Yaowan turned back to look straight at Su Jinghong and said, Big brother, what are you going to do? Su Jinghong's eyes were haunted, flashing through a thick kill, the gloom in his heart still evaporating. Coldly, murder. As his words fell, Su Jinghong immediately disappeared into a blood-colored stream of light. Su Yaowan saw the situation also did not say anything more. She understands that at this moment, the only way to reduce the anger of the big brother's heart is blood. Su Yaowan looked towards the pained Su Chenxiao in her arms, her beautiful eyes full of heartache and sourness. The fire phoenix seal flickered between her eyebrows, and a wisp of blazing red innate divine flame leaped out to encase Su Chenxiao without any intrusion. Little brother, don't be afraid. Soon father and mother will arrive. We're taking you home. After Su Jinghan left, the terrifying pressure suddenly passed away. Only then did the remnants of the crowd have a chance to catch their breath. Lin Xingdian was as if his soul had been drained away, and he was powerless and paralyzed in place. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. Obviously the moment before he was immersed in the joy of becoming a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect. The next moment, like gods, the man and woman who called themselves Su Chenxiao's relatives descended from the sky. Even the Supreme Elder, who was supreme in his own eyes and at the level of the heavenly Qi Dao sect's enlightenment realm, was killed with a single strike. Everything seemed like a dream. She looked at the breathtakingly beautiful, honorable and arrogant peerless woman Su Yaowan not far away. The blood and debris all around them. None of it was telling itself that everything here was real, as if it were a lifetime ago. Lin Xingye's hair was disheveled, her face was disoriented, and she was powerless and limp on the ground. Looking at the jade bracelet she wore on her right hand, Lin Xingye murmured softly, "What the hell? What the hell am I missing?" Just as she was frustrated, Su Yaowan didn't know when he came in front of Lin Xingdian. That absolutely beautiful face was full of coldness, without a trace of emotion, as if she were a goddess looking down on Lin Xingdian from above. Those eyes, as if they were trying to see all the way through her. "You said that the immortal jade in your hand was given to you by my little brother himself?" Lin Xingye slowly raised her head. Mind blown, the close contact made her feel Su Yaowan's flawlessness even more. In contrast, the other party's noble and cool temperament was as if it was born, while he was nothing more than a forced fake. Lin Xingye couldn't help but feel even more inferior in her heart for a moment, not daring to look directly at the other party's gaze at all, only able to lower his head in shame. He whispered, I'm not lying to you. It's true." Su Yaowan's jade finger lightly lifted, and the storage ring in Lin Xingdian's hand floated out uncontrollably. Buzz. With just a thought, he easily broke the forbidden shackles within the storage ring, as one piece of magic treasure after another floated out from it. Looking at that piece of treasure that belonged to her little brother, Su Yaowan's willow brows became more and more furrowed. These, among other things, were the life-preserving treasures given to the younger brother by himself and his elder brother. But if my little brother had one of these on him, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Su Yaowan's eyes were suddenly attracted to a jade bottle. She felt the aura of her little brother's innate divine demon body on that jade bottle. Boo! The mouth of the bottle was opened, and a pure white elixir floated out from the bottle. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes stared, furious and incomparable. She looked towards Lin Xingdian who had her head lowered. "This is an elixir refined with the blood of junior brother's divine demon essence?" Upon discovering this object, even the always good-tempered Su Yaowan was a bit annoyed. "I can't believe my little brother went this far for you?" This terrifying aura caused Lin Xingdian to tremble. "I don't know. I really don't." Su Yaowan couldn't stand it any longer and raised her jade hand. Directly toward Lin Xingdian's cheek was a heavy slap. Pop. No power was used. Just a plain, crisp slap. "Bitch." Lin Xingye was confused. A slap mark soon surfaced on that snow-white cheek. The humiliation was thick as a tidal wave. But in front of this noble and stunning woman in front of her, she couldn't even raise a trace of resistance in her heart. Su Yaowan pinched her chin, that radiant phoenix eyes gazing straight at Lin Xingdian, full of killing intent. "Do you know that these treasures are existences that even a quasi-emperor would blush at? Without my little brother's permission, there's no way I would have shown up at your place. I don't know exactly how you and little brother are related, but after my little brother treated you so well, you merely watched from the sidelines while he was being robbed?" She felt bad for her little brother. How could such a woman from the lower realm with mediocre looks and extremely poor qualifications be able to make the son of the Su family head, who was the son of the emperor clan and his own brother with his elder brother, so enchanted? Feeling Su Yaowan's undisguised killing intent, Lin Xingdian's body was freezing cold, and the fear in her heart was even greater. She couldn't say a word. I. Su Yaowan pulled Lin Xingdian's hair and directly knocked him to the ground. The eyes were cold to the core as he opened his mouth. "You know how to play the white rabbit now? Bitchy servant girl. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my little brother, all the living beings in your Zhongsha realm will have to be buried with my little brother." Imperial family. Su family? This name, which he had never heard of before, appeared for the first time in Lin Xingye's world. Lin Xingdian had never imagined that Su Chenxiao would come from the heavens of his dreams, and even possess such a terrifying background. She didn't dare to say a word more for fear that the other party who knew the cause of the matter would kill her. At the same time there is a hint of a remaining fluke in the mind. Even. Bugger? Chapter 8, Chagrin Qingcheng Crowd. imperial parents arrived together. With Su Chenxiao's love for himself, if he woke up and admitted his mistake himself, the other guy will forgive himself, right? Su Yaowan didn't know what Lin Xingyan was thinking at the moment. Finally, he swept a cold glance at her and got up to look at the remaining fearful crowd in Qingcheng. There was no doubt about the opening of the mouth. Before little brother wakes up, all of you are not allowed to leave this place by half a step. She flicked her right hand. Boom! A divine flame with a terrifying temperature, capable of burning the empty realm, came out flat. It directly surrounded this martial arts field tightly. Just by being within this flame, one would have to suffer the temperature that was terrifying enough to scorch. After doing this, Su Yaowan brought the unconscious Su Chenxiao straight towards a house. Quietly wait here for your parents to arrive. In this rolling sea of fire, the Qingcheng crowd was all stunned. What happened today was too sudden, as if in a dream. No one would have thought that what stood behind the backgroundless Su Chenxiao was a great power from the upper realm. Clear die. One of the Lin family's elders who was still lucky crawled over shakily. His heart felt as if it was about to jump out of his chest for a long time, and he was unable to calm down, inquiring with a strong fear. Then did Su Duanxiao ever say that he came from the upper world? Many people have the same question in their minds. Seeing the other party's meaning, he was not killing his own and the others yet. Like he was planning to wait for Su Chenxiao to wake up and let him make the decision. The other two Qingcheng clans were even. One by one, the most panicked people of the Qingcheng family had already turned ashen, paralyzed with despair. They were the ones who tortured Su Chenxiao the most in order to curry favor with the Tianqi Dao system. Lin Xingye looked at the elder beside her and shook her head. Qing Dian. That elder grabbed her arm and pleaded like a sob. I know that you are usually on good terms with that Su Duanxiao. If you wait for him to wake up, you must help my Lin family to say something. You should know that our Lin family has never done anything to wrong him. Su Chenxiao, we can't help it. We were forced by the Tianqi Dao system. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? If he had known that Su Chenxiao's origin was so amazing, who would join in just to curry favor with the Tianqi Dao system? The people of the three great families of Qingcheng all regretted it to the extreme. Even Lin Qingdian herself looked complicated to the extreme, lightly biting her vermilion lips and said, try to give it a shot. Surprisingly, she didn't have much of a mental shakeup about her father's death. Instead, it was Su Chenxiao's identity that made her heart beat faster and her thoughts swirl. The big deal was that he would go and apologize to Su Chenxiao himself. Let's just say that he was forced to do it by senior brother Fang Yuankai. Seeing Lin Xingye agree, the many elders of the Lin family's faces were overjoyed at the words and nodded their heads continuously. Good. So much the better. So much the better. As things stood, they were still holding on to the slightest illusion. Now that Su Chenxiao's kinship clan was coming, his status and position had long been different from what it used to be. If his Lin family can climb on one or two of them, I'm afraid, even the four great Taoist systems could be disregarded. One day later, shower. Su Chenxiao seemed to have heard someone calling out to him over and over again. During the slumber of endless darkness, it seems that many memories of being a child are unraveled to the surface. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that his vision was a little blurry. Here is. Shower, you're awake? A voice of incomparable surprise came. In front of the bed, a beautiful woman with a tear-stained face was ecstatic and rushed to help Su Chenxiao up, and Su Wudao, who was pacing back and forth in the room, annoyed beyond measure, was also shaken and walked over with a face full of guilt. Shower. Su Chenxiao looked at the two people in front of him, their appearance gradually overlapping with the memories that had just awakened in his mind. Subconsciously shouted, Father, Mother? The sealed memories before the age of 12 had all been lifted, and he himself was the son of the head of the Su family of the Emperor clan of the Upper Realm. And they, in turn, are their own biological parents? Chen Wanyue's beautiful eyes could not hide her excitement, covering her mouth and sobbing softly. My good shower, you've finally woken up. You've scared my mother to death. Although Su Wudao couldn't see any emotional fluctuations on his face, his eyes were obviously much softer. He slowly sat down, reaching out his broad palm to gently stroke Su Chenxiao's hair, and said in a deep voice, Good boy, do you remember your father? Shower, letting you suffer in this lower realm. Su Chenxiao looked at the front of his eyes. At the moment his head was still a little drowsy, and nodded. Chen Wanyue's face went cold as soon as she heard those words. Coldly glancing at Su Wudao, he opened his mouth. Su Wudao, you still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for your Su family's abominable clan rules, would my family's shower have suffered so much? Ever since arriving at this Zhongshe realm and seeing Su Chenxiao's miserable state, Chen Wanyue then never gave Su Wudao a good look. Su Wudao was also blaming himself in his heart and nodded his head rather guiltily without denying it. You're right. It's time to revise this rigid and mean rule. Madam, Xiao should be fine now. I have specially brought the creation immortality pill. Not to mention that Xiao has now been blessed by misfortune and awakened his innate chaotic god body. With the creation pill in place, even a great power with half a foot in the ground can pull him back from the ghost gate. Chen Wanyue did not say anything, but instead turned her head to look at Su Chenxiao. Her voice was gentle to the extreme and full of loving inquiries. Xiao, how are you feeling physically now? Is it better? Su Chenxiao felt his body today. Eyes lit up. His own blood-soaked clothes had been replaced by someone unknown. Now only feel the body blood surging. Soul see full. A body injury has long been restored as before. Not only that, even the root bones and cultivation that had been wasted before were completely restored as before. It even directly crossed a large realm. Broken Realm 9. It was as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body, as good as it had ever been. Looking toward his parents who were full of worry and concern in front of him, Su Chenxiao could not help but feel a warm current welling up in his heart. I am now much better. It's just that the head hurts a bit. Su Chenxiao held his forehead and mumbled. Su Wudao's face that had been boarded up when he heard this finally revealed a smile and said in a gentle voice, Xiao, you have just recovered your memories from before the age of 12. You still need a bit of time to digest them. Ma'am, Xiao has just awakened now. His body is no longer in any serious condition. Let's go out for a while and leave him alone. Chen Wanyue also knows that her precious child has not seen her for many years, and I am afraid that she is still a little rusty. So somewhat reluctantly cupped Su Chenxiao's cheeks. Filled with heartache and love, he kissed his forehead and said, Xiao, you've suffered in the middle of the lower realms for so many years. Now that the memories are unsealed, for the sake of my mother, I know it may be a little hard for you to accept. Your father and I will go out first. Feel free to yell at us if anything happens, okay? That warmth came from his cheek. Mother's warmth caused Su Chenxiao to nod involuntarily and said softly, well, I know. Both parents left the house. Outside the house soon came the voice of second sister Su Huangyao. Mother, is little brother awake? I'm going in there. Yao Huang, listen to mother. Let's leave first. Your little brother's memory has just recovered. Let him be alone for a while. Well, listening to the movement coming from outside the house, Su Chenxiao lowered his head and muttered, is this kinship? It feels pretty good. In his previous life, his parents had left him early, and he had never even seen what they looked like. The fortune teller also said that he was born with a heavenly destiny. I thought this world was similarly like that, but I never thought so many caring family members existed. Su Chenxiao smiled and took his thoughts back. System. Still alive? Master. Inferred replay. I want to see what actually happened during the period when I awakened my innate chaotic god body. Su Chenxiao faintly said. Obey master. The deduction replay function requires 100 villain value to be consumed. Is it consumed? Consumption. Ding. Consumed successfully. Current villain value, 9,900. Playback begins at half an incense stick of time later. This jade bracelet was given to me by him, Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao looked at Lin Qingdian, who had an innocent face like a white lotus flower in the deduction interface, and let out an expressionless sneer. Meh, good you Lin Qingdian. I can't imagine that you've even been allowed to survive. Through the system's deduction replay, Su Chenxiao knew everything that had happened before. Feng Yuan was cheap, but there was another culprit. The smelly who had put herself in a desperate situation Lin Xingye herself hadn't forgotten. This Lin Qingdian was smart enough to know to muddle through with his unspoken relationship with her. Su Chenxiao slowly got up, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. Let's go. Since you're a vindictive villain yourself, it's time to settle the score with those guys. Since you're a villain, you should have the awareness of a villain. Chapter 9 The Pale Stone Realm awaiting judgment. Revenge begins. Outside the house, Su Jinghong was holding the red blood divine pistol, his eyes closed as if he were a statue standing motionless in place. Su Yao Wang, on the other hand, was filled with worry and was torn between going inside and checking on her little brother. Squeak dash. With the sound of a door opening, Su Chenxiao walked out from the room. Little brother? Su Yao Wang's stunningly beautiful face flashed with a hint of joy. Walking over to him he immediately grabbed his little brother's hand and felt it carefully. Well, the qi and blood are flowing freely and the meridians are solid. Big brother. Little brother is really fine. Su Jinghong nodded with a cold face, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Pretend. You just pretend. Su Yao Wang skimmed her mouth. Don't look at the big brother, this paralyzed face is not smiling. But when the little brother accident, then anyone is anxious. Su Wang looked towards Su Chenxiao and asked with a smile. Little brother, recognize who I am? Smelling that fresh fragrance at the tip of his nose, Su Chenxiao helplessly smiled and nodded his head. All right, sis, I've got it all figured out. Where are mom and dad? Su Wang's beautiful eyes lit up as she excitedly went straight forward and hugged Su Chenxiao into her arms. The supervisory heavenly pavilion of the upper realm has come, and mother and father have gone to ask for punishment. Amazing softness and fullness came from Su Chenxiao, who was close to the proud peaks, and felt that it was difficult to breathe for a while. Well, welcome back, little brother. Aggrieved, Su Wang huffed her agitated nose. Obviously outside is a lonely, arrogant and cold, unrivaled divine phoenix female dignity, but in for this little brother. She is in the heart eyes love tight. Su Chenxiao struggled for a while before leaving the fragrant embrace. Somewhat embarrassed, he touched his nose and opened his mouth. Sister, a man and a woman are not related. Su Wang was stunned at his words, and couldn't help but pf a laugh. Her eyebrows arched, and even the worried emotions in her heart couldn't help but dissipate quite a bit. This smile was like the melting of a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Beautiful beyond words. What's the matter, little brother? Now that you're all grown up, you won't let your sister hug you? When you were little, you used to clamor to sleep with me every day. Su Chenxiao was momentarily speechless. After knowing that his little brother was no longer in any serious condition, Su Wang also resumed her previous cool temperament, staring earnestly at Su Chenxiao's face as she spoke. Okay, little brother. The people who bullied you before are now within the martial arts field. Their lives and deaths are in your hands. Junior brother, your sister doesn't ask much about your personal matters, but you are my Su Wang's own brother, the son of the Emperor clan's Su family head. Experiencing in the lower realms is like a dream. Don't let a woman fool your mind. Understand? Although it wasn't directly mentioned, Sister Su Wang's meaning was already obvious. Su Chenxiao gave a slight beat and returned. I understand, sis. Just leave these things to me. Su Wang nodded and glanced at Su Jinghong on the side and said, Here, your big brother is there too. This guy, who has obviously only returned from the domain, has such a heavy killing aura. In order to avenge your anger, and destroy the 4 major Dao lineages of others in the Zhangshi realm, the patriarchs and elders of those 4 major Dao lineages are likewise in the martial arts arena at the moment to plead for their sins. Su Chenxiao glanced at his big brother and walked forward. Big brother. Su Jinghong still had that cold look and said succinctly, Aha! Buzz. A white divine aura suddenly flashed. This is. Su Chenxiao froze. In front of Su Jinghong, the divine bone floated silently. Su Jinghong's voice slowly sounded. You are now an innate chaotic god body. This supreme bone is useless to you though, but since it was something I gave you, now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. After the parents arrived, they also learned that the little brother's previous situation like that was precisely because of the awakening of another powerful physique. The innate chaotic god body was an existence that ranked in the top 3 of the divine bodies of the heavens. However, compared to their little brother awakening such a heaven-defying divine body, they were more concerned about their little brother's safety. Su Chenxiao took the supreme bone and said after a moment of silence, Big brother, thanks. Su Jinghong nodded and didn't say anything else. It was until after Su Chenxiao left for the martial arts field. The corners of Su Jinghong's mouth rose slightly just then, revealing an imperceptible smile. Inside the martial arts arena, the red-colored terrifying divine flame closed off this place, and under the scorching heat, the airspace around the divine flame was incinerated. Unease and fear pervaded, like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead awaiting judgment. Everyone is distracted and on edge. The atmosphere, depressing and somewhat frightening, not a word was spoken. The elders of the 3 great clans of Qingqing were as numb as if their souls had been extracted and they were walking corpses. In one short day, they saw with their own eyes the great man they had never seen before in their lives. One by one, the 4 great Dao Tai Shan elders, and even the old ancestors with astonishing cultivation and unfathomable depths were all imprisoned. These, without exception, were all capable of shaking the Zhangshi realm by 3 points with a single stomp of their feet. But even such an existence was kneeling on the ground with a face like death. The Qingqing crowd had also gone from the initial shock, which was unbelievable, to the current despair. Bastard! What on earth have you Tianqi Taoist system done that the heavens have grumbled against? That you have provoked the great powers of the upper realm? To think that I, Cloudsea's sect, knew nothing about this matter and was implicated by you, Tianqi Taoist system, and suffered this unwarranted disaster for nothing. Elder Tianqi, you guys really deserve to die. The old ancestors of the other three great Taoist systems in the Zhongshe realm here all had indignant faces. He couldn't wait to kill this group of people from the Tianqi Dao system on the spot. Old ancestor Tianqi's entire body knelt on the ground, his pupils constantly fluttering. He only remembered a young man holding a blood-colored lance, as if he was a demonic god, appearing in the Taoist system. With just one strike, the Dao lineage that had stood in the Zhongshe realm for 1,000 years was destroyed. In front of that young man, even if he had lived for thousands of years, he only felt that he was like an ant. The heart simply could not rise a bit of resistance. I also simply don't know what exactly my Tianqi Dao system has done to offend the great powers of the upper realms. But all of you don't panic. My Tianqi Dao system has the shelter of the Tianxian sect of the upper realm, and I've already contacted the Tianxian sect's great powers, and they'll be arriving in a matter of days. With these words, the faces of the other Dao ancestors present only eased up a bit. Someone sighed softly and quietly. I only beg that Lord to spare our lives for the sake of the Tianxian sect. And just then, the endless divine flames that surrounded this place were actually opened up. Everyone looked over in unison. Little brother, they're right here. At this time, in the opposite side of that divine flame, a young man dressed in a green shirt, with a handsome face and eyebrows full of nobility came face to face. The teenager seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. The innate chaos chi faintly emitted a white aura, and there was a deep color in his eyes that did not belong to this age. Lin Xingye's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with complex remorse. The visitor was no one else. It was none other than Su Chenxiao, who had now recovered his cultivation. Chapter 10, Exploding the Sea and Stripping the Bones, Executing the Progeny. The Qingqing crowd was in a trance and saw the once cynical Qingqing demon with amazing talent. Only this time, it was different from before. Standing beside the teenager was an absolute woman of the upper realm who came from all the heavens and all the worlds and whose strength was sufficiently terrifying. Looking at that noble and magnificent young man, Lin Xingye could not help but lose some concentration for a moment. Su Chenxiao. Who could have thought that in just one day's time, the identity of Su Chenxiao, who was originally a casual cultivator, had undergone a radical change. At this moment, old ancestor Tianqi looked indignant and shouted, Demonis! I advise you to better let us go. My Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of the heavenly Xian sect in the upper realm. The Tianxian sect has a Seal King realm powerhouse in existence. Someone will descend to the realm in a matter of days. Seal King realm? Su Yaowang smiled at his words. In the heavens, there are countless Taoist systems. The Dao lineage where the Seal King realm was located could not even be considered a ninth-rate one. Su Yaowang said disdainfully. Seal King realm? Not even worthy of being a dog for my Emperor Su clan. Brother left you old things alive because he wanted my little brother to punish you. Otherwise you, a tiny little heaven ascension realm mole cricket, are worthy of speaking to someone from my Emperor Su clan? Boom! As he spoke, the terrifying aura of the supreme realm displayed just a hint. It then made the opposite Tianqi old ancestor's muscles and bones shatter by inches, and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. Ah! Old ancestor Tianqi let out a miserable cry of pain and slammed heavily on the ground. Flesh in pieces, gasping for heavy, ragged breaths, unable to breathe at all. Old man Tianqi? Seeing this scene, none of the other three great Dao units of the Zhongshe realm, as well as the people of Qingcheng, were all shocked and incredulous. To them, the Seal King realm was already a great power capable of dominating everything in the lower realm with monstrous strength. But in the eyes of the other side, it's even worse than a watchdog? With their eyesight, they were destined to never be able to imagine the energy of the imperial Su family in this lifetime. Su Yaowang's strong and lonely appearance caused Lin Xingye's chest to rise and fall, his heart surging. Is Su Chenxiao's background really so terrifying? With the tragic situation of old man Tianqi, everyone dared not say another word. Su Yaowang's cool eyes swept over the crowd present without a trace of emotion. Turning his head to the little brother beside him, he whispered, Little brother, I'll leave this group of people to you. Whether they live or die, it's only at your whim. I'll just go out first. What happens in the Zhongshe realm is all my little brother's personal business. If it wasn't for my little brother's suffering, the mole in the Zhongshe realm would never have been able to come into contact with the existence of the Emperor Su clan in his lifetime. She didn't want to stay here and influence her little brother. Feeling his sister's protection, Su Chenxiao was somewhat moved to look at Su Yaowang and nodded. Aha! Su Yaowang is gone. Only then did Su Chenxiao turn around, his face extraordinarily calm. He didn't even look at Lin Xingye, who was located in the crowd. Instead, he locked his gaze on a middle-aged man in the crowd who was cloaked in hair and didn't dare to raise his head to meet his eyes at all. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth indifferently. So it's time to settle the score, too, isn't it? Yi family master. It's not very loud. However, it was like a huge stone weighing heavily on Yi Hongtian, making him breathless. Yi Hongtian's heart thumped, his body trembled and shivered continuously. Mr. Su, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Chenxiao revealed a brilliant smile and came to Yi Hongtian's body without slowing down. Except for the two pairs of dogs, Lin Qingdian and Feng Yuan Kai, the person he hated the most was none other than Yi Hongtian. This person has put a lot of effort into torturing himself in order to please Tianqi Daotong Feng Yuan Kai. Su Chenxiao squatted down and said with a smile in his eyes, but what a big misunderstanding. Strip the fingers, penetrate the bones, explode the sea. TSK, that kind of taste. Don't want to experience it a second time. The more Su Chenxiao said, the fear in Yi Hongtian's heart became more and more intense, and his pupils trembled violently. In the end, his body prostrate on the ground full of pain and remorse confessed, "It's all my fault, Mr. Su, I have eyes and I don't recognize them. Tai, you can do whatever you want to me. I, Yi Hongtian, am willing to die as thanks for my offense. I only ask that you, as an adult, spare the only remaining remnants of my Yi family." Family head. None of the Yi family members' faces were in agony and disbelief when they heard this. Su Chenxiao, however, frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "I haven't even started yet, and this is too much to bear wanting to die? It's not that easy to let you die." As he said that, he looked at the few trembling Yi family elders beside Yi Hongtian. In the middle of the crowd, there was also a youth with a face similar to Yi Hongtian's, who had long been scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground in a hurry. Name, Yi Ling. Identity, son of the head of the Yi family of Qingcheng, Songshi realm. Realm, 7th level of the Chudan realm. This person was Yi Hongtian's only son, Yi Ling. No wonder. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as an interesting thought arose. It was as if they were facing an old friend they hadn't seen for a long time. Su Chenxiao patted Yi Hongtian's shoulder on the ground without any concern and said with a faint smile, "Give you a chance. Use all the torture that was used on me on your son Yi Ling. I'll let you." "No, it's your entire Yi family, how about it?" The compelling words were certainly a bolt from the blue. Yi Hongtian's body trembled violently. Incredulously, he raised his head and looked at the young man with a smile on his face and an aristocratic and handsome appearance. Another look at his son, who was scared out of his wits and filled with horror. Father, don't ah. Yi Ling was terrified to the extreme and kept retreating towards the back. "Have you thought about it? Death for all, or torture?" Su Chenxiao's nightmare-like voice sounded once again. "You have 3 seconds to think about it." It is like the sound of the death knell of judgment. Under this intense fear, Yi Hongtian raised his head violently, his eyes red, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with a trace of blood in a low roar. I'll do it." "Oh," Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, seemingly somewhat surprised that Yi Hongtian would agree so quickly. "Haven't counted to 3 myself yet. It doesn't matter if it's not enough." Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and stroked his hand in mockery. "A man can't stand still if he's not ruthless. Worthy of being the head of the Yi family of Qingcheng, even his own son can be put down. What a boldness. Then, let's start with the simple and easy Bakumi stripping finger." Under everyone's horrified and unimaginable gaze, Yi Hongtian got up trembling, his pace heavy and slow as he came to Yi Ling's side. "Linger, it is for father, who is sorry for you, for the sake of the Yi family, only you." Yi Ling's breathing became more and more rapid, his eyes widened, and he kept pleading, "No, father, please." Yi Hongtian's heart was dripping blood and his eyes were covered in blood. Finally, as if determined, his tiger eyes erupted with a regal light as he raised his hand and slammed it down. Bang! This strike hit Yi Ling's qi squarely. The surging incomparable true qi poured into Yi Ling's qi like a wild tide, constantly filling and expanding. Exploding the sea is a type of abolishing cultivation. With that countless amount of true qi pouring in, it was alive and well, bursting the other party's sea of qi. Yi Ling's pupils dilated violently. I only felt a sudden dropsy and sharp pain in my abdomen, and for a while the pain was so unbearable that I held wildly. Father, no. Chapter 11, I gave you everything, so give it all back to me. A father makes a mistake and everything is left to the son. Tears of blood flowed out of Yi Hongtian's eyes as he kept murmuring softly, "Linger, don't blame father." Having said that, the movements in his hands did not stop for a moment. The true qi in Yi Ling's body swelled more and more. At the end of the day, it was accompanied by a loud bang. Boom! Like the sound of a balloon exploding, the majestic true qi detached from the sea of qi rushing around in the body. Yi Ling's eyes were rounded, both eyes black, mouth sprayed out a large mouth of blood on top of Yi Hongtian cheeks directly fainted. Waste. Su Chenxiao's eyes were indifferent as he watched the scene. Can't even last past this first level. What a useless thing. You know, you were tortured for days and nights. And just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Inverted Big Dipper. The villain is not to be insulted. In this metaphysical world, one cannot stand firm if one is not ruthless. Now issuing a newbie quest to abuse and kill bullies. Mission reward, Dustless Taoist Heart, Gold. The heart of the Tao is the basis of cultivation. If the heart of the Tao is shaken, the realm will be unstable. The light is the heart of the devil senior. The heavy is the fall of cultivation. Dustless Taoist mind. Naturally clear. Not troubled by the demons of the heart. No one from outside factors can influence its path. System mall open. Yi Hongtian himself abolished his son and his moral heart was shaken. Congratulations to the master for gaining 500 villain values. Oh, hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he grinned and said, I can't believe there's a villain value reward for not having a divine order protagonist. But there's no need for you to say more. No one who is here today can escape. In a sense, the people here have already gotten themselves killed once. If we tell them any more about reason and mercy, that's really sorry for worrying so much about your parents and siblings, and this villainous system. Su Chenxiao glanced at Yi Hongtian and spoke faintly, following his tone. There aren't many people who can be tortured under my Yi Hongtian and still be conscious. If we do it again, how can we let him pass out so comfortably? Wake him up. These words were once spoken by Yi Hongtian. Now give it back to him in its original form yourself. Yi Hongtian's tiger's body shook, deadly gritting his teeth. He nodded reluctantly. I see. Next, it's stripping fingers through bones. Rip dash. Yi Ling, who had only just fainted, felt the nails on his finger bones along with the skin and flesh being torn apart in one breath. Snapping his eyes open, he howled with a sweaty head. Ah! This ruthlessness left the people of the surrounding Qingqing staggering. No wonder what they had seen before. Su Chenxiao was covered in blood and looked miserable. It turns out that this Yi family head has used so many extreme punishments? Looking at the Su Chenxiao who was dressed in green clothes, calm and self-assured as if he was a noble gentleman, Lin Xingye, who was in the crowd, only felt a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling surging through her heart. Just in time, Su Chenxiao turned his head and similarly revealed a playful smile in her direction. Eyes locked. Next, it's your turn. Lin Xingye was like a frightened rabbit and hurriedly lowered her head. Su Chenxiao slowly got up, ignoring the surrounding crowd that looked horrified, and came straight to Lin Xingdian, said one side. It's true that things are unpredictable, don't you think so, Season? Lin Xingye's heart was beating wildly, her hands clutched her dress tightly, and she was only able to whisper, Su Duanxiao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to set you up, it was that Fang Yuan Kai who forced me to. I never thought of it that way. She still held a trace of fantasy, thirsting for Su Chenxiao to be able to forgive herself. As long as I admit I'm wrong, he'll surely forgive me, right? After all, no matter what, there was nothing at all wrong with the current Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao's voice came out. Of course, my good Season, how could I blame you? When she heard this, Lin Xingyan's beautiful eyes were stunned as an excited light flashed by. She raised her head somewhat incredulously and looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao in front of her. Sure enough, she was incomparably delighted in her heart. She knew that Su Chenxiao was still as in love with herself as before. At this moment, even the surrounding elders of the Lin family, each one of them had a face of ecstasy after hearing these words. Lin Xingdian's eyes surfaced a layer of water mist. Tears came out of her eyes, and she looked at Su Chenxiao with a soft voice. Really? Su Duanxiao, I was wrong to you before. It won't happen again. I promise. Dusty Xiao, can we go back to the old days? When really, it's an unabashed white lotus flower. At this point in time, it's amazing that they can still say such disgusting things so openly. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and slowly approached while nodding his head. Of course. There was a pause in the tone, then leaned over and whispered in her ear. Of course it's impossible. How could I ever forgive you for doing something like that? Stinking. Ha! Lin Xingye's originally excited heart was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it, and her expression stiffened. Suddenly, Su Chenxiao, who was in front of her, raised his hand and slapped heavily towards the right side of her face. Bang! Lin Xingye's whole body just flew out. The blow that caught everyone in the room off guard was dumbfounding. The entire Qingqing knew that Su Chenxiao liked Lin Xingdian. How could they not have expected Su Chenxiao to storm out and make a move? Bang bang bang. Lin Xingye rolled several times on the ground and struggled to get up in a sorry state. She covered her cheeks, still having some difficulty believing it, and murmured with a face full of shock and disbelief. Su Chenxiao, you, how dare you hit me? At one time, he had never even spoken out loud toward himself, let alone to himself. I don't like hitting women, but nah, it's the only way to make me feel better. In the next moment, Su Chenxiao appeared in front of her and threw another punch towards her belly. Bang! Her body shook as a sharp pain in her abdomen hit her violently. Lin Xingye uncontrollably took a few steps backward. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and his internal organs were shaking. A woman who could care less about even the death of her father. Su Chenxiao knew that the only way to make her suffer the most was to take back everything she had gotten today. Lin Xingdian's aura was countless times weaker at this moment. Her painstakingly cultivated Chudan realm cultivation collapsed one by one. My cultivation? No, my cultivation. Su Chenxiao, you actually ruined my cultivation? Thinking that his talent was mediocre. I don't know how many days and months of effort he spent in order to cultivate to the Yuan building realm. And now, it's been nullified? Su Chenxiao nodded his head with a calm expression and smiled. It's not over yet. Since you worked so hard to get all this, just give me back everything I gave you. Lin Xingdian's eyes were filled with fear, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse. What more do you want to do? Chapter 12, Are you wrong? No, you just knew you were going to die. An invisible force filled the air. The storage ring in Lin Xingdian's hand, as well as the immortal jade on her wrist that she had gifted herself were all implicated together. Ding! Lin Xingdian's cultivation is abolished. The villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingye's face stiffened, and with a hint of currying favor, she said in a soft, pleading voice, Dusty Sky, remember? These are the ones you once gave me. I can do without all of that. All I ask is that you can forgive me. Looking at the humble and incomparable Lin Xinglian in front of her, which had once been a little bit of the daughter of the Lin family's cool and proud appearance, Su Chenxiao smiled faintly. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on Lin Xingye's neck, caressing the polished, jade-like skin, then slowly pinching. Don't be afraid. Soon, I'll forgive you. See over there? I'm forgiving them too. Su Chenxiao pointed at Yi Tianhong who was not far away. The screams resounded continuously. Ah, Yi Ling, who was being tortured, let out howls of pain again and again. Kill me, father, kill me. His cultivation was ruined. His 10 fingers were bloody, and even the bones in his body were broken. Yi Ling constantly woke up in pain and fainted, suffering the inhumane torture of his own father. Lin Xingdian merely glanced at it. The whole person then fell into an ice cellar and shook his head vigorously. She had never seen Su Chenxiao look this cold. The crowds around them, full of horror, the distant wail of agony, and the intense choking sensation that now suddenly sobered her. He was really trying to kill himself. Cough cough. Su dust. I was wrong. Tears came out of her eyes. Lin Xingdian's flowery face lost its color, and she was frightened and begged bitterly. I was really wrong. Please, please for the sake of what was once our relationship, leave me alone. Let me do whatever I want. I can't die yet. She no longer asked for any forgiveness. Now she just wanted to live. Su Chenxiao smiled and shook his head. The eyes were cold to the core, but said in the gentlest of tones, as if to an intimate lover. Lin Xingye, you, aren't regretting it. You just know that you're going to die. Good night. The right hand that was gripping her neck tightly kept contracting with force, under the unbelievable, shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd. Click. Su Chenxiao crushed her neck raw. The cold smile of the teenager in front of him seemed to be fixed. Lin Xingdian stared wide-eyed and just died in peace. Ding! Killed Lin Xingdian. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 1,000 villain value. The Lin family's group of elders and everyone in Qingqing only felt that the sky had collapsed. Their last hope. The delusion of making Su Chenxiao let them off the hook through Lin Xingdian's past love was also dashed at this moment. Even Lin Qingdai is dead. Then Su Chenxiao. Would he still let himself and the others go? Bang! Casually throwing Lin Xingye's body on the ground like a piece of trash. Her pupils widened and her eyes filled with remorse and disbelief. Even in the end, she didn't think that Su Chenxiao could really be ruthless enough to kill herself. Phew! Su Chenxiao indifferently looked at the corpse on the ground, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, and I only felt that the last bit of gloom in my heart dissipated. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful figure slowly emerged beside him. Su Yaowang didn't know when she appeared here. She looked expressionlessly at Lin Qingye's corpse on the ground, then looked at her little brother on the side. Vermilion lips opened and spoke softly. You've done well, little brother. If it's someone you like, even if their talent is mediocre, my Imperial Su clan has the ability to be able to cleanse their meridians and change their physique. It's just a pity that this woman clearly has amazing opportunities right next to her, but she has no eyes. What are you going to do with the rest of these people? Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he slowly said, a little tired. Kill them all. When these words came out, everyone in the arena immediately turned pale and bloodless. What? His hands and face were covered in his son's blood. The appearance as if a severe ghost Yi Hongtian as if struck by lightning, unbelievably turned his head to look. Yi Ling on the ground aside had long been lifeless. He could not bear the torture of broken bones and died a horrible death at the hands of his father. Yi Hongtian, an elder of the Yi family, rushed out. His face was pale, and those withered and aged hands tightly grasped the corner of Su Chenxiao's coat, crying and begging on his knees in pain. Mr. Su, you promised us that you wouldn't make a move against our Yi family. Su Yaowan's eyebrows knitted tightly. Raising his hand, a powerful chi blasted that Yi family elder out. Alive or dead. You, too, are worthy of making conditions with my little brother? Su Chenxiao looked towards the Yi family group and said with a playful mockery, why did I ever promise this? When hearing this, Yi Hongtian's expression was crazy, full of resentment, and he rushed towards Su Chenxiao with no intention of dying. Asshole! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! He abused his own son with his own hands. The purpose is to preserve the bloodline of the Yi family. But now, the other side has gone back on its word? Ding! Yi Hongtian's heart is shattered. His soul is in turmoil and in madness. Rewarding the villain with a value of 500. Facing Yi Hongtian, who was murderous and choosing people to eat, Su Yunxiao merely released the pressure of the broken realm. It then caused his entire body to fall to the ground uncontrollably, covered in blood. Boom! Matriarch! Yi Hongtian only felt that his body was as heavy as Tarzan, and his bones were going to be broken and he could not move at all. Su Chenxiao didn't even look at him, but instead opened his mouth towards his sister Su Yaowan, who was at the side. Sis, I'm going to trouble you here. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes flashed with a moving light as she gently smiled. She knew that her brother had figured it out by now. My brother grew up. Su Yaowan somewhat dotingly rubbed Su Chenxiao's head and said, don't worry, I'll take it from here. Little brother, you've only just awakened a short while ago. Hurry back and rest. If mother and father see you here when they get back, they'll blame big brother and me again. Su Chenxiao nodded and turned around to leave the place. After my little brother leaves, Su Yaowan put away that gentle expression, and her face turned cold in an instant. That head of brightly colored, fire-like hair fluttered gently, as if it were a merciless empress, sweeping over all the desperate people present. You may resist, but the result, too, is all the same. Rumble. Endless flames spewed out as if they were ocean waves. The terrifying flames burned out everything, engulfing hundreds of people in a sea of fire in an instant. None of the four great Taoist lineages, and the people of the three Qingcheng clans had horrified faces at this moment. They fled in all directions in fear. No, I don't want to die. Su Chenxiao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Screams and curses abound. In the face of death, some are remorseful and accept it with open arms, while others hurl invective and rise up in indignation. But as a result, it's all the same. This day, countless living beings in the Xongshe realm witnessed this incomparably shocking and unforgettable scene. The dim and wild night. Ashes filled the sky. The phoenix cried long and loud, and the flames transformed into a sky covering. Dazzling and incomparable phoenix rushing up to the sky. No one knows what they did wrong. Just know. Xongshe realm Tianshan calendar year 963. August 9th. Border Qingcheng. The heavens howled and the earth cried, and the divine flame descended. None of the four great Taoist systems and the three Qingcheng clans were spared from the flames and sank for eternity. Ding! Congratulations master on completing the mission. System mall opens. Reward for the dustless Taoist heart. Reward villain value 3000. Trigger the hidden reward and get the treasure. The divine pearl of fire. Chapter 13, Strange Beings Dead Soul Beast. Prize pool of the heavens. It's beautiful. Under the night, Su Chenxiao sat in front of the window, looking at the blazing flames that tore through the darkness of the night to transform into a fire phoenix, and the starry flames drifted in the air. For a moment, he was not a little lost in thought, the sound of rewards coming from the system beside his ears. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned, and the corner of his mouth lifted up as he laughed. I can't believe that I was able to trigger a hidden reward. The divine bead of departing fire? Divine bead of fire, gold, containing the power of the South Yenli fire. Ranked 19th in the heaven and earth's foreign fire. It is known for its mighty power, and can burn all things. Buzz. A white light flickered, and a bright jade-like, crimson fire bead was floating in front of him. As soon as the divine bead of departing fire appeared, a terrifying temperature filled the room. Su Chenxiao looked at the introduction about this item with interest, playing with the divine bead of departing fire in his hand. Feeling a warm energy coming from within the palm of his hand, he couldn't help but gently nod his head. Rather a nice thing to have. The 5 elements divine objects were a handful of existences within the heavens. If you get one of them, you will be able to change your destiny. Not to mention the Nan Yen Li Hua, which is ranked 19th in the list of foreign flames. Sister Su Yaowang is an innate Xianfeng divine body. The only way to strengthen her cultivation to the next level is to have a large amount of heaven and earth foreign fire. Just this hidden bonus. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Chenxiao opened his mouth. System is the hidden reward that was triggered. The divine bead of departing fire. Related to my sister Su Yaowang? The system's response rang out quickly. The master's words are good. Special effect of the title of Divine Destiny Villain. It is possible to trigger the hidden rewards when obtaining the rewards. Hidden rewards are related to key people. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and said indistinctly, no wonder. In that case, in the future, when I solve those Heaven's Destiny protagonists, it's possible that I'll also get their related things. Look to the system's reward space. In addition to the chaos scriptures and various elixirs, what Su Chenxiao was more concerned about now was the Dead Soul Beast embryo in the big gift package. Dead Soul Beast. Creepy beings from nowhere. From nowhere. It is a product of the Dark Age, long extinct in the heavens. That was an extremely terrifying and bizarre epoch that countless people did not want to mention. In the midst of that era, the heavenly Tao was overshadowed by a terrifying force that had never been sensed. The gong methods cultivated by the living beings of the heavens and the worlds were forcibly altered, and their hearts were infested with demons. Almost every 5 cultivators, there would be one crazy person. Many spirits that people had never seen before also appeared frequently, and the Dead Soul Beast was the most feared of them all. It is rumored to be able to forcibly suck the souls of living beings and permanently enslave the souls it sucks. The scariest thing is, the Dead Soul Beast is able to attach itself to a person's sea of consciousness when the person is unaware of it. Even those great powers with terrifying cultivation were hard to detect. Over time, it was not even known how it was devoured by the Dead Soul Beast. Until the end of the Dark Age, countless bizarre beings, including the Dead Soul Beast, suddenly disappeared from the heavens, and they left as if they had never existed. It was unthinkable that among the rewards of today's system gift pack, there would even be the existence of a Dead Soul Beast embryo. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he tuned out the Dead Soul Beast embryo. It was a follicle about the size of a palm, encased in a gray film. In the midst of that, there was a being shaped like an embryo, with no face and no face, like it was sleeping, quietly waiting to awaken. Is this the legendary Dead Soul Beast? Looking at the object in his hand, Su Chenxiao murmured softly, it's not that different. He did not detect any aura above this embryo. It was like a stone on the side of the road, without any fluctuation of breath. According to the system, the Dead Soul Beast possessed the ability to devour divine souls and feed back to the host itself. How does it hatch? Su Duanxiao asked. The master needs to detach a strand of his soul and feed it with his blood before he can make the Dead Soul Beast awaken and recognize its owner. Divine soul? Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned at his words. Then without hesitation, he cut a strand of his divine soul and pulled it out from within his sea of consciousness. For cultivators, the divine soul was incredibly important. The pain of even the slightest damage is not something a normal person can endure. However, Su Chenxiao looked indifferent, as if he was painless, directly injecting that strand of divine soul into the Dead Soul Beast embryo. Immediately afterward, the index finger cut a small slit and a drop of blood dripped onto the top of the embryo. Snap! The blood, through that film, didn't go inside. The Dead Soul Beast embryo, which had no breath, actually slowly squirmed after receiving the feeding of the essence blood, until the nutrients of the embryo and essence blood were all absorbed by the Dead Soul Beast. A plush ball without flesh and body appeared in Su Chenxiao's hands. It was misty and had no nose or eyes, merely a sharp mouth full of fangs. The little guy was very fast and seemed to be very close to Su Chenxiao, floating in the air and bouncing around his cheek. Every now and then it makes a squeaky noise. Look at the throbbing white mist beside you. Su Chenxiao felt as if he had established some sort of connection with this little guy. One could control the life and death of the Dead Soul Beast through the connection to that strand of divine soul. It was hard to imagine that this white fluffy mass could be the dead soul beast that everyone talked about in the Change era. Is that you? Su Chenxiao tentatively touched that fur ball with his hand. The dead soul beast even directly transformed into a wisp of white gas, intimately circling around Su Chenxiao's fingertips. Su Chenxiao grinned at the sight. That's interesting. I can't imagine that the dead soul beast would look like this when it was first born. From now on, I am your master. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that all the people here in Qingcheng along with their divine souls were annihilated under the second sister's divine flame. Or else it would have been able to make you eat your fill. When a dead soul beast was first born, it needed a divine soul to feed it. Just as Su Chenxiao was considering whether or not to go out and find some food for the little guy, the wisp of mist lingering at his fingertips unexpectedly reshaped itself into the shape of a fur ball. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and began to gnaw away in the air. It made a clicking sound. Su Chenxiao looked over and his pupils slightly shrunk. This is? Only the space in front of him was torn out in a thin gash. That little guy actually began to nibble on the space of the Zhongshe realm. Not even the void turbulence beyond the void realm was spared. The little guy's torso expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time it was a full size. In the end, it seemed like it was full and flew directly into Su Chenxiao's hands to fall asleep. Su Chenxiao's eyes flashed with a regal light, and his heart was astonished beyond measure. I can't imagine that the dead soul beast is still able to gnaw through the space of this Zhongshe realm. This is something that has never been documented before. As a living being specially labeled by the system as being able to be of the same rank as the supreme ancient scripture Chaos Scripture, it was naturally not something mortal. Su Chenxiao vaguely felt that he was afraid that this time he had driven to the jackpot. The ancient records are ultimately only words. Perhaps he could ask his mother and father about more dead soul beasts when he returned. Reincorporate the dead soul beast into the system space. Su Chenxiao was in an exceptionally good mood at the moment. Then next, it's time to consume a wave. 2. System, open them all. In the next moment, a wide array of interfaces appeared in front of Su Chenxiao. From imperial scriptures and divine abilities, down to divine weapons, even legendary beings were able to be purchased. 9 Dragons Divine Coffin, Beginningless Emperor Scripture, Tai Sword, Sanqing Tianlong Egg, Xianhuang Stone. The system mall is refreshed daily, and the highest classification is the Red World, followed by the Golden Emperor level, the Purple Holy level. Depending on the level, the villain value to be paid varies wildly. Su Chenxiao looked at his current villain value, 16,000. This little bit of villain value, compared to the divine objects in the system mall, was simply a drop in the bucket. Roughly scanning down the list, you basically can't afford what you're looking at. It's down on the far right side of the system mall. A prize pool interface full of light orbs attracted Su Chenxiao's attention. The random jackpot of the gods. 1,000 villain value / 1 time. The items you get are randomized, with a guaranteed purple color in 10 consecutive draws. Red, 0. 1%. Gold, 1. 52%. Purple, 6. 4%. Blue, 13. 2%. Green, 43. 6%. Chapter 14 Tai Sword Technique Gold. Single draw forever God. This incomparably familiar interface caused Su Chenxiao's eyes to light up. Drawing cards? I'm familiar with this. And the probability of the same highest quality red as the Chaos Warp Death Soul Beast was surprisingly high at 0.1%. Simply don't be too conscientious. Su Chenxiao pondered for a little while. 16,000 villain value doesn't buy much anyway. Looking at the pool of the heavens in front of me, I decided to try a 10 consecutive draw first. 10 in a row. Ding. Consume villain value 10,000. Beginning of 10 consecutive draws. Guaranteed purple items. In the prize pool in front of him, 10 white balls of light were suddenly floating out. One by one, those clusters of light broke open, and from them burst forth the light that belonged to their qualities. Su Chenxiao held his breath, staring intently at the scene in front of him. He didn't blink. Ding! A ball of light exploded. Congratulations on obtaining white hexavalent pill *1. Congratulations on obtaining white masked sweat *1. Congratulations on acquiring blue toadstool kung fu. What the hell? Su Chenxiao's face darkened. 9 balls in a row in one breath. 8 white and 1 blue. Still, it's a comforting thought in the back of my mind. It's okay, there's one last guaranteed purple. Turn that last ball of light on. Ding! Congratulations on winning the purple dress worn by a fairy. I'll do it. When he saw the last reward, Su Chenxiao's eyes went straight. Buzz. The fairy dress appeared in his own hands. Thin as a gossamer. Heavy as a cicada. It was a supreme grade immortal dress, but I don't know where the dog system got it from. But there was a surprising amount of warmth on it. Su Chenxiao had a black line on his face. After reclaiming this fairy dress back into the storage space looking towards his last 6,000 villain values, Su Duanxiao. No hesitation. Just choose the single draw to start. Stud. It's an intelligence. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a gray burlap sack. Congratulations on acquiring the blue color, 5 birds play. Refund. Until the last time when there were still 1,000 villain values left, Su Chenxiao was already numb. Think of it as padding the pool. With the mindset that you won't stop until you're done smoking. Finally a ball of light was opened. Consume villain value of 1,000. Click. This white, hazy ball of light gradually shattered. This time, turning the tide. A golden divine aura burst out from it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the golden Taiya sword technique. Emperor Taiya sword technique, gold. There are a total of 13 styles, capable of condensing sword fruits. The sword can cut through the sky and split the earth, attacking and destroying without equal. No? Out of stock. Su Chenxiao's pupils shrunk. Looking at this bright and incomparable, dense with golden divine aura of the ball of light heart excited beyond words. You know, this Taiya sword technique. Inside the system mold it was a gongfu aptitude worth 100,000 villain value. Deep night. Su Jingheng, who was resting with his eyes closed outside the house, slowly opened his eyes, feeling the chaotic aura coming from within the room, as well as a hint of sword intent if any. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep, incomparable eyes. What is my little brother doing? Since just now, there has always been a lot of commotion coming from inside the house, and I don't know what my little brother is doing inside. Now it seems that the fear is being cultivated. Not bad. The corner of Su Jingheng's mouth lifted slightly. At that exact moment, Su Yao Wang, who had resolved the Qingcheng crowd, returned with him. After seeing the smiling Su Jingheng outside the house, Su Yao Wang felt a little strange and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing? Where's little brother? Resting?" Hearing my sister's voice, Su Jingheng's smile immediately tightened, coughed twice, and resumed his unsmiling, majestic appearance as an elder brother. Little brother is practicing. Don't disturb him. How can this work? Little brother has only recently recovered. How can? Su Yaowang was a bit anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth he felt that strand of arcane and unpredictable chaotic chi. She was slightly stunned, then said with a face full of surprise, "Chaotic chi? It's only been a short while, and little brother has already begun to control the innate chaos god body?" Su Jingheng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "The innate chaos body has not appeared in the heavens for millions of years, and its body is terrifying, very much beyond human imagination. Once my father used the Tongxian Dan to awaken my little brother, but only the innate divine demon body appeared. Even the Tongxian Dan can't make my little brother's chaotic god body awaken. If not for this calamity, I fear that my little brother still doesn't know for a long time to be able to awaken, but it is also considered to be a blessing due to a disaster." Su Yaowang said with some dissatisfaction. "So, we have those guys to thank for our little brother's suffering?" Su Jingheng sniffed with a cold smile and said with a murderous air, Thanks? It would be the greatest mercy for my imperial Su clan not to destroy this realm." Early the next morning, Chen Wanyue and Su Wudao, who had gone to the supervisory heavenly pavilion to ask for punishment, returned. After learning that his precious son was still in the middle of cultivation, Chen Wanyue could not help but feel even more heartbroken. Think this lower world barren place, Xiao child can still cultivate to this broken realm. Which bitter. Afraid I do not know how much to eat. Su Yaowang on the side also nodded in agreement with her mother's words. Yes mother. Disciples from other imperial world families have long been at the enlightenment realm cultivation at this age. Little brother's talent is even more outstanding than both my elder brother and I. If he were to stay within the clan, I'm afraid he would have sealed the king realm long ago. The two men had something to say. Su Wudao couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. The lady complained to herself, even if it is not enough, this daughter of his is also attached to it. How can you count like that? Let's not talk about the realm of the sealed king. You only need enough talent and Dao heart and resources to be able to reach it. Furthermore, is my Su family's dragon molting pool a fake? Yaoer, you and Jinger both came to be like this. Why are you as biased as your mother when it comes to your brother? Jinger, come and judge for my father. Seal King realm, in the heavens, is still considered a party of strong, ordinary loose cultivators throughout their lives is difficult to arrive. However, for the imperial Su family, which had a terrifying and unfathomable heritage, it wasn't a big deal. Su Wudao wanted his good oldest son to say a few words for him, but even the always obedient Su Jinghong slowly opened his mouth. Father, I think the second sister and mother have a good point. With little brother's talent, there's absolutely no need to go down to the realm for training, and he should also be able to cross the world. Su Wudao's eyes instantly widened at the words. No, playing? It was clear that before Xiao's adventure, the big guys had agreed. You think I'm the only one who's guilty? Looking straight at the three standing in a battle line, he was half speechless. In the end, it was only possible to reply helplessly. Good. It's my fault. Saying this, Su Wudao paused. Feeling the fluctuation of the aura of this place, a hint of relief surfaced in his eyes. It's just that it's unthinkable that Xiao would be able to awaken the innate chaotic god body. With the blessing of my ancestor, I'm afraid that my Su family will rise again in this life and set foot on the top of the heavens. As the sun and moon change, the stars alternate, and the rise and fall of the various races in the heavens all depend on the demon of the day. The reason why the Emperor clan had lasted for so long was because of its terrifying cohesion and brilliant history. The dark ages of the past. The ancestor of the Su family, Su Yushang, led the 100 emperors of the heavens to tear apart that chaotic and bizarre era, changing the heavens and returning to order. The Imperial Su clan and the various clans of the heavens had been in decline for a long time as a result, and since the last epoch, great emperors have emerged frequently. The Emperor clan returned to the top again, becoming the supreme rulers of the heavens. Just as Su Wudao was thinking, the chaotic aura of this place also gradually receded like the eastern tide. Su Yaowan looked at the tightly closed door of the room and said softly, "It looks like little brother is finishing his cultivation and is about to come out." Su Wudao nodded his head and laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, Xiao has only just awakened not long ago. The innate chaos god body is one of the most powerful god bodies in the heavens. This kind of divine body is by no means something that can be controlled overnight. When it returns to the Su family, the words were not yet finished. Suddenly, an extremely astonishing force violently stirred within the house. Bang! Chapter 15 3 Changes 9 Xian Heavenly Tribulation. Black Prison Divine Thunder. The gate was knocked open. This fierce power was like a roaring giant wave, raging and surging to the extreme, which contained an astonishing aura of gods, demons, and chaos. What happened? This sudden scene caused both Su Yaowang and Su Jinghong to be shocked in their hearts. Xiao, Chen Wanyue looked at the house that was shaking, as well as Su Chenxiao who was cultivating with his eyes closed inside the house. The beautiful eyes stared as if they had sensed something and were filled with disbelief. Divine body great success? How can this be? Wasn't Xiao only just awakened to the innate chaotic body? Even Su Wudao, who was on the side, had his smile stiffen on his face as his tiger's body shook. For the divine body to awaken to greatness, even the most demonic person would need some time to settle down. He himself had originally planned to bring Xiao back to the clan to let him slowly feel his way around. But I never thought that in just a day's time Xiao would have already accomplished her divine body. Junior brother, this is the divine physique coming to fruition? Su Yaowan was equally surprised beyond measure. Doesn't that mean? Su Yaowan's heart thumped as she looked up into the sky. The sky, which should be clear, was now cloudy and thunderclouds rolled in. The shadow of the ancient god and demon with divine weapons in hand would be when the top of the world, angrily staring at the sky and the dome of the heavens. In front of him, a chaotic green lotus was floating. The whistling winds blew, seemingly brewing up a terrifying, sky-destroying thunderous fury about to fall. Not good. Little brother's divine body vision. This is a physique robbery. However, all those who were favored by heaven and earth and possessed a divine body and achieved great success were subject to the baptism of the physique cauldron. The physique robbery was terrifying to the extreme, and if one was not prepared carefully, they would die. Once himself, he had personally experienced the suffocating sense of terror of the Xianfeng divine body physique robbery, and now that little brother is carrying the innate chaos god body and the god demon body. He is even more powerful than his own Xianfeng god body. This kind of hasty crossing of the tribulation, I'm afraid that the success rate is extremely slim, not 1 in 10. Su Wudao didn't expect this to happen either. Looking at the black thunder flickering in the sky, his face was a little less than pleasant as he said, "Damn it, 3 changes 9 Xian. Black prison heavenly thunder tribulation. Is this trying to take my family's Xiao's life?" The 3 transformations and 9 metaphysicals were the greatest of the physical robberies. If it was in the Imperial Su clan, he would naturally be fearless under the circumstances that he had prepared Xiao well, but now this is the lower world. Xiao now has only 24 life-preserving supreme treasures on her body that she gave herself. How can she resist this 3 changes 9 Xian's tribulation? Su Wudao's eyes flickered as he stared intently at the power of the thunderbolt above him and frowned. It's good that Xiao's cultivation level isn't too high nowadays. So I think that this 3 transformations 9 Shinjun tribulation shouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. Wait, King Hung, what are you doing? Only to see that on the other side, Su Jinghong was holding the red blood divine lance. An extremely terrifying force was brewing, and even the surrounding space began to shatter by inches. He wanted to just cross over for his brother and break it. No! Seeing this, Su Wudao hurriedly stopped it and shouted, "The one who should answer the tribulation is Xiao. If we join in, it will only make this thunder tribulation even more terrifying." Su Jinghong's face was icy cold as he spoke coldly. "Then let it change. I won't give it a chance to fall. Big brother." Su Yaowang also knew the importance of the matter at this moment, and shook his head as he pulled Su Jinghong towards him. In the face of his loved one's obstruction, Su Jinghong was silent for a moment. In the end, he slowly put away the red blood divine lance, and the terrifying power dissipated. TSK. And just then, a warm voice suddenly rang out from inside the house. "This thunderbolt, leave it to me. I can handle it." This sound. Several people looked toward the house in unison. Little brother? Xiao. Only to see that Su Chenxiao, who was in the middle of cultivation inside the house, woke up at some point. Su Chenxiao was bathed in black and white intertwined chaos god and demon chi, and his entire aura was extraordinarily dusty. He threw the useless ones he had drawn yesterday to the system for recycling. Then he used the villain value he received to cultivate the chaos scripture and the Taiyao sword technique. Su Chenxiao walked slowly with a smile on his face, looking up at the blackened thunderclouds in the sky. Thunder seemed to flicker in his eyes. Su Chenxiao grinned and said softly, "It seems like this thunderbolt. It's been a long time coming." As early as the moment he fused the innate chaos body with the divine demon body, he seemed to feel something. His intuition told him that only after he passed this thunder tribulation would his divine body be complete. Su Chenxiao looked at his mother, who had a worried face, and opened his mouth. "Mother, don't worry about it. This is my own physique robbery. Naturally I should be the one to deal with it." Chen Wanyue was slightly stunned and was just about to say something, but Su Wudao opened his mouth with a sudden loud laugh from the side. "Ha ha, good, ma'am. Xiao's natural talent is superb, and to be able to usher in such a thunderbolt is just proof of the power of Xiao's divine body. In that case, Xiao, then you go." Su Chenxiao nodded and came straight to his elder brother Su Jinghong. "Big brother, borrow the divine soldier." Su Jinghong glanced at his little brother with some surprise. In a trance, Su Chenxiao's face overlapped with the sightless, lawless little boy in his memory. He felt that his little brother had grown up and was no longer the mixed-up little devil he used to be. Su Jinghong sparingly handed over the red blood divine lance. Then he patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder and spoke seriously. "Go ahead. You're my Su Jinghong's brother. How could a mere thunderbolt stop a true dragon like you?" Su Chenxiao was able to feel his big brother's strong and powerful palm and nodded heavily. "Oh yeah, one more thing." Suddenly, Su Chenxiao seemed to have thought of something. Taking out the divine fire god bead from the system space, with a relaxed face and smiling eyes, he handed over to Su Yaowang. "Sister, this is a gift for you that I got by chance in the lower world. Take that." After saying that, Su Chenxiao took a step and rose, straight towards the terrifying thundercloud above. Looking at the divine flame divine bead that contained the heaven and earth's foreign flames, Su Yaowang froze for a while, and only after a long time did she show a smile. "Brat." Seeing this scene, Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue had even more mixed feelings in their hearts. Su Wudao gently took Chen Wanyue into his arms, looking at the back of the handsome and peerless teenager in the sky, who was facing the thunderbolt directly. A trace of strong relief flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he opened his mouth with a face full of pride. It seems that in these few years in the lower realms, Xiao has experienced a lot. Xiao has grown up and understands things. Let's just trust him. On the sky of Qingcheng, the wind picked up and thunderous explosions were heard. Rumble. Looking at the terrifying triple transformation 9 Xian thunder tribulation in the sky, Su Chenxiao held the red blood divine lance, and the chi of God and demon and the chi of chaos surrounded his body. His face was calm, but an excited light emerged in his eyes. It was just time to try out his newly cultivated Taiyao sword technique. Although the object used was not a sword, his elder brother's red blood divine lance was sufficient. Black hell divine lightning, annihilating the body and soul. Even a trace of contamination will cause the flesh to collapse by inches. Below, Su Wudao and the others stared dead on at the scene in the sky above, their faces filled with worry. It's impossible to say you're not worried. Just between a soft shout, the chaotic chi poured out as if it were a great wave. Su Chenxiao raised the red blood divine lance in his hand high. His eyes were like a starry river, pointing straight at the sky and domed out. Come on, break you! Seemingly sensing the provocation of the person who had crossed the threshold below, the triple transformation 9 Xian's tribulation emitted a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking popping sound. Boom! Black divine thunder pierced through the sky. It was like a thick dragon running through and down, carrying an incomparably appalling destructive force that wanted to destroy everything. Rumble! Su Chenxiao's eyes were stern. In the face of the black hell divine thunder, which was enough to destroy everything, he did not even try to avoid it, and even used the red blood divine spear in his hand to directly chop across. Taiya sword technique. Falling sky style. Chapter 16, Transitioning the physique tribulation. One step to the heavenly realm. The Taiya sword technique is unrivaled in its attacks. The red blood divine lance in his hand swept out a shocking strike of light, and actually split the incomparably thick black prison divine thunder that ran through heaven and earth in two. Rumble! Terrifying ripples rippled through the air. The sky turned into a sea of black thunder oceans, and the black prison divine thunder was chopped into countless thin thunderbolts that exploded. For a time, the ground shook, and even the mountains that stretched around Xincheng were knocked apart by the aftermath, and the sky-high ancient trees in various buildings were reduced to pieces. With such a terrifying strike, even Su Yaowang below could not help but mutter as her eyelids jumped. How did little brother ever learn such a terrifying divine ability? The fine thunder was attached to the tip of the gun, flexible as if it was a black snake rapidly coming towards Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, and with a vibration of his wrist, he immediately shattered the countless fine thunderbolts. Grin! Is that all there is? Boom! The thunder in the air seemed to roar and erupted in a blast, landing angry thunder once again. This time, 3 even thicker and terrifying thunderbolts. Like a mountain falling, the destructive atmosphere pervades the entire pale stone world. Countless living beings cannot help but look at that world-destroying divine thunder, cannot help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Trembling, the 3 thunderbolts blasted in unison, as if the thunder dragon twisted and intertwined together, becoming even more thick and majestic, rolling with the breath of annihilation of all unstoppable. The 3 changes 9 Xian's tribulation had 3 changes, each of which would be dozens of times more powerful. Even Su Wudao below couldn't help but have his eyelids jump, and couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat in his heart for his precious son. And right at that moment, a crack was torn open in the Zhongshe realm space. As soon as the supervisory heaven pavilion and the Tianxian sect, who were preparing to come to personally make amends, stepped on their feet, they felt the terrifying heavenly Dao tribulation. They were stunned as they looked at the heavenly meteorite land full of divine thunder falling from the sky. What the hell? Someone's transiting? Su Wudao down below happened to see this scene, and his eyes immediately erupted with thick anger. Someone from the supervisory pavilion? These guys, they don't come early, they don't come late, they have to come at this time. Is it to give your baby boy's physique robbery another intensity? Get off! He was furious and directly grabbed it with his big hand. The surging and terrifying power transformed into a golden hand, directly holding the people of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect alive in their hands and dropping them heavily. Rumble! Do you guys think that my son's 3 transformations of the 9 metaphysical tribulation isn't powerful enough? 3 changes and 9 metaphysical robberies? One by one, the faces of the people from the supervisory heavenly pavilion and Tianxian sect who had been thrown to the ground instantly turned white. How could they not know that this was the legendary strongest physique robbery that had obliterated countless celestial pride? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Shut up. I'll settle the score with you guys later. Su Wudao coldly glanced at them. Then with a nervous and incomparable expression, he looked towards Su Chenxiao, who was transiting through the air. The thunderbolt had reached its climax, and the black divine aura blazed, like a roaring dragon engulfing towards Su Chenxiao. The red blood divine lance in Su Chenxiao's hand emitted a humming sound, and the intent of the lance was astonishing. A stern light flashed in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, "The district physique robbery is nothing more than that." The Chaos Sutra was in operation, and the surging chaos power and the power of the gods and demons poured out like an ocean. If it was an unusual divine body, facing this black hell divine thunder would only be too much to avoid. However, Su Chenxiao, who was carrying a dual god body, was currently bathed in this violent and destructive black hell divine thunder, wrapped by the hazy white innate chaos chi. His divine body was radiant to the extreme, untainted. Taiya sword technique, chopping heaven style. Boom! The monstrous divine aura penetrated the black prison divine thunder, blossoming with unparalleled light amidst that oceanic sea of thunder. This sword aura raged to the extreme, rushing and roaring. Surprisingly, It went all the way across and chopped straight into the thunderclouds, and even the dome of this Tsongsha realm was torn open with a huge gash. Rumble! The sky is falling and the ground is shaking. The crowd of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect, one by one, with their eyes wide open, had already looked dumbfounded. They only felt that their vision was flooded by that divine aura. Next moment, that horrifying triple transformation 9 mysteries divine tribulation dissipated and disappeared, and the heavens and earth were silent. A sky full of lightning sprinkled down like stars. Underneath the thundercloud that was torn apart, only the Su Chenxiao in the air, who looked like a noble gentleman, who was magnificent and untainted by dust, held the red blood divine lance. A green coat stood proudly in the air, the divine body flawless and flawless, the Tao flowing. After experiencing the baptism of the black hell divine thunder, the innate chaotic divine body was now complete. The innate chaotic body transformed that monstrous thunder, plus the various Emperor Dan given by his sister and father earlier. This is, Su Chenxiao only felt a sense of alienation. A cultivation of the 9th level of the broken realm had actually broken through at this moment. Enlightenment Realm 1. A majestic true chi at this moment was like ascending to the sky in layers and layers, constantly impacting. Enlightenment Realm 2. Gnosis Realm Triple. It didn't stop until the 9th level of the realm of enlightenment. Above enlightenment, one needs to have a clear mind and an untainted Taoist heart. But this in nowadays, the Su Chenxiao who had returned from the calamity and was in the heart of the dustless Tao had no bottleneck to speak of in front of this. And that is not the limit. A divine aura flickered in Su Chenxiao's eyes, full of disdain and arrogance as he lightly chortled. Break! In a flash, the cultivation level of the 9th level of the enlightenment realm broke at this moment. Ascension Realm, 1st level, 1 step to heaven. From shattering to ascending to the heavens, it was a full span of 2 major realms. Looking at the past and present, even the most powerful demon with the most powerful natural talent would not be able to do so. Such an overwhelming scene caused the mother below, Chen Wanyue, to cover her mouth and burst into tears. Shower. Su Yao Wang beside her was also supporting her mother, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Not only has junior brother survived the thunder tribulation, he's still in the ascension realm now? A painfully incomparable and magnificent laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Worthy of being my Su Wudao's son. A small physique divine tribulation is too much to handle. Su Wudao had just clenched his fists in excitement. Honestly, he had never been so nervous even when he broke through the quasi-emperor realm. Shattered 3 transformations 9 Xian divine tribulation. Shattered realm 1 step to heaven. Shower is a peerless demon that my Emperor Su clan has not been able to produce in 10,000 years. The same goes for my Su Wudao's son. At this moment, Su Wudao's face was filled with a color of pride and pride that was hard to hide for his precious son. Even the crowd of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect, who were caught up in a prolonged shock on the side, reacted violently. Taking advantage of Su Wudao's great mood, he hurriedly rose from the ground and came to congratulate him. Congratulations to the imperial Su family. Congratulations to the Emperor Su clan for producing another supreme demon. Your son's 1 step to heaven is unprecedented in all of history, and it is truly a great honor for us to be able to see it with our own eyes. Su Wudao glanced at them and said in a cold voice, "None of your business? You old things almost affected my son's physique robbery. Get out of here. I'll deal with you guys later." Chapter 17, handing over 90% of the sect's resources. Related characters. The people of the 2 clans all had their faces stiffen. The hallowed supervisory heavenly pavilion and the heavenly Xian sect sage realm ancestors. At this moment, each one of them stood upright as if they had committed a crime, and none of them dared to make a sound. Su Chenxiao, who had just broken the boundary in the air, smiled faintly. The realm of ascension was then already the highest in the lower realm, 1 step to the side of his father and brother. Su Chenxiao's face was warm as he handed over the red blood divine lance. Big brother, give it back. Honestly, this red blood god gun of elder brothers is really good. Later on, I'll get myself a weapon that's handy. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him with a jade-like face and a transcendent appearance, Su Jinghong smiled and opened his mouth. You liked to play with it when you were a kid, and now you're kind of grown up. There's nothing I can give you as an elder brother, so this red blood divine spear will be given to you. Su Chenxiao's face changed at the words and hurriedly said, Big brother, this cannot be allowed. This gun is your original imperial weapon. You also saw the technique I just used. I prefer swords to guns. Take that. After saying that, Su Chenxiao couldn't help but shove this red blood divine lance over. Su Jinghong received the red blood divine lance and froze, then let out a laugh and shook his head. At the same time, His sister Su Wang and his parents also came forward together. Little brother, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Ascension realm. The people were filled with joy and relief. Looking lovingly at the youngest infant son of the family, Su Chenxiao looked towards Chen Wanyue, who was full of compassion and whose eyes were a little red, and opened his mouth. Mother! Chen Wanyue went forward and gently held Su Chenxiao in her arms, stroking his hair tenderly. Xiao, congratulations! You've suffered in the lower realms these past few years, warmed up with my family for a long time. Su Wudao Fong said with a smile. Alright, Xiao, now that your trial in the lower realm has also ended, it's also time to return to the Imperial Su clan with us. Speaking of this, Su Wudao looked like he had thought of something. Looking toward the people of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect who had been standing in punishment for a long time, their faces turned cold for a moment and they opened their mouths. But you, what's the point of running here? The supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect, several old ancestors were even in the mood to cry at this moment, finally remembered us. This large family was warming up here, completely ignoring people like themselves. This could be described as making a few of them sit up and down, embarrassed to the extreme. Standing or sitting. Su Chenxiao also looked over together. Ding! Fateful protagonist aura detected. Manifest destiny protagonist related characters appear. Oh, destiny's protagonist? Finally, it's here. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up, looking slightly playfully at those old men. System, bring up the panel. Name, Gao Phone. Identity, the ancestor of the Court of Supervision. Realm, first level of the Sage Realm. Name, Bai Yu. Identity, ancestor of the Tianxian sect. Realm, first level of the Supreme Realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The ones who had crossed paths with the Heaven's Destiny protagonists were surprisingly all from the Tianxian sect. It seemed that the other party should be in the Tianxian sect correctly. At this moment, the people of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect were all being tortured by Su Wudao. Su Chenxiao, who was on the side, stepped forward and spoke. Father, they are? Seeing Su Chenxiao appear, the crowd immediately went forward as if they had seen a savior. Mr. Su, we didn't know that you were practicing in the lower realm under my supervisory heavenly pavilion's jurisdiction before, and I, supervisory heavenly pavilion, can't escape the blame for what happened this time, so I've come here to ask for forgiveness. An old ancestor of the Tianxian sect also rushed to say, Sir Su, although the lower realm Taoist system Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of my Tianxian sect, it is true, but it has had nothing to do with my Tianxian sect since 3,000 years ago. Even if I were to give my Tianxian sect 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to instruct the Tianqi Dao sect to make a move against you. We are willing to pay compensation, and we ask the Emperor Su clan to forgive us. Humph! A cold voice sounded beside him. Su Wudao said with indifference and disdain, do you think that my Imperial Su clan will look at that little bit of resources of yours? This? The people of both clans looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they were at a loss as to what to say. Su Wudao's face was indifferent as he spoke in an extremely strong manner. I have made myself clear. After this, there is no need for the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect to exist in the heavens. The Tianxian sect was the backer behind the Tianqi Dao sect that wanted to poison Xiao, and the supervisory heavenly pavilion had repeatedly sent people to stop Yao Huang and Jing Han when they wanted to go down to the realm. Just because his baby boy was fine didn't mean his anger had died down. What? The crowd's hearts thumped at the words, as if they were thunderbolts from a clear sky. The Tianxian sect's old ancestor was even more pale and bloodless. Supervisory heavenly pavilion. That was a power that ranked in the middle and upper echelons of the heavens. On the contrary, his Tianxian sect could not even be counted as a ninth rate, and he was the only supreme realm ancestor in the entire sect. How could he not have thought that even a behemoth like the supervisory heavenly pavilion Imperial Su clan would be destroyed just by saying so? Then wouldn't your own Tianxian sect be finished? Matriarch Su, spare your life. We are willing to bear this matter alone. It's not easy for my supervisory heavenly pavilion to stand in the upper realm, and I've never thought of offending the Imperial Su clan. Even the always gentle and soft Chen Wanyue did not say much about Su Wudao's decision. Thinking that she was the imperial daughter of the imperial clan Chen family, she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Thinking back to the time when Su Chenxiao was young, the reason why he acted so recklessly and did whatever he wanted, half of it was because she was spoiled. Seeing that Su Chenxiao did not say anything, and thought that his son was a bit reluctant to do so, Chen Wanyue said softly from the side, Xiao, this is what they deserve. No need to think much. Su Chenxiao smiled and shook his head, saying, Mother, that's not what I was thinking. It's just that there's still a couple months to go before the trial ends. I think, if we just go back, I think it will be hard for father to do the same. Chen Wanyue sniffed slightly, then laughed lightly. Silly child. Let's not talk about the fact that you're already at divine body completion and heaven ascension realm cultivation. Your father is the head of the Su clan of the current imperial clan. And grandfather are great emperors again. If anyone dares to chew on you behind your back, my mother will cut out their tongues. Su Chenxiao froze, staring blankly at the gentle and beautiful, seemingly unearthly like a fairy mother in front of her. Half a dozen words. I can't tell. Mom is a tough one too. Su Chenxiao said helplessly. Mother, it's actually child who wants to go on a tour of this peripheral Dao domain before going back. Heard his baby boy wasn't kidding. Chen Wanyue stared at Su Chenxiao's eyes for a while. Finally some helpless favoritism. Hey, you kid. You're still as playful as when you were a kid. Well, since you are what you decide to be, it's not good for my mother to force you. She discussed with Su Wudao and wanted to let this fatherly persuasion. Who knew that Su Wudao laughed out loud after listening? Ha ha, Xiao, this child has a heart. After all, there's still some time until the end of the calendars, and since Xiao wants to wait until the end of the trials, that's fine. I'll have Elder Qing come over later. Nothing can happen to Xiao with him around. Chen Wanyue pondered for a moment and nodded. Elder Qing was the commander of the Imperial Su clan's current generation of dead guards, and his cultivation level was that of a quasi-emperor. Once when Xiao was causing trouble in the Demon Emperor realm, it was precisely Elder Qing who watched over her, and there was never a slip-up. Su Wudao thought about it and still felt that there was something wrong. So he looked towards the several old ancestors of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect who were kneeling on the ground. Without anger, he said in a deep voice, I give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Hand over 90% of the clan's resource base with a wisp of divine soul to my son. During the time that my son is in the lower realms, you and others are my son's slaves, so be sure to take good care of them. If you let my Xiao suffer the slightest bit of aggravation, you all know the consequences. Chapter 18 Million Extreme Spirit Stones. Imperial Soldier White Emperor Sword. The moment these words came out, the eyes of all the people from the Tianxian sect and the supervisory heavenly pavilion suddenly lit up. Although it was necessary to surrender 90% of the clan's resource base, in comparison, being able to preserve the clan was a great fortune. The people of the two clans were like amnesties. Nodding his head desperately as if he were a chicken pecking at rice, he did not hesitate to hand over a strand of his divine soul. Only then did Su Wudao's icy face ease. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to look at Su Chenxiao. Xiao, since this is your own decision, it's not good for father to interfere with you. After we return to our clan, we will have Elder Qing come, and if there is anything, we can also seek help from Elder Qing. Before parting, the mother said a lot with extra reluctance. Sister and brother also said solemnly, Junior brother, in 3 months, we'll be waiting for you to return at the Imperial Su clan. Mother has prepared 100 marriages for you, so you can have your pick then. 2. Well, no, 100 marriages? What the hell? And, don't worry, they're all daughters of the great clans of the heavens. There will be a martial arts competition held at that time, and all the great clans of the Dao lineage will bring their daughters to participate. It'll be lively. They are eager to send their daughters to our Su family. Mother said that only the one with the most outstanding appearance and talent will be able to be the daughter-in-law of my Imperial Su family. Witness the departure of the kinsman. Su Chenxiao's face was odd to the extreme. A fiancé for me? Forget it. Without much thought either, Su Chenxiao turned his head to look at the crowd of supervisory heavenly pavilion and Tianxian sect ancestors in front of him. The eyes rested on an old man with a pale face and a stooped figure. A slight smile said, the people of the Tianxian sect stay. All the others, they can leave. What? A few supervisory heavenly pavilion ancestors were filled with puzzled looks as they hurriedly said, Sir Su, it's not right. Your father, Patriarch Su, personally explained just now that he wants us to watch over you. Tianxian sect ancestor Bai Yu was at a loss at the moment. He didn't know why eunuch Su preferred to let himself and the others stay. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a trace of displeasure. Open mouth. Father told you to stay and to listen to me. Don't forget what you promised my Su family before. The supervisory heavenly pavilion returned to the clan to take 90% of the resources back from themselves. For the Tianxian sect, this Gongzi will go get it himself. The several old ancestors of the supervisory heaven pavilion hesitated for a moment, and then they were only able to glance at each other and nodded. Understood, Mr. Su, we're on our way. After saying that, Several supervisory heavenly pavilion ancestors transformed into beams of streaming light and quickly left this realm. The several members of the Tianxian sect were filled with puzzled looks. Baiyu inquired with some caution. Mr. Su, my Tianxian sect can actually. Su Chenxiao said with some playfulness. That won't do. Your Tianxian sect is different. This Gongzi intends to make a personal trip to your Tianxian sect. The hearts of the several Baiyu old ancestors were shaken, all of them not understanding the deeper meaning of eunuch Su's words, but it was only possible to nod helplessly. Understood. Mr. Su. In the middle of the endless void, a large spirit boat traveling. Su Chenxiao was at the moment like a worldly son who had come out to play, lazily reclining on a chair, looking at the endless, barren and silent void around him. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered and said, System, bring up the panel. Ding. Owner, Su Chenxiao. Title, Destiny's Great Villain. Identity, son of the head of the Su family of the Imperial clan. Realm, first level of the Ascension realm. Physique, innate chaos divine body. Innate divine devil body. Techniques, Chaos Sutra, Tai sword technique. Storage space, Dead soul beast. Immortal jade, Kongdong realm, heaven mending pill *50. Realm breaking pill *50. Villain value, 0. Hunting destiny protagonist, 0. The somewhat dried up storage space needs to be enriched by the divine protagonist as sustenance. Aside from the life-preserving spells given by his parents, it looks a bit shabby though. However, Su Chenxiao didn't care. Instead, he idly took out that realm-breaking pill, this extremely precious holy elixir. Su Chenxiao casually threw it into his mouth and chewed it like a candy pill. Even if one could not consume this majestic and terrifying energy for a while with one's cultivation, the innate chaotic god body would store it on its own. Suddenly, like sensing something, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. Coming. The several Tianxian sect ancestors beside him were all stunned at the words. Mr. Su, are you calling out to us? Su Chenxiao didn't say anything. And just then, the space directly in front of them fluctuated vaguely. An old man clad in a black robe with a stooped and unrecognizable figure appeared at an unknown time. The old man's breath was introverted, as if it were an ocean of unfathomable depth. His sudden appearance caused the faces of several Supreme Realm ancestors of the Tianxian sect to suddenly change drastically. Old ancestor Baiyu's pupils shrunk violently. Immediately protecting in front of Su Chenxiao shouted, Protect Mr. Su, who are you? He was shocked beyond words in his heart, knowing that within this surrounding Dao domain, the highest was only the Supreme Realm, and he, surprisingly, did not have the slightest sense of when exactly this old man in front of him had appeared. The old man walked slowly. Boom! Around him, a terrifying force erupted as if it was a shocking wave that shook several people from the supervisory heavenly pavilion away. Quasi-Emperor. This guy is actually a quasi-emperor? How is that possible? Under the eyes of old ancestor Baiyu and the others with a look of horror, the black-robed old man unexpectedly knelt on one knee in front of Su Chenxiao. The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse as he respectfully said, Old slave Qinghe, meet your excellency. Su Chenxiao grinned and waved his hand. Long time no see, Elder Chang. Get up. Looking at the surrounding Tianxian sect and the others who had shocked faces, Su Chenxiao faintly said, Elder Chang is a member of my Su family. It was then that the crowd came to a realization, and their hearts couldn't help but be even more horrified. Anyone would know that this person in front of them was definitely the Dao protector sent by that emperor clan patriarch. A quasi-emperor realm protector. The Empyrean Su family. Its depths are truly unfathomable. Elder Chang slowly got up and stretched out that withered and old right hand, with a storage ring in his heart. My lord, this is what the madam ordered and told the old slave to give to you. Oh, Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers to receive the storage ring with a strand of true qi. God's mind probed in. It was better not to look at it, but even he was startled at first glance. Inside the large storage ring were mountains of extremely high-grade spirit stones, several of them. At a rough estimate, at least 1 million is there. Not only that, underneath this mountain of extremely high-quality spirit stones, there was also a magic treasure with a terrifying aura and different forms, like noticing something in it. Su Chenxiao's pupils stared. This is imperial soldiers? Only to see that in the center of the storage space, an emperor's sword with a terrifying, radiant and polished aura was standing in it. This sword is sharp to the extreme. The curve is clean. The blade of the sword seems to have red blood flow. The hilt is inlaid with heaven and earth gods, Gunjin god beads. This emperor's sword merely stood here. The pressure that permeated from above the sword body caused the surrounding countless magic treasures to tremble. Very fearful. one must realize that the heavens today have long been different. Although there were many great emperors, since experiencing the passage of the Dark Era, countless divine weapons had lost their divine splendor, and not a single one of them existed. The value of an emperor's soldier was simply self-evident when placed in the present. Buzz. Tune out this emperor's sword with its scabbard. Su Chenxiao gently stroked the sword emperor soldier. The body of the sword was cold to the extreme, and one could clearly and incomparably feel the lingly killing aura in it. At this moment, a divine thought attached to an imperial soldier surged into his mind. Chen Wanyue's voice suddenly rang out. Shower, there are millions of spirit stones and dozens of magic weapons in the storage ring. I observe that the divine ability you cultivate seems to harbor a powerful sword intent. This item is something I asked your grandpa to take out from the treasury of the Chen clan of the imperial clan. It was forged by the heavenly sword divine sect great emperor himself. Named the White Emperor's Sword. Chapter 19, Imperial Clan's Noble Son. Traveling to the Tianxian sect. The White Emperor's Sword. Su Chenxiao looked at this imperial soldier in front of him for a long time and lost his concentration. A warm current surged through his heart. Xingyi was standing aside as if he were a statue at this time and was not speaking. The people of the Tianxian sect, however, felt the sudden appearance of the overriding Gung Jin Shi. Old ancestor Baiyu's heart jumped and his bones were creeped out just by stealing a glance. Is this the Emperor's sword? He felt that in front of this sword, his supreme realm's physical body seemed unbeatable. Thinking about this, old ancestor Baiyu hurriedly closed his eyes, sensibly not looking any further. Su Chenxiao gently stroked the sword, somewhat lovingly, and said slowly without lifting his head, Elder Baiyu. Seeing the Emperor's son mention himself, old ancestor Baiyu hurriedly responded. Mr. Su, the old man is here. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile. Let me ask you, within the Tianxian sect, are there any special people? The special one? Old ancestor Baiyu inquired with some confusion. Your Excellency, please forgive my ignorance. I don't know what the special person in your mouth is. The Cloud Realm. The Tianxian sect was not very powerful, so it was situated in the Cloud Realm, which was more remote in the heavens. Having said that, the heavenly Xian sect's mountain gate was extraordinarily magnificent, with outstanding people. A magnificent palace stood above the clouds of stretched, towering peaks. The ancient trees in the sky were emerald green and green. Rare birds and exotic beasts could be seen everywhere, and the surrounding area was filled with a very abundant amount of oceanic spiritual qi. At this moment, outside the heavenly Xian clan sect hall, Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao led a group of elders who were waiting here with trepidation. The crowd looked tense to the extreme, and one of the elders couldn't help but open his mouth. Patriarch, that Duke Su, you said, shouldn't be any unreasonable person, right? 90% of the resources will be given, but we are afraid that that gentleman will still be unwilling to let go of my Taishan sect. Yuan Fengxiao's face was similarly filled with worry. The events of the past few days had made him look like he had aged a few dozen years in a moment. No one could have imagined that the Tianxian sect would be subjected to an unwarranted disaster due to a Taoist lineage with no name in the lower realms. He shook his head and spoke. One can never tell about such things. Old ancestor has already picked up that imperial clan male. Grand Elder, have you notified your disciples to arrive? We of the Tianxian sect will definitely greet this gentleman together with the highest etiquette, the Grand Elder said from the sidelines. Back to Patriarch. Everything has been prepared. The disciples within the sect are now waiting within the dojo. Yuan Fengxiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, have you found out clearly? Which elder of my Tianxian sect did not know how to live and colluded with the heavenly Qi Dao sect of the lower realm? I have already said several times that my heavenly Xian sect should never again be involved in unclear relationships with those lower realm Taoist lineages. Originally this patriarch turned a blind eye. Now that we've caused this monstrous disaster, if we don't uncover the person behind the Tianqi Dao sect, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to that Prince Su. There were countless Taoist systems in the heavens, and those that were weaker had problems with resources. Most of the elders within the Taoist system had connections to the lower realms. In the name of sheltering the Taoist system in the upper realm, he received many resource benefits from those Taoist systems in the lower realm every year. Over time, this all became the norm. It was the same within the Tianxian sect. If it wasn't for the heinousness of this incident, it could be said that his hallowed heavenly Xian sect patriarch had never even heard of the name heavenly Qi Dao system in the lower realm. The Grand Elder nodded his head and said, back to Patriarch. It has been investigated clearly. The one who received the benefits of the lower realm's Tianqi Dao system is none other than my heavenly Xian sect's 17 chief, Elder Wu. Wu Linmu in the crowd cackled in his heart. Rushing to his knees, he begged for forgiveness. Patriarch, spare your life. Sovereign, spare my life. This was all the idea of my disciple Xiao, who was once a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect and ascended to the upper realm to worship under the old immortal. It's all because the old man was momentarily obsessed, and that's why he listened to his bull **********. Yi Xiao? Yuan Fengxiao's brows tightened at his words. He naturally knew this son, carrying a desolate ancient god's body. He was full of pride. Once, he almost turned Tianxian sect upside down. However, this son's talent is horrifying. A peerless demon that is rare to find in 1,000 years. The future hope of the Tianxian sect. So for Yi Xiao, he himself had given a great deal of tolerance. Yuan Fengxiao laughed coldly. Good for you, Wu Linmu. In order to covet a little petty profit. Yet he almost caused my Tianxian sect to be annihilated. If Duke Su blames you, then you will cut yourself down to thank you for your crime. And you must not involve my Tianxian sect. Know what? Wu Linwood was shaken. Trembling, he took a few steps backward and finally nodded. Hoarsely, yes. Just as Yuan Fengxiao was secretly pondering in his mind how exactly to make that Mr. Su rest his anger. A huge spirit boat traveled in the distance. When one looked clearly at the person above the spirit boat, it was clearly Tianxian sect's old man Bai Yu. Yuan Fengxiao was shocked in his heart and hurriedly led a group of Tianxian sect elders forward to greet him. Tianxian sect Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, leading the 18 elders and 100 deacons of the sect, welcomed the great presence of Prince Su Chenxiao. Yuan Fengxiao led the way and knelt down, with his head on the ground, his appearance incomparably respectful and pious. The 100 people behind him also knelt down in unison, and from a high place, they looked rather like they were pleading for their sins. Rumble dash the huge spirit boat fell. A gentle, jade-like, spring breeze-inducing light laughter rang out. Is this the Tianxian sect? Not bad. Just what is the meaning of all of you kneeling here? Hearing this young voice, Yuan Fengxiao, who had kept his head lowered, was startled in his heart and hurriedly explained aloud. We have met Mr. Su. The lower realm's Tianqi Dao system has inadvertently angered His Excellency and deserves to die. And my heavenly Xian sect actually has nothing to do with the lower realm's heavenly Qi Dao system. It's only because one of the elders in the sect didn't know what to do and took their favors privately, which caused this heavenly misunderstanding. I still ask Mr. Su to let my Tianxian sect live. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as his eyes swept over this crowd present. It was found that their panels more or less had characters related to the Divine Order protagonists written on them. So it looks like he's in the right place. That heavenly fate protagonist was precisely within this heavenly Xian sect. Su Duanxiao let out a faint smile and opened his mouth. All right, get up, all of you. If this Gongzi really wanted to pursue this matter, your Tianxian sect wouldn't be able to survive now. With a lift of Qing Lao's right hand beside him, an invisible force instantly forcefully lifted the hundreds of people present. This sent, as if sensing something, Yuan Fengxiao's pupils shrunk violently and he got up with a shudder. He slowly lifted his head up to look at that male son of the legendary Emperor Su clan. The stature is upright and noble, a white coat without dust. The face is like jade, the eyebrows are full of ing qi. Temperament is gentle and elegant as if the quiet pine and bamboo. In its body, there was also that innate aura of a higher power. Even he who had seen countless heavenly prides could not help but gasp in awe after seeing this handsome-faced, immortal-like young man in front of him. What a poised nobleman! The group of elders at the back were equally amazed. Like natural leaders, they rarely felt these two unrelated yet not at all incompatible feelings in one person. Is this the son of the Su family of the imperial clan? It is truly transcendent and different. Chapter 20 Heavenly Destiny Protagonist Yi Xiao. Desolate ancient god body. In the end, he is the head of a clan. Yuan Fengxiao quickly reacted after a moment of surprise and hurriedly raised both hands to send a storage ring, respectfully and incomparably saying, Tianxian sect Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao. Meet Mr. Su. This is 90% of my Tianxian sect's resources. Please accept it with a smile. Su Chenxiao glanced at him with some surprise. This guy, on the other hand, knows what he's doing. Without moving, he took the storage ring and gave it a cursory scan. About 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, as well as various elixirs and magic treasures and techniques on display. When converted, it was only hundreds of thousands of extreme spirit stones. However, thinking about it, the Tianxian sect's highest supreme realm in the heavens is after all an unorthodox Dao lineage. To be able to have so many resources is already truly not easy. Su Chenxiao didn't care and nodded slightly. Seeing this Mr. Su take the storage ring away, Yuan Fengxiao was relieved and hurriedly said, Please also come with us. I've already had a group of disciples under my door waiting for your great presence in the dojo. It was also good that he would be able to find that Heaven's Destiny protagonist soon. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and opened his mouth. In that case, let's go. At this moment, inside the Tianxian sect's huge dojo, the crowd was surging, and the entire Tianxian sect's more than 3,000 disciples were all gathered here, only to see that not far from the clan hall, under the patriarch and a group of clan elders, Su Chenxiao walked as if he were a starry-eyed man. Countless pairs of eyes looked over in unison. It's patriarch elder and the others. That one is old ancestor Baiyu? Even ancestor Baiyu is here. Wait, that teenager, could it be that he's from the legendary emperor clan? It's really a noble gentleman. So handsome. Tianxian sect. Not a few young girls cultivators had ripples in their hearts after seeing Su Chenxiao's handsome and incomparable face. It was like the difference between a white sun and a glowing fire. And even the other male disciples felt a strong sense of inferiority come over them. At that moment, a disgruntled voice rang out. Only a young man wearing a clan uniform with clear eyebrows clasped his hands to his chest and coldly grunted. Humph. It's not just being born with a good skin and a good birth. What's the big deal? As soon as these words came out, several unkind eyes were cast around. At a glance, they were all female disciples. Ha! Yi Xiao, I think you're crazy. An eagle hook-nosed, Jie-looking youth taunted. That person is from the godless clan. The other family doesn't even need to move a finger to destroy my Tianxian sect with a single word. You still dare to badmouth that imperial clan prince behind his back? As if he suddenly thought of something, Yang Jie smiled indistinctly. Oh yeah, I remember. You're just a loose cultivator from the lower realm. I'm afraid you're ashamed of yourself and have an inferiority complex in front of that gentleman, right? Ever since Yi Xiao joined the Tianxian sect himself, he was not dealing with him. This guy not only robbed his own little sister who he regarded as a forbidden nappy, not to mention, what was even more detestable was that he had also taken away his name as the #1 person in the inner sect, as if he had been spoken to a sore spot. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of pain and hatred, and he said in a chilling voice, Yang Jie, if you say another word, we will meet on the stage of life and death. Yang Jie's face also suddenly turned cold and did not speak again. Yi Xiao sneered at the sight. So what if it's the pride of the upper realm? In front of me, Yi Xiao, you still don't even dare to let out a fart. Just, Yi Xiao looked across to the opposite side amongst the group of elders and searched for half a day without seeing his master's figure. Couldn't help but look a little puzzled and think darkly in his mind. Where's my master? And the other side. Under the leadership of Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, Su Chenxiao quickly arrived within an attic above the dojo. Your Excellency, please. Yuan Fengxiao respectfully gave up the seat of the first seat and stood aside to serve water and pour tea himself. Even the old ancestor and the patriarch did not sit down. The crowd of elders present dared even less to take their seats, and one by one they were only able to stand on the sidelines, not daring to say a word, until Su Chenxiao smiled and waved his hand, checking the panel of the disciples below while saying in a gentle tone, Patriarch Yuan doesn't have to be so polite. Sit down, and all of you as well. Yuan Fengxiao felt flattered and arched his hands. He was in a roller coaster of emotions. He had poked around when Su Chenxiao arrived to find out about Su Chenxiao's brilliant battle record during his infancy. I had thought that the Tianxian sect was afraid to be finished, but after seeing it with his own eyes, the noble gentleman in front of him didn't seem to be as brash and unreasonable as rumors had it. On the contrary, it is extraordinarily gentle and elegant, and its cultivation and conversation are even better. It couldn't help but make him breathe a long sigh of relief, feeling grateful beyond measure, while at the same time the respect and goodwill in his heart towards this imperial clan prince increased greatly. He respectfully said, Mr. Su, all the disciples of our clan are already here. Grand Elder, why don't you let them pay their respects to Mr. Su? An elder beside him nodded his head in understanding as he faced the crowd of Tianxian sect disciples below and spoke loudly. Today, the son of the Su family of the imperial clan personally visited my Tianxian sect, causing my Tianxian sect to flourish, and I'm honored to have 3 lifetimes. My Tianxian sect disciples, why don't you kneel down and meet Mr. Su? At this moment, everyone's gazes were on the body of Su Chenxiao, the head of the rear seat, or awe, or admiration. This kind of big shot, but an existence that even the old ancestors had to respectfully stand aside. With such an illustrious background and a handsome and extraordinary valor, it would be impossible to say that he was not in awe. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Tianxian sect's disciples fell to their knees one by one. The gods looked at the person in the head seat above with awe and admiration, and shouted in unison, We, the disciples of the Tianxian sect, Meet Mr. Su. We, the disciples of the Tianxian sect, meet Mr. Su. The sound vibrated like thunder, as if it were a mountain of mountains resounding in unison through this dojo. But it was at this solemn moment, among these thousands of disciples, there was clearly one person who was out of place, as if a crane in a flock of chickens, general spine straight, proudly stood in a crowd of kneeling disciples. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of the crowd of elders present. The grand elder's eyelids jumped. He was not unfamiliar with this rather individualistic disciple, who was none other than the 17th elder's personal disciple. Tianxian sect's inner sect heaven's pride no. 1. Xiao. But what time is it now? Behind himself sat a giant of the heavens, the son of the unfathomably profound imperial Su clan. His father is the head of the imperial clan. His elder brother and sister are unparalleled demons, and behind them stand several great emperors of the imperial Su clan and the imperial Chen clan. Is this your time to show your personality? The grand elder's heart burst with fury and he shouted angrily. Xiao, what are you doing? Get on your knees. This sound naturally startled Su Chenxiao at the back with Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, who was serving tea and pouring water. Su Chenxiao raised his eyes and looked over. When he noticed the youth with the resolute eyes of the legacy, his eyes lit up slightly. Name, Xiao. Title, Against the Sky Martial Emperor, Heavenly Fate Protagonist. Identity, Elder of the Tianxian sect's own lineage. Senior brother of the inner sect. Age, 27. Personality, ultramale. Lonely, cold, unyielding. Realm, first level of the Ascension realm. Physique, desolate ancient god's physique, small completion. Techniques, Tianxian technique. Barbarian blood alchemy. Gi Gong. Fabrics, Tarzan seal. Locked sky net. Destiny value, 100,000. Chapter 21, Prideful bones don't kneel? Then break his bones. Desolate ancient god body. 100 straight draws. This huge amount of heavenly fate value made Su Chenxiao unable to help but be foolish. The desolate ancient divine physique was a powerful physique that ranked in the top 10 of the heavens. De Shang can be comparable to the ancient great evil. Breaking the void. The perfect is the blood chi like the sea, able to resist the ancient true dragon, true phoenix. It is called the great canon of the earth, and the divine body is unrivaled. I can't imagine that the first divine fate protagonist comes with 100 consecutive draws and a horrible physique. You've really picked up a treasure for yourself. With a rich smile in his eyes, Su Chenxiao toyed with the teacup in his hand and looked at Xiao below with interest. The character is solitary and unyielding. So it seems. Rather, it's a heavenly protagonist with a lot of personality. This reckless action of Xiao caused both Old Man Baiyu and Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao to fall into an ice cellar, their hearts beating wildly. Yuan Fengxiao could only feel his scalp tingling as he immediately stepped forward and bellowed. Asshole! Xiao! Just who gave you the guts to dare to disrespect the imperial clan son in front of him? Even beside Xiao, a wonderful young girl pulled his sleeve and flashed her mouth to dissuade him. Brother Yi, quickly kneel down. You can't afford to offend that lord. Xiao was indifferent. His eyes were radiant and his gaze looked at Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao without any fear. Word for word it was powerful and full of grace. Patriarch, please still forgive me. There is gold under a man's knees. I, Xiao, a 7-foot man, will never kneel easily except for my parents and master, cultivators of my generation, both contending with the heavens and contending with others. Never rely on anything but themselves, not their backgrounds. Su Chenxiao, who was drinking tea, almost didn't tense up when he heard this. Worthy of being a reverse martial emperor. What a macho! Xiao had thought that this kind of impassioned words would be responded to by many of his brothers and sisters. Unbeknownst to them, all the people kneeling on the ground had their expressions become brilliantly unbelievable at this moment. Many of the people from the same sex faces changed drastically and immediately discouraged them. Senior brother Yi, stop it. Kneel down. Are you trying to get us killed? The behemoth that was the imperial Su family. They were only able to understand the tip of the iceberg from the ancient texts, but senior brother Yi, who had ascended from the lower realms, was usually high and mighty in the clan, so he simply couldn't understand the dreadfulness of the imperial Su clan. Yuan Fengxiao was so angry that he was shaking cold at his words. He didn't dare to look back at Su Chenxiao at all, and at this moment, he wanted to die. To think that he and a group of elders groveled, even kneeling down to the old ancestor. For what? In order to preserve the hard-won foundation of the Tianxian sect. But this guy is good, relying on his own clan pride, not only irony himself and other people, and even now is still arrogant. Xiao, you shut up. As Xiao's teacher, Wu Linmu was also unable to endure it. It was not easy for him to be forgiven by Duke Su, But this rebel even went on to make such a mess. Adversary, do you know what kind of person Duke Su is? Master orders you to kneel down for me now. Boom! The terrifying pressure of the Seal King realm whistled out, locking onto Xiao, who was standing tall in the crowd. Master? Xiao only felt as if a mountainous pressure fell down violently. The entire body shook and uncontrollably fell to one knee and two hands on the ground. A faint golden light filled his body, and the strong physical body of the desolate ancient god's body forcibly resisted the pressure to prevent his knees from dropping to the ground. Xiao gritted his teeth strongly and chided with a sweaty voice. If master wants me to kneel down, then I, Xiao, will naturally not dare to disobey. But to use one's power to oppress others by merely looking up to a good birth is truly disgraceful. Asshole. Don't shut up yet. This guy's head is really iron. He's got a donkey's head, doesn't he? The Tianxian sect elders present were itching to rip his mouth off. But just at this moment, Su Chenxiao from the rear opened his mouth with a faint smile. Your name is Xiao, right? Desolate ancient god body. A proud and unyielding body. This Gengzi appreciates you. Yuan Fengxiao and the others were shocked in their hearts and hurriedly looked back. Mr. Su Chenxiao ignored them and didn't even look up. Unhurriedly shaking his teacup, his tone was extraordinarily flat and calm as he opened his mouth. Since you don't want to kneel, don't. Elder Chang, keep him on his back. What? The moment these words came out, all the Tianxian sect elders present had their pupils shrink. Xing Lao, who was like a statue beside him, spoke respectfully. Yes, my lord. The quasi-emperor realm's mighty pressure released just a trace of it, and it was like a landslide and tsunami, destroying and submerging everything. This shocking divine might made even the highest cultivated by you old ancestor present tremble in fear. The disciples below were even prostrate on the ground, not even having the courage to raise their heads to gaze. Xiao's breath was choked as an extremely strong sense of death and suffocation surged. Even if he possessed a desolate ancient god body with a peerless physical body, in front of the power of this quasi-emperor realm, he was still weak and no different from an ant. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the ground collapsed and Xiao's legs were shattered into pieces in an instant by the rough and brutal force. Ah! A mournful and extremely miserable scream rang out. Xiao's entire body collapsed on the ground as if it was a puddle of mud. His lower body was full of bloodstains. His face was in extreme pain, and he was sweating profusely. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Xiao's 3 limbs are wasted. Loss of Heavenly Destiny value 10,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Once you're up, it's 10 straight draws. Cool. Su Chenxiao hadn't thought that this first Heaven's Mandate protagonist would be so easy to deal with. Don't even have to look for them yourself. They appear in your field of vision of their own accord. Rather save yourself a lot of work. Su Chenxiao still had that warm smile on his face, looking downward at Xiao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently, a tiny disciple is able to defy my Su family so much. It seems that it's still my imperial Su clan that doesn't have enough prestige. You say so, Patriarch Yuan. Yuan Fengxiao and Elder Wu Linmu's faces suddenly changed. Swish kneeled on the ground, trembling, and said, Sir Su, my Tianxian sect has never had such thoughts. Wu Linmu's face was ashen, and he similarly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Prince Su. Xiao is a native who just ascended from the lower realm not long ago and is ignorant and fearless. With his vision, he simply doesn't know what a behemoth the imperial Su family really is. I still ask Mr. Su to spare Xiao's life in consideration of his youth and ignorance. Su Chenxiao nodded his head in a fake daze and said, the lower world? So that's it. Since that's the case, then it would be good for this male to let him have a clear understanding. Elder Wu, come here. Wu Linmu's body shook, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. He looked at the patriarch kneeling on the ground beside him, and then at old ancestor Baiyu, and tremblingly walked over. Su Chenxiao wore a warm smile as he stared at him and said softly, Yi Zhao's master? That King Seal realm powerhouse behind the Tianqi Dao sect? Boom! As soon as these words came out, Wu Linmu stiffened in place as if he had been struck by lightning, looking incredulously at Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, who was kneeling on the ground to the side. This gentleman, he knows everything? Compared to him, Yuan Fengxiao was even more shivering and cold at the moment, like falling into an ice cellar. He had intended to let Wu Linmu go on account of the face of the person behind Xiao. Unbeknownst to them, no one has any secrets until the system panel. Buzz. A white light flashed. The White Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. Su Chenxiao lowered his head and could not see the rest of the anger clearly. Just gently stroking the blade of the White Emperor's sword, he lowered his head and murmured softly, I think that this Gongzi is still too merciful to you and others for this to happen. Wu Linmu continuously kowtowed in front of his body and begged, "Spare your life. Sir, Your Excellency, spare my life." Ignoring Wu Linmu, who was trembling more than once in front of him and whose pupils were trembling wildly, Su Chenxiao held the White Emperor's sword up, the tip of the sword resting against the place of his neck, revealing a gentle smile as he said, "Since your disciple has just come from the lower realms, he doesn't understand this matter of the heavens. Then my lord will be merciful and teach him a good lesson. I wonder what Patriarch Yuan thinks. P.S. New book begs for catch-up reading and hyping. Duck bye-bye. If there are toxic points where the ducks are inadequate, ducks immediately change." Chapter 22, The False Protagonist of Heaven's Mandate. Thank you for bestowing death on the Duke. Yuan Fengxiao knelt on the ground in a cold sweat and lowered his head as he exclaimed, "But at your command, Your Excellency." He now only felt that the gentle jade-like gentleman in front of him had suddenly become terrifyingly terrifying, making it impossible to see through the city. Everything seems to be simply hidden from him. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted up in a faint smile. Turning his head to Xiao, who was paralyzed on the ground below with regal eyes, he said, "Xiao, you're saying that this eunuch is using his power to oppress people. Then today this gentleman will let you take a good look. What on earth is the use of power over others?" As he spoke, the White Emperor's sword pierced into Wu Linmu's neck for a fraction of a second. In front of this extremely sharp imperial weapon, even his fleshly body at the Seal King realm seemed as light as paper, a trace of blood that trickled down. Wu Linmu lowered his head and glared deathly at the Emperor's sword between his neck. He didn't dare to retreat for a moment, knowing that if he dared to resist even slightly, not only himself, but even the Tianxian sect would face extinction. So he was only able to watch this Emperor's sword stab in but didn't dare to move a bit. The thousands of disciples below, at this moment, even more so, none of them dared to raise their heads. "Master!" Yi Zhao's eyes were red and his face was fierce as he looked at Su Chenxiao in the distance and yelled, "Come at me for anything! Let go of my master!" He tried to rush up, but with all his bones broken, he was only able to lie on the ground like a jumping dead dog. Thinking about him, Xiao once was the lower realm Tianqi Dao system 10,000 years hard to come out of the demon. Since his debut, he had been carrying the desolate ancient divine body, which was unbeatable and crushed those of the same age. Even if he ascended to this upper world, joining the Tianxian sect is that dazzling to the extreme, a white sun that everyone cannot ignore. For those super Taoist systems and forces, he was disdainful to the extreme, never thinking that with his talent and pride, he would be able to push all the way across the board and achieve greatness and the attention of all. But Su Chenxiao's appearance mercilessly shattered this beautiful dream of his. He could only watch as the other party stabbed that Emperor's sword a little bit into Master's neck. The elders and patriarchs of the Tianxian sect, Naiji Laozu, all kneeled aside and trembled, not daring to have the slightest resistance. Is this the imperial clan of the heavens? As strong as a supreme realm ancestor, they were all as respectful as a dog. Xiao roared, "I, Xiao, am a one-man operation. If you dare to touch my master, in the coming day, I, Xiao, will definitely repay you with blood." As soon as these words came out, old man Chang, who was resting his eyes beside Su Chenxiao, snapped his eyes open. "Griffin, thinking that you have a saint's divine thought in your body, you dare to threaten my imperial clan son?" Boom! It was like facing a demonic god standing in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just a look. It made Yi Zhao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels shattered, and he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood mixed with broken pieces. His face looked painful to the extreme. Under such heavy injuries, even the desolate ancient god body was unable to make it recover. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao is seriously injured and has lost 5,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 5,000 Heavenly Fate values. A saint's divine mind? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this Heavenly Fate protagonist's background was extraordinary, but it doesn't matter. Su Chenxiao looked at Wu Linmu, who didn't dare to move a muscle in front of him, and laughed lightly. "Your good disciple has committed a transgression. Will you do it yourself? Or will this gentleman help you?" Wu Linmu's body shivered cold. Naturally hearing and understanding the meaning of Su Chenxiao's words, his breathing became more and more rapid. Elder Qin coldly said, "Why don't you thank my lord?" Wu Linmu forced out a smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Excellency is a body of 10,000 gold, which can be dirty by the blood of the Seal King realm. I've been cultivating for thousands of years, and now that I can die under the Emperor's sword, it's not a life wasted. I only ask that Your Excellency spare the Taishan sect, and I will thank Your Excellency Su here for granting me death." When Yi Xiao saw this scene in the distance, his eyes sobbed blood and he shouted, "No! No! Master, no!" Wu Linmu's pale eyes suddenly became extraordinarily resolute, as if it had made some sort of determination. It slammed straight towards the Emperor's sword. Put! The White Emperor's sword penetrated his throat with the greatest of ease. At the last moment of his life, he condensed the qi and blood in his body, not daring to let the blood spurt out to splatter the slightest bit on the 10,000 gold body of this noble gentleman. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to crush his divine soul, he took the dead soul beast out of it. The dead soul beast rushed directly into Wu Linmu's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a horrible and hideous faceless monster. With a big mouthful, he gnawed away at his divine soul. Not even a crumb remained. Bang! Wu Linmu's body just fell limply to the ground. Ding! Master Yi Xiao, the protagonist of Heaven's Destiny, has perished, and has lost 500 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 500 villain values. Upon hearing the value of the villain that the system beside his ears was ringing out, Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured in some surprise. 500. The villain value of this haul is nothing short of pathetic. System, what's going on? Su Chenxiao asked. Ding! Back to the master. The more important the person is to the Divine Destiny protagonist, the more Divine Destiny value he occupies. Yi Xiao, hidden character, low self-esteem, extremely concerned about reputation and other people's eyes. Got it. In other words, Yi Xiao didn't actually think that highly of his master. The reason for this anger, rather than because he killed his master, rather, it was better to let him lose face by being humiliated in front of his fellow disciples one after another. Su Chenxiao squinted his eyes, a smile if any at the corners of his mouth. The fingertips gently tapped on the desktop, looking rather somewhat playfully at Yi Xiao, who was full of abhorrence and hatred in the distance, mouthing crazy words towards himself. Got it? If my lord wants to kill him, he can only kneel here and kowtow in gratitude. Yi Xiao said angrily. Bastard! Is this how the imperial clan behaves? If I, Yi Xiao, can survive this calamity, I must avenge my master. Su Chenxiao stroked his hand and laughed lightly. Obviously, there are no waves in his heart, but it's because he's Wu Linmu's personal disciple and the Tianxian sect's eldest senior brother. And at this point in time it's preferable to act all bitter and hateful, to be strong on the outside, to value honor more than life. Is this the so-called pride? Funny, but really funny. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared, and a green-colored elixir that contained a rich vitality appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. Flexing his fingers, he flew straight towards Yi Xiao. This item was none other than the Green Emperor Dan that Mother had given to her storage ring. What is this? The Tianxian sect elders who had never seen this kind of divine elixir before stared at the scene in bewilderment. The rich and majestic vitality of the Green Emperor Dan, even if it was only to feel this vigorous breath. Let the presence of many elders as if the dead would back to spring general face full of surprise and shock color. What a dense vitality. This is definitely a sacred pill for healing. No, I feel that if I were able to take this item, I would be able to increase my lifespan by hundreds of years at least. What is Mr. Su doing? Just as the crowd was filled with doubt and confusion, this precious and incomparable Green Emperor Dan just disappeared into Yi Xiao's mouth alive. Ahem! Yi Xiao's body shook. Then he glared at Su Chenxiao with his eyes wide with hatred and roared lowly. What did you feed me? Chapter 23. Since you don't dare, then kneel down for my lord. Before he could react, in the next moment, extremely dense vitality surged out wildly from Yi Xiao's body. Under the efficacy and effect of this Green Emperor Dan, Yi Xiao's crushed leg bones and flesh began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dense little flesh buds sprouted and intertwined from the base of his legs. Even the ground around him was rapidly growing emerald green plants. What is Mr. Su doing? Such a precious healing elixir. Why give it to that guy? The crowd of Tianxian sect people were filled with puzzled expressions. Yi Xiao's pupils trembled as he felt his severely injured body rapidly recovering, and a stream of warmth surged. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and looked at Su Chenxiao across the room, his voice hoarse and questioning. Are you trying to humiliate me, Yi Xiao? Su Chenxiao sat on top of the first seat, condescendingly looking down on Yi Xiao below. Smell shook his head. Not so tightly. Yi Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to avenge your master's death? Now my lord is sitting here, giving you a chance to take revenge. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao spread his hands out with a smile, his eyes full of teasing and mockery. Do you have the guts to do it? Yi Xiao was shaken. How could he not have expected that the other party would pull his heavily injured self back from the ghost gate with just a single elixir? and when he heard the other party's words, he even didn't think that this imperial clan Su family's son would dare to be so conceited. Completely disregarding himself. What did you say? Yi Xiao said as he gritted his teeth, his eyes wanting to spit fire. Don't you really think that I, Yi Xiao, wouldn't dare? An elder of the Tianxian sect couldn't sit still and shouted angrily. Yi Xiao, you have to think clearly. This person in front of you is the son of the imperial clan's patriarch. Even your master Wu Linmu has cut himself. If you dare to hurt Prince Su today, then not only you, but even for our entire Tianxian sect, it will be the end of the world. Even the junior sister beside him, who was kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to raise her head at all, opened her mouth. Senior brother Yi, don't! At this moment, Fang Jie, one of the disciples, angrily rebuked. Yi Xiao, just for your own ridiculous pride, you're going to offend that lord. Elder Wu has treated you well. Your master was killed by you. You bogeyman, do you still want to kill all of us here? I don't want to die. You can't afford to offend that lord at all. Senior brother Yi, please come to your senses. Yi Xiao's pupils kept flickering as he clenched his teeth in death and a strand of blood flowed down from his mouth. Ever since awakening the desolate ancient god body, he had been all proud and unrivaled, pushing his way across the world from among the lower realms, soaring high, even in front of the one beside Su Chenxiao who was terrifyingly strong and extremely powerful. As a protector of the Tao he had never succumbed. But today, after seeing the angry and hateful gazes of the elders and the disappointed and complaining gazes among the fellow disciples, but it made his indestructible Taoist heart, for the first time, a little shaken. You guys, put! A mouthful of essence blood spurted out. Yi Xiao's face was pale to the core and he took a few steps backward. Ding! The divine fate protagonist has been hated by his fellow clan members. His temper has been dampened, and he has lost 1,000 divine fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. Su Chenxiao gave a teasing smile. As expected, compared to killing his master, what this good-faced protagonist cared more about was the way others viewed him. In that case, it's a good thing. Su Chenxiao got up and stretched lazily. Then he leapt up and arrived in front of Yi Xiao in one step. The surrounding disciples all came to avoid the situation. Until the close contact, Yi Xiao was able to feel the noble temperament that was inherent in the other party. Handsome as jade, superior features, every move carries an air that belongs uniquely to the superior. The sky does not collapse, calm and unhurried. Such a dazzling presence eclipsed everyone present, even for him, who had always been conceited. A wave of emotions that had never appeared before welled up in his heart. Jealousy. Yi Xiao stared dead-on at the imperial clan prince in front of him who was full of warm smiles and had an ethereal aura like an immortal. The eyes whispered in an unsympathetic manner. You, really dare to come? Why don't you dare? Su Chenxiao shrugged his shoulders, as if it was like conversing with an old friend that he hadn't seen for a long time. He smiled lightly. My lord is true to his word. Now that this eunuch is standing in front of you, Yi Xiao, you can make your move. Su Chenxiao had a flat and calm face. This guy, it's like he expected that he wouldn't dare to make a move. Yi Xiao clenched his fists, trembled, and gasped a heavy, thick breath. Don't you make me. The crowd of Tianxian sect elders in the back had long been scared out of their wits. Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao's breath caught and his face was bloodless as he exclaimed. Yi Xiao, calm down, calm down. If this was once done, then all of his Tianxian sect, that would really be the end of everything. Seemingly seeing Yi Xiao's hesitation, Su Chenxiao faintly said, my lord's patience is limited. If you don't do it again, don't blame my lord for not giving you this chance. Suddenly, as if something came to mind, Su Chenxiao grinned and walked over to Yi Xiao and unashamedly patted his shoulder. Whispered in its ear, or is it, you're afraid of a proud man? Yi Xiao forcefully endured the anger in his heart, and then after hearing these words, his chest rose and fell tremendously, immediately lifting his right hand and brewing a terrifying force. At this distance, if he were to do it himself, he was afraid that even the other side's Tao protector wouldn't be able to react in time at all. Oh, Su Duanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed. Can't hold it in at last? At this moment, Yi Xiao was having a heavenly battle inside. He raised his fist high, and the atmosphere of the scene seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, and not one of them dared to say, Yi's senior brother, calm down. I don't want to die. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, reason overcame emotion. Yi Xiao's tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and his right hand slowly let go as if it had lost its strength. He closed his eyes and tried to calm down now. Not another word was said. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, whose soul was almost scared out of his wits, let out a long breath of relief. The whole man slumped helplessly in his seat. Ah! The other elders were also relieved. Just now, the entire Tianxian sect seemed to have taken a trip to the Ghost Gate. A hint of contempt and disdain flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes. The smile tightened, and at this moment, he was like a supreme superior, towering above the rest, saying without a trace of emotion, "Since I don't dare, then kneel down for my lord." Xiao violently opened his eyes, after seeing the strong disdainful scorn in Su Chenxiao's eyes when they looked at each other. Monstrous anger swept over them once again. Xiao's teeth were about to be gritted as his body's qi and blood flowed against the current. His body is trembling madly, but things are now. Can only face humiliation incomparable. Slowly kneel down. Flop. As soon as he knelt down, Xiao's face suddenly turned pale, spit out a large mouth of blood. A breath contains chaos. Realm at this moment actually have hidden to fall trend. The heart of the way is shaken. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Xiao's Taoist heart is shaken. Loss of 5,000 heavenly destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 5,000 villain value. This works, right? Xiao almost squeezed these words out of his teeth. Su Chenxiao stood tall and sneered. If you make a move, perhaps my lord will still think highly of you. If you are not afraid of power, why kneel? Is it true that you're not afraid, or is it not? Pussy. Chapter 24, Hidden Background. Heaven's Destiny heroine Ming Su Kite. The opposing side of that horrible background. After all, he was made to give in. Xiao closed his eyes in pain. Hold back for a while, and take a step back. But these sharp words from Su Chenxiao were tantamount to a sharp blade. Ruthlessness tore apart the inferiority complex hidden in the depths of Xiao's heart, causing a crack to appear in his Dao heart. Used as phonetic ka. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Xiao falls into self-doubt. Cracks appear in his Dao heart. Loss of 5,000 heavenly destiny values. Congratulations to the master for gaining 5,000 villain value. At this moment, the distant Qing Lao seemed to have sensed something and transmitted his divine thoughts. My lord, there are outsiders coming from this realm. 2 people, one at the Ascension realm and one at the Sage realm. And the Sage divine thought on this son's body is what the other person left behind. Oh, it came pretty fast. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke with some playfulness. Xiao, there's something I'm afraid you don't know yet. Thinking it's all about the hard work that made you who you are today. In fact, what is relied upon is nothing more than the background that you speak so dismissively of. Xiao froze at the words and lifted his head to look at Su Chenxiao full of puzzlement. What do you mean? Suddenly, a terrifying saintly pressure surged from the cloud realm. The aura of the saint realm has a saint descending into the middle of my cloud realm. Sovereign, what's going on here? Upon sensing this aura, Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao's pupils condensed, as if he had thought of something, and said quietly, "It's that senior who's here. The person behind Xiao." What? There is a saint standing behind Xiao? The elders present all looked incredulous when they heard this. Yuan Fengxiao nodded his head, his eyes somewhat gloomy, and said, "In the past, when Xiao had just joined my Tianxian sect not long ago, a saint realm powerhouse came. That senior knew Xiao's impulsive personality and gifted me pills to break the boundary and asked me to take care of him. The reason why I am taking this favor to take care of this son is precisely for this reason." The saint standing behind Xiao was afraid that he was from some powerful Dao lineage in the heavens. Only, this is going to be a pain in the ass. The one who was currently within the Tianxian sect was a giant of the heavens, the son of the godless clan Su family. A golden divine aura rapidly attacked from the distant sky. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. An old crone with a shocking aura and a cultivation level as high as the saint realm appeared here with a wonderful young girl. The young girl's features were delicate and pretty. Her skin was like congealed fat. Her bright eyes and teeth. Her body was light and slender, like a flower in bud, and a light blue dress moved with the wind. The young girl was not very old, but the first signs of her moving and beautiful features were visible. In time, she will surely be another woman who can amaze the world. As soon as she arrived at this place, Ming Su Kite's beautiful eyes flashed as she quickly searched for Yi Zhao's figure. Granny Qian, is brother Yi right here? Su Chenxiao looked up and his eyes narrowed slightly. Name, Ming Su Kite. Title, Against the Sky Martial Emperor, Divine Destiny Heroine. Identity, daughter of the head of a hidden ancient clan. Half-demon. Age, 17. Realm, 6th level of the Ascension realm. Physique, 9-tailed demon body, ancient fierce Tony 9-tailed bloodline. Name, Xia Fei. Identity, protector of the Ming family. A hidden ancient clan. Realm, 7th level of the Holy Realm. Su Chenxiao looked at the panel of the duo above and said with interest, "Interesting, Xiao heavenly destiny heroine?" Upon seeing the marvelous young girl above him, Xiao looked a bit incredulous and muttered, "Iris? Iris?" At the same time, Mingsu Kite also found Xiao in the crowd. Upon seeing Xiao, whose face was pale and kneeling on the ground, his face turned cold for a moment, and he came straight from the air. "Let go of brother Yi. Stay back, Iris." Xiao's face changed drastically. Xing Lao, who was located inside the pavilion, moved and appeared beside Su Chenxiao in an instant. "A mere hidden ancient clan dares to offend his excellency? Get out!" In a blink of an eye, the terrifying and overwhelming might of a quasi-emperor impacted out. It was as if Mingsu Kite had suffered a heavy blow, and Mingsu Kite's entire body was blown away uncontrollably. "Miss!" Granny Qian appeared behind her, immediately releasing the power of the Holy Realm to resist. However, in front of the power of this quasi-emperor realm, it was equally very unpleasant. Supporting Mingsu Kite behind her back as she retreated step by step, Granny Qian was alarmed. "Quasi-emperor? Are you the commander of the shadow guards of the Imperial Su clan, Xiao Qinghe?" Granny Qian's pupils trembled furiously, and after seeing such a great person like Old Man Cheng in this tiny Tianxian sect, her heart and mind were shaken for a while. "Su family shadow guards, how could they appear here?" Elder Cheng said in an icy tone that did not contain a trace of emotion. "My clan's male son needs to explain himself to you even when he's doing his job? Roll to pay your respects to the prince." He grabbed with his large hand, suddenly releasing a shocking divine ability towards Granny Qian. In front of the quasi-emperor realm, even the saint realm was as small as a mole cricket. The imperial prince? Could it be that? Granny Qian immediately looked at the magnificent young man in the field, her face pale as she hurriedly explained. "I am a member of the Ming family, a hidden ancient clan, and this person beside me is the daughter of the head of the Ming family. I have no intention of offending. Please forgive me, Mr. Su." "All right." At this moment, Su Chenxiao raised his hand to interrupt and said with a smile as he looked at the two of them, "So it's someone from the ancient clan Ming family? A misunderstanding. Elder Cheng, stop." After Su Chenxiao opened his mouth, the terrifying quasi-emperor aura suddenly dissipated. Granny Qian gasped for air. How could she not have thought that in this small realm, she would have encountered someone from the emperor clan? And beside the other party, there was even an imperial Su family quasi-imperial realm powerhouse protecting the way. This age, and can have such treatment of people. The identity of the other party is obviously called out. The son of the Su family head and the Chen family's imperial daughter. Su Duanxiao. My old self. Qian Chue. Meet Mr. Dusty Sky. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned, then lost his smile and said, "You know me?" Granny Qian respectfully and incomparably arched her hand and said, "My lord's great name. We of the hidden ancient clan have naturally heard of it." Su Chenxiao waved his hand, looked faintly at Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground on the side, and opened his mouth. "All right, you and others have come this time, but because of this fellow? The saint's divine thoughts on the ground on this son's body, I think you left them behind as well?" A bad feeling welled up in Granny Qian's heart. Looking at the crowd of Tianxian sect disciples kneeling on the ground as well as Xiao, the old and sophisticated person understood what was going on in an instant. This troublemaker. She rushed to clear the air. "Back to my lord. My clan's young lady was once favored by this person when she was in the lower realms, but this son's character is reckless and causes trouble wherever he goes, and my young lady has already dealt with the aftermath of hidden problems for him more than once. I can't imagine that he has offended you, Sir Su. I'll take the young lady away." Su Chenxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "There's no hurry. You've come all this way. You might as well stay and watch a good show. Xiao. See, the moment you are in danger, someone will appear to help. If they hadn't secretly helped you, how many episodes do you think you would have survived with your nature? Even if these are nothing more than the standard fare of the Divine Order protagonists." Xiao clenched his fists and knelt on the ground, humiliated to the core. With his pride he simply didn't want Ming Sulwan to see his current ugly state. He bowed his head and spoke coldly. "I don't even know her. I, Xiao, have never been able to get where I am today because of my own efforts. I don't need her help at all." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao is alienated from Heaven's Destiny heroine Mingsu Kite. Heaven's Destiny value lost 1000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1000. Trigger the effect of the title of Heaven's Destiny villain, and receive an additional bonus supreme magic weapon. The Mangalicious Cauldron. Chapter 25, Depriving the Desolate Ancient God Body of its Essence. One leap to the 9 realms. Trigger reward? Supreme magic treasure, Manhwa cauldron. The force breaks 1,000 pounds. Indestructible. Can be with a tripod Jintian. Catalyzing the user's physical strength requirements are extremely high. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. On the other side, Ming Su Kite's petite body shook. Appearing somewhat unable to believe that these were Yi Xiao's own words, she said with a pale face, "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you?" "Don't know. Why do you say that?" Yi Xiao's words were tantamount to angering Granny Qian, who was on the side. "Yi Xiao, you wolf-hearted, did you not think that everything you got today came from your desolate ancient god body? It's good that you're carrying a divine body, but there are countless heavenly prides with body qualities in these heavens. Do you know what happens to most of them?" Granny Qian's pale eyes were incomparably angry, and she was the only one who knew how much Miss had paid for this guy, being pumped of their essence blood and refined into pills. There are even powerful families that possess the method of depriving them of their grafted physique. If it wasn't for Miss helping you in the dark, you would have been drained of your holy blood by the people of the Tianqi Dao sect when you were in the lower realms of the Tianqi Dao sect, and fallen into the blood slavery of the Tianqi Dao sect. Even now in the upper realm, Miss is always worried about your situation. Especially let the old me instruct this Tianqian sect patriarch to take care of you, or else with this troublemaking character of yours, another 100 deaths would not be enough. And now you say that everything is your own efforts. One word and you want to negate the lady has been to you to pay. Really is a wolf-hearted dog, lung white-eyed wolf. What? Yi Xiao's pupils dilated when he heard this. He could hardly accept this fact and raised his head with an unbelievable face to look at Ming Su Kite. "I dang, why as soon as I entered the Tianqian sect there were elders who accepted me as a personal disciple. Is it that this is all you're doing?" Ming Su Kite's eyes were a little red at the side, biting her lip with a disappointed look and not saying anything. This cruel truth made the always arrogant Yi Xiao unable to accept it. Is it possible that everything one has ever experienced is being manipulated? Yi Xiao laughed to himself and kept denying it as if he had gone crazy on his own. This can't be. It can't be. I worked hard to get everything on my own. Yi Xiao, have never begged you to help me. Why are you interfering in my life like this? Answer me. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao's relationship with Destiny heroine Ming Su Kite breaks down. Loss of Destiny value 20,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. 20 straight draws. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. It was unexpected that this hidden ancient clan, the Ming family, had taken up such a large portion of Yi Xiao's heavenly fate value. This guy, moreover, seemed to be very dissatisfied with the divine destiny heroine secretly helping him. Getting it right. Su Chenxiao laughed and crouched down, his face mockingly looking at him. Yi Xiao, now you know? If it wasn't for the hidden ancient clan Ming family, you, Yi Xiao, would be nothing. In this world, there is never a lack of geniuses, but a genius without a background is just that, a genius. And what makes you think that a mere desolate ancient god body is worth the efforts of the countless forefathers and demons of our worldly ancient clan over the past 10 million years? Your so-called pride is cheaper than a stone on the side of the road in the eyes of this Gongzi. Asshole. You shut up. Yi Xiao's eyes were incomparably bloodshot and full of hatred as he looked at the person in front of him dead on, but he found to his horror that he could not refute him in the least. The talent that he was so proud of was so bad in the eyes of the other party. Granny Qian also looked at this scene with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, Yi Xiao, it's okay for you to cause trouble when you once looked up to Miss Shelter, but Prince Su is a member of the Emperor clan Su family, a supreme being that even my hidden ancient clan wouldn't dare to touch. Today you have this calamity. It can only be said that it is your destiny. No one can save you. She was now only glad that she had reacted fast enough to bring her young lady in time to clear the air with his son. Otherwise, if he was reckless and offended this imperial clan prince, I'm afraid that even the hidden ancient clan, the Ming family, would have to suffer from extinction. There are hundreds of hidden ancient clans in the heavens, but the imperial Su clan, there's only one. Yi Xiao's pupils trembled dramatically as he knelt on the ground unable to say a word. Why? This can't be right. Su Chenxiao smiled and placed her hand gently on top of Yi Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, Yi Xiao, did you ever say that just because you're a member of the imperial clan you can do whatever you want? Then this Gongzi will tell today that my imperial Su family can still really do whatever they want. Your proud desolate ancient divine body. Now, it's mine. As he spoke, a beam of demonic and incomparable purple light bloomed in his hands. Buzz, one of the 10 great ancient avatars of the chaos scriptures. 10,000 returns to one. As the supreme sutra most suited to the innate chaotic divine body, it was unknown who had created it. One of them had a divine ability that could deprive any special physique of its origin and incorporate it into his own. A terrifying force appeared at first, as if it was swallowed by a whale and forcefully extracted Yi Xiao's desolate ancient god body origin. Yi Xiao's essence blood, which contained the power of the desolate ancient, was reversed in a raw manner. As if swirling, it coalesced in the center of his chest into a light cluster blooming with a pale yellow divine aura, forcibly depriving the body of its origin. This kind of heart-eating pain was like the death of 1,000 knives. Yi Xiao's eyes looked like they were going to stare out. His forehead veins rippled and he wanted to try to resist. Boom! Right at this moment, Old Man Cheng on the side took the initiative to make a move. A terrifying cultivation forcefully suppressed Yi Xiao, who could not move. Granny Qian's face was shocked to the core. And it wasn't just him. Everyone in the Tianxian sect was looking at this scene incredulously. This is the method of depriving the physique. Such a divine ability. Only the ancient era heard of it. I cannot imagine that the Emperor Su family actually has this skill divine ability. Brother Yi. Ming Sulwan's pretty flowery face lost its color. And when she saw this, she wanted to go forward to stop it, but she was mercilessly stopped by one of Granny Qian's hands. Miss, we've been sheltering him for a long time. And now Yi Xiao has offended the Emperor clan's prince and is eating his own words. If you dare to make a move again, I won't blame my old self for being unsympathetic. Ming Su Kai turned her head to look at Granny Qian beside her, only to see that the eyes of the always doting and obedient Granny Qian were cold and somewhat frighteningly unfamiliar. Granny Qian's pale eyes were ghostly, staring closely at Ming Sulwan as she transmitted her voice. Miss, you are 1,000 gold, and we have done enough for the people of this lower realm. But miss, you can't possibly be unaware of the might of the imperial Su clan. My Ming clan can't afford to mess with it, so don't let it get your innocent clan members killed. Clan. Ming Sulwan's delicate body shook, as if she had figured something out, clenching her teeth, her beautiful eyes struggling painfully. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I can't kill my mother and father and the rest of the Ming family. In front of the mountain that was the imperial Su clan, she ended up choosing to stand by and watch. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao has lost his desolate ancient god body and has lost 30,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Yi Xiao's wail of pain lasted for a long time. An incomparably radiant physique origin light cluster was slowly drawn out. His entire cultivation was also flying under. Enlightenment Realm 9, 8, 7. On the contrary, Su Chenxiao in front of him, after the innate chaotic divine body fused this powerful physique origin, in a blink of an eye, terrifying and incomparable desolate ancient power burst out from his body. Boom! It was as if the flesh was like a great monster of ancient times. Su Chenxiao's body of treasures was as crystalline as jade, and the pale and ancient power of the Wudao slowly permeated out. The cultivation level of the first level of the Ascension Realm also jumped up at this moment. Ascension Realm 2, 3. It was only when he reached the 9th level of the Ascension Realm that he managed to stop. A leap of 9 realms. Chapter 26, Future Martial Emperor Falls. Unlocking the Blessed Edge viewing function. Feeling the changes in the divine body, Su Chenxiao slowly opened his radiant and incomparable eyes, and a hint of pleasure flashed across that handsome and noble face. Murmured softly, the qi and blood are like dragons, and the flesh can shake the sealed king. Desolate ancient god body. That's really good. My lord smiles. Under everyone's shocked admiration, Su Chenxiao let go of Yi Xiao, who was as powerless and limp as a dead dog. Yi Xiao weakly kept roaring low on the ground. My divine body is returned to me. This is my desolate ancient god body. He didn't even have the strength to try to get up at the moment, having lost his physique origin. Nowadays he was almost reduced to an invalid, and was not even as powerful as the disciples within the sect. Su Chenxiao did not pay any attention to Yi Xiao on the ground. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and such a wonderful feeling poured over him for a moment. It was unthinkable that the Tonggu divine power in this chaos scripture was able to deprive the physique of its origin. Even so, he was even able to make himself break through 9 minor realms in one go. It is truly terrifying. This kind of heaven-defying magical power. I do not know exactly what side of the great powers created. Some can't wait to try the strength of today's physical body. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth indifferently. Patriarch Yuan, come here. Yuan Fengzhao's heart thumped. Trembling, he came from a distance, in the utmost awe. Congratulations to Mr. Su for harvesting the desolate ancient god body and greatly increasing his strength. Su Chenxiao glanced at him with a frightened face and spoke with a faint smile. Considering that my lord is in a good mood right now, Patriarch Yuan, use your divine origin realm fleshly body to receive a blow from my lord. I will then spare the lives of everyone in your Tianxian sect. Yuan Fengzhao froze at his words. Then his eyes suddenly brightened with great joy. Although he had only just broken through the divine origin realm not long ago, he was at least a serious divine origin realm powerhouse, 2 realms above Deng Tian. Simply by taking one blow from the other party, he would be able to make this gentleman let the entire Tianxian sect have a chance at life. Where can you find such a good thing? Yuan Fengxiao was so excited that he hurriedly collected all his cultivation and stood in place with only the power of his physical body. Respectfully, he exclaimed, Yuan is willing. Mr. Su has a big heart and is blessed by the heavens. On behalf of everyone in the Tianxian sect, Mr. Yuan thanks you for your openness. Su Chenxiao smiled and squinted his eyes. No harm done, he said, lowering his eyes to his right hand. A desolate and ancient aura of recklessness and gods and devils filled the air. Using his fist as a sword, the Taiya sword technique's Ling Li's sword intent was dense and encircling. A punch is thrown. This punch that was mixed with 2 terrifying auras shattered even the cloud realm space. Before even getting close, it caused Yuan Fengxiao to have his qi and blood churning all over the place, and his flesh seemed to have a stance of being torn apart. His pupils slammed shut as the choking sensation hit him. This force. You told me it was the Ascension realm? A thick deathly intent surged out. Yuan Fengxiao clenched his teeth, not daring to utilize his cultivation at all, and was only able to fight back with the power of his flesh. This punch, solidly bombarded with Yuan Fengxiao's body. Ka! In an instant, countless cracks filled his divine origin realm flesh, and his entire body was directly blasted away as if it were a cannonball. Rumble! Countless buildings shattered, and dust and fog rose in the distance. Such an astonishing strike was not at all like the power that a person of the Heaven Ascension realm was capable of erupting. Even Granny Qian, who was on the side, had her heart pounding, her face shocked as she looked at this imperial clan male. How is that possible? The other party was at least at the divine origin realm cultivation level. Even if it is the desolate ancient god body, it shouldn't be strong enough to go against the heavens like this, right? What she doesn't know is this. Su Chenxiao was already carrying a divine demon body. Now that he had obtained the top 10 ranked desolate ancient divine body, it was even more of a blessing. Across the street in the midst of that ruin, Yuan Fengxiao spat out blood from his mouth. His flesh was shattered, and the breath in his body contained chaos, an overriding to the extreme. Sword intent that seemed to cut through everything ran amok. As if his internal organs had been broken, he sat trembling on the ground for a long time and could not stand up. Yuan Fengxiao's face was pale and bloodless as he hoarsely said, Yuan Mao, thanks you for your guidance. Su Chenxiao, however, looked at his fist with some disappointment and muttered, it clearly feels like it's capable of directly blowing up the physical body. Still missing the point? After possessing the desolate ancient divine body, Su Chenxiao had a feeling that if he were to face the triple transformation 9 metaphysical tribulation once more, even the legendary black hell divine thunder itself could be physically hardened against it without the need for the chaotic chi to envelop it. But even though he was carrying a supreme divine body, he didn't have a powerful body forging technique. It was thought that with a little bit of cultivation, it would be able to strengthen a few times in terms of strength. Su Chenxiao lost his smile and shook his head, not caring. After all, the matter of cultivation had to be gradual, and he had just obtained a divine body, so he couldn't be in a hurry. A green Emperor Dan appeared with the flip of a hand and burst out. Alright, Patriarch Yuan. This Gongzi never backtracks on his words. The matter of your Tianxian sect is not to be blamed. Take it. Yuan Fengxiao was like being blessed with heavenly grace, kneeling and bowing with gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. This is my divine body, the power of my Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and hated it even more in his heart. His own desolate ancient god body was actually tens of times stronger in the other party. Yi Xiao's eyes were livid and hideous. He fiercely looked at Ming Sulwan to the side and growled as if he were a severe ghost. Luaner, help me kill him. Kill him. I saved your life once. You helped me kill him. Ming Sulwan's pretty face turned even paler at the words, and her eyes were filled with strangeness. Is this really Brother Yi? Granny Qian's face suddenly changed and she shouted angrily. Shut up, my lady. Long ago, owed you nothing. She slapped her palm forward towards Yi Xiao's head, and the terrifying holy force directly shattered Yi Xiao's vitality. Bang! Just such a strike instantly caused Yi Xiao to lose all his vitality. She was afraid that if she let Yi Xiao say any more, when the time came, she would stir up a fire and it would be difficult to protect her Ming family. Brother Yi. Ming Su Kai's eyes went black. She didn't expect Granny Chen to take the initiative and actually fainted directly. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao has perished. The heavenly destiny value is empty. Congratulations on hunting Xiao, the celestial protagonist of Against the Sky Martial Emperor. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all the items of the heavenly fate protagonist, Tianxian technique, barbarian blood alchemy, Tarzan seal, and heavenly locking net. Unlocked script function. You can roughly view the script of the main character of Heaven's Destiny. When the main character's destiny value is less than 30% of his destiny value falls, unlocking the remaining chances to view in case the owner misses a major blessing. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonist, 1. Current villain value, 105,000. Su Chenxiao looked at Granny Qian with some surprise. This old woman was decisive and directly killed this Heaven's Destiny protagonist. But it can't hurt. On the contrary, this new feature of the system, life script, is quite interesting. In Su Chenxiao's field of vision, the panel of the number of hunting Heaven's Destiny protagonists had Yi Xiao's gray avatar on it. Yi Xiao, Heaven's Destiny protagonist of Against the Sky Martial Emperor. Fallen. Remaining opportunities for Red Meteor Burial Ground, Godless Scripture, Ancient Divine Refining Technique, North Domain Demon Realm, Aqua Green Dragon Beast, Heavenly Materials and Treasures, Ancient Land of Tianxian, Sacred Realm Inheritance, Sacred Elixir, Chapter 27, Great Dao Fruit, Burial Ground Opportunity Sangu Refining God Skill. Su Chenxiao carefully examined the introduction of Yi Xiao's remaining chances. Some other things such as the Saint's Inheritance were not of interest to himself. Rather, this Sangu Divine Refining Technique. However, it was a supreme technique that was most suitable for one's divine demon body as well as desolate ancient god body. Thinking about it, this was Yi Xiao's second greatest chance. Sangu Divine Refining Technique. Red Meteor Burial Ground? Su Chenxiao murmured softly, but he hadn't heard of this place. And on the other side, until after personally killing Yi Xiao to prevent him from saying anything more to implicate his Ming family. Granny Chen Fong sighed in relief and turned toward Su Chenxiao. Prince Su, this son has spoken out of turn, repeatedly trying to provoke you, Prince, as well as our Ming family. I really couldn't help but take the liberty of striking this son down without authorization. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao retrieved his thoughts, looking at the fainted Ming Su kite in the back. The other party had clearly lost the title of Heaven's Destiny heroine above her panel. Faintly, alright, since Yi Xiao is dead, my lord doesn't bother to pursue the relationship between you. Granny Qian's face was delighted as she respectfully said, Duke Su is magnanimous, worthy of being the Imperial Su family's heavenly pride. On behalf of the head of the family, I would like to thank you first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I, the Ming family, will be the head of the Su family, and I am willing to do the work of a dog and horse. Oh, really? Su Chenxiao heard smilingly looked at Granny Qian and opened his mouth. Then don't come in the morning. Why don't we do it now? Granny Qian froze. Ha? Su Chenxiao, let me ask you, do you know about the Red Meteor Burial Ground? Red Meteor Burial Ground, Granny Qian said with a frown, nodding her head after pondering for a while. The Red Meteor Burial Ground that Your Excellency spoke of is an ancient secret realm. It's open to the public once every 30 years. And only distinguished juniors who have been qualified are able to go in and compete for the creation. Mr. Su, what are you? Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile. This Gongzi intends to make a trip into this Red Meteor Burial Ground. This lord is actually going to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground? Although the Red Meteor Burial Ground was an ancient secret realm with countless opportunities, but this is the son of the Su family of the Imperial clan, and there is no shortage of any heavenly material or merit opportunity for the other party. Logically speaking, the things in this Red Meteor Burial Ground should not even be able to enter the eyes of the other party. Granny Qian was a bit perplexed, but she didn't think much of it and explained honestly. Back to my lord. This session of the Red Meteor Burial Ground will start in a little over half a month. If you really intend to travel, you can head to the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan. After all, this secret realm exists within their territory and is under their control. Hidden ancient clan Xian family. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and spoke. Understood. Then go and inform the Xian family that after half a month, this Gongzi is going to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. Granny Qian was shocked in her heart and nodded her head in a hurry. Old me understands. I will definitely relay what Your Excellency said truthfully. Only then did Su Chenxiao nod in satisfaction. Somewhat lethargically, he said with a yawn. All right, then. My lord is a bit tired. So you guys go. Granny Qian's eyes lit up. Mr. Su, you can come to the Ming family as a guest when you're free. Since that's the case, then I will take the young lady to leave first. Aha! Taking the unconscious Ming Su kite with her, Granny Qian turned into a stream of light and left this realm. After they left, Yuan Fengxiao, the heavenly Xian sect's patriarch who had taken the green emperor pill to recover, came. He coldly looked at Yi Zhao's corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, "This son has offended his excellency and deserves to die. If you, Mr. Su, intend to travel to the Red Meteor burial ground, we are willing to serve. You may as well stay in my Tianxian sect for the next few days, or let my Tianxian sect treat you well and redeem your sins." Su Chenxiao opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Good thing too. In a magnificent palace prepared by Yuan Fengxiao, Su Chenxiao looked at Yi Zhao's life script as well as the remaining chances to fall into thought. According to the system, there are 3, 6, 9 grades of heavenly protagonists, the strongest of which can achieve great emperors, and the weakest of which can become a realm power. Yi Zhao possessed the absolute god body, and the future of his life script was a party of eminence, capable of becoming the existence of a martial emperor. And just like this Yi Zhao, who has the script of the protagonist of the desolate ancient god body, will almost die in the Red Meteor burial ground. That's kind of interesting. Xian Tian. How is the name? Such a strong vestigial feeling? Su Chenxiao opened his mouth indifferently. Elder Cheng. Elder Cheng said respectfully from the side. My lord, the old slave is here. Su Chenxiao, go and check the situation of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. For me, focus on investigating the person named Xian Tian. Elder Cheng nodded and said in a deep voice, the old slave understands. With that, he disappeared into the darkness. After old man Cheng left, Su Chenxiao released the dead soul beast, causing it to devour the cloud realm space on its own. Ever since it had devoured the divine soul of the Seal King realm powerhouse Wu Linmu, the body of the dead soul beast had grown one size larger. It was now the size of a ball, and even the illusory body had become somewhat solid. The dead soul beast was just lying on Su Chenxiao's leg, gnawing on the surrounding space. Looking at the dead soul beast on his lap, Su Chenxiao gently stroked his hand up. It didn't have the same tactile sensation as the entity, as if the hand had been placed into a blast of ice-cold mist. Dead soul beast, juvenile, little fellow. The system says that you'll be able to feed back to me after you grow up. A wonderful use. Looks like there's still a place for you to feast on. Just don't know exactly which Dao domain can be so lucky to become the dead soul beast's sustenance. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted slightly, suddenly remembering that he had harvested more than 100,000 villain values this time. Opened the system mall and prepared to spend a lot of money. It just so happened that today, the system mall was refreshed with a new batch of goods. Upon seeing one of the objects, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised. I can't believe you even have this kind of stuff? Avenue fruit. Being able to enter the realm of celestial beings and randomly perceive a Dao rule. Required villain value, 10,000. Great Dao fruits capable of comprehending complete Dao rules were extremely rare even among the heavens. Only under special circumstances of chance can one of them be born. As for himself, he was already at the 9th level of the heavenly ascension realm. And further up, he was at the immortal realm. The immortality realm was a watershed for cultivators of the heavens, in which the amount of time it took varied, and it was extremely dependent on enlightenment. It is necessary to condense the avenues under one's control into the original Dao fruits, and the more avenues under one's control, the more powerful one's ability to perform the divine art will be. Ordinary people can only seek to capture a trace of the power of the great Dao through a variety of chances and senses, and a person born with a divine body, even the weakest special physique, does not need to be controlled through sensation, and carries an avenue of his own. In other words, as long as there were enough resources, the lowest ceiling for those with special physiques was the immortal realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Being in a chaotic body himself, it was natural that the more avenues there were, the better. Looking at the great Dao fruit that had been refreshed by the system mall interface only required 10,000 villain value apiece, Su Chenxiao bought all of them in one breath. The commodity of the great Taoist fruit turned directly to gray. Ding! Purchase of Avenue Fruit *5 is successful. Spend 50,000 of the villain's value. Remaining villain value, 55,000. Chapter 28, Breaking Through the Immortal Realm. 8 Great Paths. Buzz. Pull out the great Dao fruit from within the system storage space. In front of his body, a fruit with different forms, dazzling with Dao energy, and incomparably divine appeared. Some were covered in scales so bright and crimson that even the space around them seemed to be scorched. Some are permeated with a bizarre and incomparable aura, with a faceless human face growing on top of the fruit. Su Chenxiao looked at the several great Dao fruits in front of him and felt the aura of the great Dao that belonged uniquely to it. 3 lower avenues, 1 middle, and 1 upper avenue fruit existed. Su Chenxiao couldn't help but let his eyes light up as he directly picked up a great Dao fruit and cultivated it. System, 10 times faster accelerated refining. In the next few days, Yuan Fengxiao had never seen Su Chenxiao leave the middle of the Great Hall. One of them he tried to visit, but he was stopped by Old Man Chang. After feeling 5 or 6 auras of the Great Dao that had never appeared before, Yuan Fengxiao couldn't help but be shaken, his face looking exceptionally wonderful. Where did you get so much power from the Great Dao, Sir Su? Is this preparation to break through the immortal realm? 10 days later, 8 rays of light of different colors rushed up from within the ancient hall. The surging power of the Dao rule filled heaven and earth, and the entire Tianqian sect shook as the elders of all parties appeared in front of the main hall in unison. Rumble. As the door to the temple was slowly opened, everyone couldn't help but look at the white-clothed young man with a dusty, ethereal air. The young man's face is handsome and noble. All the divine splendor convergence. Treasure body crystal flawless. 8 Dao rules surround the body. 3 of them are the most thick, filled with the atmosphere of ancient and desolate. Amazing. After feeling its cultivation level, all the people's pupils did not shrink. Immortal realm. Yuan Fengxiao's mind was wildly shaken and he was the first to react, rushing forward to congratulate him. Congratulations to Mr. Su for breaking through the immortality realm in one fell swoop today. 8 supreme Dao paths. Even if you put it amongst the emperor clans, there are few people who possess them. How long has it been? Reminiscent of dozens of days ago. This sun just came, but the ascension realm first cultivation. Even if you get the desolate ancient god body strength increased greatly, this cultivation speed is really horrible. The rest of the elders present also all reacted and rushed to celebrate loudly. Congratulations to Mr. Su for breaking through the immortality realm. After today, Your Excellency will surely overwhelm all the heavenly prides in the heavens, and make a name for himself as a king in the battlefield of the ancient world. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he faintly said, "It's only a breakthrough to the immortality realm. There's no need to make such a fuss. All disperse." This group of people from the Tianqian sect had truly overreacted in order to brag about themselves. Yuan Fengxiao and the group of elders looked at each other in disbelief, thinking about all of them present. Even Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, who possessed the most great avenues, had only mastered 3 great avenues. This was still after staying in the immortal realm for hundreds of years, slowly comprehending one after the other. And now this gentleman just stepped into the immortal realm to comprehend 8 avenues. This kind of scene is simply unheard of and unseen. He didn't seem very happy about it. Such a terrifying request. In the end, it was still the imperial clan's son. The crowd left the place one after another in a slightly awkward manner. Elder Cheng also stepped forward at this moment and said, "Old slave congratulates Your Excellency. 8 great avenues are enough to seal a king. Lord Patriarch has prepared a great Dao fruit for you, coupled with the Emperor Su clan's metamorphosis dragon pool baptism. If you return to the clan now, you will be able to grasp the power of 10 great Dao in one fell swoop. When looking at the various clans, they are also definitely called the best." The best? Su Chenxiao smiled proudly. "My lord's quest is more than that. I think that my elder brother, Su Jingheng, once stayed at the immortal realm for 10 years before making a breakthrough in the 12th avenue. As for himself, he was carrying an innate chaotic god body. The more avenues he had, the better it would naturally be." Su Chenxiao said flatly, "There is no hurry about returning to the clan. Elder Cheng, have you investigated the matter that I asked you to investigate before?" Elder Cheng nodded, his voice hoarse. "Back to Your Excellency, everything about the Xian clan, the hidden ancient clan, has been investigated clearly. Tell me about it." The hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, has its land within the Kanning Dao domain, and its clan has a total of 3,489 people, and there are also a total of 97 outlying legacy sons with the Xian family's bloodline. Su Chenxiao was stunned and had a black face. "Get to the point. I told you to focus on Xian Aotian. So detailed. You're spacing out to check on your family? But this is also a side note. Su family shadow guards terrible. Hall hidden ancient family. In just a short period of time, actually from top to bottom, to be able to investigate so clearly." Elder Qing paused and immediately turned his words around and said, "Your Excellency, this son Xian Aotian is the first son of the Xian family's current patriarch. His natural talent is not bad, and he possesses the 24th ranked heavenly vault sword body. 15 years ago, his father Xian Yu and his cousin competed for the position of patriarch. Worrying about this son's safety sent him to other Dao domains for a few years before picking him up. It's just that somehow Xiao Tian soon after returning to the clan ruptured his relationship with his father and left the Xian clan after voluntarily severing his relationship. Severing relations? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment after hearing this. This name is coupled with the background and life experiences of the hidden ancient race. I'm afraid that it's also a heavenly protagonist that can make Xiao, who is also a heavenly protagonist, suffer repeatedly. Where is he now? Clear elder, back to the Duke. Xiao Tian is now within the Canhai Dao domain. It seems that because of the upcoming opening of the Red Meteor Burial Ground, they are fighting in the middle of the gladiatorial arena trying to gain entry qualifications. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Calculating the time, there is still less than a week to go before the Red Meteor Burial Ground opens. He himself is going to get the Tsangu Divine Refining Scripture this time. It would naturally be the best thing if he could harvest another Heaven's Mandate protagonist in the meantime. Thinking about this, Su Chenxiao grinned, said with a smile, since that's the case, then we'll make a trip to the coming Dao region. Go and meet. What kind of character is this Xiao Tian, the void of the heavens? Learning that he was preparing to leave for the Canning Dao domain, Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao had taken the initiative to prepare a supreme-level spirit boat to escort him. Su Chenxiao didn't refuse. Only what he didn't expect was, this guy even brought over the famous female cultivator with extraordinary appearance and cultivation temperament, who is still a perfect body in the entire Dao domain, trying to climb the high branch of God's family, the Su family, in this way. Assholes. This gentleman is all about business. Is he not a man who indulges in sex and pleasure? Su Chenxiao lying in a figure to cause trouble. The peaks of the young girl in the middle of some unhappy thought. Gongzi, come, eat the fruit. On the side, a few marvelous women with unassuming appearance were peeling spirit fruit grapes for him. The beautiful eyes were filled with fascination as she looked at the noble gentleman in front of her with a terrifying background and handsome appearance. Open your mouth. Ah, it's a pity that this male is lazy and extravagant though, but has never behaved beyond the bounds to any of them. This couldn't help but make the hearts of several young girls with countless suitors and stunning looks in Tianxian sect feel a bit regretful. And the other side. Today is a good day. Yuan Fengxiao's face was flushed and he was in an excellent mood. Although Duke Su's punch earlier had nearly exploded his physical body, but the Green Emperor Dan given afterward not only restored his flesh to its original state, even the first level of the divine elemental realm cultivation, which had been stuck for a long time, had broken through. Now that he was able to have the opportunity to flatter this imperial clan prince in front of him, he was naturally excited and in a happy mood. As the spirit boat passed through the layers of formation barriers, only then did Yuan Fengxiao arrive in front of Su Chenxiao and spoke respectfully. Eunuch Su, we've arrived at the Canning Dao region. P.S. Chase is really too bad. During the new book to beg the small stacks of people temporarily do not feed the book. Point to urge to read the chase praise. Duck duck kowtowed. Bang bang bang. Chapter 29, Hidden Ancient Clan Xian Family, Brother of Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian, the domain of the Kaming Tao. Within the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. A middle-aged man with a calm and extraordinary temperament and a tall figure sat in the main seat. The man was the Xian clan head who had emerged from the clan headship fight in the previous generation. Hian Wu's eyes were closed, and he couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Where did Aoti go? Inside the lower hall, the fresh-faced teenager Xian Ning said with an arch. Back to father. Elder brother, he's gone to the apocalypse gladiator. Gladiator. Zhenu murmured softly. A hint of displeasure flashed in his incredibly deep eyes, and he sank his voice. That asshole. To think that a member of my ancient clan Xian family, my Xian Yu's son, with his honorable status, would not be able to go into that lowly gladiatorial arena to fight with barbarians? Seeing my father in shock, the lower Xian Ning's heart thumped as he slowly said, Father, the apocalypse gladiator has a qualification to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. I think elder brother is because of this. That's why. Zhenu sniffed even more angrily. Humph. The Red Meteor Burial Ground is under the care of my Xian family. If that rebellious son is willing to come and confess his faults, how could my father not let him in? Xian Ning was silent for a moment as he sniffed. In the depths of his eyes surfaced a strong jealousy. The same for the father's son. Why father is always more favored brother Xiao Tian. Xian Ning hesitated for a moment, then raised his head to look at his father. His eyes filled with hope. Father, I don't understand. My elder brother doesn't understand your painstaking efforts at all. He has clearly severed his ties with our ancient clan Xian family and is not a member of my Xian family. Why do you still care so much about your brother's movements? Does it mean that my ancient clan Xian family can't continue without him? Xiao Tian alone? Father, I'm also at the immortal realm. My cultivation level is even higher than my elder brother's. I'm also able to represent the Xian clan to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. This statement was made. There was a crisp slap. Pow! Rebellious son. Aotian, he's your elder brother no matter what. Does that mean you're going to disobey me as a father too? You get down on your knees. Xian Yu did not know when he appeared in front of Xian Ning. His expression was angry, as if he was a furious lion. But when he saw Xian Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes red and not saying a word, seemingly as if he had thought of something, Xian Yu's face gradually softened again. He squatted down and gently stroked Xian Ning's red and swollen face that had been beaten, saying in a gentle tone, Ninjel, in fact, my father doesn't mean anything else. You are also my Xian Yu's son. It's just that your mother died early, and your brother Aotian was sent to the outside world by his father since he was young, lacking our care, which led to his radical character. It's only right that I, as a father, should give him some slack. Xian Ning was trembling, kneeling on the ground and forcing back the tears in his eyes. Looking at the familiar yet strange father in front of him for the first time, he chose to retort. But father, what about me? I was a hostage in the clan for 3 years. It was the bargaining chip Uncle Clan used to threaten you. Uncle Clan once told me himself that you had tried to give up on me as your son several times. Brother, he was at least safe and sound out there. And you even compensated him with countless resources after he returned. But what did he do? Bullying, blaming you for your mother's death, and having a million grudges against you. Father, your eyes were only on your elder brother him from the beginning to the end, and you were able to forgive him no matter what deviant things he did. Xian Ningna's tear-stained face loudly rebuked. But have you ever thought that I am also your child? That I am also a piece of flesh that fell from my mother's body? You're just making up for all the guilt of your mother's death on your older brother. These words of punishment were tantamount to an extremely sharp sword that deeply pierced Xian Yu's heart. You shut up! Xian Yu's gentle face became furious in an instant. He subconsciously raised his palm and wanted to hit. Xian Ning didn't avoid or let go, like he was ready for the judgment of the coming storm. Zhenu's hand stopped in the air for a long time. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low, suppressed voice. Get out. Father, I'm telling you to get out as a father. Do you hear me? Xian Ning's body shook. Then it was as if he understood something in a flash. A self-deprecating, miserable smile followed, then slowly got up and walked out, trembling. After he left, Zhenu alone returned to his seat, looking up at the ceiling for a long time. He had lost too much for this patriarchal position. The oldest son did this, and now even the youngest son, who is the most docile and understanding, is doing the same. Is it really true that I am not good enough as a father? Just as he was falling into self-doubt, a Xian family elder hurriedly walked over. Matriarch, matriarch, second elder Ah. Xian Yu rubbed his Harumi points and tried his best to calm himself down as he looked at the visitor. What's wrong? The second elder hurriedly said. Patriarch, as the ancient clan's Ming clan said from their mouths earlier, that imperial clan Su clan's young prince is here. At this moment, the grand elder is outside to receive that honored guest. Are you the patriarch? What? Is it really someone from the imperial Su family? Xian Yu's heart shook at the words and hurriedly got up. Quickly, call up a group of elders and go forward with me to greet that imperial clan prince. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall of the ancient clan, Yuan Fengxiao followed beside Su Chenxiao with some apprehension. Think he is at least a clan chief. But when he came to this hidden ancient clan only to know that there are people outside the people, the sky outside the sky, not only was the palace of this hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, atmospheric and majestic, even the gatekeepers were of the same divine Yuan realm as himself. The Xian clan's grand elder was respectfully at the side, speaking towards Su Chenxiao. Sir Su, please wait for a moment. My clan chief will come over soon. Please also follow me. I'll take you to rest in the water cloud Xian court. Su Chenxiao nodded and said faintly, aha. Suddenly, it was like a realization. Su Chenxiao noticed a red-eyed teenager hurriedly walking past from not far away. Name, Xian Ning. Title, The Ruthless Evil Emperor Heaven's Destiny Protagonist's brother. Identity, son of the head of the Xian family. A hidden ancient clan. Age, 20. Character, meek, jealous. Realm, 9th level of the immortal realm. Physique, amphibious divine body. Techniques, Xian Tian record. Yin Yang ancient art. Script, the youngest son of the Xian family. A hidden ancient clan. Was taken as a hostage to threaten his father at a young age, and was very jealous of his father's favoritism towards his elder brother, Xian Ao Tian, when he became an adult. The brother of the main character of Destiny? Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned. In that case, that Xian Tian was indeed the Heaven's Destiny protagonist without a doubt. It's just that his brother's script is kind of interesting. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted slightly as he pointed at Xian Ning who was walking by. Elder Xian. Who is that one? The Grand Elder looked over, then spoke respectfully. Sir Su, that child is the youngest son of my clan's patriarch, Xian Ning. His talent is not bad. He is the contemporary pride of my Xian clan. Su Chenxiao nodded and said with a smile, I see that his face looks a bit not so good. Is something wrong? The Grand Elder froze, and he naturally noticed Xian Ning's somewhat reddened eyes. As a member of the ancient Xian family, he quickly guessed what was going on, but the family scandal could not be revealed, so he could only say with a bitter smile, the old man doesn't know what's going on. At that moment, a bright and incomparable laughter suddenly rang out in the distance. Ha ha ha, early this morning I heard a blessed bird chirping outside, and I thought in my heart that something good was happening. I can't believe it's Prince Su of the Imperial clan who has condescended to visit my Xian clan. It's really a great honor for my ancient clan's Xian clan to be honored. Chapter 30 Temperamental Xianyu. Qualification Jade Order. Only in the distance, Clan Chief Xianyu led a group of clan elders to greet him. Xianyu appeared to be very bold, stepping forward and arching his hand without being humble. My name is Xian Clan Head Xianyu. I've met Mr. Su a few years ago. I heard rumors about your son, and today I see that his name is indeed true to his word. Mr. Su is really a good judge of character. A dragon and phoenix among men. The elders beside him were also all respectful and decent with their faces as they came forward to show their goodwill. Name, Wu. Title, biological father of the protagonist of the heavenly fate of the ruthless evil emperor. Age, 2561. Personality, temperamental. Biased. Identity, head of the Xian clan. A hidden ancient clan. Realm, 7th level of the Holy Realm. Su Chenxiao smiled warmly and opened his mouth. I'm only new to this place, and knowing that the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, is here, I came to take a look in passing. The Xian clan's grand hall is majestic. In the end, it lives up to the name of a hidden ancient clan. This Duke Su had an extraordinary background, and he was obviously a member of the imperial clan, yet he was so courteous, and for a moment he couldn't help but let his good feelings rise. Xianyu said with a bright smile, Your Excellency is wrong. Please also ask Mr. Su to come with me. I, Xianyu, will receive you. The Xian family's Suigun Xian court. A pavilion sits in the center of the pool. The surrounding area was planted with heavenly treasures full of fragrance, and the place was full of spiritual qi, with blue waves and flowing water, beautiful mountains and rivers, and pleasant scenery. Xianyu poured a pot of tea filled with an ethereal aroma, slowly pushed it forward and opened his mouth with a smile. My Xian family is located in a remote realm, but a small domain, not much of a specialty. Mr. Su, try this Dao Yuan tea. It can consolidate your cultivation and slightly feel the power of the great Dao. Speaking of this, Xianyu looked at Qing Lao and Yuan Fengxiao, who were on the side of Su Chenxiao, and also sent a light. I think this is senior shadow guard of the Su family, right? And this one, the heavenly Xian sect patriarch. Long time no see. Qing Lao was indifferent, standing beside Su Chenxiao as if he were a statue without saying a word. Yuan Fengxiao, however, was flattered. How could he not have thought that this distinguished ancient clan patriarch would recognize himself as an unimpressive small clan master? Unbeknownst to him, with the ability of his ancient clan, the Xian family, the bottom line had already been mapped out as early as the time of his arrival. Although he knew that the other party was looking at this Mr. Su's face, Yuan Fengxiao still hurriedly arched his hand and thanked him. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Patriarch Xian, for the tea. Xianyu smiled and turned his head to look at Su Chenxiao inquiringly. That Granny Qian of the ancient clan's Ming clan has already informed us some time ago that what Mr. Su has come here this time is for the matter of that red meteor burial ground, isn't it? Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, his face calm, and said with a faint smile, the red meteor burial ground, which opens once every 30 years, is under the control of the ancient clan Xian family. Such a precious place. Since I'm here, I naturally have to go and have a look. It's just that this quota, however, will have to trouble Patriarch Xian. Wu hurriedly waved his hand at his words. Where are your words, my lord? If your excellency wants to enter the red meteor burial ground, not to mention just a single quota, even if it's 10 or 100, my Xian family would rightfully offer it with both hands. Saying this, Xianyu took out a jade order from his storage ring and handed it over. This is? Su Chenxiao asked. Xianyu, Mr. Su, please also keep it. This object is the qualification order. This red meteor burial ground, discovered by chance by my Xian family's ancestors 10,000 years ago, is rumored to be a battlefield where Dark Era great emperors fought with dark creatures, and there are great emperors' chances to exist. My ancient clan, the Xian clan, knows that it's not easy to control, so that's why we opened up the qualification of 1,000 names, and every 30 years other Dao ancient clans can enter with this order. And this token is the qualification to enter the burial ground. The only way to leave the burial ground when it closes is to hold it and crush it. This red meteor burial ground has existed for tens of thousands of years, and as a major economic source for the Xian family, the annual income brought by the issuance of this qualification order alone is massive. If it wasn't for the fear that handing out too many would lead to the depletion of resources within the burial ground, it wouldn't be a problem even if this imperial clan prince wanted 100 qualification orders. Su Chenxiao took this jade order. In the center of the jade order was engraved the word Xian, vaguely able to feel the flow of the arcane and incomparable array pattern within it. Other than that, there was nothing different. Since that's the case, thank you, Matriarch Xian. Xianyu grinned and said loudly in an extremely good mood, "Where are your words, Mr. Su?" A qualification jade order. Although in the outside world it was something that those cultivators fought to get, but for the Xian family, who issued their qualification orders, there were as many as they wanted. If one could thus make friends with this noble son with a terrifying background from the imperial clan, it could simply be considered a more cost-effective deal. As if thinking of something, Zhenu continued, "Just Mr. Su, this red meteor burial ground continent is a self-made heaven and earth, with countless ferocious beasts and killing formations within it, and the location of the territory varies every 30 years, so only those under the Seal King realm are able to enter the interior. I'm afraid this protector of the way beside you is not allowed to enter. If you want to go, Mr. Su, you might as well enter with my Xian family disciples. My Xian family knows quite a bit about this burial ground at least, and in this way, we can also help you seize the opportunity." The only thing he was worried about right now was that this son of the emperor clan would be damaged in the burial ground. If this kind of thing really happened, then it would really be a curse rather than a blessing for his ancient clan Xian family. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he thought of what he had seen outside the hall earlier. That Heaven's Destiny protagonist sibling Xian Ning. The corner of his mouth raised. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, "I wonder if Matriarch Xian has a candidate." Zhenu's eyes lit up. Compared to the little chance in the burial ground, if they entered together and were fortunate enough to be able to make friends with this dignified son of the imperial clan, the future would be very promising. His first reaction was to hand over the heavenly opportunity of climbing up to the imperial clan's son to his eldest son, Xian Ao Tian. But suddenly the disgruntled and complaining face of his youngest son came into his mind. Hey! Xianyu sighed slightly in his heart. Ao Tian's character is too impulsive, and he is unwilling to recognize himself as his father. And one has been, indeed, negligent in caring for Ninger. As he thought about it, the only person within the clan whose strength most closely matches that of his youngest son, Ninger. In the end, you can't favor one over the other. Then Zhena smiled and opened his mouth. Duke Su, my untalented young son Xian Ning can take on this responsibility. My youngest son, Xian Ning, has just turned 20 and carries the two-element divine body. Not only does he have an understanding and obedient character, his cultivation is also at the 9th level of the immortal realm. If he is fortunate enough to be able to assist you, sir, I think that this burial ground matter will certainly yield twice the result with half the effort. I don't know. What does the prince think? Xian Yu inquired tentatively. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. So be it. Xian Yu's face was joyful, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little excited and grateful for a moment. Fortunately, the other elders are not here. Otherwise they can accompany Su Gongzi. This matter cannot be so smoothed down, Zhena said while the iron was hot. Since that's the case, then Mr. Su, I'll call out to my untalented little son to come over. After saying that, Xianyu immediately called over Xian Ning from within the clan through the divine messenger voice transmission. Chapter 31. Jealous of the younger brother of the main character of Heaven's Mandate. Father always cares only for the elder brother. Not much longer. Xian Ning arrives. His face seemed to look a lot better, and as soon as he stepped forward, he respectfully arched his hand towards his father Xianyu and Su Chenxiao. Father, Mr. Su. Xianyu intentionally wanted to compensate this youngest son of his, nodded his head and spoke in a calm and deep voice. Ninger, this is the imperial Su clan's honored guest, Prince Su Chenxiao. Mr. Su intends to make a trip into the Red Meteor burial ground. During this period of time, you'll properly follow Mr. Su around, and do everything at Mr. Su's command. Understand? As early as when he arrived, Xianyu had informed Xianning as much as he could about Su Chenxiao's identity as well as the burial site through divine thought transmission. Xianning nodded and turned to look at Su Chenxiao, who was sitting opposite his father. A white dress, handsome and flawless. The face has been kept warm like jade smile. Hands and feet are more calm, smooth, as much as the world's son of that noble. Even Xianning, who had seen many of his peers' pride, couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. Is this the son of the imperial family? He slowly stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully. Xianning greets His Excellency. Please don't worry, Mr. Su. The Red Meteor burial ground has always been under the control of my Xian family. For its internal situation, Xianning knows it like the back of his hand. If Mr. Su needs anything, just order Xianning. Su Chenxiao carefully surveyed this Heaven's Destiny protagonist sibling in front of him. With a handsome face and sword eyes and starry eyebrows, Pale smiled and waved his hand. A talented man, worthy of being a son of the ancient clan. No need to be so formal. Sit. Xianning looked at his father with some hesitation for a moment, only to see his father Xianyu's face was calm, sipping his tea and speaking faintly. Since it was Mr. Su who asked you to sit, you can sit down. It wasn't until her father spoke that Xianning sat down somewhat restlessly. It was the first time since he was a child that he had been on an equal footing with his father. During the day my father had been unsmiling and majestic. I can't imagine that even someone like father is so kind and respectful in front of this Mr. Su. Xianning gave Su Chenxiao a somewhat grateful look. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and cast a friendly and gentle gaze towards him. With the information about the pro-brother of the protagonist of this providence, maybe it's big in terms of helping you harvest your own protagonists next. After seeing Duke Su agree to this matter, Xianyu smiled broadly and said, there are still 3 days until the Red Meteor burial ground opens. So during this period of time, I would like to ask you, sir, to condescend to stay at my ancient clan Xian family. Even though my Kanning Dao region isn't large, there are quite a few places with pleasant scenery, so I'll also have Ninger take you around the area. Sir. Saying this, Xianyu glanced at the somewhat nervous Xianning beside him and cast him a look, then got up and said, Eunuch Su, before that, I still need to make preparations and give Ninger an account of some things. You'll also have to wait. Su Chenxiao nodded and said indifferently, go on. Xianyu arched his hand and turned his head to signal Xianning to come along. Outside the Suigun Tingxian, Xianyu looked toward Xianning who had his head lowered in front of him and did not say a word, and slowly opened his mouth. Ninger, raise your head. Father. Xianning was a little afraid to look up to meet his father's gaze, for just now, for the first time, he himself had disobeyed the majestic father in front of him. Xianyu stared tightly at his son who was averting his gaze for a moment. His face gradually became a little softer, stretching out his big hand to touch Xianning's cheeks that were still a little reddened, and said, Ningel, just now for father, hit you pain, right? What you said before was good. All these years, my father's mind has been on your unproductive brother, and has neglected your feelings. Xianning froze at his words, his face filled with incredulity as he stared blankly at the father in front of him. He choked a little. Father is the patriarch of a clan, and he is in charge of everything day to day, so the child is fine. Xianyu lovingly smiled. This little son of his own has always been the most obedient and understanding. He turned his words around and went straight to the point, speaking with a smile. Ninger, that Mr. Su is the most beloved son of that patriarch of the Su clan of the imperial clan. His grandpa and grandpa are both one of the world's leading great emperor realm existences. My Xian family, if I can befriend this noble gentleman, perhaps in the future, I will be able to leapfrog to become the most powerful family among the hidden ancient clans. This time the opportunity is rare. My father has entrusted this task to you. Can you understand what my father means? Xianyu asked with an expectant face. Xianning nodded. He naturally knew what a behemoth the imperial Su family was. Just to make him some surprises. Can contact to get acquainted with the emperor clan son such a good thing? To the father's character and how will turn to get their own. Could it be because of his own previous rebellious words in the Great Hall that made his father finally realize that only he was his most obedient and filial son? But Xianyu's next sentence mercilessly shattered the last bit of thought in his heart. This matter, my father originally wanted to hand it over to your older brother Xianao Tian, but your older brother has a strong character and is too impulsive, and is by no means a suitable candidate. You are the only one who can put my father's mind at ease. As soon as these words came out, Xian Ning's heart, which was full of emotion, turned cold for a moment. He looked at his own father in front of him, who had a gentle face and constantly commanded him, and only felt extraordinarily strange. Sure enough, even if his elder brother Xiao Tian severed his ties with the family, he was the first person my father thought of when something good happened. Himself, always just the backup candidate. As if recognizing the reality, the trace of emotion within Xian Ning's heart was gone in an instant. I understand. Father. Xian Yu, who was the biological father, did not even notice his son's abnormality, but instead patted his shoulder with relief and said, "If you are able to befriend that Mr. Su, it will be a heavenly blessing not only for you, but also for my Xian family. Feel free to talk to my father if you have any difficulties. Go on, don't let my father down." Sui Gun Ting Xian. Xian Ning came here in a state of disorientation. Su Chenxiao, who was sipping tea and idly enjoying himself, noticed the scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. Upon checking out Xian Ning's recent script experience, Su Chenxiao realized all of this. This natural destiny protagonist's own brother has a lot on his mind. Su Duanxiao smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Xian Ning. Xian Ning was slightly stunned and rushed forward after reacting. "What is the order, my lord?" Su Chenxiao smiled and said as he sipped his tea. "My lord has said that there is no need to be so polite. Sit, come and drink tea with my lord." Xian Ning did as he was told somewhat woodenly. Su Chenxiao said lightly as he sipped his tea. "Why? Does it look like you have something on your mind? Could it be that your father is displeased with you for allowing you to follow my lord?" Xian Ning instantly sobered up at the words and hurriedly got up and knelt on one knee. "Don't dare! It is Xian Ning's honor to be able to follow Sir Su. It's just that Xian Ning is slightly bitter in his heart because of some family matters," Su Chenxiao said with interest and a smile. "Oh, a family matter?" Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers, and the gem-studded storage ring in his hand suddenly flashed with a white light. Almost liquor-ridden, aura-rich spirits were just laid out on the table, exchanging liquor for tea. "Tell me about it." This. Xian Ning hesitated for a moment, but once he thought of what his father had explained, he smiled somewhat bitterly. "Since it's a request from your excellency, Xian Ning wouldn't dare to disobey." Still, the many grievances in his heart were given a truthful voice. While Su Chenxiao listened, the smile in his eyes grew stronger. Chapter 32 Apocalypse Arena. Female Master Purpleine Spirit Snake Willow Purple Shirt. About half an hour later, after drinking a lot of spirits, Xian Ning's face was a bit rosy, and the bitterness in his heart dissipated for the most part after some telling. He had not thought that there were people in this world who could still understand him, although some of the alcohol was getting to his head. Xian Ning was obviously still relatively sober and pleaded, "Mr. Su, this matter, please don't let my father know." Su Chenxiao nodded and said with a faint smile, "Naturally, it's just that from what I've heard from you, that older brother of yours seems to have a lot of personality." As soon as he mentioned his elder brother, a strong color of jealousy flashed in Xian Ning's eyes. "Brother has always thought that keeping me in the clan was an injustice to his father and mother for favoring me. Unbeknownst to me, before my father became the patriarch, I, Xian Ning, became the handle of others for 3 years. The suffering I have endured is no less than his Xiao Tian. I've suffered more than that, but he is good. After returning to the clan everywhere for me, relying on my father's doting, repeatedly disobeyed my father not chastised, even if it is, even chose to cut off relations with my ancient Xian family. But how would he know that all the big troubles he has caused out there are being wiped by me, his younger brother? Who goes to wipe his ass?" Su Chenxiao could feel the thick resentment and indignation in Xian Ning's heart, and nodded his head as if in approval, saying, "Since that's the case, have you ever thought of letting your elder brother understand that without your ancient clan Xian family, he would be nothing?" Xian Ning sighed. "It's useless. With father's favoritism towards him, he still sends people to keep an eye on him at all times even if his elder brother breaks off the relationship. How can I compete with him?" Xiao Tian? Su Chenxiao grinned and said with a smile, "Then what if I say that my lord is willing to help you?" "What?" Xian Ning's heart shook, and somewhat incredulously, he looked up at Su Chenxiao, who had a handsome appearance and deep eyes. After a few drinks, he had long since taken this Su gentleman in front of him as a sincere confidant. When he heard that this Duke Su in front of him, who had a prominent identity and a terrifying background, wanted to help himself, Xian Ning had all of a sudden sobered up quite a bit from some of his drinking and said incredulously, "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" The next day, Kanming Dao Domain, Night Plume City. Due to the upcoming opening of the Tsang meteor burial ground once every 30 years, every Dao lineage and great clan in the heavens had brought their disciples. There was a sea of people within the various places of the Dao domain right now, with an endless stream of incoming and outgoing cultivators. As the most famous and prosperous city in the Kanming Dao domain, the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena was similarly located in it. The entrance to the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. Xian Ning was a member of the hidden ancient clan, and naturally, no one knew of him within this Kanming Dao domain. Originally, after meeting Xian Ning, the gladiatorial arena steward had intended to arrange for him to be placed in the VIP box. However, after learning that the person beside Xian Ning was from the legendary Emperor clan, he was instantly scared less, rushing to notify the lord of the arena to come and personally receive the duo to invite them to the highest specification supreme box of the arena. The supreme box was the place to receive the patriarchs of the various clans and the Saint Realm powerhouses, and it was located directly above the entire gladiatorial arena with the best and highest field of vision. Inside the house decoration luxury, rare and incomparable spiritual fruits and wonders placed on the table. The wall is hung with a picture of the beauty of the gladiator arena for people to choose. The interior was extremely spacious, and from above, it was able to collect the entire Apocalypse Gladiator arena in a single view. Su Chenxiao was lying on a chair, enjoying the massage service of several beautiful-looking wonderful young girls around him. Xian Ning stood upright. At this time, a seductive to the extreme, body-crushingly soft, coquettish voice rang out. Thinking about my heavenly Apocalypse Gladiator arena. This is the first time I've received someone from the Emperor clan. Across from Su Chenxiao, a beautiful woman with a stunningly beautiful appearance and a curvaceous and fiery figure said with a delicate smile, I have long heard that the Emperor clan Su family young son was born extremely handsome extraordinary. Su son can today come to visit. Really is to make slaves flattered. The heart of the deer banging ah. The beautiful woman's features were exquisite and charming, with a delicate goose-egg face and brightly colored, fire-like vermilion lips. A cascade of lavender hair, a tall and slender figure, full and high, with a swan-like elegant neck, shoulders draped with snow-white fluff. That light silk dress is a delicate curve outlined, intoxicating, in combination with that seductive, as if a pair of scissors autumn water-like beautiful eyes. It is simply a scourge of the country and a demon. Name, Lu Zishang. Title, one of the heavenly hostesses of the ruthless evil emperor. Identity, Lord of the Arena of the Apocalypse. Age, 1523. Personality, cold-blooded. Realm, Triple Supreme Realm. Life script, the Purpling Spirit Snake Clan of the Demon Emperor Realm in the Northern Domain. Having missed out on the position of Patriarch due to a sneak attack, flees with the clan's greatest treasures to the Kanming Dao Realm and establishes the Heavenly Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. He met Xian Tian in the gladiatorial arena, pressed the treasure on him, and decided to rely on Xian Tian to allow him to return to the Demon Emperor realm and reclaim the position of the head of the Purpling Spirit Snake Clan. This protagonist hadn't even met the person yet, but I couldn't imagine that he had arrived first at the Divine Destiny heroine. Lu Zishang bowed slightly. My small daughter, Lu Zishang. Meet Mr. Su. An extremely good-smelling, mesmerizing aroma permeated Lu Zishang's body. The aroma that was so seductive that it masked the demonic aura of its body. Su Chenxiao said indifferently, the Demon Emperor Realm's Purpling Spirit Snake Clan. If you don't stay properly in your Demon Emperor Realm, what's the point of running to our human Dao domain? Lu Zishan was slightly stunned at her words, her beautiful eyes narrowing. He was in possession of a treasure that could hide his breath, but he never thought that the other party would be able to recognize his true identity at a glance. In the end, it's still a member of the Imperial clan. Lu Zishan let out a delicate laugh without caring, her voice soft and flirtatious. Mr. Su is worthy of being a member of the Imperial clan. He even saw through my slave's identity with a single glance. Who would want to leave their home and go to this unfamiliar place if they didn't have something to suffer? Seeing that Su Chenxiao didn't say anything, he closed his eyes and lazily and cozily reclined on the chair enjoying the service of the young girl beside him. Lu Zishang slowly got up and walked with a gentle pace, swaying her brute waist. Let me do it, she said towards the young girl who was massaging Su Chenxiao on the side. The young girl did not dare to disobey. Lu Zishang put her slender, plain white jade hand on top of Su Chenxiao's shoulder, gently pinching and massaging his shoulder, and spitting out an orchid. Mr. Su is a pride of the Imperial clan. It's better to let my slave serve you. On the side, Xian Ning frowned. Even as a person of the hidden ancient clan, he couldn't help but get goosebumps after hearing such a charming and fluffy voice. Su Chenxiao did not refuse. However, enjoying the service of the beauty, he opened his mouth with his eyes closed, I've heard that your gladiatorial arena has organized an event in which anyone who was able to win 100 victories will receive a qualification order for the Red Meteor Burial Ground? Lu Zishang gently massaged it while laughing softly. Oh, is your excellency not interested in that qualification order? If your excellency wants it, why bother? The slave naturally offers it with both hands. Su Chenxiao opened and looked up at Lu Zishang's demonic beautiful and charming face and said with a smile, that won't be necessary. There is just one man. May he be within your gladiatorial arena now? Who? Xiao Tian. Chapter 33 Qian Family Outcast, 100 Battles of Death in the Gladiator Arena. Lu Zishang sniffed slightly, apparently remembering the name well, and said nonchalantly, the person in Prince Su's mouth. Slave naturally recognizes him. He's a big name amongst my apocalypse gladiators lately. Speaking of this, Lu Zishang glanced at the expressionless Xin Ning on the side and cackled. This is strange to say the least. This person is clearly a member of the ancient clan Xian clan, yet he has to come to this small place of news to compete for the qualification order. Now that he has won 95 consecutive victories, he only needs to win 5 more matches to be able to complete 100 victories. As soon as these words came out, Xian Ning on the side was filled with coldness, and his expression gave a cold snort of displeasure. Humph, to think that I, a member of the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, how can I enter such a trivial place for people to watch and have fun? He really wants to bring my Xian family into disrepute. Lu Zishang shrugged helplessly and said, we, in the gladiatorial arena, never force ourselves on anyone who competes. This small place of news can't afford to mess with the ancient clan Xian clan. The 100 victory deathmatch was chosen by that Prince Xiao Tian himself, but it has nothing to do with our gladiatorial arena. I have been running the arena for more than 100 years, in order to find the outstandingly talented young pride and bet on him, so that the other party will help him return to the Purpline Spirit Snake Clan. The original her, it was hard for her to find a Xiao Tian. The other party was not bad in terms of talent and background. He himself had wanted to bet on the other party, but after meeting this Imperial clan male today, he changed his mind for a moment. Ding! Heaven's Destiny heroine Lu Zishang has decided to give up betting on Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian has lost 1000 luck value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. That's moving the goalposts? What a cold but realistic woman. Su Chenxiao didn't pay too much attention to it, but instead looked down at the lower part of the gladiatorial arena. There are 12 areas in the gladiator arena, and almost every day there are hundreds of fights available for betting and fun. The bottom was packed with people. Cultivators on the viewing gallery were all flushed with excitement. Some looked down to the battlefield with fervor, clenching their fists and shouting, while others pounded their chests in chagrin and regretted placing their bets. Hit him! Hit him! I've bet 10,000 spirit stones on you. Asterisk him up hard. Looking at the hot and bustling atmosphere below, even Su Chenxiao couldn't help but sigh. It's rather lively. Then when will Xiao Tian's deathmatch begin? Su Chenxiao asked. Lu Zishang smiled gently and said, so that's what Mr. Su came here for this time off. Xiao Tian's last 5 death matches were scheduled to begin in the afternoon, but if you want to see it, Mr. Su, then it's not impossible now. Su Chenxiao rather playfully glanced at Xian Ning on the side and nodded his head. Then let him begin now. It just so happens that my lord would also like to meet this Xian family outcast, Xiao Tian. How about that, Mr. Su? The third basement level of the gladiatorial arena. Inside the dim and damp dungeon, terrifying roars of ferocious beasts and frantic hisses were endless. Roar! Let me out! Let me out! All the prisoners here are death row inmates and ferocious beasts that have been consigned to fight or purchased from outside the gladiatorial arena. In an open and narrow room, a youth with a cold face and wearing a black shirt was sitting on top of a hard stone bed with his eyes closed to cultivate. The Dao energy flowed, a dark and incomparable Dao lingering around his body, as if nothing around him could affect him. The youth had a head of black hair hanging down, handsome and hard. His face was like a knife, and his eyebrows were similar to Xian family head Xianyuyu for a few moments. Ta-da-da-da. At that moment, a sharp footstep sounded. As the door to the room was opened, a thieving, pot-bellied man walked in. Bishop said respectfully, that, Mr. Ao Tian, are you still practicing? The men are gladiatorial deacons. This person in front of him, although he was nominally a gladiator, anyone knew that the other party's true identity was the ancient clan Xian family's son. It was only because he had severed his relationship with the Xian family that he had come to their heavenly apocalypse arena to obtain a qualification order. Xian Ao Tian, who was sitting on the stone bed, slowly opened his eyes, and the essence of his eyes was revealed, as if he had the potential to swallow the sky. Boom! The surrounding stone wall was filled with cracks in an instant, and powerful air currents burst out from its body, creating a circle of ripples. Immortal Realm, 2nd level. The fat deacon was taken aback by this sudden scene. Waves of flesh trembled wildly and said with some fear, "Ao, Prince Ao Tian." Shen Ao Tian gathered all his cultivation and looked indifferently at the fat deacon in front of him. "What is it?" The fat deacon hurriedly explained. "That Prince Ao Tian. You still have the last 5 battles. The pavilion master has made arrangements, saying that your battle this afternoon has been brought forward and will begin in a moment. Ao Tian Gungzi you see. In advance?" Shen Ao Tian's face was calm, and it was impossible to see clearly whether he was happy or angry. "It's good to be ahead of time. These few days of deadly fights, one's cultivation has refined quite a bit. Not only that, but now it was a leap to break through the Immortal Realm 2nd level. The time has come to get your own qualifying order to leave." Thinking about this, Shen Ao Tian spoke with indifference to the extreme. "Got it. Go arrange it. Today, I, Shen Ao Tian, will accomplish 100 victories in this deathmatch." The fat deacon sniffed in relief and nodded as he immediately left the place to arrange the duel. And this narrow, depressing, darkened room. Shen Ao Tian looked at the darkness in front of him and his mind flashed back to all these years. "Sins, if you say another word, I, Shen Yu, will pretend that I don't have you as my son. To give birth to a child and not raise it, how have you ever fulfilled your duty obligations as a father? Fine, since you feel that you don't have me as your son and treat me so poorly, then from today onwards I, Shen Ao Tian, will break off my ties with your hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, Xian clan chief. Just pretend that you don't have me as a son, and that I never had you as a father." He himself had been exiled by his father in other Dao domains since he was a child, and he had not even seen his mother for the last time. "I thought they were in some kind of pain, but I never thought that when my father picked himself up and returned to the clan, he somehow got himself a real brother, carrying the 2 elemental divine body." He was young, but at the age of 20 he possessed the Immortal Realm's 9th level of cultivation. Thoughts retracted. Shen Ao Tian's eyes were extraordinarily cold and determined. "Enough. I, Shen Ao Tian, have never needed to rely on anyone since I was a child." He's going to let that biased father know. Even without relying on the family, one would be able to obtain a qualification order to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. Chapter 34 Death to the Immortals. For Imperial Swords to Kill the Immortals. Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. Area 1. Being the most special of all time, countless gladiatorial favorites have fought to the death at one time or another. Only the fighters with the highest popularity ratings will be allowed to participate. And after the fat deacon's publicity in the other regions, the outcast of the Xian family, the hidden ancient clan that everyone was most concerned about, would also be having his last 5 death matches today. Finish that 100-win undefeated streak. At the moment, the first gladiatorial arena was full of guests. Not only those who had always loved the regulars of the arena and the avid gamblers, there were even immortals from various Dao domains, immortal Dao lineages, and great clan families who wanted to watch the action. The scene was crowded and lively. Have you heard? It's going to be 5 consecutive death matches for the outcasts of the hidden ancient clan, the Xian clan. In a while, ancient clan Xian family. Could it be that contemporary Xian family head's son, Xian Ao Tian? This generation of Xian family head is a ruthless man. When he came to power, he purged his own brothers all over. How could his son be here? Not as much as the crowd doubts. The fat deacon in the first arena laughed and said loudly, "Today, the reason why my first gladiatorial arena is open is because there are heavyweights who are going to fight to the death. I think all of you already know about this. So now let's invite the 95 consecutive winners of the Apocalypse Gladiatorial Arena, the hidden ancient clan Xian family, Xian Ao Tian, to appear." Rumble. As the words fell, the huge stone door on the east side of the gladiatorial arena rumbled open. In that endless darkness, a handsome and cold-looking black-clothed youth with a straight and upright figure slowly walked out from it. His entire aura was stern and cold, like an unsheathed sword blade. Once it exploded, it would be unstoppable and cut through everything. Wow! As soon as Xian Ao Tian appeared, he immediately filled the hall with clamor. The locals of the Kanming Dao domain were a bit better, while the Dao Heavenly Pride who had come from other Dao domains because of the Red Meteor Burial Ground matter, all of them had faces that were not greatly shocked. It's really Lord Ao Tian of the Xian family of the hidden ancient clan. How is this possible? What is someone from the Xian clan doing in a deathmatch as well? Even in the seats located in the first arena, in the best position. Many of the ancient clan's celestial pride, who had unassuming looks and extraordinary temperament, were also discussing a lot. Humph. A youth in the crowd with a shady face and a thin figure clasped his hands together and looked coldly at Xiao Tian on the fighting arena, mocking with a face full of disdain, thinking that he, Xiao Tian, is at least a person of the ancient clan? I can't imagine that nowadays. For the sake of a small burial ground qualification order, he has even fallen to the point of having to come to this kind of lowly and dirty gladiatorial arena to fight with the ferocious beasts and barbarians. It's really a disgrace to our ancient clan's reputation, and a disgrace to the people of our hidden world family. The person who spoke was the ancient clan Qi family's contemporary heavenly pride, Qi Arbor. He had once been in a secret realm where he had a beef with Xiao Tian, and the two of them had never been able to deal with each other. Another ancient clan heavenly pride beside him said with a smile, "Brother Qi is right. We are all from prestigious families behind us, but we have never heard of any of our children coming to a place like this and choosing to fight to the death. This heavenly enlightenment fighting arena borrows my ancient clan's reputation to suck in customers, so sooner or later I'll have to settle the score with them. It's just that. Today is quite lively. Even the supreme battle viewing rooms above are open. Could it be that there are some big names arriving?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd of celestial pride present all raised their heads to look towards the arena directly above, only to see that in the middle of the sky, a golden, extravagantly ornate temple room floated high in the sky, condescendingly overlooking the scenery of the gladiatorial arena below. Inside the supreme room, ding! Congratulations on obtaining white dragon tiger pill *1. Congratulations on obtaining white black silk *1. Congratulations to get blue tyrannical yuan dan *1. Congratulations on acquiring the purple color of the 9 escape steps. Current villain value, 46,000. Another ING purple guarantee. Su Chenxiao, who was reclining on a chair and enjoying a massage from gladiator master Lu Zishang, was bored and came to a 10 consecutive draw. This man, when he's idle, he can't control his hands. I was going to save up for a 100 consecutive draw. The supreme Shenji Jiu transportation steps, purple. The speed is greatly enhanced after cultivation, and the pace is metaphysically unpredictable, with 9 steps to step into the realm, and the cultivation of the ultimate can be comparable to the Emperor realm technique. The good thing is that the heavenly transportation law category of magical powers is already scarce, and this purple guarantee is a good thing to open. At that moment, Lu Zishang, who was being gently massaged behind her, said softly, "My lord, at your command, Xiao Tian is here." Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and looked down at the black-clothed youth in the fighting arena below. Name, Xiao Tian. Title, Ruthless Evil Emperor, Divine Destiny Protagonist. Identity, son of the head of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. Age, 26. Personality, cold, indifferent, unscrupulous. Realm, Immortal Realm 2. Physique, Heavenly Vault Sword Body. Techniques, Emotionless Sword Scripture, Black Ancient Scripture, Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, Nameless Sword Technique, Remnants. Fabrics, Immortal Exorcism Formation Chart Red, Immortal Killing Sword Broken, Delusional Starry Night Chart. Destiny Value, 300,000. When he saw the magic treasure on Xiao Tian's body, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned, and his lazy eyes widened for an instant, appearing exceptionally bright. On this guy, surprisingly, it has the legendary Exorcist Formation Diagram, and an Imperial Soldier, the Immortal Killing Sword. This thing, but the legendary famous 4 swords of Tongtian. Punishment, killing, trapping and extinction. Legend has it that each emperor's sword contains an endless killing formation with infinite variations that can cut through the stars, sun and moon. The Immortal Killing Sword is known for its certain death, and the killing formation within it can burn people's hearts and blood, etching people's souls, and is terrifying to the extreme. Good guy. Wanyue Great Immortal Exorcism Formation Diagram. Crippled Emperor's Sword Killing Immortal. Looking at this protagonist's stance, it seems like he is trying to collect all the 4 great imperial swords completely. Su Chenxiao's eyes flashed as he stared at Xiao Tian below as if he had seen a mountain of gold. It seems that he was lucky. This Xiao Tian is definitely the category of quality protagonist. No wonder even Xiao was not its opponent in the script. Excellent. On the other side, after seeing his elder brother, Xian Ning's eyes clouded over in an instant. Inside the first gladiatorial arena, seeing that the atmosphere had been ignited, the fat deacon shouted out with an excited expression. Since Lord Ao Tian has already arrived, it's time to release the current installment's deadly demonic beasts. Everyone, This demonic beast is a powerful demonic beast from the northern region's extreme inferno land, existing in the lava fire mountain range, flame prison ghost Xiao. Rumble. After saying this, the stone door at the other end boomed open. A terrifying roar of a living being as if it came from eternity resounded. Roar. The fat deacon in the field was startled and cursed angrily. My chow. Letting go before we even yell start? He hurriedly leapt up and directly detached himself from the fighting arena to the seats protected by formations. Within that open stone door, rolling scorching heat gushed out. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded, accompanied by a terrifying heat wave, and a sea of fire erupted from the sky. A pair of scarlet pupils filled with primal killing intent and violence blossomed amidst the sea of fire. It was actually a 30-meter tall, massive, reddish body, like a dragon or a python, densely covered with hard scales of a blood-colored scaly dragon. Its eyes were like torches, its body was pale and powerful, and the four claws under its belly were sharp like knives, capable of easily tearing apart the flesh of any living being. Every inch of its skin was extremely hot, burning like lava, and an extremely regal aura permeated its body. Immortal Realm, 9th level. Chapter 35, Flame Prison Ghost Xiao. Immortal Realm 9th level. Upon seeing this terrifying beast, the faces of many cultivators on the stage instantly changed and their souls trembled. Crazy, this is a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. What kind of being is this? It's terrifying. I feel like it's capable of killing me in seconds. Flame Prison Ghost Xiao? I've never heard of this name before. I can't imagine that the gladiatorial arena has even gotten such a powerful ferocious beast. At this moment, under the attention of all people, Xiao Tian in the arena, but his face is calm, eyes closed without the slightest movement. Within the supreme seat, Su Chenxiao said with interest at this scene, Underworld Fire Hell, Burning Sky Demon Dragon Bloodline. Interesting, for the first match to be like this. It seems that your gladiatorial arena is bloodthirsty this time. Seeing that this emperor clan's son had broken the origin of this beast in a single word, Lu Zishang couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, Mr. Su is so knowledgeable that he has even seen this kind of rare ferocious beast. That Prince Ao Tian's strength is not bad. A few days ago he was only at the first level of the Immortal Realm, but now he has already broken through. If it's an ordinary ferocious beast, it's not much to look at. You know, it took a lot of effort to catch this guy. Slave. Su Chenxiao smiled and said lightly, it's a pity that it's not a burning sky demon dragon after all. Its bloodline is impure and falls short of meaning. Is it possible that the gentleman has seen it? He. The flavor of the burning sky demon dragon is quite good, and its tendons are also incredibly tough, making it a fine material for forging magic treasures. Behind him, Elder Chang nodded approvingly. Somewhat missing that flavor. I think that when the prince and his brother Su Jinghan were rampaging in the northern region, they killed the young dragons of the burning sky demon dragon lineage and cooked them, and I had the honor of tasting them myself when I followed them. Taste? Good. Did you hear yourself right? Lu Zishang's smile faltered and she opened her mouth at the words. Looking at this imperial clan male in front of her, her mind buzzed a bit for a while, and she was half speechless. Bitterly, he said, the burning sky demon dragons are the top demon race in the northern region. And my slave doesn't have the guts to dare capture the pure-blood demon dragon clan. This flame prison ghost Xiao is just one of the thousands of ferocious beasts that possess the bloodline of the burning sky demon dragon, and is so powerful that I think even the Duke Ao Tian will have to go through some hard battles. As the owner of the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena, what she had to consider was naturally the revenue of the arena. The period of time during which Xiao Tian, the man of the hidden ancient clan, had arrived had brought in a splash of traffic, and the gladiatorial arena was making a fortune almost daily. These last 5 battles, naturally, could not allow him to win so easily. How else would you make money from the gamblers? Lu Zishang gently squeezed Su Chenxiao's shoulder and said with a smile, it's just that I don't know if Mr. Su thinks that Mr. Ao Tian can win this battle? Su Chenxiao looked downward at Xian Ao Tian, whose face was calm, and said flatly, let's burn a candle. Oh, Lu Zishang couldn't help but come to have a hint of interest. The flame prison ghost Xiao is in the end at the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. Is the Duke so sure? Su Duanxiao let out a faint smile. Possessing the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram and the Immortal Killing Sword, if this Xiao Tian still couldn't solve this flame prison ghost Xiao, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called a Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Su Chenxiao glanced at Xian Ning, whose face was calm on the side, and said, Xian Ning, aren't you worried about your brother's safety? Xian Ning said indifferently, back to my lord. This is Xian Ao Tian his own choice. Even if you die, you're still to blame. in the lower arena. With the appearance of the flame prison ghost Xiao, the atmosphere in the arena was pushed to a climax for a while. Go! Kill this beast. Xiao Tian. I've sold my wife and children and put down my entire fortune. You can't lose. If you win this one, you'll be my real dad from now on. There was a constant cacophony of noise around his ears. Xiao Tian's face was cold as he looked across at the flame prison ghost Xiao with its horrifying aura that wanted to devour people. In his hand, a black sword permeated with an ancient aura and rusted with stains had suddenly appeared. One's breath was like a sword out of its sheath, stern to the extreme, killing the immortals. He let out a deep cry without a trace of emotion. Come on, let me see what's so unusual about a ferocious beast at the 9th level of the immortal realm. The battle was imminent. Xiao Tian turned into a black stream of light and disappeared in a flash. Roar! And the flame prison ghost Xiao on the opposite side roared up to the sky, and monstrous blood-colored flames erupted from its mouth. Red flames burning the sky. The oozing flames, burning and distorting space, came with a horrible sense of oppression. Even if the arena was protected by a legal formation, this amazing temperature seemed to burn through the formation in the audience. A little closer to the seat of the seat only feel hot and sweaty. What a terrifying flame. Can Xiao Tian hold up? Only to see a beam of pitch-black sword aura blossom from it in the midst of that sea of blazing fire, and countless razor-sharp sword chi exploded. Xiao Tian held the immortal-killing sword and chopped out a strike of vast ocean, which tore a huge mouth out of this monstrous sea of fire. The sword slayer technique. Mandim. Rumble. Although the immortal-killing sword in his hand was a broken imperial weapon and its power was 10 times less than 1, in Xiao Tian's hand it was by no means comparable to an ordinary sword. His movements were simply too fast, directly tearing through the fire domain and appearing in front of the flame prison ghost scroll. Seeing that this mole was not even burned to ashes, the flame prison ghost Xiao spewed out even more ferocious red flames from its mouth as if it had been enraged. Humph! Xiao Tian's eyes were icy cold as he moved like electricity, directly weaving to avoid this strike. The killing immortal sword's aura flashed in his hand. Put! Hurrah tore a huge gash in the immense body of the flame prison ghost Xiao. A large amount of blood spurted out. The flame prison ghost Xiao roared in pain, becoming even more wild and violent for a moment. Its scales stood up all over its body. Its thick and majestic body swept and drew out, and the earth crumbled, creating amazing waves for a while. With the powerful and terrifying flesh of its ferocious beast, if it was struck, even Xiao Tian of the immortal realm would be smashed alive. Rumble! This majestic and rough force exploded into a roar. The sky shook in the first arena, and the shockwaves seemed to touch even the crowd on the audience stage. Countless people's faces were horrified to the extreme, and those gamblers who had placed heavy bets were even ashen. That Shen clan outcast won't be dead, right? It's finished. This is a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the immortal realm. I've gambled my wife and child into it, just when everyone thought that Xiao Tian would be seriously injured without dying under this strike. Directly above the flame-hell ghost skull, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Asterisk is after all. Only see Xiao Tian stood in the air, a black clothes hunting, Dao Yun surrounded. In front of the body to kill the immortal sword dense with regal black aura. He pinched out a calculated sword trick in his hand, and his eyes were extraordinarily cold as he drank in a low voice. Heavenly sword slaying technique, heavenly dimming, buzz. The immortal killing sword trembled violently. In the next moment, it was actually from top to bottom, transforming into a beam of overwhelmingly powerful sword-ons that seemed to be able to cut through everything as it fell. If it hit, it would penetrate the flame prison ghost Xiao's body with a single blow. In the meantime, Su Chenxiao inside the Supreme Room saw this scene and grinned, saying, "It wouldn't be fun if it ended so easily." Elder Qing beside him understood, and his fingertips erupted with a beam of breath that was simply undetectable. The breath instantly disappeared into the immortal killing sword. The position of the sword on that should have pierced the flame prison ghost Xiao with a single blow had actually undergone a slight shift that not even Xiao Tian had noticed. Rumble. Chapter 36 Nameless Sword Skill Chopping Ghost Xiao. Abominable Xian Ning. Accompanied by a loud sound. Within the sea of fire that filled the sky, the flame prison ghost Xiao's wail of excruciating pain came out from it. Roar. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, holding their breath as the arena was silent. The whole place was abuzz. Countless people erupted in deafening cheers. I can't believe. 1. Xiao Tian actually defeated a demonic beast at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Get rich. Xiao Tian's face in midair was indifferent, devoid of sadness or joy. 9th level of the immortal realm? But that's all. A sword pattern surfaced in his palm as he prepared to retrieve the immortal killing sword. However, he suddenly realized that the immortal killing sword seemed to be firmly locked by something, and did not move for a long time. Xiao Tian frowned and muttered with some doubt as he looked downward at the sea of blazing fire. What's going on? Suddenly, a beastly roar that was furious to the extreme and regal resounded from the sea of fire. Roar! The raging sea of fire was unexpectedly broken open, and the hideous and incomparable head of the flame prison ghost Xiao sprang out from it, its beast pupil indignation rage, open fangs full of blood bowl mouth. In its thick tongue, killing immortal sword is clearly inserted in it. How is this possible? One has obviously. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted violently as he looked at this scene in disbelief. An extremely terrifying red glow was brewing in the mouth of the flame prison ghost Xiao, and flames strong enough to burn everything spilled out in all directions. Boom! Endless flames forced their way in, and this sudden scene had already made it too late for him to think much. Xiao Tian had no choice but to only slap a terrifying sword strike with his palm to ward it off, rushing to avoid it. The heavenly vault sword body. Every move contained a powerful sword intent. Rumble. In the midst of that roiling sea of red flames and fire, a fireman was blown away from it, rolled a few times and fell heavily on the far side of the field. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian is seriously injured, and has lost 2,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 2,000 villain values. Everyone looked at this scene incredulously and exclaimed, "What's going on? That flame prison ghost Xiao didn't even die." Cough cough cough. Inside the field Xiao Tian's precious body erupted a divine aura, shattering the flames on his body and immediately pulling out a holy elixir to recover. In the end, it was a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the immortal realm, and the taste of its flames was not pleasant. Although he was carrying the heavenly vault sword body, as a sword cultivator, he was invincible in attack and attack, but his physical body was not strong. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid the flames of that flame prison ghost Xiao in the middle of the battle. However, what he did not expect was that the strike just now did not kill the beast. The previous indifferent and arrogant appearance no longer existed. Xiao Tian's eyes were filled with suspicion and incomprehension. Damn it, how could my sword be deflected? Roar! The flame prison ghost Xiao, however, didn't give him a chance to ease up at all. It directly rolled with monstrous flames, charging across the sky, roaring with extreme anger as it attacked. The flames were jumping, undulating like a tsunami, and the terrifyingly extreme temperature, as well as the astonishing killing intent caused Xiao Tian to instantly wake up. He looked annoyed, and his eyes were filled with ice as he shouted angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Think that if I don't have a sword anymore, I, Xiao Tian, will be afraid of you?" The emotionless sword technique was in operation, and Xiao Tian's entire aura suddenly and drastically changed in an instant. Majestic sword intent gushed out without any concealment. The earth trembled, and behind him, using chi to turn into swords, in an instant, thousands of sword chi condensed by true chi were floating in midair. The emotionless avenue appeared on his side, and at this moment, Xiao Tian was like a sword immortal, indifferently gazing at the opposite ghost Xiao. There would have been no need to use this against the likes of you. You've not wasted your life. Die. As the words fell, thousands of sword chi condensed by true chi burst out from the sky. This sword chi seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world, and nothing was unbreakable. The raging sword on did not enter the raging sea of fire. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the flame prison ghost Xiao as it gathered its scales and tried to resist. In an instant, thousands of sword chi shattered the impenetrable scales and pierced through its extremely large body in unison. Roar! The flame hell ghost Xiao let out a deafening wail. With a strong resentment and unwillingness, boom fell to the ground. No breath. Xiao Tian's chest was heaving. Obviously using this strike had consumed a lot of his physical strength. He walked slowly, the flames around him not invading the slightest bit. Xiao Tian came to the corpse of the flame prison ghost Xiao and pulled out the immortal killing sword that was stuck in its mouth. Put. Afterward, he coldly looked at the fat deacon on the stage who had a shocked face and had not yet slowed down, and said in a cold voice, "Prepare for the next one." Only then did the fat deacon react and hurriedly shouted out, "Lord Ao Tian slayed the demon flame ghost Xiao and won the 96th victory. The Supreme Chamber." Upon seeing Xiao Tian perform the move of beheading the ghost scaly dragon, Xian Ning's face changed violently, and he said in an unsightly manner, "Nameless sword technique? Damn it! I can't imagine that father would even bestow such things on him." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian has been hated by his sibling, and has lost 1,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. Su Chenxiao looked over. Nameless sword technique? Lu Zishang also looked over with incomparable curiosity. That divine move that Duke Tian just made was truly extraordinary. I can't imagine that without a sword it would be able to kill that flame prison ghost Xiao. Could this also be a Xian clan divine ability? Xian Ning's eyes were filled with jealous rage as he said in a cold voice, "The nameless sword technique is a gongfu aptitude passed down from my mother's ancestors. Although there are only the remnants, they are infinitely powerful, and by practicing this skill, even without a sword in hand, one can vaporize a sword, and its power will not lose to the power of a magic weapon. This nameless sword skill has been with my father since my mother died." His heart was filled with puzzlement. Obviously he was also the son of his father and mother. Why did his father favor his elder brother so much and imparted this divine ability to him instead of passing it on to himself? Xian Ning gritted his teeth and trembled as he clenched his fists. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered and said with some regret, "Hey, it's actually happening. I can't imagine that Patriarch Xian is so biased. It seems that even if your elder brother severed his ties with the Xian family, your father is still relieved." As if he had thought of something, Su Chenxiao pretended to be dazed and said, "This Gongzi Vu's sword is also quite extraordinary. Seems to have the Emperor's content, although some broken, but think once was also a Supreme Emperor's sword. That sword, could it also be a relic of your mother?" Xian Ning closed his eyes and smiled to himself. Throughout the Xian family, the techniques practiced for generations were invariably Xian Tian records, and there were very few sword cultivators. The only other person who used to be a sword cultivator was his mother. What is this sword, if not a relic of my mother? Xian Ning opened his eyes filled with a bleak and painful color. Meh, with his Xian Ao Tian's immortal realm cultivation, how could he possess so many supreme treasures if not for my ancient clan, the Xian family? Chapter 37, I also ask you to let me fight to the death. The final battle. It's only ridiculous that my elder brother doesn't know himself, and has never known anything but to blame his father. And even though he has now severed his relationship with our clan, which of the magic weapons and techniques he uses is not related to his father? Lu Zishang was also a bit surprised to hear the secret stories of this ancient clan, the Xian family, and said, "I can't believe this is happening? But why is it that the rumor my slave heard was that the Xian clan's patriarch overly doted on his young son and coldly neglected this Aotian Gongzi, which caused him to sever his ties with his kin and run away from home? If it's really as you said, Mr. Ning, then it's really a case of the child that cries has milk to eat. Lu Zishang smiled and shook her head, sighing before asking any more questions. But her thoughtless remark shattered the last line of defense in Xian Ning's heart. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian has been pulled full of his cyborg brother's hate value, and has lost 2,000 Heaven's Destiny value. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 2,000 villain values. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and had a slightly appreciative look at Lu Zishang. Xian Ning's teeth were almost clenched and his eyes were red. It was clear that he had always been the most obedient child to his father. But why? Since he came, has everything changed? His father had given him all his love, unreservedly, and was able to forgive Xian Aotian no matter what he did. But what about yourself? After 3 years of being a hostage, gripped by the fear of death every day, and having to suffer the slap and scolding of his father simply for disobeying his father's words, on what grounds? At this moment, the last bit of affection in his heart for this elder brother was gone. Xian Ning stared dead on at the incomparably rebellious Xian Aotian within the gladiatorial arena below, as if he had made some sort of determination. A flash of unprecedented coldness flashed in his eyes. Brother, you've been under your father's protection all your life without any twists or turns, so it's just too lucky and smooth. Since you want this qualification order so badly, I'll just not give it to you. Xian Ning respectfully stepped forward and bowed towards Su Chenxiao. Duke. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and said with some doubt, "What's wrong?" Xian Ning lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. "My lord, please also let me enter the middle of the gladiatorial arena. I want to fight Xian Aotian to the death." "Permission, my lord." Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, and he saw the light filled with jealousy and anger in Xian Ning's eyes. Su Chenxiao said with a smile, "Why, Xian Ning, although Xian Aotian is no longer a member of my ancient clan Xian clan, the aura on him is still there. I, as his younger brother, will make him realize that as long as he still has my Xian family's blood in him all the time, he will never be able to face true suffering." Su Chenxiao laughed, smiling extraordinarily brightly. "Do you hear me, Lord Willow Court? My lord is not one to break the rules of your apocalypse gladiatorial arena. although Lu Zishan was a bit surprised at the sight. She saw this imperial clan prince open his mouth and said in a flavorful manner, "Bummer, what are the rules?" Since it's Mr. Su's request, not to mention changing the rules a little, even if Mr. Su wants the entire gladiatorial arena and the slave will not dare to disobey. This fox, Su Chenxiao faintly said. Hear that? If you want to go, then go. Xian Ning's eyes lit up at his words, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Xian Ning thanks you for your approval, Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao waved his hand. No harm done. It would have been your family's business. But, speaking of this, Su Chenxiao pulled out a milky blood-red rounded elixir from his system storage ring and sent it over with his true qi. This is. Xian Ning looked at the blood-colored elixir in front of him with some confusion. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, Your father favors your older brother so much. I'm afraid he has quite a few tricks up his sleeve that he has yet to use. This item understands the tyrannical Yuan pill, capable of increasing cultivation strength in a short period of time, with no side effects after use, except that it will be weak for a day. You are to accompany this Gongzi to the Red Meteor burial ground 3 days later. Then before that, this Gongzi will not wish to see anything happen to you. This elixir, which he had just obtained during his 10 consecutive draws, could not imagine that it could come in handy now. Xian Ning was slightly stunned at his words, feeling that Duke Su's words were not without reason. After all, even a supreme divine ability like the Nameless Sword technique was given to Xiao Tian by his father, himself, and nothing. Receiving that tyrannical Yuan Dan, Xian Ning felt someone else's concern for the first time. Grateful beyond measure, he looked at Su Chenxiao and said, Xian Ning, thank you, Your Excellency. Next, Lu Zishan used divine thought to send a voice message to have one of the deacons of the gladiatorial arena lead Xian Ning away. Only after he left did he look at Su Chenxiao with a charming face and said, My lord, the arrangements have been made. Aha, and how does the gentleman intend to reward his slave? Reward you with a slap, eat it or not? Inside the pitch-black, unbelievably dark passageway, Xiao Tian was sitting on the sidelines adjusting his true qi and recovering his condition, ready to wait for the next round of battle. Xiao Tian opened his eyes and looked at his right hand that was burned, a cold aura flickering. Damn it, I never imagined that the flames of that flame hell ghost Xiao would be so difficult to deal with. Even now, he did not understand why his strike of the immortal slaying sword had been deflected. As if sensing something, Xiao Tian coldly spoke. The next bout has begun? On the side, the fat deacon appeared at some point and had been quietly waiting by the side for him to recover. No, no, no. Seeing Xiao Tian wake up, the fat deacon said with a fawning smile, There's no rush. It's just that Mr. Ao Tian, our gladiatorial arena has something we want to discuss with you. Xiao Tian, what? The fat deacon rubbed his hands together and smiled. As per the previous agreement, you still have 4 more battles before you can complete your 100 victories and obtain that qualification order to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. I think you have some idea of the strength of the flame prison ghost Xiao that fought with you just now. If we follow this next progress, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you, Mr. Ao Tian, to complete the deathmatch within these 3 days. Xiao Tian frowned. The strength of that flame prison ghost Xiao was indeed terrifying. If the next 4 games were all this ferocious beast, it would not be easy for him to deal with it. So what are you trying to say? Fatty Deacon, Prince Ao Tian. It is for this reason that our gladiatorial arena has decided to exempt you from the remaining 4 death matches. Next, all you need to do is complete a death match and win, and you will receive that qualification order. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the smiling fat man in front of him and sneered. 1 game? I'm afraid this last one isn't that simple, is it? The fat deacon said with a smile. You can also refuse. But to disclose, the 4 death matches afterward, the ones to be faced will not be ferocious beasts of the immortal realm. Sealed King Realm? This fat bastard. How dare he threaten me? Xiao Tian's face sank. However, the Red Meteor burial ground was about to open, and he still needed to make some preparations in advance, and didn't have that much time to spend with them. It's nothing more than a final battle, so what if you release a peak Sealed King Realm ferocious beast? I, Xiao Tian, promise. You go prepare now. Today, I will get that qualification order. Seeing Xiao Tian agree, the fat deacon's eyes lit up and he arched his hand. Delhi, Chapter 38 Heaven's Destiny Protagonist vs. Biological Brother. Life and Death. Inside the No. 1 Gladiatorial Arena. The last battle is about to begin. Xiao Tian, who had almost recovered, had a calm breath and was quietly waiting for his last opponent in the field. The surrounding spectators had witnessed the scene of Xiao Tian crossing the border to kill the Immortal Realm's 9th-level ferocious beast earlier. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited to a climax. Even after half an hour had passed, the enthusiasm remained undiminished. People are talking. I can't believe that Xiao Tian was actually able to defeat the flame prison ghost Xiao. I remember that this guy only just reached the heavenly ascension realm a year ago. How could he progress so rapidly? He is at least the son of the Xian family head. It's 80% that his father has tilted a lot of resources on him. I've heard that the Xian clan's leader also has a young son who is overly talented and has been within the clan since he was young, being cultivated with countless resources. You guys say that even Xiao Tian, who returned to the clan not long ago, is this powerful? Then wouldn't his brother Xian Ning's strength be even more terrifying? As his words fell, the person who spoke immediately felt a murderous gaze, only to see that Xiao Tian in the field had opened up at some point and was staring coldly at the man. The man hurriedly shut his mouth. Oof! Xiao Tian snorted coldly. I think he usually, the most hate is that people compare his brother with himself. How can a hothouse flower be compared to me? At that moment, a loud laugh came from among the hidden ancient clan. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Tian, you are really a great stand. Chi Arnold sat in the VIP seat and said with full of mockery, didn't the big guys pay out spirit stones just to see you? The outcast of the ancient clan? What's the matter? You're a dead gladiator in a gladiatorial contest, and you can't let us paid spectator lords talk about it? As people of the same ancient race, others feared Xiao Tian, but they were not afraid. It's just an outcast of the Xian family. Chi Arnold went on to say sarcastically, if you ask me, you, Xiao Tian, will never be able to compare to your brother, Xian Ning, in terms of both temperament and strength. Brother Xian Ning carries your Xian clan's ancient two-embodied divine body, and has the Immortal Realm's 9th level of cultivation at just 20. If not for your bloodline kinship, you wouldn't even be worthy of the qualifications of lifting up brother Xian Ning's shoes. Xian Ning was gentle and elegant, with outstanding talent, and had always maintained the poise that a hidden ancient clan should have. Therefore, it was very prestigious amongst the group of ancient clan prides. The moment these words came out, the surrounding hidden ancient clan celestials also laughed, looking exceptionally agreeable. Xiao Tian's face instantly became icy cold, full of killing intent. He looked towards Chi Arbor on the stage, and the killing immortal sword in his hand buzzed and quivered. You can come down if you want to die. Chi Arnold was even more disdainful when he saw this. It doesn't matter to me, but Xiao Tian, if you dare to make a move and break the rules of the arena, I'm afraid you won't be able to get that qualification order. The people of the ancient clan, even for the Red Meteor Burial Ground qualification here to fight for a bloodbath, we are really ashamed to be with you. It's disgraceful. Xiao Tian's chest rose and fell together, forcibly holding back the anger that wanted to strike, calming himself not to listen to this barking dog. On the other side, the fat deacon inside the gladiatorial arena communicated with Lu Zishang through voice transmission. When he received the other's permission, he then nodded his head and exclaimed with a smile, as we all know, Duke Aotian is just short of these last 4 death matches to obtain the qualification order to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. But if we keep fighting the ferocious beasts to the death, I think you all are tired of seeing it. So I, Apocalypse Gladiators, have decided to make these 4 matches the last. And this time, what Lord Aotian is going to fight against is not a ferocious beast. Instead, it's an Immortal Realm 9th level cultivator. What? The moment these words came out, not only the spectators on the stands, but even Xian Aotian within the arena frowned and looked towards the fat deacon. Friar? One must know that even the Immortal Realm 9th level flame prison ghost Xiao himself had killed him. The strength of the fleshly body of the ferocious beasts has always been more powerful than that of the human race in the same realm. And this gladiatorial arena will not think that by virtue of a mere Immortal Realm 9th level cultivator, it will be able to hinder me from seizing the qualification order. Will it? Xian Aotian smiled disdainfully in his heart. Cut the crap. Just get the guy to show up and get started. Seeing Xian Aotian's eagerness, the fat deacon smiled mysteriously and nodded his head. Since Lord Aotian is so impatient, then let that lord make his appearance. Rumble. The words just fell. The huge stone door on the opposite side of the room was open. Ta-da-da-da. From the middle of that dark passage came the sound of an unhurried footstep. Everyone in the gladiatorial arena looked over. Still a real monk? Who is it? Could it be some old devil? The hidden ancient race's prides also looked over with interest. Chi Arnold said with a smile, this heavenly apocalypse arena is a bit interesting. To find a cultivator of the 9th level of the immortal realm to come. I just don't know what kind of character it is, but don't be defeated by that trash Xiao Tian. The crowd was talking and laughing, but when they saw the person who slowly walked out from behind the stone door, soon, they couldn't stop laughing. The entire gladiatorial arena, too, was quiet for a moment. Look at the person coming across the room. Xiao Tian's pupils shrunk violently. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. In an instant, he burst into a rage and yelled lowly towards the person opposite him. It's you? What are you doing here? Xian Ning, shoo away. In an instant, the whole place was abuzz. Everyone did not expect that the cultivator who was going to duel with the ancient clan outcast Xiao Tian this time. Surprisingly, it would be the son of the ancient clan's Xian clan chief, Xiao Tian's own brother. Xian Ning, how is this possible? Crazy. It's insane. Am I dreaming? Xiao Tian is an ancient clan outcast after all. But this is the next clan head candidate. The current Xian clan's most outstanding heavenly pride. Xian Ning, with such an honorable status. What is he doing in the gladiatorial arena? Could it be that he wants that qualification order as well? The people of the immortal Dao system and the hidden ancient clan within the arena were all stupefied. Xi Arnold's eyes were almost glaring out in general as he looked at the person across from him with a deadpan expression. Brother Xian Ning? How did Brother Xian Ning appear here? The fat deacon in the arena was clearly satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He gave a big smile and introduced himself. I think all of you know this cultivator. That's right. This cultivator that Duke Ao Tian's final deathmatch will be against. It is none other than the son of the current hidden ancient clan's patriarch, Prince Ao Tian's own younger brother, Xian Ning. This deathmatch is a battle to the death. There is only one condition for victory, until the other is killed. Crazy. All crazy. Two noble status of the ancient tribes of heavenly pride, the same brother of the duo. How dare you want to fight to the death in this gladiatorial arena? Asshole. A person from the hidden ancient race sensed that things were not going well and shouted. Do you know exactly what the identity of the two people in front of you is? Who gave you the courage to dare to let them fight to the death? You, Apocalypse Gladiator, are trying to find death? The person who spoke was an ancient clan elder. The fat deacon looked toward the man and smiled. I'm sorry, this matter was requested by this Lord Xian Ning himself, and with that lord's permission, too. That lord, even if all of you people from the ancient clans present were added together, you wouldn't be able to compare to a single finger of someone else. Fat deacon had never been so hardened. Ignoring the old man of the ancient clan who was shivering cold with anger, he exclaimed with a smile. You may all place your bets now. Today's deathmatch is rare in 1,000 years, so don't regret it for the rest of your life. Now then, the bout begins. Meanwhile inside the supreme chamber, Su Chenxiao looked at the scene below with amusement in his eyes. A battle between blood brothers is really interesting to the extreme. Lu Zishang also laughed lightly from the sidelines. Clucking, a duel between two people from the ancient clan Xin clan. Thanks to your blessing, Your Excellency, I think that after today, the fame of my heavenly apocalypse gladiatorial arena will double again. Even slave. Now I'm looking forward to who will win between these two brothers. The slave will accompany the gentleman inside this private room. Wait and see. Chapter 39 Dark Stream Protagonist. Killing brother and slaughtering clan, proving the way with blood. Xian Ao Tian's eyelids fluttered wildly, and his eyes were filled with anger. How could he not expect that his own brother Xian Ning would appear here? The two were incompatible with each other, one being a rebellious outcast and the other being the most excellent and obedient son of the family. Xian Ao Tian's eyes were sharp to the extreme, as if they were sharp blades taking in the heart. His voice was hoarse as he questioned word for word. Xian Ning, who the hell sent you over here? Is it that old undead thing? Opposite Xian Ning's face was calm as he slowly said, Brother, it's been a long time. I asked to come of my own accord. Elder brother, since you've chosen to sever your ties with my Xian family, you shouldn't be out there rampaging around under the name of my hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, including the use of the divine power feats that father gave you. A trace of killing intent flashed in Xian Ao Tian's eyes, and he suddenly let out a loud laugh at his words. Ha ha ha, good. I, Xian Ao Tian, have long since lost all semblance of relationship with your Xian family, and the technique I use is not at all your bull Xian Tian record. After saying that, the immortal killing sword appeared in his hand. Xian Ao Tian tightly gripped the immortal killing sword in his hand. The emotionless avenue floated on his side. His head full of black hair danced in the air, and a horrifyingly harsh sword intent rippled out. Xian Ning, Since you're just as intent on preventing me from obtaining this qualification order, then I'll see if you have the ability to do so today. Come, die fighting. The killing immortal in his hand chopped through the air, and the raging and surging black sword aura tore through everything. Rolling, the earth underneath his feet crumbled inch by inch, and the vast and terrifying sword ons came wildly and fiercely, overpowering to the extreme, killing and destroying without equal. He had long looked at the brother who had taken everything from him with displeasure, and the opposite Xian Ning did the same. Xian Ning murmured with an incredibly calm face, Xian Ao Tian, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, too. I, alone, am my father's most brilliant son. Buzz. The yin and yang poles suddenly surfaced behind them. The Xian heavenly record was in operation, and Xian Ning's precious body was jasper and flawless, and his palm he slapped out a strike of wave surge. The white palm containing countless runes rolled up for tens of feet and blasted towards that sword mage. Rumble. This was a battle between two teenage prides, the brothers of the Xian clan of the ancient clan. In an instant, the terrifying divine aura that erupted from the intense collision drowned the entire gladiatorial arena. This divine might, which was like a landslide and tsunami, made the people in the audience feel as if they were there. What terrifying strength! Is this the heavenly pride that the Xian family of the ancient clan has cultivated with all their might? Amidst that appalling light, a furious shout resounded. Only Xian Ao Tian held the immortal killing sword, and the monstrous sword intent and killing machine crushed this divine force layer by layer. He was like a beam of pitch-black lightning, both his speed and attacks reaching the extreme towards Xian Ning. Xian Ning! And Xian Ning's face was also icy cold at the moment. His right foot stepped in the air, and the taiji and the two symbols emerged underneath his feet. He opened his 5 fingers, golden runes lingering at his fingertips as a mysterious and unfathomable power filled the air. Xian Ao Tian, since you appeared, I have disappeared from my father's eyes. If only, you never returned to the Zhen family. With the Xian Tian record as the base and the ancient art of yin and yang as the main focus, a divine aura erupted in Xian Ning's eyes, and with a deep cry, he pressed out a black and white interlaced flat heavenly palm towards Xian Ao Tian, the ancient art of yin and yang, subduing the mountains. It was as if the stars had fallen and the 10 pale mountains had collapsed. This vast and majestic palm, before it even fell, caused the approaching Xian Ao Tian to feel a huge and terrifying pressure. Rumble. This tremendous divine might caused Xian Ao Tian's pressure to increase for a moment. He slowed down and looked up at the huge black and white palm that was crashing down above his head, his eyes cold and terrifying. The immortal killing sword in his hand exploded with a crisp sword sound. Wisps of extremely sharp sword intent that could cut through all things but was merciless and ruthless circled around the body of the sword. Xian Ao Tian's face was furious as he chopped out horizontally towards the black and white giant palm above. Xian Ning, I'm going to tell you today that even if you get all of that old undead man's heartfelt cultivation, you are in no way a match for me. Xian Ao Tian. Heavenly sword slaying technique. Heavenly dimming. Seeing this scene, Xian Ning spoke indifferently. Ungrateful man. Who on earth has gotten father's heartfelt cultivation? Xian Ao Tian. Although you are my elder brother, but the cultivation level between us is a gulf you can never cross. Shun. As the words fell, the black and white giant palm's breath instantly skyrocketed dozens of times, expanding by a full circle. Boom! It was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Xian Ao Tian chopped out of the sword manner actually exploded into smithereens, while the black and white giant palm is unharmed. More and more close, eyes, will fall down. Xian Ao Tian tightly gripped the heaven-slaying sword. His killing intent was shocking. He looked at the black and white giant palm with a cold voice. Then open your doggy eyes and take a good look. I, Xian Ao Tian, am partial to shattering your divine ability. The nameless sword technique was in operation, and the scene of the previous Xiao beheading was reproduced. Xian Ao Tian's condensed sword intent transformed into a solid body, and several times more relentless sword chi than the previous quantity converged and condensed. Die! Xian Ao Tian chopped out his sword, and countless sword chi shot towards the black and white giant palm in the air as if it was a sudden and dense rainstorm. The sword cuts through the 8 wastelands. Boom! 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 Terrifyingly sudden and dense attacks accompanied the great divine ability strikes, and under this overwhelming divine ability, the black and white giant palm even showed a slight crack. In the next moment, it was swallowed alive by the astonishingly bright sword awnings. Rumble! As if it was a loud thunderous explosion, the entire gladiatorial arena shook. Xian Ao Tian killed out of the divine sea like a god or a devil. In the face of a great divine ability blasted by his younger brother Xian Ning, it was as if an overwhelming sword capable of destroying everything had broken through all the laws of the world. And it was unrelenting. Countless people looked at the terrifying battle between these two ancient clans' heavenly prides and held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. Is this really a battle at the immortal realm? I never thought that I would be able to see two ancient clans celestial pride bathing in blood and killing each other in this life. This ticket today is really worth it. This apocalypse coliseum. It's so damn good. Even the celestials on the side of the hidden ancient race, none of them had faces that were shocked. Xiao Tian, actually able to fight his brother Xian Ning? How is this possible? Chi Arnold couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, looking at Xiao Tian, who was like a god of killing in the field. He had never thought that this fellow possessed such terrifying strength. The Supreme Chamber. Lu Zisheng, who had pinched some of her hands, looked at the scene below. Her beautiful eyes were astonished and surprised. To have such a cultivation level at such an age, it's worthy of being a member of the hidden ancient clan. Lu Zisheng sat beside Su Chenxiao and looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao and inquired. The male doesn't seem surprised at all? Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and laughed. Don't worry, both of these two still have reservations. It's time for the good stuff to start next. Unsurprisingly, a brother is just a brother after all. In front of a Heaven's Mandate protagonist who crossed the realm as if he were eating and drinking, a mere 8 minor realms was nothing at all. If one didn't remember correctly, it seemed like there was another black ancient scripture amongst that Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian's techniques, right? Dark Era Forbidden Technique. A technique that does not belong to the heavens. The history of the heavens had suffered from attacks and invasions by the dark side and extraterrestrial demonic gods, and frankly speaking, the tolerance for those strange and evil feats had long been commonplace. However, the feats of those bizarre beings of the Dark Era were different, unspeakable and unnameable. Not to mention cultivation. Even the slightest touch will make a person's heart change greatly. Just exist here. Its diffusion will radiate the entire domain. And in the end, all people will fall into the bizarre creatures that everyone has to be put to death. There had been rumors. The beginning of the Dark Ages is because an ancient black leather book that has never been seen before suddenly appeared one day, turning all the living beings of a domain into a bizarre start. AI. Xian'ao Tian. Xian'ao Tian. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that great emperor-level figures would have to appear. Dark Flow protagonist. What a ruthless evil emperor. I think the evil in this refers to this black ancient scripture. By comparison, I'm positively white and red as a villain. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. After looking at Xian'ao Tian's life script, he lost his smile and shook his head. The life script of the ruthless evil emperor, killing the brother and slaughtering the clan. Witnessing the way with blood. Chapter 40 Black Ancient Scripture. This is all because you guys forced me. Rumble. Inside the gladiatorial arena, a blazing black and white light exploded along with it. Xian'ao Tian's entire body was blown away. He rose from the ground covered in bruises, spitting blood from his mouth, and even the immortal killing sword in his hand was blown away. Xian Ning's face was cold, his feet stepping on the two yin and yang, his black hair draped over his shoulders, and he gathered the gazes of everyone in the gladiatorial arena as if he were a teenage supreme being walking at a slow pace. Xian'ao Tian, see, this is the gap between you and me. I, Xian Ning, have practiced diligently since I was a child, and I have never slacked off for a single day. You keep blaming father, but have you ever thought that if it weren't for my Xian family's bloodline flowing through you, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to see me? Xian'ao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out a pill to take it. His eyes were covered in blood and somewhat red. When he heard this, he threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with hatred and disdain. What a Xian family's heavenly pride. My good brother, realize that you are the pride of the Xian family, and I, Xian'ao Tian, it's just an outcast of the family. Boom! As his words fell, Xian'ao Tian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In front of him, a dazzling to the extreme divine aura blossomed out, accompanied by the crisp to the extreme sound of sword chants. The killing immortal sword that was inserted on the ground in the distance actually began to tremble violently. Bang! A loud noise came. The immortal slaying sword turned into a long black rainbow rushing up into the sky, and in Xian'ao Tian's hand, a diamond-shaped disc appeared at some point. The disc was inlaid with 4 holes, and the horrifying sword intent was alive and flowing non-stop. Exorcist Formation Diagram. Xian Ning, do you think that this is all I have to offer? Ridiculous. Immortal Execution Formation Diagram. Rise. Xian'ao Tian's eyes burst with divine aura. He shouted angrily, and the diamond-shaped Immortal Execution Formation Diagram in his hand quickly floated up. The immortal killing sword seemed to be pulled by some kind of summoning and came straight towards the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram. In an instant, A formation conjured by sword intent enveloped Xian Ning. Dragons and snakes rose and landed. Killing machines surged. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the stage undoubtedly did not have horrified faces. The sharp to the extreme, dense sword intent seemed to pounce on their faces, causing their cheeks to ache. What is this? Sword formation? Within that magic weapon, it actually contains a sword formation? Within the field, there was no lack of sharp-eyed people who seemed to have thought of something. An old man in the hidden ancient clan's face changed, somewhat incredulously looking towards Xiao Tian's figure in the gladiatorial arena. Could this be the legendary immortal execution formation diagram? Doesn't that mean that the piece of divine weapon that this guy is using is one of the Tongtian immortal swords? Bad. Legend had it that the 4 swords of Tongtian each held a sword formation with endless killing opportunities, and if that was true, then I was afraid that Xian Ning, who was at the 9th level of the immortal realm, would not be an opponent at all. Xiao Tian, are you crazy? He's your own brother. Xian Ning has left his hand in yours countless times. Do you really want to kill him? A person from the hidden ancient clan shouted angrily. Xiao Tian's head full of black hair fluttered wildly, indifferent to everything around him. The killing intent on his face could not be faked. He stared intently at Xian Ning, who was enveloped by the immortal execution formation diagram. I, Xiao Tian, never recognized this bull brother. Use blood as an admonition and the immortal killing sword as a guide. Immortal killing sword formation. Xiao Tian roared furiously, and the Norse sword formation rumbled and rotated, already intending to fight to the death. At this moment, in the sword formation, every inch of space was bursting out with the powerful immortal killing sword chi, making it impossible to defend against. But, even Xian Ning, for a moment of inadvertence, his cheek was cut with a bloody wound by this overpowering sword chi. Xian Ning's brows furrowed as he shielded his body with the heavy yin and yang binary power, and his eyes gradually grew heavy and icy. It's come to this, and you're still as obsessed. In that case, don't blame me for not remembering the bloodline. Xiao Tian, don't tarnish the name of my ancient clan, the Xian family, again. Die. As his words fell, Xian Ning took out the tyrannical Yuan Dan given by Su Chenxiao and took it. Boom! In just a moment, what seemed like endless amounts of true qi surged out. Xian Ning's body then exuded a raging and surging qi, and the 2 instruments of yin and yang under his feet rotated rapidly, black and white as if they were fused and intertwined. His left and right eyes transformed into one black and one white, and the runes flowed, unreservedly activating the 2 elemental divine body to the extreme. Rumble! The sword array trembled, and countless immortal killing sword chi with astonishing killing intent whistled out, as if it were a torrential downpour of pear blossoms that were densely seared and frantically tilted. Boom! Boom! The roar went on and on. Xiao Tian pinched out a planned sword guide with both hands and urged the immortal slaying sword formation to its peak despite everything. Between blood brothers, now all have lost their sanity, and only want to fight for life and death in the middle of this gladiatorial arena. Enough! It's over! An explosion suddenly resounded within the sword formation, as if a volcano erupted and magma gushed out. A beam of black and white divine light blazed and collapsed, and under everyone's horrified gazes, it even pierced out directly from within the sword formation. Xiao Tian's pupils shrunk violently, and his entire body looked incredulous. That's never going to happen. The immortal slaying sword formation was activated, but it was capable of killing even powerful people of the Sealed King realm, and Xian Ning was only at the 9th level of the immortal realm, so how could he possibly break through the sword formation? Rumble! A shocking loud noise exploded, and in midair the immortal execution formation diagram and the immortal killing sword fell from the sky as if they had lost their splendor. Xiao Tian's face suddenly changed, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed out of his mouth. The entire person's breath looked shriveled for a moment, and his face was pale to the core. Faced with the raging and terrifying aftermath, he subconsciously used his hands to fend it off, and his entire body was sent flying out like a kite with broken strings. Bang! Amidst that roiling fog, Xian Ning was covered in sword wounds, and his robes were torn, resembling a bloody man. His incomparably pale face was covered in blood, his breath was incomparably chaotic, and he was panting heavily. If it wasn't for the tyrannical Yuan pill given by the Duke, which caused his cultivation to reach the Seal King realm in an instant, I'm afraid I'm going to die under the sword formation just now. Now that it was over, there was no more room for maneuver for either of them. Exhausting the last ounce of strength in his body, Xian Ning's right palm slapped out, and the 2 instruments of yin and yang underneath his feet seemed to have come to life as if they had transformed into twin dragons intertwined with yin and yang towards Xiao Tian. Ancient scripture of yin and yang, lifeless heavenly deity. That yin-yang twin dragons roared forth, rolling with monstrous divine might, and at this moment, a massive death intent surged to the forefront of his mind. Xiao Tian had a feeling that if he could not resist, he would definitely die under these yin-yang twin dragons. No, I can't die. You forced me to. Xiao Tian's face was hideous and incomparable, as if he had gone mad and offered up his last card. You made me, he roared furiously, and in an instant, an extremely bizarre black ancient scripture capable of corrupting the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in front of him. This tattered ancient scripture was weathered and shrouded by a wisp of blackness, harboring a breath that did not belong to this heaven and earth and was extremely unknown and unsettling. Chapter 41 Elder Cheng Strikes. Strange divine object. As soon as the black ancient scripture appeared, this extremely evil power penetrated the barrier within the gladiatorial arena. It caused palpitations to surface in everyone in the room. Rumble. The monstrous divine ability yin-yang twin dragons swept in. But incredibly, before arriving, the yin-yang twin dragons began to dissolve and decay under the nibbling of that ominous chi. At the end of the day, nothing happened, not even the slightest aftershock. The distant Xian Ning's face was pale, and his physical strength was overwhelmed as he knelt on one knee, his face shocked as he watched this scene. This is, upon seeing the black ancient scripture that began to erode the surrounding space and even gradually spread outward, the always peaceful Xian Ning instantly seemed to think of something, and his eyes violently appeared with monstrous killing intent. Xiao Tian. Weird power. Dark era ancient scripture. Do you want to kill all the living beings in this Dao domain, asshole? Boom. The moment these words were uttered, a furor was immediately created within the entire gladiatorial arena. The dark era was bizarre, and no one in the entire heavens knew about it. What? Countless people present were shaken, their faces turning from shock to horror and horror. Weird power. That guy has the dark era death scripture on him. Escape. Quickly. I don't want to become one of those weird beings. He's trying to get us all killed. Run. Legend has it that the dark era began with an ancient black leather book, but anything related to weirdness, once it appeared, would assimilate all the living beings in the entire Dao domain. The entire gladiatorial arena was in chaos at the moment. Countless people watching the battle looked panicked to the extreme. Even those hidden ancient clan celestials were in awe. Go! We can't stay here. I can't believe Xiao Tian has this kind of thing on him. Let's retreat. Xiao Tian within the gladiatorial arena was like the source of a plague that was feared. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian exposes the bizarre ancient scriptures and loses his reputation. Loss of 30,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian's relationship with his sibling Xian Ning has completely broken down, with a loss of 5,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 5,000 villain value. The system's rewarding sound kept ringing out. Upon sensing this ominous aura, Lu Zishan was scared out of her wits. She hadn't expected that Xiao Tian would have this kind of thing on his body. Weird. How is this guy possible? Apocalypse Gladiator. It's over. Even old man Shing's face changed slightly, immediately wanting to strike. As a quasi-empire, he naturally knew what it meant for the weirdness to appear once again. At that moment, a faint laugh rang out, only to see Su Chenxiao stretching somewhat lazily and said with a smile, "Hey, after admiring it for so long, it's time to strike." Something as terrifying as this shouldn't appear in the heavens. Inside the gladiatorial arena, Xian Ning's expression was furious to the extreme as he looked at Xiao Tian across the room in death and roared. Xiao Tian, are you crazy? Are you trying to make my entire ancient clan Xian family bury you? Wrapped in the ominous aura of the black ancient scripture, Xiao Tian seemed to have been slightly affected as well. His entire aura was recovering at a terrifying speed, and his face laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, so what? You guys are forcing me to do this. Since I, Xiao Tian, have exposed this black ancient scripture, then I also have no intention at all of letting you all return alive. Xian Ning's pupils shrank. Sky curtain. Xiao Tian roared as if he was insane. Boom! Under the holder's urging, the black ancient scripture he burst forth with an incredible power, and a black ominous aura enveloped the entire gladiatorial arena. Those who intended to escape or use teleportation talismans were all interrupted and stopped in place. Why is the teleportation charm unavailable? What is this? Xiao Tian's aura was terrifying, and he laughed in a hideous and incomparable manner. Suddenly, rumble, an unrivaled, Divine power surging as if it were a vast ocean of supreme divine power crashed down. The golden divine aura shone in the sky, and with just a single strike, it shattered this gladiatorial sacred realm formation, as well as this bizarre canopy. Buzz. The black ancient scripture released an extremely lurid power that enveloped Xiao Tian. But even with the shelter of the weird power, Xiao Tian's body also shook at this moment as if it was a titanic pressure, and all the bones in his body shattered by inches. What kind of divine power is this? Emperor's might. This is Emperor's might. Could it be that a great emperor has descended? At that moment, a playful voice rang out from the air. Well, it's time to end it. Next, it's time for the Imperial Su clan to do their business. The Emperor? The Imperials? When they heard this voice, the faces of the tens of thousands of people in the gladiatorial arena all looked incredulous, staring towards the air with wide eyes, only to see that high in the sky, a handsome-looking noble gentleman with a white coat that was not stained with dust, just like an exiled immortal descended from the sky. Its godly body was like Hua, flawless and unblemished, completely unlike the characters of this world, and beside him, a stooped black-robed old man had a cultivation level as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. The golden divine aura filled out, surging like the sea, protecting the gentleman from that weird and ominous aura. Paramount Emperor. That person is a paramount emperor. Who the hell is this? Seeing the visitor, Xian Ning dropped to one knee and immediately exclaimed. Xian Ning greets His Excellency. Su Chenxiao smiled and looked down at Xiao Tian, his eyes somewhat teasingly waving his hand. The Dark Era's stuff is truly amazing. The ancient black scriptures, containing a bizarre spirit, unbreakable and indestructible. It can erode all things in the world and turn them into ominous beings. While saying that, Su Chenxiao looked towards the immortal slaying sword and the immortal execution formation diagram on the ground, and with a grab of his hand, he pocketed these two divine objects, and he couldn't help but tsk and marvel at them. Exorcism array. Good baby. Ding. Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian has lost the Heaven's Destiny Supreme Treasure, the immortal execution formation diagram, and has lost 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Ding. Heavenly Fate protagonist Xiao Tian has lost the Heavenly Fate Supreme Treasure killing immortal sword remnant, and has lost 30,000 Heavenly Fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Asshole. That's my immortal execution formation diagram and immortal killing sword. Seeing that his magic treasure was seized, Xiao Tian's breath hitched as he waited for the person in front of him to die. However, after noticing the old man with astonishing cultivation beside Su Chenxiao, his fierce eyes flickered for a moment. Then without thinking, he directly urged the black ancient scripture to blast off a terrifying black divine ability. Humph! Elder Qing shouted angrily and whisked his sleeve to directly shatter this divine ability. Although it's something from the Dark Era, do you not think that you can deal with a quasi-emperor with this item alone? Chapter 42, Weird Ancient Scripture Exposed. Heaven's Destiny protagonist lost his name. Paramount? The Imperial Su family. That one is definitely the son of the Imperial Su family. As if he had thought of something, Chi Arnold and the hidden ancient clan breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. Xiao Tian, do you know what kind of character is in front of you? You deserve to die for your crime of holding the Dark Era ancient scriptures. Now don't obediently bind your hands and capture them. Don't harm your father's clan, the Xian family. Shut the hell up. Xiao Tian roared. He took a deep breath and viciously glanced at Su Chenxiao as well as Chi Artery in the distance. His voice was icy cold and threatening as if he was from the Nine Spectres. You, all of you. After saying that, Xiao Tian was ready to push his divine ability to escape this place. But at that moment, Old Man Cheng beside Su Chenxiao moved. Elder Qing sneered. Do you think that you have a chance to escape today? The monstrous pressure fell. The divine aura appeared, and the power of the quasi-emperor realm transformed into a golden great seal to suppress it as if it were a falling sun. Rumble. In just a single breath, this entire gladiatorial arena was shattered alive, and a shocking sinkhole appeared where Xiao Tian was. Ah! A scream of excruciating pain rang out. Xiao Tian was as if he was a puddle of mud covered in blood, lying miserably inside the pit, in front of a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse. He didn't even have a chance to use that black ancient scripture. If it wasn't for the presence of the Duke, this would still be the result after Cheng Lao stayed his hand. Cheng Lao frowned, suddenly noticing the terrifying nature of that ancient scripture, which had just eroded even his own quasi-emperor aptitude. The Dark Era ancient scripture is here, and if it is tainted with a trace of it, It may cause a person's mind to go crazy and turn into a weird thing, so he didn't dare to leave the duke's side by the slightest bit. Not dead? Looking downwards at Xiao Tian, who was wrapped in an extremely dense and ominous qi and was almost about to disappear, Elder Chang once again executed a shocking divine ability. Rumble. And right at this moment, that bizarre black ancient scripture actually erupted with an incomparably bright black light. As if everything withered, the sky cried out and the earth howled. From within that black ancient scripture, a humanoid-looking shadow unexpectedly appeared. The shadow grinned towards the Qing old man in the sky, revealing his morose snow-white teeth, and then directly rolled the Xiao Tian, who did not know whether he was alive or dead, and disappeared from the field, leaving behind only the ominous gas that corrupted everything, until Xiao Tian's figure disappeared within the gladiatorial arena. The piece of heaven and earth that he existed in had been contaminated. Seeing that old man Cheng still wanted to make a move, Su Chenxiao waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Okay. Su Chenxiao gave a teasing smile full of unconcern. That black ancient scripture actually still has a spirit? Interesting. In the end, it's something from the dark era. Even the great emperors can't handle it well. The Su family, won't get involved in this mess, and for the rest, I'll leave the rest to their hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, to deal with it on their own. Destroying these bizarre things was not only laborious and unappealing, but if one was not careful, one would have to take the risk of turning a domain's living beings into bizarre creatures and bear the blame of 1,000 people. Elder Cheng nodded slightly at his words, collected his terrifying cultivation, and stood aside without speaking. Su Chenxiao squinted his eyes, playing with the trembling immortal killing sword and immortal exorcism formation diagram in his hands, and in front of him, the system unfolded a huge map. A red dot is moving fast above the map. System marking, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile. It's just that Xiao Tian. How much heavenly fate value do you have to squander? A messy gladiatorial arena. After experiencing the Xiao Tian incident, everyone present had a feeling of having survived a robbery. Only when they saw the old man beside that imperial clan prince shatter the eroded space did many people from the immortal Dao system and the hidden ancient clan dare to come forward. Grateful beyond measure, he arched his hand. We, the others, pay our respects to Mr. Su. Su Chenxiao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, a casual thing, no harm done. My lord originally just wanted to watch a good show, but I didn't expect this to happen. The bizarre beings have a blood feud with my heavens, so they should be executed by everyone. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao sighed and said with some regret, it's just a pity that that ancient scripture, the black ancient scripture, is so bizarre and extraordinary that even the quasi-emperors don't have a way to kill him. The moment these words came out, none of the people present were not admiring them to the extreme. Worthy of being the son of the emperor clan, one must know that once upon a time, in the dark era, it was the great emperor of the emperor clan Su clan who led the cultivators of the heavens to tear through that darkness. The hidden ancient clan Shi Arnold arched his hand in awe and opened his mouth. Your Excellency's great righteousness, if it wasn't for your hand, I'm afraid that it's highly likely for us to die a horrible death at the hands of that Xiao Tian, or to become ominous. Who would have thought that that Xiao Tian would have such a thing? After such a thing happened, the Xian clan, the ancient clan behind it, can't escape blame. The other people around them nodded their heads, their faces indignant. Using this item in a vain attempt to kill all of us here, Xiao Tian's heart is punishable. After returning to the clan, I will definitely report this matter to the clan elders. With such a bomb buried in the Canhai Dao region, there is a risk of wreaking havoc on the heavens at any time. At this moment, Xian Ning also came from the distance with a pale face, his eyes filled with shame. If it wasn't for that tyrannical Yuan pill, I'm afraid that I would have already died under Xiao Tian's sword formation. Duke, Xian Ning has failed to live up to the expectations of His Excellency. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile and patted his shoulder. It's good that people are okay. Eat this down. A white aura erupted from the storage ring, and a vibrant green Emperor Dan was sent out with his hand. Could this item be the green Emperor Dan? When they felt that extremely dense and amazing vitality, the eyes of many of the heavenly prides present suddenly lit up, and all of them looked enviously to the side at Xian Ning. It was only now that they realized why Xian Ning had appeared here. It turns out that today's nobleman in the supreme pavilion above is the Emperor's son, and Xian Ning is accompanying this son of the Lord to come together. Xian Ning was greatly shocked, and looking at the gentle-faced Duke Su in front of him, he only felt a sourness in his heart. This never-before-experienced feeling caused his eyes to turn a little red and said, Xian Ning thanks you, sir. In the meantime, in the middle of a deserted mountain range in the Canning Dao region, the ominous qi was dense, and the surrounding mountains and sky-high ancient trees were instantly eroded into ashes, expanding out at an extremely terrifying speed. Xiao Tian's wretched figure appeared at this place. Cough. He slumped to the ground, spitting out blood in large gulps. Xiao Tian's eyes were red and filled with hatred and anger as he roared lowly. Why don't you help me kill him? An eerie, hoarse laugh came from the black ancient scripture floating in the air beside it. Jia Jia Jia. Do you know that the one who appeared today is from the Su family of the imperial clan? If I hadn't stepped in to save you, you would have died at the hands of that paragon emperor. Xiao Tian's body shook. The imperial Su family? How he did not know the name. Each of the 10 great imperial clans of the heavens was a supreme, inviolable existence. It could be said that the hidden ancient race was as weak as an ant in front of any emperor race, not to mention the fact that that person was from the imperial Su clan. Chapter 43 Ancient Clan Xian Family finished. Last words. But as soon as he thought that not only had he exposed his biggest card, he would be hunted down by countless people in the future, and 2 more supreme treasures would be taken away. Xiao Tian was furious and madly pounded the ground, roaring, Damn it! That voice from the black ancient scriptures sounded once again. You, stay here honestly to recover, and after the red meteor burial ground opens, leave this Dao domain after obtaining that item, and find an uninhabited place to cultivate. Don't worry, with my help, within 100 years, you will become a great emperor. Jia Jia Jia. Red meteor burial ground. But one simply does not have the qualification order to be able to enter. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xiao Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of icy killing intent, and he said in a chilling voice, It's done. So what if it's just one more sin? One day later, hidden ancient clan Xian family, outside the main hall. The crowd of Xian family elders were ashen, kneeling outside the hall with their heads bowed, trembling and not daring to say a word. The entire Xian family was enveloped by an extremely oppressive aura. Bang! The only sound that came from the great hall was the roar, with the sound of porcelain being smashed. That is really crazy. How dare you keep something from the dark era on your body? Is he trying to get our ancient clan Xian family killed? Inside the dark and depressing main hall, Xian Yu was furious, even if there were outsiders here. At this moment, his face was almost twisted as he frantically smashed things. It had been centuries since he had been so out of shape. Su Chenxiao quietly watched this scene, drinking tea unhurriedly at the side. The charge of colluding with the weird beings of the Dark Ages aside from the various imperial clans that had once led the heavens out of darkness being able to explain away their escape, not to mention the tiny Xian clan. I'm afraid that even those super Dao lineages and ancient saint clans that possessed great emperors couldn't afford it. It was no wonder that Xian Yu, who was the head of a clan, was so out of sorts. I don't know how long. Xian Yufang just as paralyzed to sit on the seat of the head of the family, eyes lost in thought, and cried and laughed. Ha ha ha, I thought Xian Yu, had been wise for 1,000 years, but I didn't expect to give birth to such a deviant and good son. Hand in hand, carrying the dark era ancient scriptures, that everyone gets to kill all of these. Are they all retribution for my Xian Yu killing my brother and butchering my relatives? Is it all retribution? Xian Ning, who was currently kneeling outside the temple when he heard his father's rant, could no longer hold back and rushed in. Father, but when he came in, he froze. The surrounding area was a mess, and Xian Ning had never seen his father so disoriented and disheveled. At this moment, as a hidden ancient clan chief Xian Yu for a time heart gas all without there, only that thick guilt and remorse. Xian Ning couldn't help but go up with a sore nose. Father, Xian Yu glanced at him and spoke somewhat feebly. It's Ninger, for father is ashamed of his ancestors and your mother's instructions. Xian family, it's going to be over. It was ruined by my Hyunwoo's hands. Xian Ning was shaken. The trance only felt like the sky was falling. He couldn't imagine that his father, who had always been wise and majestic, would say such desperate words. Xian Ning fell to his knees with a plop. He crawled towards the front step by step, and took his father's hands and exclaimed, Father, please stop saying that. My Xian clan is a hidden ancient clan that has stood in the heavens for 10,000 years. It will not be finished. Xian Yu tilted his head up and closed his eyes as he lay on top of this family head's position. The whole person seemed to have aged hundreds of years and said quietly, Ancient clan? But the Xian clan, can't afford to take on the offense of trying to restart the dark era. Last night the news came from the ancient clan Shi family. Your brother Xian Tian he attacked several ancient clan celestial pride at night, killing Chi Arbor and 6 other ancient clan people and taking away the qualification order on his body. In a matter of days, The Qi family will lead a group of people from various other ancient clan Dao lineages to come and ask for their sins. What? Upon hearing this, Xian Ning's breath hitched, almost as if he were gritting his teeth in a low growl. Xian Ao Tian. It's him again. It's him again. Father, he's going to destroy our Xian family. Xian Yu slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was haggard. He stared closely at Xian Ning in front of him, stretched out his big hand and placed it on his face, gently and incomparably said, Ninger, it is father who was then ashamed of you. After your mother left, after my father took over this patriarchal position, he was even more negligent in caring for you. All along, you have blamed your father for favoring your brother Aotian too much. Maybe the reason why father is so indulgent your brother Aotian, that is because after your mother left, the last thing she asked me was to let me take good care of Tianer. Though you have been a hostage for 3 years, your mother and I gave you all our love unreservedly when you were small, and that child Tianer was still suffering in other Dao domains at that time. Xian Ning burst into tears and choked out loud with incomparable sobs. Father, please stop talking about him. Jenna smiled and shook his head. He had never shown such a loving and gentle side. Ninger, you look like your mother in both personality and looks. While Tianer follows me, I know that I've always been a bad father in your hearts. But what I want to tell you today is that Ninger, in my father's heart you've always been the most obedient and understanding good boy, and my father's pride. As if he was giving his last words, Jenna said a lot in one breath. Xian Ning was trembling more than ever, and there was never a day when he didn't want his father's affirmation, but definitely not now. And just at that moment, the voice of the Xian clan's grand elder came from outside the hall. Matriarch, Matriarch, the hidden ancient clan Qi family, the Xiao family, the Ming family, and several Daoist forces have all come. When he heard this voice, Xian Yu nodded his head. His eyes flickered and he didn't know what he was thinking. He gently stroked Xian Ning's cheeks, lovingly wiping away the tear tracks at the corners of his eyes, and softly said, Ninger, you've grown up. After I leave, if they are willing to let my Xian family have a chance of survival and my Xian family still exists, then you will be the patriarch of my Xian family from now on. Xian Ning clung to his father's arm, kneeling on the ground with his head lowered and begging bitterly. Father, please stop talking. You'll be fine. Seeing his own son like this, even the inner strength of Xian Yu's deep eyes could not bear to float a tear. He now realized how negligent he had been in caring for his youngest son since Tianer's return. But why? Was it discovered so late? Xian Yu smiled and shook his head, finally rubbing Xian Ning's hair affectionately before getting up and looking at Su Chenxiao, who was sitting quietly at the side, and walking over. Sir Su, in here, is all of my Xian Yu's family belongings, as well as half of the resources that my ancient clan, the Xian family, has accumulated over the generations. Su Chenxiao looked up at Xian Yu Dao in front of him. Matriarch Xian, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 44. Who is qualified to prove it? Then I wonder if this gentleman is qualified enough? Hyunwoo knelt down with his hands clasped together, as if he was carrying out a dying support, a last will and testament, generally speaking, with his head lowered. The son does not teach the father. For Tianer to be able to do such treacherous things is naturally inextricably linked to me, his father. But my good boy Ninel is innocent. I only ask Mr. Su to shelter Ninger's life for the sake of these meager gifts, and from now on, my canine son is willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Su, no matter what. Su Chenxiao was silent for a while. Honestly, I'm not a nice person myself, but perhaps it is in the body of Xian Yu. See that the last loving kindness of parents cannot help but think of their own kindred family members. Su Chenxiao received the storage ring and calmly nodded his head and opened his mouth. Understood. Go on. Xian Yu's body shook, and his face showed endless gratitude. He knew that the one who could save this young son of his a life amongst the countless ancient clans and immortal Dao lineages, the only other person to do so was this male from the Su family of the imperial clan. Father, don't. Xian Ning only felt weak and begged bitterly at the back. Xian Yu slowly got up and took one last look at Xian Ning, then he knocked him out with a single blow of his astral chi and made a final bow towards Su Chenxiao. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Su Chenxiao nodded without saying anything, looking at Xian Yu's tall departing back. His eyes flickered, playing with the storage ring in his hand, murmuring to himself, Xian Ao Tian, you have a good father who is willing to take the blame for everything you carry, but why can't you just feel it? According to Xian Ao Tian's script, from start to finish, the Xian family was blameless. It was merely his unilateral belief that all of this was owed to him by the Xian family. Everything that happened today was recorded by himself with a shadow retaining stone. Su Duanxia was eager to see it. Seeing this image at a time when the protagonist of this heavenly destiny is on the verge of death and in a desperate situation, will he or she regret it? Su Chenxiao slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the hall. The sky outside the house was cloudy and dark, seemingly with lightning and thunder, brewing a storm that was about to come. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall, Xian clan head Xian Yu and a group of elders looked at the raging people of the various clans high in the sky. Xian Yu, your son, Xian Ao Tian, killed my youngest son, Qi Ardent, and my ardent son was tragically victimized by this unwarranted disaster. And I, Qi Kong, have only one son. If you, the Xian family, do not give me an explanation today, my ancient clan Qi family will not share the same fate as you. Upon seeing Xian Yu appear, an angry, pale-faced old man above him roared. This person was Qi Kong, the head of the Qi family. He is old enough to have a son. For Qi Arti from childhood to adulthood are loved very much. Now Qi Arti perished. He than any of the present are incomparable heartache. My grandson also died at the hands of your son, Xian Ao Tian. Your Xian family colluded with the Dark Era's bizarre beings. Do you not want to turn over the sky? Today, our ancient race will act on behalf of the heavens and erase you group of betrayers of the heavens from the hidden ancient race. So don't ever sully the reputation of my hidden ancient race again. Rumble. Angry thunder flashed in the sky. Under the terrifying pressure of these thousands of people from the ancient clans and Dao lineages, the sky above the Xian clan seemed to be collapsing. The crowd of Xian family elders were trembling, their faces desperate to the extreme. Master of the house, Xian Yu took a deep breath, and facing this crowd of bad comers, he exclaimed, I, the Xian family, recognize these things. A son does not teach his father. What my son, Ao Tian, has done, as a father, I can hardly escape the blame. I, Xian Yu, am willing to die as thanks for my sins and offer all the resources of my Xian family as compensation. I only beg you all to leave my Xian family alive, but to say that my Xian clan colluded with the Dark Era's bizarre beings, that's simply nonsense, the man at the top said without relenting. Die, Xian Yu. So many of us have come, do you think it will end just by you dying? How can it be that easy? If we don't exterminate your entire clan today, it will be hard for us to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. The Dark Era ancient scripture that your son Xian Ao Tian used in the apocalypse arena was witnessed by thousands of eyes. The evidence is overwhelming. What else do you have to answer for? If you say that your Xian clan has nothing to do with the Dark Era's bizarre beings, who can prove it? Who would believe it? The light in Xian Yu's eyes flickered, and he knew. In addition to the few people from the ancient clans that Xian Ao Tian had killed, the more present merely wanted to use this excuse to wipe out the Xian family and divide the spoils. And right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly resounded from the hall behind Xian Yu. How about this gentleman gives him proof? Only to see in the back, Su Chenxiao walked out of the hall unhurriedly, with Elder Qing following closely behind. Xian Yu's eyes lit up and he arched his hand with immense gratitude. Mr. Su, thanks a lot. The head of the Qi family above, Qi Kong, frowned and said coldly, you prove it? Who are you, milquetoast brat? However, once these words came out, the other people of the ancient race on the side looked like they had thought of something and their faces suddenly changed. A few Qi parent elders on the side even sucked in a breath of cold air. Expression as if they had seen a ghost hurriedly came to the side of Qi empty ear whispered something. Patriarch, don't talk about it. That person seems to be the son of the Su family head of the imperial clan. What did you say? Qi Kong's eyes widened for a split second at the words, and for a moment he wanted to die, itching to tear his own stinking mouth apart. Why didn't you say so? Was trying to get this clan leader killed? He glared viciously at that person, then hurriedly brought a group of Qi parent elders to the bottom with their asses, trembling and respectful. My name is Qi Kong, head of the Qi clan of the ancient clan. Meet Mr. Su. Other ancient people also came down one after another, not daring to stand above the head of this one at all, as if under the dumpling-like fear. Overwhelming Sea Taoist system. Meet your excellency. Ancient clan Zhao family. Meet your excellency. The Ming family has met the Gongzi. The name of the Gongzi. The daughter returned to the clan and also often mentioned with me. One by one, they have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. The ancient clan chief level. The status of the dignified great powers at this moment in front of Su Chenxiao groveling, respectful like a subordinate general. Su Chenxiao glanced at the people coming before him, his gaze resting on Qi Kong, the head of the Qi clan, and said indifferently, this eunuch proved for him that the Dark Era ancient scripture matter was all the work of Xian Ao Tian alone. Problems? Qi Kong instantly lost the same anger that he had when he arrived. and said with a lowered head in fear and a strong desire to survive. Since you, Mr. Su, are the one who testified, it's bound to be impossible for there to be the slightest problem. This matter is all the work of Xiao Tian alone. Su Chenxiao swept his eyes at the others. Where are the others? Chapter 45, Offering the Sage Dao Fruit. I swear by the heavenly Dao. The scene at the moment was a little subtle for a moment. Originally, all the bigwigs from various forces who had come to ask for punishment, all of them nodded their heads desperately in front of Su Chenxiao as if they were chickens pecking at rice. This Lord Duke of the Imperial clan wouldn't be trying to bail out the Xian clan, would he? Everyone thought darkly in their minds. Qi Kong heart is even more difficult to the extreme. He died his only son. Want to come to revenge? Would have been natural. But when this Imperial clan prince appeared, not to mention revenge, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself. When did the ancient Xian clan climb up to the godless clan? Just as the crowd was wondering, Xian Yu spoke with a calm face. Patriarchs, I understand the resentment in your hearts towards your canine son. It's just that there's a head for the grievances and a master for the debts. Everything I, Xian Yu, am willing to bear alone. And I only ask that all of you be able to think of the same hidden ancient clan and spare the other innocent people in my Xian family. After saying that, Xian Yu, who was the ancient clan patriarch, directly knelt down on both knees and bowed towards Qi Kong and the other group of ancient clan patriarchs. This? Everyone present was shocked. One's pupils were wide, looking incredulous. Xian Yu cloaked his head and raised his head to open his mouth towards everyone present. My ignorant child is still young, and has gone astray for a moment. After I die, I would like to use my body's essence, blood, and soul as a guide to bear the fruits of the Saint's Dao. The Xian family's treasure trove, which is located in the back hall, contains the accumulations of my Xian family over the generations. Xian Yu has nothing else to ask for. I only ask that after you all take these away you can calm down a trace of anger in your hearts, and spare the life of my Ao Tian's child after you catch him in the future. Under the incredulous gazes of one of the great powers, Xian Yu brewed an extremely terrifying saint's power in his hand, shouting worthy of the ancestors and slammed down. Bang! Patriarch! The crowd of Xian clan members stared deathly in disbelief. The sacred realm patriarch of a generation of hidden ancient clans fell. Ding! Heaven's destiny protagonist Xian Ao Tian's biological father perished, losing the ancient clan Xian family's shelter, and his heaven's destiny value is greatly injured, losing 100,000. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 100,000. Buzz. After his death, a terrifyingly majestic cultivation and holy power coalesced into a golden ball of light that appeared in his chest. By choosing to condense the sage Dao fruit, one would have to sacrifice everything about oneself. Xian Yu's flesh, essence and blood, and divine soul all turned into ashes and slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Until a few moments, a ground of quicksand was blown away by the breeze, and it was as if this person had never existed in this world. On the ground, a sage Dao fruit that contained endless divine splendor, surging holy power, and crystal clarity appeared. Everyone present was a bit silent for a moment at this scene. Who doesn't know? This is the ancient clan Xian family's most ruthless patriarch. Not only is his means heavenly, but he has also led the Xian family to leap up a ladder in just a few years, and is a lord, and just such a character. Now it is for the sake of his own son's affairs, giving them reparation and kneeling down, and the curtain falls with his death. The anger in many people's hearts dissipated for the most part, and they looked at each other, inevitably having the feeling of a rabbit dying. Even Qi Kong, whose son had died, frowned repeatedly and spoke with a sigh. Gee, have pity on the parents. Patriarch Xian, the family is unfortunate. Why are you suffering? As a fellow father, he could understand Zhenu's state of mind. However, the pain of losing a son could not be calmed by this, and only with Xian Ao Tian's blood could he sacrifice his own child's spirit in heaven. Qi Kong looked at the crowd of painfully desperate elders of the Xian family present and said quietly, "The patriarch of your clan sacrificed himself to preserve the Xian family this day. It would seem unsatisfactory for us to go any deeper. This matter is over. Your clan's rebellious son, Xian Ao Tian, will be personally dealt with by us. If he still has an unclear relationship with your Xian family, I will not blame my Qi family for being unkind." After today, it also meant that the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, no longer existed. The Grand Elder stood out at this moment, arching his hand with a face full of grief. I, the Xian family, understand. As for this sage Dao fruit, the group of people present looked at each other, and a bit of greed flashed in their eyes. The fruit of the saint's path contains the holy way. It could be said that with it, It would be a nail in the coffin to cross into the Saint realm. Xian Yu as the clan leader who had killed his way out was already not bad, and his Saint Dao was at least on the upper level. Having an extra Saint realm powerhouse could be a huge boost for their ancient clan. The people deliberated for a few moments, and in the end, the head of the Qi family, Shi Kong, was the leader. They still unanimously decided to offer this Dao fruit to this imperial clan prince. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Do what for me? Shi Kong carefully held that sage Dao fruit with both hands, respectfully and incomparably came in front of Su Chenxiao and said, Sir Su, we had no eyes to see before and took offense. This sage Dao fruit, we have unanimously decided to offer it to you, Sir Su, and we hope that you will not forget about it. More than the greed in their hearts, they were more fearful of this imperial clan prince in front of them. The heavens are vast and infinite, and the hidden ancient clans and immortal Taoist lineages are countless. However, there were only 10 supreme emperor clans. Even the demonic beasts raised by the people of their clan they didn't dare to offend. Let alone the fact that the one in front of them was the son of the patriarch of the Su family of the imperial clan. Not only that, but that Xin clan's treasure trove is also still there for you to smile at. Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and grinned. Without being polite to them, he directly took the sage Dao fruit and faintly said, Then the treasure trove is even. Distribute it amongst yourself. You have come to avenge yourselves, and what you will do, my lord will not interfere. It's just that Xian Tian is harboring an ancient scripture, and if it's not removed, it's a hidden danger to the heavens for one day. If we really can't find anyone, it's not impossible for my imperial clan to step in. The crowd's hearts shook at the words. If this matter were to spread to the 10 great imperial clans, then the ones who would be implicated at that time would be all of them in the hidden ancient clan. Shi Kong hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please don't worry. My Qi family has the method of tracing blood back to the source. As long as the Xian Tian is still within this Kaming Dao domain, he will not be able to escape our pursuit at all. I can't believe that even after the matter of his father's demise is spread out, he'll still be able to remain indifferent. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and waved his hand. My lord is a bit tired, so I'll leave this place to yourselves. The main hall that Su Chenxiao returned to only left a group of people here looking at each other in disbelief. 1 hour later, the people coming from the various ancient clan Dao lineages left as much as they could. All the elders of the clan were clad in mourning clothes, ready to take care of the patriarch's affairs. There seemed to be a lingering haze in the Xian family's sky. At this moment, within the main hall, Xian Ning, who had not long awakened, sat on the ground lost in thought for a long time. Su Chenxiao then quietly sat aside and sipped his tea. The entire hall was cold and quiet, with only 3 people present. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Ning tremblingly stood up from the ground and came in front of Su Chenxiao. His full head of black hair turned pale and tears hung under his bloodshot eyes. Xian Ning's face was somewhat frighteningly calm at the moment. Please, sir, help me. He knew that there was only one person who could help him today. Su Chenxiao glanced at him, eyes flat, as if a superior without any feelings, slowly opened his mouth. Help you with what? An incomparable look of madness surfaced in Xian Ning's eyes. He swore that he would kill the unrepentant one who had killed his father with his own hands. He ruined everything for himself. I would like to swear to the heavenly Tao with my life's cultivation and divine soul, as long as your excellency can help me kill Xian Tian. From now on, this cheap life of Xian Ning is yours, Mr. Su, and I wish to honor you as my master for all eternity. P.S. 100,000 words, but also please Lord's point to urge more chase reading. Favorable comments. Duck duck kowtow to thank. Bang bang bang. Chapter 46 Tracing the blood back to the source and borrowing it for a while. Xian Ning's eyes were crimson, and they were filled with hateful fury. When the words were uttered, in front of its body, a slender and incomparable white line was draped up. Those lines continued to intertwine and change, transforming into a rune that contained the rhythm of the heavenly Tao. Xian Ning bit his index finger and inscribed his pledge in blood. In a flash, those runes exploded into white starlight and dissipated. Not to be broken. The heavenly covenant. Su Chenxiao's face was as normal, staring closely into his eyes for a long time, and finally said calmly, Get up. He can't get away. When the red meteor burial ground opens, just let him be buried there along with that dark era black ancient scripture. Xian Ning was overjoyed at his words, and with a heavy kowtow, he exclaimed, Xian Ning thanks you, sir. What had happened to the Xin clan had caused quite a fluctuation amongst the hidden ancient clans. Everyone hadn't expected that such a ruthless and decisive clan leader would choose to kill himself because of his own son. But the capture of Xian Tian did not come to an end. The various clans of the hidden ancient race had joined forces to blockade this Dao domain. At the same time, a major bounty was issued, and anyone who could capture or provide information about Xiao Tian would be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Under this exorbitant reward, even at the risk of being eroded by the Dark Era's trickster, there were also still countless cultivators who were rushing around, frantically searching for Xiao Tian. At this moment in the misty forest mountain range, a huge tremor erupted within this silent and incomparable ancient forest. Rumble! Death to all! Xiao Tian was covered in blood, his face insanely hideous as he shot down the dozens of cultivators that appeared here. With his right hand, he grabbed an ancient clan cultivator who kept struggling to force a soul search. Buzz. After forcibly ingesting the other party's memories, Xiao Tian's body began to tremble continuously, his eyes seeping, ignoring the other person's miserable screams of pain and misery. The right hand violently exerted force, crushing and exploding its head alive. Bang! A large amount of blood splattered his cheeks and eyes. The news of his father's death caused Xiao Tian to be so grief-stricken that he couldn't help but throw his head back and roar furiously. Ah! The black ancient scripture floated on his side, releasing an eerie and incomparable power to destroy all the surrounding corpses. The shadow appeared beside Xiao Tian. Looking at Xiao Tian, who was kneeling on the ground trembling, he Jie's strange smile. Why? Don't you hate your father? Why did you seem to be in pain instead after learning the news of his death? Boom! Xiao Tian thumped the ground with a wild punch. He didn't stop even though his hands were bloody, until the earth was smashed out of a deep crater. Only then did Xiao Tian raise his head in a ghostly manner. 2 lines of blood tears were left in those scarlet, incomparable eyes. The shadow produced by the black ancient scripture stared in admiration from the sidelines. What wonderful eyes! I see hatred, anger in your eyes. Xiao Tian coldly turned his head and roared as he blasted his fist out towards the shadow. You shut the up! But his attack only caused the shadow to dissipate for a moment before healing again. That old miscreant, who clearly died for the Xian family, but had to say in a nice way that it was for me. All of this, he owes me. Xiao Tian. Does he think I'll be able to forgive him for that? Never. From now on, one no longer had any bull **** bloodline ties, and no one was able to discipline one, no matter who it is. I, Xiao Tian, can kill whoever I want. Those who have offended me, Xiao Tian, I won't let any of them go. Thinking about this, Xiao Tian laughed up to the sky as if he had gone crazy. Ha 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 ha. Even his eyes were infested with strands of black gas. Oblivious to the fact that the shadow off to the side grinned a non-stop strange grin with a mouthful of fangs. One day later, the top of the Xian family's Thousand Chance Peak, an immense and incomparable red-colored vortex stood at the top of the mountain. Barriers were set up around the area, so that those who did not have a qualification order could not enter at all. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, waiting for the opening of the red meteor burial ground today. Su Chenxiao sat on top of the first seat, with several ancient clan heads standing respectfully beside him. You guys say that you can catch that Xiao Tian today? Su Chenxiao looked at Qikong, the head of the Qi clan, who was on the side with interest. Qikong's face was respectful as he arched his hand. Back to your excellency. Xiao Tian killed my youngest son and took away the qualification order from him in order to enter this red meteor burial ground. Nowadays, we have blocked off the entire Canning Dao region. If this son wants to escape, the only way to do so is through the ancient transmission formation within the red meteor burial ground. Xian Ning's eyes coldly swept over the group of people below in a deep voice. Maybe he's hiding in the crowd right now. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and said, Do you need my lord's help? Qikong and the other few clan leaders looked at each other and said with confidence, My lord, we are at least 4 saint realms present. If we can't even catch a tiny immortal realm outcast, wouldn't it be a laughing stock? The other matriarch was also assured. For Saint Realms have personally taken action. If they still can't catch Xiao Tian, they might as well find a block of tofu to crash into the presence. This damn vestigial. Su Chenxiao's face was a bit odd as he sniffed. Not speaking. Buzz. The system panel expands. The bright blinking red dot on the system map was here. Su Chenxiao looked toward the middle of the crowd below with a smile, only to see that among the crowd, a man clad in a gray cloak with a rugged face hurriedly lowered his head. Damn. This guy can't have found me. Can he? A strange laughter rang out in the sea of consciousness. What are you afraid of? But you have the black ancient scripture with you, even if you are exposed. So what? You previously grabbed the qualification order. Purpose is too obvious. I feel the breath of the killing array here. I'm afraid that this group of people have long laid a dragnet. intending to pull you out today. Ah. When hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of icy killing intent and laughed with disdain to the extreme. With this group of guys, thinking that they can catch me, Xiao Tian, just like that? He had long had plans. Su Chenxiao withdrew his gaze. Sitting in a chair with his head lazily propped up on his left hand, he lowered his eyes and smiled somewhat playfully. It's still pretty early. Make a scene, and better yet, make that scene even bigger. You're carrying so much guilt on you anyway. You don't care about one more. The right hand flicked over. The white fur ball-like dead soul beast appeared in his hand. The dead soul beast had digested for a long time since it had devoured the divine soul of a seal king realm. Now it was also considered to have evolved from the juvenile stage to the youth stage, with a much stronger aura. So I thought it was time to be able to play a bit of a role. About an incense stick of time passed. The Xin clan's grand elder looked toward the secret vortex at the peak, until the color of the secret swirl became bright red and completely revealed. Only then did he arrive in front of Su Chenxiao and the group of ancient clan patriarchs and spoke respectfully and incomparably. The time has come to enter the red meteor burial ground. Chi Kong nodded as he and the surrounding ancient clan patriarchs glanced at each other, signaling that they could begin to move. Early on in their visit they set everything up with confidence. Chi Kong sneered and opened his mouth. Then, let it begin. Xian Ning, borrow some blood. Chapter 47 Dragnet, Deadly Soul Beast, Dinner is served. Xian Ning sniffed and dryly made a bloodstain on his fingertip. Chi Kong grinned, his eyes flashing with essence. Xiao Tian, although I don't know what method you are using to avoid our divine thoughts prying into your eyes. But now, that's as far as it goes. Trace the blood. Buzz. The blood in Xian Ning's hand was pulled out, and that blood turned into an arc of light that flashed across Chi Kong's eyes. Chi Kong's divine eyes were like electricity, quickly scanning through the crowd below amongst the people, and quickly locking onto that big man. Found you. Chi Kong's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted. That's him. Do it. Without much ado, the three Saint Realm patriarchs on the side all exploded into action. Pounds of majestic holy might rose up to the sky as one of them shouted. Xiao Tian, let's see where you can escape today. Seal the sky and lock the earth. The other person directly started a formation. Even if they were facing an immortal realm descendant, the several ancient clan patriarchs did not hold back at all. The Dark Era ancient scripture was bizarre to the extreme. Even in the hands of the immortal realm it was not something that could be easily underestimated. A lion fighting a rabbit will do its best, and excessive contempt will only lead to endless trouble. Rumble. The great formation tumbled down with a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. This unexpected scene caught everyone present by surprise. Formation? What happened? The head of the Qi family, as well as the Xiao and Ming families? What are they doing here? Layers and layers of great formations quickly rose. The entire Thousand Chance Peak was transformed into an impenetrable wall in the mere blink of an eye. Countless thick and incomparable aura chains intertwined and twisted, as if the entire heaven and earth had been closed off. Taiku Desperation Formation. Taiku Tsu Dragon Formation. Taiku Kuai Shui Formation. It's airtight inside and out. I don't know if it's the reason why Xiao Tian's life value is now too low, losing the wisdom reduction buff. Seeing this scene, even Su Chenxiao could not help but freeze. NB. Su Chenxiao looked towards the unreserved, great display of power of the four ancient clan patriarchs who rushed into the crowd and sighed somewhat. That's tough. No wonder they swore to assure themselves before, when these three sets of formations came down, not to mention the immortal realm. It was feared that even the peak of the Saint Realm would bleed on the spot. It wasn't just Su Chenxiao. Xiao Tian, who had hidden his identity below, even changed his face abruptly after seeing the three major formations rise. Although he had long been prepared for a showdown, he didn't expect the other party to think so highly of him. Xiao Tian's expression was as ugly as eating. Roared, chiming, didn't you say there was only one killing formation? And what are the other two? The spirit of the black ancient scripture in his mind didn't reply back either. It seemed to be silent for a while before he said quietly, use the ancient scriptures. As long as the ancient scriptures are around, no one will dare to touch you. Facing the four Saint Realm powerhouses that had killed him, Xiao Tian didn't dare to be careless at all. His face was filled with killing intent as he bellowed. Bastard, do you really think that I, Xiao Tian, am made of clay? Black ancient scripture. Buzz. A dense ominous aura rose up to the sky and impacted raw on top of the ancient formation above. That weird and ominous aura began to rapidly corrode the first desperation formation, but even so, there was still the dragon locking formation and the sunflower water formation existing outside of the desperate life, and it was impossible to break all of them down and rush out in one breath. Boom! Boom! the shadow of the spirit of the black ancient scripture appeared. The shadow casually sent hundreds of terrifying black divinons bursting towards Qigong and the others. Rumble. Qigong and the other 3 Saint Realm powerhouses all offered up magical treasures capable of isolating everything. A holy jade-like shield appeared in front of Qigong, and the beam of black light bombarded the shield's body, erupting into a shocking roar. Boom! The strange power began to continuously erode and spread on top of the shield, vaguely wanting to touch the hand through the shield. This strange power that does not belong to the heavens, if it is tainted with a trace of it, it will cause people to lose their sanity and undergo aberrations to become strange things. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to dip their hands in the slightest. Seeing this, Qigong was so frightened that he hurriedly dropped his shield and hurriedly offered a new shield that had been prepared long ago, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, little child of the Xian family, did you not think that if you were able to use the power of the Dark Era's trickster objects, we would be too intimidated to touch you in the slightest? It's really ridiculous. We're not here to capture you today, but rather to suppress you, a traitor of the ancient clan. Here, gentlemen, do it. Tarzan Seal. After saying that, the 4 Saint Realm powerhouses activated their great divine power techniques to suppress Xiao Tian. Although the Dark Era ancient scripture was bizarre and terrifying, as long as one was careful not to come into contact with it, one would be fine. Therefore, several of them were using long-range means intending to kill them directly. Xiao Tian's face was ugly. He didn't expect this group of shameless old things to be so well prepared, and the spells were as good as worthless to use and throw away. But, do you guys think that this will be able to help me? Xiao Tian? Chiming, the shadow directly attached itself behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was as if he had shot chicken blood, and a terrifying light suddenly erupted from his body and quickly spread outward. This ominous force was terrifying to the extreme, quickly engulfing those Saint Realm divine abilities. Xiao saw the situation cold smile again and again. The defense magic treasure protects in front of the body of all untainted. Opened his mouth. Negative. I would like to see just how far the Dark Era ancient scripture can help you. Holy Mountain Seal. Rumble. Another blow of the heavenly avatar blasted away. And just then, a moan and scream of extreme pain suddenly resounded within the field. Ah! Stay back. Patriarch, help me. One could only see the bizarre aura spreading out rapidly like a tidal wave within the entire Dao Peak. Although several of their Saint Realm powerhouses were not stained. However, the other descendants who had come to enter the Red Meteor burial ground were simply unable to resist the ominous force. Thousands and hundreds of people were curled up on the ground in agony at this very moment. Their faces and bodies began to distort, their skin and flesh rotting and falling off piece by piece, and their mouths spitting out large chunks of black blood and broken flesh. Some people are rapidly covered with long hair in the shape of a demonic beast. What's more, the blood and flesh wriggled and stretched out a new arm from within, letting out a low roar of pain. Roar, like an earthly purgatory. It seemed to be witnessing the birth of that one bizarre being of the Dark Era. This is. Qigong's body shook as his pupils continued to dilate. Xiao Tian, however, walked madly and incomparably in the center of the field, shadows floating behind him, and laughed openly with his hands open in a reckless manner, filled with monstrous evil intent. Now it was, simply, like a source of plague, and wherever it passed, all life withered and aberrated. Ha ha ha, you can block it, but what about the others? All of you. Wrap them up. The black ancient scripture in front of Xiao Tian quickly turned over page after page. All the cultivators who had been eroded and deformed into monsters by this strange chi went crazy and rushed towards the 4 Saint Realm patriarchs in the sky above. In the distance, the golden radiant power of the quasi-emperor turned into a barrier to isolate everything. Xian Ning's face was furious at the sight, wanting to rush forward. Xiao Tian. This guy, now he has become even more devilish than the devil's way. Do what? Su Chenxiao looked at him faintly, his eyes containing a smile and said, just be quiet here and watch. Looking at the many cultivators in the distance that were tainted with the bizarre chi that was constantly aberrant, Su Chenxiao patted the dead soul beast that was lazily lying in his hand and smiled faintly. Still sleeping? Dinner is served. Chapter 48 Slave Spirit Chiming. Death-defying Xiao Tian. The dead soul beast seemed to feel something. It rolled around in the palm of Su Chenxiao's hand and then burst out as if it was a white arrow. Originally a bizarre being, it was simply fearless of the effects of these ominous auras. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, the dead soul beast was like a Tao Tai as it quickly disappeared into one cultivator after another, devouring their tainted divine souls. Su Chenxiao looked at the shadow behind Xiao Tian in the distance. Chiming, black scripture slave spirit. Once an evil cultivator of the Kanming Dao domain, he stumbled upon the black ancient scripture in the heavenly demon cave. and was deprived of his physical body by the erosion of evil qi, with his divine soul attached to the black ancient scripture. It turns out that shadow was not so much the artifact spirit of the black ancient scripture. Rather, it would be more apt to say that they were slaves who adhered to the will of the black ancient scripture. Su Chenxiao stretched and slowly got up. He came straight to the edge of the golden barrier constructed by Elder Qing. The black ominous qi outside was rushing around, wanting to engulf in. Elder Qing's face changed when he saw this. My lord, what are you? Those surrounding hidden ancient races whose hearts were palpitating immensely were also startled, and one by one, they rushed forward to dissuade them. Mr. Su, you mustn't go out. The outside is full of dark era bizarre qi. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. You're a precious body of 10,000 gold. You mustn't go out. This moment was more than the clan outside. Instead, they were more worried about this imperial clan prince, fearing that the other party would go and experience it on a whim. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he extended his hand directly into this golden barrier and gently captured it. Pop! A wisp of ominous qi that seemed to have a spirit and was constantly provoking and struggling appeared between the thumb and forefinger, as if it were a spiritual snake. Seeing this scene, the ancient clan elders at the back all stared with wide eyes and expressions as if they had seen a ghost. I'm Xiao. What's the situation? Su Chenxiao looked at the strand of ominous qi in his hand and laughed lightly. These ominous qi. It seems that they still have a spirit. That's interesting. With a slight force from his fingers, this wisp of ominous qi was directly extinguished. One certainly cannot risk one's own life. I had asked the system before I came here, and the reply I got was, the innate chaotic divine body could transform all things and fuse all laws. Even if this ominous qi rushed into the body, the end result is also accommodated by the chaotic body to be normalized and treated equally. Under the gazes of a crowd of horrified people, Su Chenxiao walked unhurriedly towards Xiao Tian's direction. The surroundings were filled with cultivators who had been eroded by the ominous qi. However, Su Chenxiao was covered with a layer of hazy white chaotic light, and those ominous qi could not erode the slightest bit. One by one, the cultivators who had transformed into bizarre creatures came swooping and tearing, exuding a dense and extremely disastrous aura. Buzz! The White Emperor's sword was sacrificed. A sword chopped down. The extremely powerful sword blade whistled out. The might of the Emperor's sword was as powerful as a bamboo, and in an instant, it turned those cultivators who had deformed into shenanigans into pieces. Boom! Well, it's a bit more powerful than in life. Su Chenxiao admired with interest. Not far away, after seeing Su Chenxiao appear, Qi Kong and the others were shocked and their faces turned pale as they stopped the attacks in their hands and came towards Su Chenxiao. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Leave quickly. This place has been polluted by that ominous qi. However, after sensing the ancient and mysterious chaotic qi around Su Chenxiao, several people's faces were shocked in their hearts. This? Sir Su, you are not afraid of this ominous qi? Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, holding the White Emperor's sword, looking toward the distant Xiao Tian, who even Saint Realm powerhouses found tricky. He opened his mouth. Xiao Tian, is your last resort the divine soul in this dark era ancient scripture? It's you? Xiao Tian's face became furious in an instant. Shocking killing intent poured out, spoken almost through clenched teeth. How dare you appear in front of me? It was this guy who had previously taken away his immortal killing sword and immortal execution formation diagram in the middle of the gladiatorial arena. Su Chenxiao lost a laugh and shook his head somewhat lamentably. Think your father didn't want you to be like this before he died. Oh yes, this gentleman here also has your father's last words before he died. There are words in there that your father wanted to say to you. Don't you want to take a look? While saying that, Su Chenxiao took out that shadow retention stone and casually threw it over. Father? Xiao Tian's pupils shrunk violently as his emotions fluctuated once again. But soon, as if he had thought of something, his face became hideous, and he directly raised his hand to shatter the shadow retaining stone. Boom! Do you think that I, Xiao Tian, would still care about these things? What bull affection? I, Xiao genius, don't need that kind of thing. Su Chenxiao didn't care when he saw this and smiled, taking out another shadow retention stone from the system storage space. It doesn't matter if it's broken. My lord has another one. Xiao Tian's breath caught. To this day, the thing he hates most is when people talk about his father. Xiao Tian was shaking cold. His eyes were full of resentment and killing intent, and he roared with extreme anger. Shut the up. I want you dead. Chiming. Give me power. The black shadow gave a strange laugh. Got it. You can't die with me. It waited for this moment. since you offered it of your own accord. Then I, chiming, will take your flesh. Shoo away. The shadow was almost one with him. The black ancient scripture once again erupted with a terrifying aura. Xiao Tian's body began to undergo an appalling change. His body began to expand inch by inch. The arms and torso were covered with buds of flesh that were pulsing, and it was as if the entire person had turned into a bizarre being. This time, even that triple formation could not withstand this powerful force and began to shatter and collapse inch by inch. Qi Kong and the others' faces changed drastically. I can't imagine that this son still has some strength left. Is the being on this dark era black ancient scripture really so terrifying? They had long since sensed that the reason Xiao Tian was able to be emboldened was all dependent on the power of that black shadow. Protect Mr. Su, my lord beware. Su Chenxiao sneered, not caring. Xiao Tian's power all came from the divine soul of that black ancient scripture. But as long as it's a divine soul, it is the food of the dead soul beasts. Seeing Xiao Tian's aura constantly skyrocketing, a white figure suddenly flashed by. The dead soul beast that had already devoured hundreds of divine souls one after another targeted the shadow behind Xiao Tian. The black shadow that gradually merged into Xiao Tian's body looked like it had sensed something. Looking over his shoulder at the white ball of fur, for a moment it became fearful to the core. This is a dead soul beast? No, how can this thing still exist? Xiao Tian, save me. The white furball doesn't care so much. Directly opening his bloody mouth full of fangs, a terrifying and incomparable suction force immediately came from his mouth. Next moment, suck it. No. Chapter 49 Heavenly Vault Sword Body. Death is near. It was accompanied by a miserable, unwilling roar. The dead soul beast just directly devoured that shadow. Xiao Tian's body, who was still experiencing a surge in his breath and feeling a steady flow of power coming from his body, was shaken. The black ancient scripture fell to the ground, and Xiao Tian's entire body felt like it had been emptied in an instant, and his body went limp with weakness. Bang! What's wrong with me? Strength? Where's my power? Xiao Tian reacted that something was wrong and kept searching for the shadow, his face frantically yelling, chiming, but no matter how much he cried out, he could no longer feel a single breath of the shadow. The crowd in the distance stared at the situation, not even reacting to what was going on. All they saw was a furry thing appear on the shadow. Then with a sucking sound, a breath of air, the shadow gave. Eat it? What's the situation? The creepy aura on that guy is gone. Hiccup. The dead soul beast burped. It then lazily transformed into a stream of light and re-entered Su Chenxiao's hand. Dead soul beasts. Mature. Su Chenxiao gently patted it twice. Looking at the dead soul beast that had once again fallen into slumber, he smiled faintly and put it into the system space. Well done. Although I don't know what cultivation level that black ancient scripture slave spirit was in life, but Xiao Tian was able to utilize his power as a means to fight against the several Saint Realm powerhouses present, so he thought that he couldn't be any weaker. A great tonic. Xiao Tian, who had sensed something wrong from afar, completely panicked at this moment. Asshole, what did you do to me? Su Chenxiao said with some playfulness, but it's just taking that bottom card of yours and feeding it to your pet. Qi Kong and the others looked at each other with odd faces. They could not have imagined that this Prince Su would be able to resolve his opponent's last card so easily once he struck. It's also time to wrap it up. The heavens and earth in this place were polluted by the black ancient scripture, and Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers. Snap. Hazy white mysterious chaotic light appeared at first. The chaotic god body was able to fuse and merge all breaths. Under the unbelievable gazes of several people, the long-completed innate chaos divine body was like a whale swallowing the majestic sea of bizarre chi around it to collect and absorb it. Su Chenxiao closed his eyes, feeling a strand of ominous power that seemed to have a spirit like mine stirring in the sea of chi. The ominous power gradually calmed down and assimilated and fused under the suppression and annexation of the chaotic chi. Buzz. This huge and vast ominous force began to coalesce above the spiritual platform, in the center of the 8 light bodies emitting divine aura and surrounded by the great Tao. A dark and incomparable Tao fruit that looked like it came from the abyss had suddenly appeared. This was a power of the great Tao that had never been seen before in the heavens. Although weak, it contained an extremely ominous and eerie aura. Apart from the center of the spiritual platform that was as bright and incomparable as a lord, the Tao fruit shrouded by the chaos chi stood the tallest. As soon as this pitch-black Tao fruit appeared, it suppressed the remaining 7 great Tao fruits and shunned them. 9th Avenue. This? The several ancient clan leaders around them were all stupefied at this scene. Duke Su even absorbed this ominous power? To be able to absorb even this bizarre chi, could this be the legendary innate chaotic body? The Xiao family patriarch murmured with a tightly locked brow. The innate chaos body had not been seen in the heavens for tens of thousands of epochs. Even they hadn't expected that the innate chaotic body would be able to ignore the erosion of this ominous power. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes. An array of divine aura flashed in his eyes. Looking towards Xiao, who had lost all his strength lying on the ground in a sorry state in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured softly, "Thanks for the hospitality." Spreading his right hand out, a strand of horrible and evil ominous chi pulsed in surplus, and then snuffed it out in his hand. Feeling the newly appeared ninth mysterious avenue within the sea of consciousness, Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, slightly surprised. I can't imagine that. Apart from chaos, gods and demons, and the desolate ancients, the first thing one comprehended would actually be this bizarre Tao that the heavens had never seen before. Su Chenxiao opened his mouth indifferently. Alright, this party's weird power is gone. Go take care of the mess. Although there was no longer that weird force enveloping them, the cultivators who had been deformed by the erosion were unable to return to their former state. Several of Qi Kong's patriarchs nodded. Knowing that Xiao had no more strength left at the moment, they all shot out to kill the monsters with strange forms. Su Chenxiao hurriedly arrived in front of Xiao, looking down on him from above. A true Qi directly rolled up the black ancient scripture on the ground. Su Chenxiao looked at the black ancient scripture in his hand and said with a smile, "Here, now your last card is gone." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao loses the black ancient scripture, and loses 40,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 40,000. Give it back. That's my stuff. Xiao's face changed as he hissed and growled. Suddenly, rip dash. This scene caused Su Chenxiao to frown. Xiao, the way you are now, you really don't look like an ancient clan pride. Eroded by this weird power, he lost the shelter of the shadow and the black ancient scripture. The densely packed flesh buds on Xiao's body exploded one after another at this moment. The skin on his cheeks also fell off at this moment, and underneath that flesh and blood, a single eerily turning eye opened. I'll kill you. Su Chenxiao squatted down and shook his head with a smile, saying with some regret, "It's over. Xiao, try harder in your next life." A terrifying and incomparable light brewed in his hand and began to harvest the last of the value from Xiao's body. Chaos Sutra, $10,000 to 1. Ah! Xiao let out a long roar in extreme pain, curling up on the ground and twitching. The heavenly vault sword body origin was thus stripped of its origin and integrated into the innate chaos divine body. At the same time, a sharp sword intent permeated Su Chenxiao's body, and his cultivation realm began to change at this moment. Immortal realm first, second, third. It was only when he reached the 7th level of the immortal realm that he managed to stop. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao loses his heavenly vault sword body and loses 40,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 40,000. The corners of Su Chenxiao's mouth slowly lifted as he got up to feel the great enhancement brought about by this physique origin. Another sound breakthrough. At this time, Xian Ning, who was in the distance, also came to this place, his face filled with hatred. Duke, can I do it myself? I wanted to kill him myself. Su Chenxiao glanced at him faintly. Then he directly threw that shadow-retaining stone over and calmly said, "From now on, this life of yours is my lord's. Your Xian family's family affairs. Deal with them yourselves." Xian Ning lowered his head and looked at the shadow-retaining stone in his hand for a long time. Lost in thought, he took a deep breath and calmed his current mood. Then he looked towards Xiao, who was on the ground as if he was a worm, struggling in pain. His face was cold to the core as he slowly spoke. Xiao, look at you now. It's come to this, and you're still this obsessed? Xiao opened his eyes with great difficulty, and those scarlet pupils were filled with hatred and resentment. Xian Ning. Chapter 50 300,000 Villainous Values. Regretful Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Shut up. Who are you to judge me? Xiao. Xian Ning took a deep breath and bellowed. Xiao, getting to this point is all the result of your own fault. Do you know what my father said to me last before he died? Xiao roared in extreme anger. And what do you know about me? Xiao? I, Xiao, have been hiding in that bitter cold land since I was a child. I thought that all of this was a choice they had no choice but to make. But when I returned to the clan I realized that the love that I was supposed to enjoy was all taken away by you. Xian Ning, you've won. You can enjoy the satisfaction of your victor. Kill me. But I, Xiao, will always look down on you. Shen Ning was trembling all over, and when he heard this he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, what a favoritism! Xiao Tian, so that's what you thought all along. Then now you will watch with your doggy eyes wide open. He directly crushed the shadow retaining stone. The dying images left behind by Xianyu at the end were unreservedly displayed in front of Xiao Tian's eyes. In the shadow retaining stone, that one sentence from his father's heart caused Shen Ning's face to grieve to the extreme. He said as he did so, "You never wondered why your father sent you away, merely stubbornly believing that it was I who took everything from you. I, Shen Ning, was born as a hostage, and my father has tried to give me up several times. The mother in my memory spends her days in mourning and only recites your name Xiao Tian all day long. I thought they didn't like me as a young son, so I worked my ass off to cultivate and do everything to the best of my ability in order to try to get them to notice me. But what about you? Everything I've worked for has been reduced to a bubbling phantom because of your return to the clan. Even if you blame your father and sever your relationship with my Xin family, you don't realize that every time you get into trouble outside, it's your father who secretly helps you out." Shen Ning's eyes were crimson as he unreservedly spoke out the repression in his heart over the past 20 years. "Do you know that even when my father was dying, the last thing he said was to beg the chiefs of the clans to spare your life? Xiao Tian, you have turned a blind eye to all that father has done for you. You're the one who destroyed my ancient clan's Xian family, and you're the one who killed father." Looking at the image in that shadow-retaining stone, the complaints of Jenning by the ear, Xiao Tian, who knew everything, was silent for a while. These things he never knew. His mind went back to his father's agitated and compassionate face when he first returned to the tribe. Xiao Tian was lying on the ground trembling, and he didn't know whether there was blood or tears on his face. Even if his body had the pain of a million ants eating his heart, it would not be as bad as the present. "Father," Xiao Tian panted heavily, as if using all the strength in his body. He said hoarsely with red eyes, "Kill me, Shen Ning." Shen Ning stared at him for a while, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Good. I think with your character, you won't admit regret even now." In its hands, a terrifying force of yin and yang gradually condensed. "Goodbye, Xiao Tian." Xiao Tian closed his eyes, revealing a look as if he was relieved. Boom! Ding! Xiao Tian, the protagonist of Heaven's Destiny, has perished. Congratulations on hunting Xiao Tian, the celestial protagonist of the Ruthless Evil Emperor. Unlocking the remaining chances of Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xiao Tian. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all the items of the Heavenly Fate protagonist, the Emotionless Sword Scripture, the Heavenly Regicide Sword Technique, the Nameless Sword Technique, Remnants, and the Delusional Astrological Chart. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonists, 2. Current villain value, 316,000. When Xia finished solving Xiao Tian with his own hands, looking at the corpses on the ground, Shen Ning's face was exceptionally calm. I don't know how long it took before he came to pay his respects beside Su Chenxiao. "Duke, it's over? Aha! What is the use of this man, who is always chasing after regrets when he is about to die?" Su Chenxiao let out a light laugh. "Over 300,000 worth of villains. When this place is over, you can pump yourself hard and fast. A few Huanyu level supreme treasures would have to come anyways. The dust has settled. Thousand Chance Peak was a mess. Bodies were everywhere, and of the original tens of thousands of people, less than 1,000 had survived. All of them are not in shock and have their hearts in their mouths. Is it over? Xiao Tian, dead?" After resolving the cultivators who had been transformed into monsters by the bizarre erosion, Qi Kong and the other 3 patriarchs also came over from the distance. Their faces were somewhat fearful as they looked at the black ancient scripture in Su Chenxiao's hands, not daring to come too close. After all, they didn't have a chaotic god body. Qi Kong protected his body with layers of true qi, and stiffly and carefully stepped forward and arched his hand. "Thank you for your help this time, Mr. Su. It's just that, Your Excellency, this black ancient scripture, what are you going to do with it?" One must know that these weird things from the Dark Era were things that not even a great emperor could handle. Wherever you put it, it is a presence that everyone is terrified of not being in a hurry. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile, putting it directly into the middle of the system's storage space and opened his mouth. "This black ancient scripture will be taken to the clan emperor to deal with after this male returns to the clan. Ergo, don't worry about it." Qi Kong's eyes lit up at his words and he let out a long breath. In the next few moments, the crowd cleared the 1,000 Chance Peak. Those corpses were also all completely destroyed by the several patriarchs with their supreme holy power, leaving not even dregs behind. After the crowd had rested, the group of remaining ancient clan celestials gradually adjusted. Aside from a very few people who gave up on entering due to the deaths of those around them, most people were unwilling to give up this hard-won opportunity to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. And at this moment, Su Chenxiao was checking and surveying the remaining blessed edges of Xian'ao Tian. Xian'ao Tian, Heaven's Mandate protagonist of the Ruthless Evil Emperor. Fallen. Remaining opportunities, 7 Red Meteor burial ground, Great Emperor Inheritance, Red, Imperial Way, Red Fall burial ground, Pool of Beast's Blood. When the Tsongshan refining ancient scripture within the Red Meteor burial ground is obtained with this Xian'ao Tian chance, all things considered, it's almost time to go back to the tribe yourself. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he secretly thought, Elder Cheng, wait here for my lord to return. The Red Meteor burial ground. Only those under the Seal King realm could enter. After saying that, Su Chenxiao leapt into that Red Meteor burial ground and disappeared. At this moment, the group of ancient clan elders who reacted were all stunned. Mr. Su, the gentleman went in. Patriarch, what do we do now? Qikong said after pondering for a while. The Red Meteor burial ground is still open. Let my Qi family disciples enter. After entering the secret realm, look for Duke Su's figure at the first opportunity, and have them make sure to keep that Duke Su safe within the secret realm. The remaining 3 ancient clan patriarchs also nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 51, Ancient Hegemonic Fierce Beasts. Heaven-Shaking Ancient Ape. Song Tian Divine Rock. Buzz. Red Meteor burial ground. A hazy white light flashed. Su Chenxiao and Xian Ning appeared within the Red Meteor burial ground. What came into view was an uninhabited land. In the distance were heavy mountain ranges, and the sky was a cloudy white with no sunlight, dry and rotten wood, surrounded by unknown dead bones. This place has thin aura, hot temperature, and not an inch of grass grows. Su Chenxiao surveyed his surroundings. This secret realm in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, it was lifeless. Not even a living thing was seen. Beside him, Xian Ning surveyed the surroundings and opened his mouth. My lord, the map of the Red Meteor burial ground is moving at all times, and this seems to be the shattered stone abyss at the edge of the Red Meteor burial ground. This place is relatively safe. There are no living beings that exist. Those powerful living beings within the burial ground are in the primitive mountain range in the center of the burial ground. As a member of the Xian clan, even though this was the first time he had entered, he clearly knew more about this secret realm than the others. Su Chenxiao directly opened the map and looked at the place where the chances were marked above the system map. Yi Zhao's Tsangu God refining skill and Xian'ao Tian's chance were both roughly in the same area. However, what made Su Chenxiao a little puzzled was that Yi Zhao's chanced Tsangu God refining skill was moving rapidly. Could it be that someone has already gotten there first? With this in mind, Su Chenxiao directly took off towards the south. And at this moment, Xian Ning had just taken out a map from his storage ring and said to himself from the sidelines, Gongzi, everything still, please act carefully. There I Xian Ning in. Well, certainly not. Gongzi, wait for me. Unlike before, all the auras of the Red Meteor burial ground seemed to gather in the southern center area, and the further south one went, the more drastic the changes became. This place was densely planted with trees, and an ancient pale tree reached up to the sky. The green and green primitive mountain range was lush and leafy, and the aura was so compelling that it was as if it was bathed in a sea of spirituality, and even the demonic beasts were much larger than in the outside world. He was even able to see many spirit beasts and spirits that he had never seen before. It's like being in a mango. Huge-sized desolate beasts could be seen rampaging through that primordial mountain range, and ancient beings roared continuously. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. A terrifying and incomparable aura spread out, shaking up layers of ripples. A stream of light stopped in mid-air, followed the system on the marking guide and came. Su Chenxiao frowned when he saw a scene in the distance. The location shown by that Tsangu God refining technique was here. Su Chenxiao looked over. There it is. Not far. A huge ancient ape with a body size tens of feet tall was fighting with a rock with a snow-white divine steed that covered the sky. Boom! Boom! The two ancient demonic beasts fought in a bloodbath, ferocious to the extreme, each strike shaking the 8 wastelands. The terrifying roar and aura caused the entire primordial forest to shake the sky and the ground, and countless living beings fled outward in all directions, panicking. At the same time, Xian Ning also hurriedly arrived. Duke, shhhh. A good show first. That's. Upon seeing a scene in the distance, Xian Ning was shocked in his heart and spoke incredulously. Ancient great fierce. The heaven-shaking ancient ape and the Tsung Tian divine rock. How did it get here? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. You recognize? Xian Ning nodded and said with a somewhat grave face, "My lord, these two fellows are overlord-level demonic beasts from the Red Meteor Burial Ground, and their cultivation levels are both at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Terrifying strength, comparable to a sealed king, not to be messed with." Demonic beasts were already physically powerful, and the flesh of these swift ancient overlord-level demonic beasts was even more so. He is gifted with ancient techniques and is vicious and brutal by nature, defying death. If they really wanted to talk about strength, they were afraid that even the general Seal King realm was not an opponent. In the records of the Xian clan, every time the Red Meteor Burial Ground was opened, a large number of celestial pride died tragically under these overlord desolate beasts. Roar! In the physical fight between those two ferocious beasts at the level of swift ancient overlord, it was obvious that heaven-shaking ancient ape had the upper hand, only to see the yellow-furred heaven-shaking ancient ape roar angrily and leap high up to jump in midair. The heavenly divine rock let out a sharp long cry, covered in blood. Its snow-white feathered wings that covered the sky flapped, and its extremely sharp giant claws clawed out towards the heaven-shaking ancient ape with a hook. Boom! The heaven-shaking ancient ape raised its left arm to resist, and the Tsong Tian divine rock's extremely sharp claws were directly set into its flesh and blood spilled out in all directions. The heavenly divine rock carried this huge ancient ape intending to drag it high into the sky. Roar! But right at this moment, the heaven-shaking ancient ape let out a long whistle, and a faint layer of golden radiant runes surfaced on its body surface. This is Avatar Kung Fu? As if noticing something, Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. The golden divine aura enveloped the huge body of the heaven-shaking ancient ape suddenly surged with an extremely terrifying power as its chi and blood surged and roared. It raised its right fist. With the most brutal and rough fist, he ruthlessly smashed on top of the scarred Tsong Tian divine rock's body. Its force was as heavy as a mountain, and as soon as the punch went down, mountains collapsed and terrifying air currents rushed out. Bang! A long, shrill, miserable cry rang out. Countless plumes stained with blood spilled high into the sky. The heavenly divine rock wailed and fell straight down towards the mountain range below. Rumble! Countless ancient trees in the sky were crushed, and a huge dust fog filled the air. In the middle of a huge heavenly pit, the heaven-shaking ancient ape trampled the faintly breathless Tsong Tian divine rock under its feet. Another few punches down, regardless of that of the Tsong Tian divine rock grief wail, shaking heaven ancient ape hands directly will Tsong Tian divine rock lifting unfolding. Then the fierce light in his pupils grew large, and he roared and growled angrily. Roar! Rip dash! A horrifying scene appeared. The heaven-shaking ancient ape actually used the power of its flesh, brutal to the extreme, to rip this ancient great monster Tsong Tian divine rock into two halves alive. A large amount of blood gushed out as the heaven-shaking ancient ape dropped the body, which had been torn in half, pounding his chest and letting out a victor's roar. With such a brutal and oozing scene, even Xian Ning couldn't help but have his eyelids jump wildly, murmuring somewhat horrified. Something is not right. In my Xian family's records about the Red Meteor Burial Ground, although this heaven-shaking ancient ape and the Tsong Tian divine rock have always been arch rivals, their strengths are not on par with each other, and neither one of them can do anything about the other. Su Chenxiao, however, grinned. Perhaps it is. What chance does it have? The light emanating from that heaven-shaking ancient ape just now was clearly a cultivation of a similar body-refining divine ability. Sangu refining spirit technique. Xian Ning froze slightly. What's wrong, my lord? He turned his head, only to see that the White Emperor's sword had come out at some point, and Su Chenxiao's eyes were extraordinarily excited. Xian Ning's pupils shrank. My lord, you don't want to. With his body's chi and blood somewhat agitated and boiling, Su Chenxiao laughed out loud and said, You wait here, on this sky-shaking ancient ape. There's just the thing that my lord wants. After possessing the desolate ancient god body and the heavenly vault sword body, one was peerless in flesh and one was peerless in offense. Su Chenxiao had long wanted to try the power, and this Taiku fierce beast that has cultivated that Sangu refining spirit skill. Just the best opponent for yourself. Just as that heaven-shaking ancient ape was celebrating the joy of victory, a faint chirping sound resounded from above an extremely high mountain peak in the distance. The heaven-shaking ancient ape turned his head to look. One could only see that within that Tsong Tian divine rock's nest, there was also a juvenile Tsong Tian divine rock that hadn't even opened its eyes yet that was chirping non-stop. The heaven-shaking ancient ape's eyes revealed a fierce light, directly pulling out a sky-high ancient tree alive when it wanted to throw it away. Suddenly, a terrifying sword blade descended from the sky. Get over here and give my lord some practice. Rumble. Chapter 52, Sword Beheading Ancient Ape. Reverse Feather Divine Rock Bloodline. The powerful killing sword chopped. The heaven-shaking ancient ape sensed this terrifying threat, and a brutal to the extreme killing intent surfaced from its pupils. It roared, and its huge pale yellow body immediately erupted with a brilliant and incomparable golden divine aura. Rumble! The primordial forest was chopped out with a deep gash as the sword aura chopped down, and the sword intent was thick to the extreme. On top of that heaven-shaking ancient ape's body, a hideous, python-like, bloody wound had suddenly appeared. Pale golden blood flowed down. The heaven-shaking ancient ape roared in pain and looked towards the top, its gaze ferocious and incomparable as it looked towards Su Chenxiao in the sky above. Su Chenxiao was dressed in white with a dusty temperament, holding the white emperor's sword, and said with a smile, "Even the sharpness of the emperor's sword can be resisted. This of the Tsungu divine refining technique, my lord is really liking it more and more." Words fall. In his hand, the white emperor flowed through an incomparably bright ray of light. The sharpness of that sword seemed to tear apart this secret space. Another sword cut out. The shocking sword awnings wanted to split and shatter this mountain range, accompanied by a shocking murderous aura that pounced on his face. The large beast pupil of the heaven-shaking ancient ape condensed. A thick sense of crisis caused its pale yellow hair to stand on end, and its chi and blood surged wildly like an angry river, as it blasted out with both of its enormous fists in unison. The mouth actually mouthed obscure growls. Vile human! Rumble! Under this terrifying sword aura, the sky-shaking ancient ape's dual fists were actually torn apart in unison, splashing blood into the sky. Put! It wailed in agony, its body covered in blood from the mouths torn open by the sword chi. A deep scorn and hatred flashed in the eyes of the heaven-shaking ancient ape as it roared. Humans! Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Oh, it's even talking? Rather interesting." He himself had somewhat underestimated the might of the emperor's sword, the heavenly vault divine body, the Taiya sword skill. None of them were top-notch offensive powers. Although this ancient great monster heaven-shaking ancient ape cultivated the godless scriptured Song Tian divine refinement skill and had a terrifying physical body, it was not easy for him to resist the two swords. The heaven-shaking ancient ape sensed the power of the human in front of him. His own fleshly body, which he was so proud of, was actually unbeatable in front of this person. It directly grabbed a huge chunk of rubble and threw it towards Su Chenxiao, then turned around and fled without looking back. Rumble! In the distance, Xian Ning saw that heaven-shaking ancient ape trying to escape. The power of yin and yang flowed, and he clenched his hands together and bellowed, "My lord! It's trying to escape! Xian Tian records! Subdue the mountains!" Buzz! The power of yin and yang rotated under his feet, transforming into a huge black and white mountain shadow that suppressed him. Xian Tian records! Lifeless Big Dipper! As soon as he made his move, the strongest killing move was offered. The mountain shadow and the yin-yang twin dragons blasted out in unison. The runes filled the sky, and the black and white divine aura dazzled to the extreme. Roar! The face of the heaven-shaking ancient ape that had fallen into a berserk rage was hideous as it roared, its body filled with a monstrous fury. A golden punch blasted out. Boom! Directly crushing this Chen Wanyue and yin-yang twin dragons. How is that possible? Xian Ning's pupils shrunk violently. He hadn't expected his great divine ability to be crushed so easily by his opponent. It was at this moment that he realized how huge the gap between himself and the Duke was. At that moment, a light laugh suddenly sounded. "Xian Ning, didn't my lord say so? This ancient ape, leave it to me." Su Chenxiao had the immortal execution formation diagram appear in his hand at some point. On top of the diamond-shaped array disc, a scaled-down version of the immortal killing sword stood in it. Exorcism formation chart go! With a soft shout, the immortal execution formation diagram in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light floating above the head of the heaven-shaking ancient ape. Rumble! The terrifying killing formation transformed by the sword intent slanted down like a waterfall, and the immortal killing sword formation directly imprisoned the heaven-shaking ancient ape within it. The heaven-shaking ancient ape rampaged within the sword formation, each collision erupting into a shockingly loud sound. Knock! Knock! The earth was shaking, countless mountains collapsing and falling rocks tilting. However, no matter how it charged, it simply could not break through this immortal killing sword formation. Xian Ning looked over and muttered, "Duke!" Su Chenxiao appeared within the sword formation. The handsome face was filled with a playful color, eyes flashing, and a white coat that was not stained with dust. It seems that this immortal realm 9th level fierce beast is still almost interesting. The sky-shaking ancient ape looked at the opposite side of Su Chenxiao, who was slowly walking. Knowing that there was no way back, its pupils gradually became deep red. It pounded its hands on its chest. Its face was hideous and incomparable as it roared towards Su Chenxiao, its huge body charging as if it was a savage chariot, intending to fight for its life. Su Chenxiao grinned as the White Emperor's sword shook out a majestic sword intent and chopped out vertically. Taiya sword technique. Chopping up the 8. Rumble. Shocking sword light flashed, and pale sword intent blossomed in this immortal killing sword formation. Roar. The vast and powerful sword intent directly penetrated the body of the heaven-shaking ancient ape. The earth behind it was even chopped out with a crack hundreds of meters long. That heaven-shaking ancient ape's hideous and terrifying body was still 100 paces away from Su Chenxiao. Suddenly stiffened in place. A neat and incomparable line of blood appeared above its body. The heaven-shaking ancient ape's eyes were filled with incredulity. Next moment, a large amount of blood gushed out, and its huge body was even directly split into two, so neatly cut into two halves. Rumble. In the distance, Shen Ning entered within the sword formation. Looking at that heaven-shaking ancient ape split into two entities, his face was shocked to the extreme. This was the first time he had ever seen this imperial clan male make a move. 3 swords. In just 3 swords, he had decapitated this great ancient fierce heaven-shaking ancient ape that was renowned within the Red Meteor burial ground. Shen Ning opened his mouth, not uttering a word for a long time. Buzz. Su Chenxiao put away the immortal execution formation diagram and said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? In the end, it's still the corpse of an ancient great evil. There are a lot of good things." Only then did Shen Ning react, nodding with some disorientation as he rushed up to deal with the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape. Looking at his back, Su Chenxiao's smile gradually tightened. Turning around, he looked at the crowned heavenly divine rock cub above the distant mountain range. With a large hand, he directly grabbed the young pup that had yet to open its eyes. That Song Tian divine rock cub was nearly the size of a palm, and seemed to have just been born not long ago, with its feathers not yet plumped up. For the cub of a swift ancient great fierce, this size was a bit too small. Premature baby? Su Chenxiao looked at this Song Tian divine rock in the palm of his hand and frowned as he thought. Check it out a bit with the system panel. Ding! The ancient monster. The rock cub. Possessing a trace of reverse feather divine rock bloodline. Juvenile. Bloodline return 1%. Success rate 0. 15%. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up, and he looked at the wailing divine rock cub in his hand with some surprise. Although the demonic beast clan was naturally powerful, they were very concerned about bloodline inheritance, and their powerful bloodline determined their upper limit. As for the Song Tian divine rock lineage, as far as one knew, the highest one could only reach the Saint Realm. Chapter 53, 10,000 Years of Earth Emulsion. Song Tian divine refining technique. However, the heaven and earth divine beast reverse feather divine rock was different. Rumor has it that it is the raptor of the heavens, born to master the 9 heavenly treasures, known as the speed of the extreme, to the ancient dragons for food. After adulthood is comparable to the great emperor, although there is only a slight possibility of the bloodline returning to the ancestors, but in front of his own self who has the system. What's the difference between that and 100%? Su Chenxiao grinned, gently stroking that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, and opened his mouth. Little fellow, you're lucky to meet this gentleman. System, is there anything that can increase the chances of its bloodline returning to its ancestors? Ding. System is retrieving. Mall search successful. Detected 3 items that meet the owner's requirements. Divine Beast, the life essence of the reverse feathered divine rock. You need to have the reverse feathered golden rock bloodline, which can greatly increase the success rate of returning to the ancestor. Required villain value, 150,000. Reverse life ancestor pill. It can activate the most powerful bloodline of demonic beasts and increase their ancestor bloodline. Required villain value, 5,000. 10,000 years of ground emulsion, capable of fixing the foundation and cultivating the vitality, accelerating the growth and cultivation of demonic beasts to a greater extent. Required villain value, 2,000. It's not very expensive. Looking at the items screened out by the system interface, Su Chenxiao pondered for a while. The heaven and earth divine beast essence blood was incomparably berserk, and given this little guy's current state, I'm afraid that he would not be able to absorb and refine it at all. Thinking about this, Su Chenxiao directly chose to buy that reverse life returning ancestor pill and earth emulsion. Ding! Congratulations to the master for purchasing the reverse life returning pill *10 PCS. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for purchasing 10,000-year-old ground emulsion *30 drops. Spend villain value, 110,000. Current remaining villain value, 206,000. Spending more than 100,000 villain values directly in one breath. It was inevitable that even he would feel a bit of pain. Buzz. Directly transferring that 10,000-year-old ground emulsion from the system storage space, A white jade bottle filled with ground emulsion appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. Boo! The mouth of the bottle opened, and an extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi filled out from it. Upon sensing the aura, the Tsangtian divine rock cub in his hand instinctively raised its head and opened its mouth to let out a squeaking sound. Su Chenxiao stared at the milky white 10,000-year-old ground emulsion inside the bottle. The rich spiritual chi in it was so compelling that just smelling it would refresh his heart. Su Chenxiao was silent for a while and said quietly, "Does this thing work for monks too? I'll taste it for you first." Regardless of the wailing Tsangtian divine rock cub in his hand, Su Chenxiao picked up the white jade bottle and directly took a small sip. With this mouthful, at least 5 or 6 drops of ground emulsion were gone. The 10,000-year-old ground emulsion had just been imported. It then immediately transformed into an abundant spiritual chi that surged into the body and began to rapidly fill up the sea of chi. Feel a stream of warmth wash over your body. His own realm, which had just recently broken through, had also loosened up. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up slightly, smacked his lips twice, and murmured in some surprise, "It tastes nice and sweet." The Tsangtian divine rock cub in his hand screamed even more eagerly. Su Chenxiao grinned, directly aimed the mouth of the bottle at the little guy and slowly poured down a drop. Buzz! 10,000 years of earth emulsion entered his stomach, and a burst of snowy white light immediately rose from the tiny body of the Tsangtian divine rock in his hand. Just a drop of this, the little guy will be quiet a lot. Head down lying in the hands of Su Chenxiao motionless, fell into a deep sleep, and at that point, Xian Ning, who was handling the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape in the distance, suddenly seemed to have discovered something and shouted, "My lord, what do you see here?" Su Chenxiao sniffed and put the Tsangtian divine rock cub in the middle of the system space and walked over. Only Xian Ning found an ancient scripture filled with a faint golden light from somewhere in the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape. In his other hand, he also held a white bone filled with runes. Seeing the visitor, Xian Ning got up and respectfully offered what he had gathered. "My lord, found these too. This is the talismanic bone of the heaven-shaking ancient ape, and it contains the ancient ape treasure art. It's this scripture. It doesn't seem to be mortal. I don't know what it is." Su Chenxiao received that ancient scripture and a strand of divine sense probed into it. In his mind, an ancient and mysterious golden rune appeared, and what was written on it was clearly the Tsangu divine refinement technique. Finally, one of Yi Zhao's greatest opportunities, the Tsangu divine refining technique that was most suitable for the desolate ancient god body. With this supreme body refining divine ability, one would be able to ignore even the most fragile physical body drawbacks of sword cultivators. Previously, that heaven-shaking ancient ape was only at the 9th level of the immortality realm, and after cultivating this Tsangu divine refinement skill, its fleshly strength was even barely able to resist the might of the emperor's sword, so one could only imagine the power of this godless scripture. Su Duanxiao's face was happy and appreciative. "Well done. It is this ancient scripture that my lord wants." Getting compliments from the duke, Xian Ning touched his head a little embarrassed and handed over that talisman bone as well and said, "My lord, this is that heaven-shaking ancient ape rune bone. The ancient ape treasure technique is said to be able to strengthen the physical body and harden the mountains when practiced. This heaven-shaking ancient ape rune bone is complete, so I think it should have a good bloodline and comprehend the complete taijutsu great ferocious ancient ape treasure art." Su Chenxiao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "This thing is not needed by my lord. Keep it for yourself." In the end, it was a demonic beast clan treasure art, and it was impossible for this ancient ape treasure art to be stronger than the Tsangtian divine refining technique. Xian Ning froze slightly and wanted to say something, but Su Chenxiao continued, "The heavenly body refining avatars are rare, and I see that the one you're cultivating now is also average. This ancient ape treasure technique is not too bad. Since you are already my Su Chenxiao's person, it would be good to improve your strength to serve my lord." Xian Ning's face was a bit touched, and when he saw the duke say so, he had no choice but to accept this talisman bone and clasped his hands together. "Xian Ning thanks you, sir." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. "My lord, where are we going next?" Xian Ning asked. Su Chenxiao pulled out that system panel, squinted his eyes in one direction, and laughed mysteriously. "Xian Ning, your Xin clan has been in charge of this red meteor burial ground for so long. Do you know that there are still great emperor chances that exist in this place?" "A great emperor's chance?" Xian Ning let out a bitter smile and said, "My lord, this is something I do understand. It's just that the red meteor burial ground has appeared for thousands of years at least, and after so many years, even if there are some opportunities here, they've all been taken away. Nowadays, what is still valuable within the red meteor burial ground is only some rare and incomparable heavenly materials and treasures." Su Chenxiao smiled and didn't say anything. Faintly, Go. After obtaining that inheritance, it's time to leave this place. The surging true chi surged up, and the two of them directly transformed into a stream of light towards the distance. 1 hour later. Rumble. It was accompanied by a huge sword blade. The immense and incomparable mountain range in front of him was split apart by Su Chenxiao's sword straight away. Between the mountain range that was split in two, there was one place that was unscathed. At that mountainside, a dark and incomparable cave suddenly appeared, with a faint white spell formation floating around it. Click. This law formation that had existed for an unknown period of time was weathered, and after resisting this blow, it was filled with countless cracks and shattered inch by inch. Suddenly, boom, the power hidden in it by the formation burst out. A huge, incomparable, crimson and bloody red aura rose up to the sky. Within this light, there was a surging, extremely terrifying power of chi and blood. The pupils of Xian Ning in the air shrank as he stared at this scene in a daze. This is Chapter 54, Breaking Through the 9th Level of the Immortal Realm. 10,000 Beast Blood Pool. Go. Su Chenxiao stared at the cave hidden in the mountain range and stepped into the air. Speaking faintly, the two entered that cave together. This place was secluded and had existed for an unknown period of time, and after the two of them had entered, faint candle flames had risen on both sides of this pitch-black and incomparable passageway. Tick, tick, tick. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of falling water drops. I don't know how long I had advanced, but the view opened up before me, where the two of them were directly in front of each other. A blood-red pool containing surging chi and blood power appeared. Not far to the side, there was a dusty desk, a stone bed, as well as pills that had fallen to the ground in bits and pieces. It seemed to be a place where some monk had lived. Su Chenxiao let his eyes sweep across this place and looked at the dark blood-red pool. In the center of the pool, there was a stalactite with an inverted sharp tip. The tips of the stalactites continuously condensed drops of crimson liquid that dripped down into the pool water, creating a circle of ripples. That sound of water dripping was coming from exactly this. Is this the pool of blood of the 10,000 beasts? Su Chenxiao thought darkly with a calm face. Beside him, Xian Ning stared at this scene in a daze, murmuring somewhat incredulously. What a rich power of chi and blood! How can there be such a place in the red meteor burial ground? Why does this pool of blood look so familiar? Xian Ning came to the edge of that pool and squatted down to wipe the dust on the ground with his hands. Underneath the cover of this dust, a rune with somewhat darker traces was found. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xian Ning's face changed, looking extremely incredulous. This is an ancient blood-raising array pattern, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, capable of condensing the essence blood of living beings into spiritual blood that is of great benefit to the cultivator after being nurtured day and night. Speaking of this, Xian Ning's face looked up with some horror at the thick stone roof above him. This Wanning blood pool has tens of thousands of powerful living beings sacrificed here in a few cases. The stalactite in the center of the blood pool is the eye of the formation that can draw and condense spirit blood. Spirit blood could not be created out of thin air, which meant that above their heads, they were afraid that there were countless corpses of ferocious beasts buried here. Your Excellency. Xian Ning turned his head towards Su Chenxiao, only to see that at this moment, Su Chenxiao had already arrived in front of the dusty desk, picked up one of the yellowed books and flipped through it. As soon as this ancient book was opened, the divine message left by the previous owner came through the sea of consciousness. A character from tens of thousands of years ago, the red dimming reality. It turned out that the slave spirit shadow was the black ancient scripture that was obtained here. It was a pity that the power of the black ancient scripture was bizarre to the extreme, and before he could digest this 10,000 beasts blood pool as well as the chances of this place, he directly transformed into a black ancient scripture slave spirit and lost his consciousness. At the last moment of his imminent demise, the other party left behind this divine message. After the divine message disappeared, the tattered ancient book dissipated into wind and sand. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he glanced around towards the incomparably empty surroundings and slowly opened his mouth. Xian Ning, protect the path for this Gongzi. Xian Ning, my lord, what are you doing? Su Chenxiao grinned and looked towards the pool of 10,000 beasts' blood and muttered, this pool of blood that has coalesced for 10,000 years, my lord will laugh at it. After saying that, Su Chenxiao leaped into that blood pool. In an instant, this square 10,000 beasts' blood pool surged and agitated, directly boiling up. Extremely dense chi and blood rushed to the sky. Crimson mist filled the air, and those blood mists transformed into a head of different forms and ferocious living beings roaring. The divine python, the ancient ape, and the fierce tiger are all the owners of the spirit blood condensed by the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. A faint golden divine aura filled Su Chenxiao's precious body, crazily absorbing all this chi and blood power. Those blood-mist illusions of living beings were filled with unwillingness to be absorbed and refined. Buzz. The terrifying power of qi and blood washed the body. Su Chenxiao could clearly feel that his fleshly body had become stronger and tougher, and the qi and blood in his body were raging and whistling crazily. Even the realm, at this moment, also made a breakthrough in one leap. Immortal Realm 7, Immortal Realm 8, Immortal Realm 9. Xian Ning's eyes widened. As he stood on the shore, he seemed to be able to hear the strong vibration of his heartbeat and the sound of his qi and blood turning over. The one sitting in the pool at the moment was as if it wasn't a human being, but an ancient ferocious beast with a strong and domineering flesh. The desolate ancient god body. The fleshly body was unrivaled. And now that it has been washed by the blood of those ancient great ferocious spirits in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, it has become even more terrifying, pushing towards perfection. A reddish-golden ancient inscription glowed above Su Chenxiao's cheeks and skin. The divine body vision rose into the air, and an atmospheric and majestic desolate bell rippled with an appalling ripple of qi and blood. For a time, the entire mountain range was shaking in the sky. Rumble. Right at this moment, Su Chenxiao in the blood pool violently opened his eyes. God's eyes were like electricity, as if there were dawning thunder flashes. Shoo away. The dragon-like power of qi and blood rushed up to the sky, and the surrounding blood pools churned up waves of shock and fury, as all the divine embodiment was absorbed as much as it could. Seeing this scene, Xian Ning's eyes became even more awe-inspiring, flashing a trace of fervor as he knelt down on one knee and said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency." The blood-red pool became crystal clear. Su Chenxiao stood in the center of the pool water, his flesh crystallized and flawless, as if it was a transformed ancient beast. Even from a long distance away, he was able to feel the terrifying pressure. The majestic blood qi was internalized. Su Chenxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, clenched his fist, and only felt that his body had inexhaustible energy. The desolate ancient god body is complete. A random punch was thrown. Rumble. In an instant, the sky shook and countless debris fell down. The cave in front of him was suddenly pierced through a huge, deep opening. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Nowadays, with his own physical body, I am afraid that he is able to be blissfully unafraid of even the Seal King realm's divine abilities. Xian Ning's eyes were fiery, and his body trembled with excitement as he arched his hand and said, "Congratulations on the great increase in your cultivation. I think no one in the immortal realm is already a match for Gongzi." Su Chenxiao nodded. A leap from the pool stepped out. "A white dress does not stain half of the pool," water faintly said. "Get up." Only then did Xian Ning get up. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted slightly. "I thought that after practicing in the lower realm for the past few years, if I didn't rely on the Emperor Su family's dragon molting pool, it would take some time before I could step into the immortal realm's 9th level. It was unimaginable that just two Heaven's Destiny protagonists would be able to reach this realm in a short period of time by chance. No wonder all these Heaven's Destiny protagonists were able to progress so rapidly. Any one of these chances to take out are worth hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation of ordinary cultivators." Su Chenxiao turned around and glanced at Xian Ning on the side, seemingly sensing something and frowning slightly. Xian Ning, come here for a moment." Xian Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, froze slightly and came to say with some confusion, "Duke, what's wrong?" Su Chenxiao grinned and stared at his bewildered face and faintly said, "A wisp of a remnant soul. Are you going to roll out on your own? Or are you going to be invited out by my lord?" Chapter 55, Heavenly Golden Mythical Beast. Great Emperor's Divine Soul. Collecting amount. Xian Ning froze and opened his mouth. "My lord, I don't understand what you mean." Just as he spoke, an illusory divine soul actually slowly floated out from behind him. That divine soul kept pulsing and gradually coalesced into a tall and imposing man with a naked upper body clad in animal skin. The man was not angry, even if it was only a remnant soul. His breath was extraordinarily terrifying and amazing, permeated with a majestic imperial aura. Seeing that he was recognized, the animal skin man didn't care, but instead let out a magnificent laugh. "Ha ha ha, the people of the Imperial Su clan really do have good eyesight. This emperor even purposely sneaked in while you were refining the 10,000 beasts blood pool, but I never imagined that you would still discover it. How's it going, Emperor clan brat? Is that 10,000 beasts blood pool prepared by this emperor working well?" When he saw this wisp of divine soul, Xian Ning's face changed. He hadn't even noticed that there was this remnant of a soul attached to his body, and for a moment his heart rolled in shock waves. When? Gai Bi Kai. Identity, heaven and earth divine beast, mythical animal, remnant soul of a great emperor. Realm, none. Demon emperor? Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he stared at the wisp of divine soul and faintly said, A mere remnant of a great emperor's soul. How dare you touch this Gongzi's people? Thinking that I won't be able to detect you if I hide my own aura? The remnants of the great emperor? Shen Ning's pupils contracted violently, looking at Gaby Jiu with some disbelief. A trace of scorn flashed under Gaby Jiu's eyes, but he still laughed out loud in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, Emperor clan brat. Since you know that I am a great emperor, then why don't you kneel when you see this emperor? Ha! Su Chenxiao smiled disdainfully at his words. Without pushing more with it, he directly pulled out the dead soul beast with its belly turned over and opened his mouth. Dinner is served. The residual soul of a great emperor is thought to be a great tonic. After seeing the dead soul beast in Su Chenxiao's hands, Gaby Jiu's face suddenly changed, and even his soul trembled. Others might not know, but as a great emperor could he not know what it was? Gaby Jiu's breath caught. Dead soul beast? Where did you get this thing? Without the same condescension as before, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Wait. If you have something to say, I am the ancient demon emperor, and this strand of my divine soul contains the inheritance of the divine beast of heaven and earth's creation, the mythical Gaby treasure art. If you let the dead soul beast strike, I'm afraid you won't get anything. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, Great emperor inheritance. Is it great? Since you know that I am a person of the emperor clan, then you think that a great emperor inheritance of a demon clan, important to my lord? Dead soul beast, go. Saying this, Su Chenxiao patted the dead soul beast's stomach. The dead soul beast immediately took off and opened its bloody mouth to devour the remnants of Gaby Jiu's soul. A terrifying suction force immediately came from its mouth. Gaby Jiu was completely flustered. His face was horrified to the core as he blurted out, I was at least a great emperor once. As long as you spare this remnant soul of mine, it will be the same as having all the forces of the demon domain's Golden Yang realm. Although I don't know how the outside world is doing right now, I think that the descendants with my Gaby Jiu bloodline are bound to be no weaker than that. Seeing that the other man had not yet spoken, Gaby Jiu bellowed with some urgency. Even if your Emperor and Su clan doesn't lack a great emperor's inheritance, but I am favored by the heavenly Tao great fortune plus body immortal. Just for me to reshape my body, to be restored to cultivation in the future is a proper emperor realm existence. Even for your Su family, it means a lot. This statement was made. The dead soul beast suddenly reverted back to Su Chenxiao's hands. Su Chenxiao stroked the dead soul beast and said without lifting his head, a wisp of a remnant soul with a chance to recover? Gaby Jiu nodded. Others may not be able to, but I, the divine beast of heaven and earth, was born under the protection of heaven, and as long as the conditions are met, even this wisp of a remnant soul can be restored to its original state and live again. Su Duanxiu faintly said, What did you just say about the demon race in the Golden Yang realm? One could be said to know quite a lot about the northern region of the heavens demon race. The Golden Yang realm was a great domain of the demon race, and within the realm resided the Golden Gaby clan, the Golden Lion, and other demon emperor lineages where great emperors existed. Even among the demon race, the status is very prominent and powerful, and the strength is extremely terrifying. Gaby Jiu was relieved to see that things had turned around. Although he was a great emperor, he was nothing more than a wisp of residual soul today. If he died in the mouth of this dead soul beast, then even the last heavenly golden mythical beast would be extinct in this world. Gaby Jiu said with a proud face, As a member of the imperial clan, you should also know that divine beasts of heaven and earth are favored by the heavenly Tao, and it's rare for one to emerge in a million years. And as the last heavenly golden mythical beast in this world, my greatest task is naturally to reproduce and pass on my honorable bloodline. I'm not going to lie to you. The Golden Gaby clan of the Golden Yang realm, the Golden Lion, and the sun-swallowing Cloud Lion, are all descendants of my Gaby Jiu. Isn't that a ing stallion? Su Chenxiao's face was a bit playful as he sniffed. So you're their ancestor? Gaby Jiu said proudly. Although some of them are descendants of the once heavenly golden mythical beasts, they have my mythical beast bloodline flowing in their bodies in the end. It's not bad to say I'm their ancestor. Looking at you like this, I think the descendants of this emperor are doing quite well. If and when I return to my clan, they will surely follow my orders, and if you have any requests, you can mention them. Every divine beast of heaven and earth was born without carrying a monstrous amount of luck, and was extremely rare. Once it falls completely, it may never appear again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point where the divine beasts of heaven and earth were almost extinct today, and the demon family lineage is extremely respected bloodline. Gaby Jiu said so is not bad. If those demon clans in the Golden Yang realm know that their ancestors are in their hands, they are afraid that they will do whatever it takes to redeem their ancestors. Su Chenxiao pondered for a while. Seeing that the other party had some interest, Gaibijio hurriedly said. How? If you bring this emperor out, you will be my Gaibijio's benefactor in the future. And this emperor can make a vow here that if you have any needs in the future, this emperor will fulfill them all. Su Chenxiao grinned and stared at him as he opened his mouth. My lord doesn't need these, so what do you want? Collect the mounts. This statement was made. Gaibijio Divine Spirit's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. His face became shockingly ugly for a moment. Even the emperor's might released by a wisp of residual soul was extremely terrifying and amazing. You let this emperor give you a mount? Do you know that this emperor is the honorable and incomparable heaven and earth divine beast, heavenly golden mythical beast? Once in the emperor realm, this gongzi will help you restore your divine soul and flesh. I'm a great emperor. Su Chenxiao frowned, too lazy to spend any more time with it. He himself was just making a casual remark. It was thought that with the pride of the divine beasts of heaven and earth, they would rather be shattered than broken, and would not give in easily. Su Chenxiao nodded and spoke faintly. Well then, dead soul beast. I do, master. The animal's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Chenxiao was stunned and somewhat dismayed. This guy's attitude shift is just too much. Screwing up your own reaction. Even Xian Ning, who was at the side, froze for a long time, open mouth full of incredulity. My lord, this. Su Chenxiao's face was a little odd as he said with a smile. I thought you'd rather die than give in. Why? Aren't you a great emperor? Gaibijio said with a straight face. I am now but a wisp of a remnant soul, and if I can't get out again, I'm afraid I'll completely disappear in less than 1,000 years. A good man is not a good man. Any more than that, it was once upon a time. Furthermore, in its time, before the Dark Era, it was the time when the Empyrean clan of the heavens was at its most glorious and powerful. At that time, there were many absolute demons from all the emperor clans. Even the divine beasts of heaven and earth that were favored by heaven and earth would only be able to serve as mounts for others. In front of him, he was at least a member of the emperor clan, and he was carrying such a heaven-defying physique as the innate chaotic god body. If there was anyone who could restore himself, I was afraid that only the other party had the ability to do so. It's a bit humiliating, but it's better than just being wiped out. Gaibijio was secretly comforted in his heart. Chapter 56, Imperial Beast Manifestation Sect Supreme Treasure. Son and Mother Imperial Beast Ring. I think that I, the heavenly golden mythical beast, am a divine beast of heaven and earth, and I have yet to give birth to a purebred heir, so I must not go extinct in the heavens. This wisp of its residual soul, to be able to persist for this many years, this obsession could not be said to be deep. After Su Chenxiao was silent for a while, he looked up at Gaibijio and spoke faintly. In that case, let's make an oath with our divine souls. Gaibijio nodded with a somewhat shriveled face, as if resigned to his fate, and said, I understand. Gaibijio directly made a heavenly oath, and Xian Ning on the side looked awestruck. Although it was a wisp of a remnant soul, the one in front of him was in the end a divine beast of heaven and earth, a former great emperor of a party. I can't imagine that even such an existence has submitted to the gongzi. After making the heavenly vow, Gaibijio was not as arrogant as before, and said breathlessly, this strand of my residual soul can't last long outside. Master, can you let me enter your Sea of Consciousness spirit platform to recuperate? I have made an oath of the heavenly Tao and would never dare to harm you. Master, the Sea of Consciousness spiritual platform is the weakest place of a cultivator. The other party had once been a great emperor after all, and even Su Chenxiao, who had the heavenly Tao oath, did not easily agree. System, is there any way to control this guy 100%? Ding! Zimu Imperial Beast Ring, the most precious treasure of the Imperial Beast Wanchen sect in the ancient times, only effective for the demon race, can control their divine souls and physical bodies to be unable to resist. Required villain value, 50,000, 50,000? With a villain value of 50,000, one would be able to completely control a demon emperor, which wasn't very expensive. Su Duanxiao directly purchased it. Ding! Purchase successful. Current villain value, 156,000. Buzz. The Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Circle appeared in his hand. A gold and a silver pair, like a pair of rings. Su Chenxiao wore one of the golden Imperial Beast rings on his index finger, and the silver ring was cast out, gradually becoming the size of a collar. Take this with you. Gaibijio's pupils shrunk, obviously recognizing this object. This is the Imperial Beast Ring of the Mother of the Imperial Beasts Vanguard sect? I can't believe you even have this? Su Chenxiao said with a smile. Is it weird? Gaibijio looked at the silver-colored Imperial Beast Ring in front of him and took a deep breath. With a face of despair, He took that imperial beast ring and then wore it on his hand. Not hanging it around his neck was the last of his stubbornness as a great emperor. Buzz. Gold and silver flashed up at the same time. A special feeling came from the golden imperial beast ring in his hand, and the two echoed each other. Su Chenxiao had a feeling that he seemed to be able to control Gaby Zhou's life and death with this imperial beast ring. Even was able to know what was going on in the other person's mind right now. Su Chenxiao looked at Gaby Zhou with a smile and opened his mouth. Come in. Gaby Zhou's face was ugly, and he directly turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared into Su Chenxiao's spirit platform sea of consciousness. As soon as he entered, an incredulous voice resounded within Su Chenxiao's mind. Is this Weird Avenue? How did you comprehend such a thing? Su Chenxiao frowned, feeling that Gaby Zhou divine soul in the sea of consciousness kept making noise, and faintly said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Stay honestly, and after we meet the Imperial Su clan, this Gongzi will let you restore your divine soul and flesh. There were countless battles in the heavens, and every day, countless cultivators' physical bodies perished and their souls fled. Therefore, restoring the divine soul and molding the flesh, this type of elixir heavenly material is not uncommon. After returning to the clan, the Imperial Su family has many resources and treasures that can help them recover, and there is no need to waste the villain value. Su Chenxiao swept his eyes around. The chances of the two Heaven's Destiny protagonists in this place had already been obtained by himself as much as possible. There were still some leftovers, so they were given to Xian Ning to deal with. Su Chenxiao's eyes flashed and he grinned. Almost. It's time to leave to return to the Imperial Su clan. Outside the Red Meteor Burial Ground secret realm, Tenji Peak, Shi Kong and the other ancient clan elders were situated here, waiting for a transmission from the clan disciples in the secret realm. What? You're saying that you guys searched the entire secret realm and didn't find Duke Su? Useless trash. All of you. Go find them again. And if you can't find it, none of you are coming back. This should have been a group of disciples once every 30 years, looking for opportunities to practice, but because of the appearance of Su Chenxiao, turned into a large hide-and-seek operation. There was no way. It was really because this living ancestor's identity was really extraordinary. If something happened within the Red Meteor Burial Ground, none of the people of the hidden ancient clan present would be able to afford it. Meanwhile, Elder Chang, who had been keeping his eyes closed on the side, was resting his eyes. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation came from within that crimson secret vortex. Su Chenxiao and Xian Ning, who had crushed the qualification order to leave the burial ground, both appeared here. The people present looked at them one after another, and their eyes suddenly brightened up immensely for a moment. Mr. Su, matriarch, Mr. Su has come out. A group of people quickly rushed there. Looking at the person coming before him, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, Gentlemen, what is this? Shi Kong was staring closely at Su Chenxiao from the side. As if he had discovered something, his eyes lit up and he looked a little incredulous. Qi and blood are like dragons. The flesh is flawless. What a terrifying power of flesh. Gongzi. In this short 1 day's time, the physical body has become several times stronger. Gongzi, you are. The other few patriarchs were also filled with shock. You've made a breakthrough. Mr. Su Chenxiao smiled and said slowly, this Red Meteor Burial Ground is not bad. Lucky to have some chance. The people present looked at each other in disbelief, with their hidden ancient clan's understanding of this Red Meteor Burial Ground. Although there were still some heavenly treasures in it that were worthy of allowing disciples to experience, the greater opportunities had all been obtained by their ancestors. Looking at this male's appearance, it was obvious that his cultivation had grown greatly and he had obtained a not-so-small chance. Shi Kong hurriedly arched his hand in praise. Your Excellency is blessed with deep fortune. Shi Kong is here to congratulate you. Just, the gentleman so soon to leave it. May as well to my chief family guests for a few days. I also do a landlord's labor. That old fox. The several patriarchs of the Xiao and Ming families glared at him and opened their mouths as well. Your Excellency, my daughter has crossed paths with Your Excellency before. If I don't make amends, my Ming family's heart will be disturbed. Please come to my Ming family for a gathering. My Xiao family also welcomes the Duke. Facing the invitation from the group of hidden ancient clan patriarchs present, Su Chenxiao waved his hand and said, now that the matter is settled, I will not delay you all here. After declining the invitation from a group of people from the hidden ancient clan, Xian Ning planned to temporarily stay here to take care of his father's aftermath, and would be rushing to the sacred Emperor Dao region in the next few days. Su Chenxiao dryly left the Canning Dao domain with Old Man Cheng. The void. A huge spirit boat sailed. Su Chenxiao reclined on the chair, his eyes glimmering. The black ancient scripture that he had obtained from Xian Ao Tian appeared in his hand. Buzz. Chapter 57, Imperial Clan Recruitment. Tens of thousands of Taoists came to participate. As soon as the black ancient scripture appeared, the extremely bizarre power began to erode the space around it. This book is as if it has a spirit, gently trembling, as if it wants to detach and escape from its own hands. A treasure of the dark era, Su Chenxiao muttered. This black ancient scripture. So far he himself hadn't figured out how to use it, and even the system's viewing panel only had a small amount of information. Su Chenxiao, hey, Gaby Jiao. Gaby Jiao's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. What's wrong? This dark era thing? Since it was found within that cave, I think you shouldn't be unfamiliar with it, right? Su Chenxiao asked. Gaby Jiao was silent for a moment, and then said in a somewhat ed-up voice, more than unfamiliar. It is all thanks to it that this emperor has ended up in this situation today. Oh? Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and came to ask with a hint of interest. Tell me about it. Gaby Jiao said quietly. I think back then, this emperor was carrying out the difficult task of reproducing his race within a demon realm Dao domain. But one day, this damned black ancient scripture suddenly appeared. At that time, this black ancient scripture wasn't as weak as it is now. And once it appeared, that bizarre and incomparable power quickly eroded all living beings within the Dao domain. In just half a day's time, all the living beings within the entire Dao domain have been transformed into bizarre things, and even I, who is a divine beast of heaven and earth, have been eroded by this power. And this emperor, for the safety of the entire living beings of the heavens, closed this realm with the technique of great divine power, and with the accumulation of days and months, this formed this red meteor burial ground. Why does that sound a little off? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment, nor did he ask more questions, but looked at the black ancient scripture in his hand and thought darkly. This black ancient scripture was a hot potato. No one dared to have any contact with it, and even the great emperors could not do anything about it. However, for himself who was not eroded by that weird chi, it was an extremely terrifying card. Reincorporate the black ancient scripture among the system storage space. Su Chenxiao lay on the chair and looked around the void. In this vast and boundless void, a spirit boat passed by, or someone rode by on a mount. What is a bit puzzling is this. He himself was traveling to the sacred Emperor Dao domain to return to the Imperial Su clan. How is it that this group is heading in the same direction as yourself? Su Chenxiao was a bit puzzled. And just then, a loud shout came from the back. Fellow Taoists from the Tianxian sect ahead. Are they also going to the sacred Emperor Dao region? I'm from the Taiyu Immortal sect. Can you give us a ride? Su Chenxiao followed the voice and looked over, only to see a huge heavenly green spirit crane flying in the rear. Above the spirit beast's body, a crane-haired old man beckoned with a smile. On both sides of his body, followed by a man and a woman. The two are not very old. Temperament and appearance are superior. Look at the appearance seems to be his disciples. This spirit boat was gifted by Yuan Fengxiao, so he thought that the other party should be treating himself as someone from the Tianxian sect. They're also going to the sacred Emperor Dao domain? Just the thing to ask. Su Chenxiao smiled and did not refuse to open his mouth. Fellow Taoist may come to a gathering, please. That old man's face was delighted at his words, leading the two disciples to board the spirit boat. Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, Zuosong was shocked in his heart, and even the well-informed man couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Temperament out of the dust and clear as the wind, a white dress Manhwa as jade, rare in the world. The young girl beside him, who had a pretty appearance and was wearing a clan uniform with a slender physique, also had bright eyes and couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. Zosan stepped forward and made an excellent first impression. He arched his hand and said smilingly, the old man has met his excellency. I have come from the Green Sky Dao region Taiyu Immortal sect and am preparing to head to the sacred Emperor Dao region, only because this mount of mine, the heavenly green spirit crane, is really tired. I had no choice but to disturb you in your rest, so I would like to thank you. These two are my disciples, Lu Ranran and Zhang Changfeng. Su Chenxiao casually waved his hand, sized up the three people in front of him and said with a faint smile, there's no harm in it. I'm also preparing to head to the sacred Emperor Dao region. By the way, Zosan said with a smile, I wonder what your name is. Su Chenxiao smiled and said, Senior Zwa doesn't need to be polite. Just call me Dusty Sky. Zosan pondered for a moment. This spirit boat is the right of Tianxian sect. Taiyu Immortal sect and Tianxian sect have been good friends for generations, but he has never heard of Dusty Xiao within the Tianxian sect this one character. However, more is better than less. The young man in front of him has an absolutely extraordinary temperament, and he did not ask more questions as he is old and sophisticated, just smiled and nodded. Su Chenxiao inquired, I wonder what Senior Zhua is doing in the sacred Emperor Dao region. He was a bit curious. After coming out of the Kanming Dao domain, he had seen quite a few spirit boats along the way that seemed to be heading towards the sacred Emperor Dao domain. Zuosong was slightly stunned and seemed a bit surprised. Since Your Excellency is traveling to the sacred Emperor Dao region, isn't it because of the matter of that young son of the Su clan of the imperial clan's marriage proposal? Some time ago, the Emperor Su clan sent out a notice that young son of the Emperor Su clan had returned from his training in the lower realms, preparing to examine the talent and aptitude to recruit a fiancé for that young gentleman. Counting the days, there is still half a month to go before it starts. As far as I know, nowadays, people from ancient clans, holy clans, super Dao lineages, and even emperor clans throughout the heavens are bringing their heavenly daughters to participate. And there are at least 1,000 forces that want to capture that fiancé's qualification. At that time, all the gods and goddesses, empresses and saints of the heavens will gather to compete. Such a great event is rare in 10,000 years. The old man is also heard of, so I brought 2 disciples to open their eyes. Su Chenxiao was silent for a while. Coldly, he glanced at old man Cheng beside him. Elder Chang was a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything. That young girl Lu Ranran besides Wasong also said with some longing, I heard that the Emperor clan's son has a handsome and extraordinary appearance. Is the innate chaos god body? I really don't know exactly what kind of magnificent woman can be worthy of that son. It's just a pity that my cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't even get that competition qualification. Speaking of this, Lu Ranran lowered her head with some regret. At this moment, Zhang Changfeng, the senior brother on the side, laughed and opened his mouth. What are you talking about? This matter of marriage must also be the right eye. Think of my senior sister, pure and beautiful, well-behaved and lovely. Even if you don't get that qualification, there's no guarantee that you'll be spotted by that imperial clan prince in a glance among the crowd. This fiancé can't be done. If it can become a side room is also good. At that time my Taiyu divine sect can all look up to senior sister you. Lu Ranran sniffed, her pretty face scarlet, seemed to feel that her senior brother had some sense, and lowered her head a bit shyly. Senior brother, don't be ridiculous. Zuosong also smiled at the side and stroked his beard, saying, Changfeng is right. If we are able to obtain the favor of that imperial clan's son, it would be a great opportunity for our Taiyu immortal sect. This time, it wasn't just the superpowers from all sides. Even some of the smaller powers had come with the same mindset as them. After all, who can say for sure about eye contact? Su Duanxiao's face was odd to the extreme beside him. No wonder those spirit boats before had so many female cultivators on them, either pure, or seductive and playful. Still got it? The Gaby Geo in his head pounded his chest in some chagrin. Why didn't I think of this in the first place? He thought that he had rampaged through the northern domain in order to reproduce quality offspring. Based on the identity strength of the great emperor's strength to look at the use of force, other peoples will be robbed, leaving seeds around, chickens flying. In the end, almost the entire northern region demon clan was offended. Su Chenxiao sighed and said quietly, Shut up, Stallion the Great. It was while several people were talking, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Su Chenxiao only felt a blackness before his eyes. A huge, blackened, luxurious spirit boat swept past overhead, like a sea whale swimming in the void, with a majestic atmosphere. In its surroundings, an incomparable steed of a demonic beast accompanied by stepping into the air. Riding on its back are all the extraordinary temperament of the Taoist system pride. Arrogant eyebrows, even did not look at the bottom of a glance. The row was huge and the scene was amazing. It was as if someone from some super Dao lineage was traveling across the void. Chapter 58, Tiny Tai Ding Ancient Sect. How dare you make my son descend? We are from the western region Tai Ding Ancient Sect. A celestial pride riding a divine steed demonic beast above his head had an arrogant face and shouted in a domineering manner. All spirit boats, lower yourself 100 feet to make way, or else you'll blame my Tai Ding Ancient Sect for being impolite. The voice resounded throughout the entire void. As soon as these words came out, the other spirit boats sailing in this void landed one after another. Zuosong was also shocked in his heart and said with a face full of surprise, That's the Tai Ding Ancient Sect's people? They even came? Zuosong's face looked a little incredulous. The people of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect are located in the western region of the heavens. The road is extremely far, basically never communicate with the outside world. Can be considered one of the most remote and mysterious ancient Taoism. The disciple beside him, Zhang Changfeng, had also heard about it and looked at the luxurious and huge spirit boat above him and murmured, I can't imagine that even forces like the Taiding ancient sect have arrived. Is this the influence of the imperial clan? Senior sister. I'm afraid that this matter of the imperial clan's recruitment is not as simple as eye contact. The godless race Su family is recruiting. Who would have thought that even this kind of mysterious ancient Taoist system would send out people to participate? It was impossible to guarantee that there would be even more terrifying forces coming, and their Taiyu immortal sect would be as small as ants in front of these behemoths. Humph. At that moment, an unpleasant cold snort sounded. Elder Qing's face sank as a glint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The tiny Tai Ding ancient sect. How dare they make my son descend the line? I think they really want to die. One must know that in these heavens, the strong can then bully and wreak havoc on the weak at will, and driving a spirit boat to pass overhead was tantamount to an act of trampling on dignity and provocation. In the eyes of the Tai Ding ancient sect, this supreme realm spirit boat below was nothing more than a small force in the 10,000 million sacred Emperor Dao domain, not worthy of their attention at all. Elder Qing turned his head to look at Su Chenxiao on the side and opened his mouth. Duke. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, and he spoke faintly without lifting his head. Then let them come down. What? Zuosong's face suddenly changed as he fiercely looked at Su Chenxiao on the side and opened his mouth. Your Excellency must not. The Tai Ding ancient sect is one of the ancient Dao lineages, and there are great emperor legacies of quasi-imperial realm powerhouses existing within its sect. From the looks of it, they haven't noticed us either, so we'd better avoid it. He had noticed the old man beside this prince when he boarded the spirit boat, and his aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, making it difficult even for him to see through. Look at this old man's respectful appearance. I think this gentleman should be a certain big family people, and the other party is its protector. Su Chenxiao smiled and raised his hand. No harm done. Elder Cheng will take care of it himself. As his words fell, an extremely terrifying force burst out from his side. Even the void trembled, and the blazing imperial power was like a sun in the void. Zuosong's pupils shrunk violently. His eyes widened in an instant as he looked incredulously at the stooped old man beside Su Chenxiao. The two disciples beside him also acted as if they had also never seen this vastness of divine power before. One could only feel that he could not help but prostrate himself in worship, and his heart was shaken to the core. This is. Zuosong's lips were trembling wildly. His brain buzzed for a moment without reacting. His face was horrified as he looked toward the smiling Su Chenxiao. Even his voice was shaking. Quasi-emperor? How is that possible? He noticed the old man beside this male when he boarded the spirit boat. The aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, and even he had trouble seeing through it. Look at this old man's respectful appearance. I think this gentleman should be a certain big family people, and the other party is its protector. However, he had never expected that this old man in front of him would be a quasi-emperor big shot. In these heavens, if a great emperor does not come out, a quasi-emperor is invincible. Boom! Elder Qing's face was icy cold as he raised his hand in a vast and pale terrifying divine ability. Golden divine auras bloomed in this sea of emptiness. It was like a heavenly avalanche blasting straight toward the spirit boat of the Tai Ding ancient sect overhead. The Tai Ding ancient sect. How dare you act recklessly in front of my son? Get your ass down here and kowtow. That blazing and amazing power directly triggered the boat protection formation of the luxury spirit boat above. Buzz. Ancient formations capable of withstanding the pinnacle of the sage realm suddenly rose, but after only appearing for a breath of time, it was annihilated and crushed in a flash. In an instant, the sky shook and the ground shook, and everyone on top of the spirit boat's face was shocked, and as an afterthought, they stood unsteadily and exclaimed in shock. What the hell? What's happening? Only the few Saint Realm elders of the Taiding ancient sect who were leading the team this time had noticed something and shouted with horrified faces. A quasi-emperor! A quasi-emperor has struck out at us. What senior is the one who struck? We are from the western region Taiding ancient sect, and we have absolutely no intention of offending senior. The monstrous divine power crashed into the spirit boat. In an instant, countless pieces of debris exploded, and this sacred artifact spirit boat was split in two. It was directly pierced into two halves alive, erupting with a deafening sound. Rumble! The strong shockwaves spread, and even the other small spirit boats that were far away in this void shook and were affected. This terrifying quasi-emperor strike. It directly caused the countless people of the forces in this side of the void to be stunned, and countless pairs of gazes gazed over. Upon seeing the scene of the Taiding ancient sect's luxurious spirit boat being directly blasted through, everyone's breath caught and their eyes gave way. I chow! What the hell? The Taiding ancient sect's spirit boat went straight through? A quasi-emperor realm powerhouse has struck. Spirit boat. Su Chenxiao smiled as he took out the Tsong Tian divine rock cubs and fed them. saying without lifting his head, "It's a bit much, Elder Chang. At least it's a saint-level spirit boat. It's worth a lot." Elder Chang gradually gathered his breath, that amazing power of a quasi-emperor dissipating, and said with a calm face, "Your Excellency, the old slave has already held back a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people had come to attend the Holy Emperor Dao Domain Grand, if this strike went down, I'm afraid that the rest of the disciples on top of this spirit boat would be annihilated in it, except for the Saint Realm characters." On the side, Zuosong and his two disciples were dumbfounded at the moment. Zuosong was trembling, his eyes wildly trembling. There is only one possibility that can make a quasi-imperial realm figure protect the Dao. That is, this gentleman in front of him with an incomparably warm and kind temperament was the heir of a certain emperor clan powerhouse and was of an extremely high status. My goodness. Isn't this the Tianxian sect spirit boat? How could he not have thought that such a great Buddha existed on top of this small supreme great spirit boat? At the same time, above the spirit boat of the Taiding ancient sect that had broken in half above, this sudden strike caught all the disciples of the Taiding ancient sect by surprise. The spirit boat began to tilt, losing the shelter of the spirit boat formation. Some disciples didn't stand still for a moment and directly fell, getting caught in the void. Among the panicked crowd, a woman with a stunningly beautiful face and a cold and lonely temperament was somewhat unsteady on her feet. Jiang Ning's face changed when he saw this. "Wan Air, be careful." Dense flying insects exhaled from his right sleeve, directly involving the woman. Jiang Ning rushed forward, looking with concern at the stunningly beautiful, noble and cold-faced woman in his arms, and said in a gentle voice, "Wan Air, are you alright?" Chapter 59 Heaven's Mandate Protagonist Spirit Emperor. Seven-angled heart. The stunningly beautiful woman in her arms. Dongfang Wan's face suddenly changed. After the reaction, a cold force immediately shook the swarm and Jiang Ning apart. Dongfang Wan tightly knitted her eyebrows and said with a cold look at him, "Don't you know that the thing I hate most in life is bugs?" Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and hurriedly put the swarm away as much as he could, rubbing his head somewhat awkwardly as he said, "Wan Air, it was just too dangerous." Dongfang Wan coldly glanced at him and opened her mouth. "Senior brother Jiang, the imperial insect is ultimately a minor path. Don't put the cart before the horse. Senior sister, this is something I naturally know." Jiang Ning sighed and changed the subject, looking around with a grave expression on his face as he said, "Just what exactly is happening that someone would dare to attack our Taiding ancient sect spirit boat?" At this moment, a few elders from the Taiding ancient sect crossed the void and looked towards the person attacking below. "Which senior?" Upon seeing Old Man Cheng as well as Su Chenxiao on top of the spirit boat below, several people's faces changed. "That one is the Shadow Guard commander of the Imperial Su family. This great power is not in the Imperial Su clan. How could he appear in such a remote place?" One of the elders seemed to have thought of something and said quietly with an odd face, "The one just now seemed to be saying that the eunuch." "What did you say?" Ruan Kuei, the grand elder of the Taiding ancient sect, fiercely looked downward at Su Chenxiao, as if he thought of something. His face became wonderful to the extreme in an instant, and his pupils trembled wildly as he exclaimed, "Bad! Old 8, call all the disciples of my Taiding ancient sect and go with me to the bottom to pay homage to that imperial clan prince. He is not a little cutie." If the Emperor Clan Su family's quasi-imperial realm Shadow Guard commander appeared here, it could only be that the Su family's young son had returned from the middle of the lower realm. Ruan Kuei led a group of disciples from the Taiding ancient sect from the spirit boat that had been destroyed. There were about hundreds of them. Looking at the several great figures of the Taiding ancient sect in front of him, each of them was a Saint Realm powerhouse. The heart of Zuosong, who was only in the Supreme Realm, accelerated, and he could barely even resist kneeling down on the spot. The two disciples beside him, Lu Ranran and Zhang Changfeng, had also never seen such a scene. Those disciples of the Taiding ancient sect all had extraordinary cultivation and extraordinary temperament, and any one of them was definitely a top demonic existence when placed in their Taiyu immortal sect. The two couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of themselves. Lu Ranran tugged at the corner of her master's coat from the side and glanced at Su Chenxiao, who whispered from the side, "Master, this dusty sky duke, just what kind of person is he? My aunt, where have I seen such a character?" "Your master." Zuosong's face was odd, and he whispered, "Disciple, we are afraid that we have met a nobleman today. This dusty sky prince. I'm afraid he's the son of a certain great power from the imperial clan." Lu Ranran's petite body shook. Her pretty face was filled with incredulity as she looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao on the side, her beautiful eyes astonished beyond measure. A member of the imperial clan? Seemingly sensing her gaze, Su Chenxiao threw a kind smile. causing her pretty scarlet and hurriedly lowered her head. Elder Qing spoke coldly. Tai Ding ancient sect, you are used to rampaging through the western region. How dare you pass over my son's head? Is it possible that you don't put my imperial Su family in your eyes? The imperial Su family? When these words came out, the hall was filled with clamor. The disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect in the back exploded in an instant, each terrified to the core. Grand Elder Wanyue was even more pale, rushingly leading the several elders beside him to Su Chenxiao's body. He respectfully bowed and opened his mouth. Wanyue of the Tai Ding ancient sect, meet Mr. Su. I, Tai Ding ancient sect, was blind to the fact that you were on top of the spirit boat. If I had known that you were on top of the spirit boat, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to offend you. Sir, please forgive me, Your Excellency. He was so ed up inside at the moment. His grandma's. Why do you, the great Buddha, condescend to sit in a supreme class spirit boat? Su Chenxiao's face was calm. Looking at the several elders of the Tai Ding ancient sect in front of him, he opened his mouth with a faint smile. So it's all the guests from the Tai Ding ancient sect. This time, there are not a few forces that are traveling to my Imperial Su family's Saint Emperor Dao domain. For my Imperial Su family, the visitor is a guest. No matter how big or small the force is, it is also reasonable to treat them the same. If we use our power to bully others, if we spread the word, I think it will not be very good for either my Imperial Su family or your Tai Ding ancient sect. Wanyue sniffed as if he were a chicken pecking at rice and kept nodding his head. Yes, yes, yes. Duke, your lesson is extreme. This time it is indeed our fault. These disciples of my Tai Ding ancient sect are arrogant and spoiled. When we return, we will definitely let the sect leader chastise and dispose of them. It was us who offended much before. I hope you, sir, will forgive us. After saying that, Wanyue yelled towards the group of clan disciples at the back who were frozen in place. What are they all doing there? This is the son of the Emperor clan's Su clan chief, a contemporary demon with an innate chaotic body, Prince Su Chenxiao. Why don't you get your ass over here and pay your respects to His Excellency? That's him? One by one, the crowd of disciples exclaimed with hearts filled with shock. We have met Mr. Su. The gorgeous Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes in the crowd flashed with an extremely surprised light. She stared intently at the opposite side of Su Chenxiao, whose face was handsome and whose temperament was overwhelming, and her heart rippled with a layer of ripples. Is that him? Jiang Ning noticed Dongfang Wan's dissimilarity on the side, and for a moment, he couldn't help but clench his fists and feel some pain in his heart. Their Tai Ding ancient sect had come here this time for that marriage recruitment, and Dongfang Wan, who was the holy daughter of the Tai Ding ancient sect, was naturally the obvious choice. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, looked at the destroyed sacred artifact spirit boat above him, and spoke with a smile. No harm done, just pay some attention. All of you are still guests of my sacred Emperor Dao region after all. Elder Chang went a bit too far earlier, destroying all of your saint-level spirit boats. In this matter, my lord is biased. No, no, no. Ruankuei's heart shook at his words and he immediately explained. Elder Qing taught me a lesson. Sacred artifact spirit boat loss is small. I Tai Ding ancient sect these disciples have always been high-minded. After this incident to know that there are people outside the sky, must be erased arrogance, strict discipline, when it is we who have to thank you for your favor. We are taught. Zhuasong on the side was dumbfounded at the words, staring blankly at this Saint Realm powerhouse of the Tai Ding ancient sect. Is this the power of the Imperial clan? Western hegemonic level forces' holy weapons were destroyed. Not only do not dare to put a fart, but also to thank this Su Gongzi. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and did not say anything more. His eyes swept through the crowd of Tai Ding ancient sect disciples. There was a lull in a youth with a plain face and slightly hostile eyes. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. Found you. Name, Jiangning. Title, the Spirit Emperor Heaven's Destiny Protagonist. Identity, Chief Disciple of the Tai Ding ancient sect. Age, 24. Character, calm and decisive. Realm, Immortal Realm 2. Physique, 7 senses of the heart. Techniques, Celestial Enlightenment Imperial Insect Technique. Emperor Puppet Technique. Taiku Danding Technique. Xianchang Treading Cloud Step. Treasures, Cauldron of Creation. 9 Amazing Heavenly Flames. Gold Devouring Insects. Blood-Horned Ants. Supreme Golem. Fire Python Golem. Destiny Value, 500. 000. P.S. Please beg the small stacks to urge more favorable comments. Duck thanks. Chapter 60, A Heavenly Opportunity. Take advantage of your chance. Ooh, nice guy. More than 500,000 destiny values. The system panel was called up. and its treasures were so numerous that even Su Chenxiao was a bit dazzled. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up and he looked over with a smile. The 7 orifices Linglong heart ranked extremely low among the divine bodies of the heavens, and did not belong to the divine bodies that could strengthen themselves. The only advantage is the ability to multitask. Most of the things that people with this type of physique were good at were things like formations and pills, and they had a natural advantage in these areas. As for this Heaven's Destiny protagonist in front of him, his cultivation was not high, but he was extremely good at utilizing out-of-body techniques and puppet-controlling insects. The gold-devouring insects and the blood-horned ants are all rare and incomparable ancient spirit insects. There are quite a few cards on the table. Su Chenxiao thought darkly. Seeing that this Gongzi did not blame him too much, Ruan Kuei of the Tai Ding ancient sect's face was overjoyed, and it was only then that he breathed a long sigh of relief. He had heard some rumors when he arrived, and it was said that this imperial clan's son had run amok at a young age and plagued the northern region's demon clan. It was a far cry from the gentle and approachable gentleman in front of him. Rumors are really rumors and should not be listened to. Ruan Kuei arched his hands in succession and said respectfully with a long breath of relief, Mr. Su, since this is the case, we will not disturb your rest, Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao smiled and said in a calm tone, earlier, Elder Cheng struck too hard and destroyed your spirit boat. If there is no spirit boat to walk on, I think the speed will be greatly slowed down. Since you're heading to the sacred Emperor Dao region, you might as well go with this Gongzi. Ruan Kuei pondered for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. This is not too good. Sir, the spirit boat destroyed does not affect. In fact, in my storage ring there is still a. Ahem. Just then, the 8th elder of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side coughed heavily and gave Ruan Kuei a wink. Your Excellency, please wait for a moment, the 8th elder said as he stepped forward somewhat apologetically. Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded, not caring. No harm done. The 8th elder pulled Ruan Kuei aside and said with a sad face, Grand Elder, you're confused. Ruan Kuei frowned, somewhat puzzled. Old Buster, what do you mean by that? The 8th elder sneaked a glance at Su Chenxiao, then looked at Ruan Kuei again and said, what is our Tai Ding ancient sect going to the sacred Emperor Dao region for this time? It's still not for that girl Dongfang Wan to compete for the qualifications for the martial arts competition. And now that young son of the imperial clan is here and has invited us to go with him, isn't this a heavenly opportunity? Just the right opportunity for that girl and this son to cultivate their feelings in advance? If that girl Wanner is fortunate enough to be able to be spotted by this gentleman, and our Tai Ding ancient sect intercepts her in advance, what the hell is this competition? Such a chance is in front of us, but you're still thinking of leaving, old brother. AI, older brother, you're really getting older. The more you live, the more you go back. This statement was made. Ruan Kuei froze for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up and he tapped his head. Even the way he looked at old bastard was different. Yeah, Buster, you've really reminded me. The 8th elder hemmed and hawed and said with the demeanor of a man who had been there before. That girl Dongfang Wan is at least our Tai Ding ancient sect's holy maiden. Whether it's her cultivation or her appearance, she's a superior candidate. As the saying goes, near the water tower first get the moon. Young people's blood. Our group of old things just need to create a little private space for them. This good thing snapped 1%. The more Ruan Kuei thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. Hadn't they come all this way for the clan's holy maiden to become the fiancé of the young son of the emperor clan? Ruan Kuei's eyes became brighter and brighter. His old face excited. All right, there you go, old 8-point king, read this. Ruan Kuei hurriedly turned around and came in front of Su Chenxiao. The attitude came to a shocking 180-degree shift, arching his hand with a shy old face. This, what you just said, Mr. Su, is extreme. I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency, but my Tai Ding ancient sect only brought along this spirit boat this time out. These disciples under the door also have low cultivation. If there is no spirit boat spell formation shelter, I'm afraid that along the way, to encounter a lot of danger. Speaking of which, Ruan Kuei was filled with sadness. Your Excellency's magnanimity and the Emperor clan's temperament. Not only does he not care about our sin of presumption, but he's also willing to let us take a ride on the spirit boat. I am truly ashamed of my heart. I don't know how to thank you, Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao smiled and waved his hand. A matter of passing. This spirit boat is not big, but it is still more than enough to take thousands of people. Su Chenxiao didn't know what they said. The reason why they wanted to keep them here was to have easier access to this heavenly destiny protagonist. Ruan Kuei nodded and thanked him quickly. After listening to Old Eight's analysis, his heart was about to burst with joy at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that this imperial clan prince was present with some restraint, he was afraid that his old face would have turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. It was unthinkable that he, the Tai Ding ancient clan, had been blessed by a disaster this time and was able to bring his clan's holy daughter one step ahead of time to approach this imperial clan's son. Well, I thank you, Your Excellency. After a bit of a climb, only then did Wanyue lead a group of disciples to the very edge of the spirit boat, his face turning serious for a moment. Did you just hear all that? Mr. Su, Your Honor, as you are riding on this spirit boat, you should pay attention to your words and behavior. If you upset that imperial clan prince, then I won't blame me for being merciless. All the disciples present knew the seriousness of the matter. They had tightened up quite a bit. After all, if the Tai Ding ancient sect was more powerful, could it be more powerful than the 10 great imperial clans? I'm afraid that even if the other party killed themselves on the spot, the Grand Elder and the others wouldn't dare to have a word of complaint, and would wait to say that it was a good kill. Great Elder, we know. Among the crowd, only Jiang Ning frowned and whispered, it was clearly that guy who destroyed my Tai Ding ancient sect's spirit boat. How come it seems like we did something wrong? Wan Air, I feel that person doesn't look like a good person. You, enough. Senior brother Jiang, don't slander that Mr. Su. Dongfang Wan's brows knitted, and she said with a somewhat unhappy look at Jiang Ning, among the heavens, a spirit boat traversing over someone's head is inherently an impolite act. People of the imperial clan have a prominent status, not to mention the son of that imperial clan patriarch. If we were to replace him with someone of the imperial clan who has a bit of a bad temper, I'm afraid it would be difficult for all of us in the Tai Ding ancient clan to escape the blame. That Mr. Su doesn't care about former suspicions. We should be grateful. Jiang Ning even blushed, unable to speak for a long time. At this point, the 8th elder beckoned towards Dongfang Wan among the disciples and said with a smile, Holy Maiden, come here for a moment. Dongfang Wan nodded and coldly glanced at Jiang Ning, who warned from the side, there's a quasi-emperor powerhouse beside that gentleman. Elder brother must think twice before speaking in the future. Don't invite a murderous disaster for my Tai Ding ancient sect. Chapter 61 Heaven's Destiny Heroine Dongfang Wan. Trigger Hidden Reward. Saying that, Dongfang Wan walked over. Elder, what's wrong? The 8th elder directly transmitted his voice with divine thoughts. How do you feel about that imperial prince? Dongfang Wan was slightly stunned, looking at that handsome and incomparable Su Chenxiao in the distance. The temperament is absolutely dusty. The stranger is like jade, just like a genteel gentleman of the world, and a gentle and incomparable smile flows out of his eyes inadvertently, just by looking at it. Dongfang Wan then somewhat hurriedly retracted her gaze, biting her vermilion lips somewhat shyly. What do you mean by that, elder? 8 elders see this face smile more intense, stroking the beard full of deep meaning said, this place is at least a day's journey away from the sacred Emperor Dao region. This Mr. Su not only has an extraordinary background, but his talent is even greater. Such a heavenly opportunity. A great opportunity. Holy Maiden, you must seize the opportunity. I see that gentleman beside a woman, but the small Taoist system of people, compared with the Holy Virgin Yu, undoubtedly is a firefly and Han White Moon to compete in the light. There is a difference between the clouds and mud. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes flickered and she didn't speak again. The other side. Ding! The Divine Fate heroine Dongfang Wan is dissatisfied with the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning and her favorability has greatly diminished. The Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning has lost 5,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for gaining 5,000 villain value. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. What's the deal? You're not even getting started and you're doing this? Interesting. Zuosong and his 2 disciples could be described as sitting on the sidelines and being in a hurry. Lu Ranran came over with some curiosity and looked at Su Chenxiao and inquired, Gongzi, you really are a member of the Su family of the imperial clan? Su Chenxiao teased that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, looked up at this naive and romantic young girl and smiled and said, not like that? Lu Ranran nodded and said after thinking about it, I've heard that the people of the imperial clan are all high and mighty, eyeing everything, and never placing those outside of the imperial clan in their eyes. It doesn't feel like you, always smiling and looking kind of friendly. Zuosong's eyes widened and his heart was about to jump out. Auntie, it's fine for you to say that behind your back, but to say it in front of someone else's imperial clan prince? Senior brother Zhang Changfeng also caught his breath and rushed forward to stop him. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Come back. He arched his hand toward Su Chenxiao and said with a full of apologies, Mr. Su, My senior sister is still young and blabbering. By no means did she mean to offend the imperial clan. Please forgive me. Su Chenxiao lost his smile and waved his hand, saying in a gentle tone, "It doesn't matter. It's funny how naive and romantic Miss Ranran is. It's not like the people of my imperial clan are any tigers, leopards, jackals or wolves. It's just that the imperial clan is still different, and it's inevitable that one or two unruly people will appear." Lu Ranran nodded. Seeing that this male did not pursue the matter, the master's Wasong on the side also breathed a long sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled him over, preventing this dead girl from saying any more offensive words. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat delicate. Zhuo Song, who had been talking and laughing, now didn't dare to say a word. Su Chenxiao didn't care too much when he saw this, but turned his head to look at the crowd of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side. He only saw Wanyue leading a woman with a dusty temperament and an exquisite and stunning face to come. A light blue fairy dress will be its proud body set off the concave and convex, with a swan neck like Snow White elegant neck, skin like gelatinous fat, willow waist slender, a pair of legs as long and eye-catching, as if not eat earthly fire nymphs. Dongfang Wan seems to be very confident. Her pace is dignified and calm, and her eyebrows are a little cold, but it was not like an iceberg that was unsatisfactory, but a lonely coldness that had been nurtured for a long time. Su Chenxiao shot a glance at her. Name, Dongfang Wan. Title, The Spirit Emperor's Divine Hostess. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect. Age, 22. Personality, proud. Mu Qiang. Realm, 6th level of the Immortal Realm. Physique, Ini Divine Body. Ruan Kuei brought Dongfang Wan to Su Chenxiao. Smilingly, he said, Mr. Su, this is my Tai Ding Ancient Sect's holy daughter, Dongfang Wan. Wan heir. I haven't met Mr. Su yet, although she was as proud as a peacock. When she came in front of Su Chenxiao, Dongfang Wan put down her own pride. With a slight smile, he owed a very decent whisper. Dongfang Wan has met the Duke. Su Chenxiao blinked and said with a feigned doubt, What does Elder Wan mean by this? Ruan Kuei laughed and opened his mouth. My clan's holy maiden has long heard of your great name and has admired you for a long time. It's just that the holy maiden has a somewhat shy personality and is too shy to take the initiative to come forward. Thinking that there is still some distance to travel from the Holy Emperor Dao region, I thought I would let the holy maiden come to communicate with your excellency. I don't know if I've disturbed your excellency's rest? He was still very confident about Dongfang Wan's looks. Thinking about the countless suitors in the western region, there was no shortage of those super Dao lineages, the heavenly pride of the ancient sacred race. It was a pity that this girl's vision was extremely high, and even those of the 10,000 ancient sacred races in the western region were unable to catch her eye. Today, looking at this her state, she was clearly very satisfied with this young son of the imperial clan. I just don't know what this Mr. Su thinks. Ruan Kuei looked at Dongfang Wan beside him and thought with a smile. So that's it. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly detected a gaze that was very resentful. Su Chenxiao looked over with a somewhat playful expression on his face. In the distance amongst the disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Jiang Ning's face was green and green, looking unsightly. Upon noticing Su Chenxiao's gaze, Jiang Ning hurriedly went down. By the looks of it, it seems like a good place to start is with this divine order heroine. Su Chenxiao grinned and had a rough idea in his heart. Casually an aura will spirit boat compartment within the tea table transported over, placed in front of the body, raised his hand and said, It just so happens that I also have nothing to do, so please sit down, both of you. Ruan Kuei's eyes lit up with excitement inside. There's drama. He smiled politely. Mr. Su, I'm old at this age, so I won't bother you with your peer-to-peer exchanges. Holy maiden, take your time to chat with the male son. Take your time. With that, he turned straight around and slipped away as fast as he could. Only Dongfang Wan was left alone with somewhat flushed cheeks, standing in place somewhat embarrassed. This grand elder. Su Chenxiao raised his hand, elegantly and calmly poured a pot of tea and took a small tea. Miss Oriental. Sit. Looking at the face of the person in front of him that had a face like a carving and was unusually handsome, Dongfang Wan only felt her heart beating like never before, gently nodded her head and sat down very elegantly and gracefully, whispering, Thank you, sir. Su Chenxiao handed over the tea. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said with a calm demeanor, Miss Dongfang has also come this time for the imperial clan's marriage recruitment? Dongfang Wan was slightly stunned, not expecting this male to speak so bluntly, nodded her head and said with a somewhat petulant face, Well, I originally wanted to come and take a look with the elders within the clan, but I never thought that I would be able to see your excellency ahead of time. Your excellency is indeed as the rumors have said. with an impressive appearance, worthy of being a member of the imperial clan. The girl is wrong. Su Chenxiao reacted very calmly, not seeing any particular emotions. Dongfang Wan's moving beautiful eyes filled with flashes as she stared at Su Chenxiao and changed the topic to inquire. It's that I wonder what the prince thinks about this? Su Chenxiao laughed and said somewhat helplessly. This matter is also something I only learned recently, since it was my mother's idea. As a son of man I can't afford to push back. Just let nature take its course. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes lit up, looking at this gentleman's appearance. He didn't seem to be very fond of this martial arts competition. She followed Su Chenxiao's words and then said, what the gentleman said is also true. Although the marriage mattered to the parents to make the decision, but the fate of this world is difficult to say. If it can be relative to the eye, naturally all are happy. Su Chenxiao looked at her with a smile and said as he played with the teacup with interest. Just like being able to meet Miss Dongfang today. Is this also a form of fate? Dongfang Wan's pretty face blushed, somewhat shyly. She lowered her head in disbelief. Ding! The Divine Fate heroine's heart trembles in secret. And the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning loses 10,000 Divine Fate values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Ding! Trigger the hidden reward. Chapter 62 Heart-shaped stone for Phoenix singing stones. Dongfang Wan falls for her heart. Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up, and it was rare that he triggered a hidden reward once again. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the hidden reward, Sky Elf Stone. The distinctive heart-shaped stone, which contains a strong force of gangjin, is particularly attractive to the swarm. After seeing the hidden rewards triggered by the system, Su Chenxiao had a black line on his face. Heart-shaped stone. You're a human being with this reward, aren't you? But it's extraordinarily attractive to the swarm, which is somewhat interesting, and at the moment on the other side. In the eyes of the people of the Tai Ding ancient sect, the two in the distance were simply a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Many female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect looked at Dongfang Wan, who was sitting across from Su Chenxiao, full of envy, and couldn't wait to go up and take her place. Said, from the looks of it, the holy maiden seems to be having a good chat with that imperial clan prince. That one is the son of the imperial clan. If he is taken in by him, he will really soar in the future. The eighth elder squinted his eyes with immense enjoyment, showing a pleasant expression as he stroked his beard. Not bad, not bad. Ruan Kuei gave him an odd look on his face and muttered, Buster, what's with the expression? I smell. What? It's the smell of love. Think of me when I was young. Nguyen Ka. In the middle of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Jiang Ning was the only one who clenched his teeth in death and clenched his fists, only to see Dongfang Wan, who had always been cold and arrogant in front of herself, smiling like a flower at this moment. That stunning face still has a touch of moving blush now and then. This look is like two people. Jiang Ning's heart was dripping blood, and his eyes were slightly reddened as he roared madly inside. Damn it! Why? Why is that? He thought that after he joined the Tai Ding ancient sect, he fell in love with the holy maiden Dongfang Wan at first sight. He himself relied on the art of alchemy to carefully cultivate this hard-won relationship. Once Wan Er had promised herself that if she was able to break through the Seal King above the Seal King battlefield to leave her name behind, she would give herself a chance. And today, Su Chenxiao's appearance was like a savage and incomparable beast, directly attacking the yellow dragon, mercilessly shattering the last bit of fantasy in his heart. Isn't it just a good background and better looking? Where exactly am I Jiang Ning inferior to him? Jiang Ning stifled his anger and lowered his head, secretly hating it. Even the gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants lurking within his sleeve seemed to have sensed his master's emotions. One after the other crawled out of the cuffs and performed acrobatics on the palms of Jiang Ning's hands. You guys. Jiang Ning's eyes gradually softened a bit at the sight, took a deep breath, smiled somewhat reluctantly, and murmured, even the gold-devouring insects and the blood-horned ants understand my love for you. Wan Er, why don't you understand it yet? Thanks guys, I'm fine, come back all. The gold-eating insects and blood-horned ants heard this before returning to their sleeves and disappearing. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart as he continued to comfort himself. It's okay, it's okay. It will soon be time to arrive at the sacred Emperor Dao region. As soon as we get there, the guy will be gone, and then there will be no more interactions with us. Just like that, Jiang Ning was like a ninja turtle, enduring to his destination alive. Holy Emperor Dao Domain, outside of Haotian City. The two of them, Su Duanqiu and Dongfang Wan, talked happily. It wasn't until they arrived within the Holy Emperor's Dao Domain that Dongfang Wan parted ways with her fondness. Right. Seems to have thought of something. Su Chenxiao smiled and took out the heart-shaped stone and sent it to Dongfang Wan. This object was acquired by me by chance and is given to you. Miss Dongfang and I are like old friends at first sight. If you're free, you can come to my Imperial Su clan's house to catch up in the future. Is this his gift to me? Dongfang Wan looked at the smooth and incomparable heart-shaped stone, joyfully, extraordinarily cherished it in the palm of her hand, her pretty face scarlet. Thanks, thanks. When seeing Wan air this kind of young girl in spring, little girl's appearance when Jiang Ning eyes are staring straight. No, he gives you a piece of rock and you do this? Then what are those pills I painstakingly refined and gifted to you before? Dongfang Wan was full of shyness and whispered, Mr. Su, actually, I also have something to give you. Oh, Su Chenxiao was slightly surprised at his words, only to see Dongfang Wan raise her plain white right hand, gently removing a slender and incomparable bracelet with a thumb-sized fiery red jade running through it from her wrist. Mr. Su, please accept this item. This object is embedded with the phoenixine jade, which can help stabilize one's Taoist heart and improve one's enlightenment. It is not a treasure to you, but it is a token of my daughter's appreciation. Dongfang Wan is extremely coy and apprehensive, fearing that the gentleman in front of him will not like to say. The phoenixine jade was a strange stone of heaven and earth. Legend has it that it is a phoenix nest stone, formed after countless thousands of years of listening to the phoenix chorus. The symbols are numerous and extremely valuable. It was still something she had acquired by chance in the middle of a secret realm. It so happened that Jiang Ning, who was a fellow traveler in the secret realm at that time, was also among them. From afar, Jiang Ning's pupils shrunk violently when he saw this. Phoenix Jinyu? It's a wonderstone of heaven and earth. When he was in the secret realm, he was the one who created the opportunity for Dongfang Wan by blocking countless celestial pride. The purpose was to let Wan Air understand her own feelings. And today, this damned imperial clan's son had even exchanged this heaven and earth wonderstone for just such a broken stone. Jiang Ning's face was hard to see, his eyes wanting to spit fire. Su Chenxiao was also a bit surprised, glancing at the distant and painful Heaven's Destiny protagonist and shaking his head. Miss Dongfang, this item is too valuable. However, she did not want Dongfang Wan to bite her lips lightly, and directly stuffed the bracelet embedded with the phoenixine stone into Su Chenxiao's hands. He then turned around and trotted back within the crowd of the Tai Ding ancient sect and softly said, Mr. Su, see you in 10 days. I'll try my best. After the previous conversation on the spirit boat, she had long been attracted to this gentle and jade-like Su family's son. Su Chenxiao looked at the phoenix-barred stone in his hand, without much of a ripple in his heart. He smiled and nodded. Well, in that case, let us part here. Leaving with Elder Qing, Zuosong also brought his 2 disciples to leave with him. Wait for the crowd to leave. Dongfang Wan stood in place for a long time lost in thought, looking at the stone in the heart of some disappointment. Many women within the same clan surrounded them, looking at Dongfang Wan with envy, saying, What did that gentleman give you, Holy Maiden-sama? Wow, a heart-shaped rock, how romantic. This is something sent by that imperial clan's son. I think that son is also quite fond of the Holy Maiden Great, and this time when the imperial clan Su family is recruiting for a marriage, the person chosen will definitely be the Holy Maiden Lord. Only a group of male disciples from the Tai Ding ancient sect said sourly and somewhat tastily, that Mr. Su is too stingy. Isn't it just a piece of broken stone? Jiang Ning, who was the chief of the sect, also nodded with an ugly face and came up to Dongfang Wan's side to open his mouth. Wan Air, what you did this time was a bit too impulsive. This is, after all, just an ordinary piece of stubborn stone, whereas that phoenixine jade is incredibly precious, capable of not being disturbed by the demons of the heart and stabilizing the heart of the Tao. The difference between the two is a world of difference. Wan Air Yu. Chapter 63 Insect Swarm runs out of control, Heaven's Destiny protagonist dies on the spot. I had thought that Dongfang Wan would be able to understand some of his hard work. Who knew that her face had suddenly gone cold, and she opened her mouth with an icy look at Jiang Ning. Enough, senior brother Jiang. If the matter of affection can also be measured in material terms, that would be too trite. If you truly wish me well, then you should bless me instead of disparaging that imperial clan prince behind my back. The female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side also nodded in agreement. The Holy Maiden-sama is right, senior brother Jiang. If according to what you said, that Prince Su took out an emperor-level supreme treasure, is it possible that the Holy Maiden will also have to take out something of equal value in response? I can't believe you're such a materialistic person. As long as the Holy Maiden likes it, it's priceless. Furthermore, the phoenixine stone is the Holy Maiden's thing. Even if it's given away, what does it have to do with you? A group of female disciples of the sect were verbally abused beside their ears. The attack is just too strong. Jiang Ning's body shook at his words. His face was green and white, swollen to a pig's purple color, and he couldn't say a word of rebuttal for a long time. And just at that moment, the Grand Elder Wan Kuei on the side smilingly stopped it. Ha ha ha. Well, that Mr. Su is the son of the Imperial clan's clan chief, so how could something given out casually be an ordinary mortal object? You and others feel well the Geng Jin Qi within this stone. If I am not mistaken, this is no ordinary stone. This object is a heavenly elf stone. The heavenly elf stone contains Geng Jin Qi. It is a superior material for casting magic treasures. Just a small piece the size of a fingernail is able to make a magic weapon become incredibly sharp and contain Geng Jin Li Qi. The eighth elder also laughed out loud. Heavenly elf stones are already incredibly rare. And this heart-shaped molded heavenly elf stone in the Holy Maiden's hand, which was born into the earth and skillfully crafted, is even more 1 in a million and difficult to find. That Mr. Su, on the contrary, has a heart. When these words came out, even the male disciples who had originally somewhat agreed with Jiang Ning were shaken in their hearts. Surprisingly, it's a sky elf stone? The rest of the female disciples were even more envious and had already begun to brainstorm. Sure enough, I have known that Su gentleman certainly will not come up with a piece of ordinary stone. The sky elf stone is originally 1 in a million strange stone, and to naturally form this kind of appearance, I do not know that Su gentleman in which to find how long. It really is so romantic. It's ridiculous that senior brother Jiang has eyes that don't recognize gold and jade, and is jealous of a gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Not only can he not see the magic of this heavenly elf stone, but he also mistakenly treats such a treasure as an ordinary stubborn stone. Dongfang Wan had her head down at the moment, feeling the warmth of the heart-shaped stone in his hand. His heart puffed, her beautiful eyes flashed with a red face, as if she was a young girl falling in love, and she murmured softly, "Is this how you feel about me too?" The more the surrounding female disciples said, the more they set off Jiang Ning's ignorance. Jiang Ning only felt ashamed of himself and hated to find a crack to drill into. Suddenly, the swarm of gold-devouring insects hidden in the sleeves of his coat was unusually agitated. It was actually vaguely uncontrollable and wanted to come out. A gold-eating bug? Jiang Ning's face changed drastically. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly covered his sleeve cuffs with death. Gold-devouring insects have always preferred golden stones and need to be fed and cultivated with golden stones. Once they come across something that contains gung-ho gold, they will pour out. Bad. A disciple noticed Jiang Ning's strange behavior and said with some doubt, "Senior brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Kra. Click. With a sharp chewing sound, the robes that Jiang Ning had specially made to be able to sneak around insect swarms were all gnawed and torn by the gold-eating insects. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Ning's clothes were torn open with huge gouges all over his body. Densely packed, tons of swarms poured out in a sea of amazing scenes. Dash. My chow. This sudden scene startled the several Tai Ding ancient sect disciples beside them. The swarms of insects filled the sky, and at the moment, Jiang Ning's entire body was surrounded by countless insects. What the hell? Senior brother Jiang. These are senior brother Zhang's swarms. Gold-devouring insects? There are also bloodhorn ants. Even the several elders on the side changed their faces slightly and hurriedly rebuked. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your swarm away. But Jiang Ning couldn't control the swarm at all at the moment either. As all sorts of bugs scurried out of his clothes, the gold-devouring insects flew towards Dongfang Wan on the side of the sky. The one oozing-looking bug flew into her hand and began to chomp on the sky elf stone in her hand with its sharp fangs. Yikes! Dongfang Wan, who had always detested bugs the most, changed her face and screamed as she subconsciously threw out the heart-shaped stone in her hand. Shoo away! Countless swarms of bugs swarmed over, and in just the blink of an eye, they gnawed away at that heart-shaped stone. Not even a crumb remained. This? Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Several elder people were dumbfounded, and after reacting, all of them were enraged and looked painfully at Jiang Ning on the side. Jiang Ning, look what you've done. That's a treasure bestowed by that Mr. Su. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's appearance, the faces of the group of elders were somewhat stunned and wide-eyed. At this point in time, all of Jiang Ning's clothes were gnawed away. Naked, revealing his white PP, with only a piece of cloth left to cover his face. How could there be any trace of the chief's senior brother's appearance? His face covered his crotch with shame and indignation to the extreme as he hurriedly changed into a set of clothes from his storage ring. Life is worse than death, he shouted angrily. Get the back here. Come back. Even the passing passers-by couldn't help but look over, forcing a smile and murmuring, "That Seems to be from the western region Taiding ancient sect, right? But I've heard that the western region is exuberant, but I can't imagine that it's already exuberant to this extent. Nowadays, the Holy Emperor Dao domain was filled with people, with countless people from the great clans and various super Dao lineages, and there were quite a few weirdos, but it's a first to be naked on the street like this. Direct social death. The group of elders from the Taiding ancient sect were even more ashamed and angry and could not wait to drill into the ground as they shouted, "Put away all my clan's flags! Put them away quickly!" It had been a while before the swarm of insects, which was spread out, flew back, putting the swarm away. Jiang Ning could feel the strange gazes of his surrounding brothers and sisters and trembled. He knew that from now on, he would no longer be the big senior brother that everyone in the sect admired. What happened today would become a disgrace that he, Jiang Ning, would never be able to erase in his life. No. Jiang Ning growled inwardly. On the other hand, Dong Fangwan stood frozen in place, looking at her empty right hand, her delicate body gently trembling. A token from Mr. Su. No? It seemed like the eve of a storm, brewing in extremely terrifying force. Suddenly, a huge and appalling force of yin and cold erupted. Jiang Ning, I hate you. Countless swarms of insects were frozen, and Jiang Ning's pupils shrank as his entire body was blown away. Rumble. In the meantime, within the Su family of the Imperial clan, Ding, Destiny protagonist Jiang Ningxia is dead. Loss of Destiny value 10,000. Ding. The Divine Fate heroine Dongfang Wan hates the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning. The relationship is broken. Jiang Ning's Divine Fate value loses 50,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 60,000. Su Chenxiao, who had just returned to the Su family, gave a slight lurch. Some playful lifting of the corners of his mouth murmured, "Oh, a break so soon?" Chapter 64, King Sealing Battlefield. Emperor Clan Dragon Molting Pool. It was thought that it should be the Sky Elf Stone that was able to attract swarms of insects that had played a role. Su Chenxiao shrugged his shoulders and looked at the Su family land in front of him. The Emperor Clan Su family was located in the Holy Emperor Dao region where the aura was the most dense. This place not only possessed a massive amount of spiritual energy draped around it, but the majestic spiritual energy also contained the legendary Hongmeng purple chi. In the distance, a huge and ancient skyscraping tree went straight up to the sky. This object was the three great divine trees, the Hongmeng divine tree, which was extremely rare throughout all the heavens. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, and he and Old Man Chang had just returned to the clan not long ago. The elders of the clan then got word to appear here. About dozens of people were present, a group of people with terrifying cultivation and aura like an abyss, soundly coming from the distance. "Ha ha ha, my son, finally back. But what a way to keep my father waiting." A bright and bold laughter rang out as Patriarch Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue both walked at the front of the crowd. Chen Wanyue hurried forward. As soon as he came up, he carefully inspected Su Chenxiao's entire body to see if there were any injuries. Shower. Seeing the visitor, Su Chenxiao smiled and shouted, "Mother, I'm home. Looking at this outstanding temperament in front of you, now the cultivation has reached as high as the immortal realm 9 children." Chen Wanyue was full of gratification. Pulling Su Chenxiao's hand, voice gentle said, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. 9th level of the immortal realm. It seems that my family's shower has had another chance in this period of time." Su Wudao laughed out loud and said in the same mood at the back, "That's right. Don't even look at whose seed shower is." The group of Su family elders beside Su Wudao also cast their gazes with incomparable curiosity. "This is Su Chenxiao?" Upon seeing the jade-faced, dignified teenage pride in front of them, quite a few elders' eyes lit up, looking extraordinarily surprised. "I haven't seen him in years. And now the boy. He seems to have grown up a lot." The crowd of elders couldn't help but marvel. "Ha ha ha. This child Dusty Xiao is back. Good ah. Innate chaos god body. Immortal realm 9. This kind of cultivation from the lower realm of experience return. Without the baptism of molting dragon pool, the cultivation of the upper realm of the various sirens is not the slightest loss. And even more than ever, thinking back to that year, when that child, Jing Hung, returned, I remember that he had only just stepped into the heavenly ascension realm not long ago, right? Ha ha ha, matriarch, it seems that the position of my Su family's divine son in this generation will have to be your little dolls again." At this point, a middle-aged man in the crowd with a majestic, unruffled appearance, who looked somewhat similar to Su Wudao, stepped forward. "Good brat, with such an amazing cultivation and such a majestic power of chi and blood, I think that your god devil body is also cultivated to perfection. Brat, do you remember your uncle me?" Su Chenxiao took a step forward and very appropriately arched his hand and said, Uncle unable. This person was Su Wudao's own younger brother, Su Funeng. He was always out dealing with the external affairs of the Su family, and it was difficult for him to return once in decades, and this time, the matter of the imperial clan's recruitment was also through him. Su couldn't laugh out loud, heavily patting Su Chenxiao's shoulder. He said, I heard that something happened to you kids in the lower realms, but it's good that people are okay. It seems that I am lucky. This has just come back not long before running into you kid. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su couldn't narrow his eyes and his face sank. He cultivated the 6-star emperor wheel technique. His divine sense far exceeded that of normal people, and his cultivation level was as high as that of a quasi-emperor. What the hell is that? And it dares to possess a member of my imperial Su clan? Humph. Xing Lao, are you really old and confused? Could it be that you didn't even notice that this divine soul remnant was in my nephew's body? Words fall. A bearish quasi-emperor's might permeated out from the palm of Su Funeng's hand, wanted to directly wipe away Gaby Jiu's remnant soul of that great emperor. Su Chenxiao's face changed slightly. Gaby Jiu in the sea of consciousness was even more startled. It did not think that he had already hidden to the deepest part of the spiritual platform was still pulled out, rushed out and said, One of our own. One of our own. Su Wudao and his mother Chen Wanyue's faces also became a bit huffy as they opened their mouths. Remnants of a great emperor? In Xiao's body? Why is there a remnant of a great emperor's soul present? Seeing this, Su Chenxiao explained with a bitter smile. This fellow is the remnant soul of the heaven and earth divine beast, the heavenly golden mythical beast, and I have already subdued it. It intends to go back to the middle of the clan to let Grandpa and the others make a move to remake its flesh as a mount. Saying that, Su Chenxiao also shook the imperial beast ring above his right hand. Several elders and parents looked over. Su Wudao's eyes lit up and he said with some surprise, The imperial beast ring? Isn't this the imperial beast manifestation sect's greatest treasure? He knew the efficacy of the imperial beast ring and found that the remnant soul of that great emperor also had another imperial beast ring in existence. Now, his face could not help but slightly soothe as he raised his hand towards Su could not. Okay, unable. Stop it. With this item in place, a mere remnant soul of a great emperor cannot threaten Xiao. Su couldn't obviously know a thing or two about it. Surprised, he glanced at Su Chenxiao and couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, Good boy. I can't believe you were even able to obtain this kind of treasure. Not a small chance. Su couldn't sigh in admiration, as if he had reacquainted himself with this good nephew of his. Emperor realm heaven and earth divine beasts as mounts. Your old man isn't even that licensed. Have some guts. In the next few moments, Su Chenxiao had a good time catching up with a group of Su family elders. That Gaby Jiu's soul was handed over to his uncle, Su Maneng, to bring back to the ancestral land to prepare for the restoration of his physical body. After all, Gaby Jiu was only a wisp of a great emperor's residual soul right now. Although the divine beasts of heaven and earth are favored by the heavenly Tao and have unlimited possibilities, but the matter of remodeling the soul and body can only be handed over to the great emperor in the clan to help, only to have a chance or two. He himself, on the other hand, went with his father and mother to the middle of the Su family's dragon molting pool. Su Wudao walked at the front. Su Chenxiao turned his head to look at his mother on the side and inquired, Mother, where are brother and sister? Chen Wanyue smiled and said gently, Jinghong and Huanger are both supreme realm cultivators now, and they've both gone to the Taiku battlefield to practice. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. The ancient battlefield was left by the ancient sages, used to train the heavenly pride of the various parties in the heavens, seeking to break through the bottleneck of the opportunity. Among them, there are countless great emperors and saints' inheritance. The upper cultivation down to the Tao heart trial is divided into two major areas, the ceiling of the king battlefield, into the saint of the ancient land, and with his own immortal realm 9th level cultivation, it was only right that he should head to the king seal battlefield once more soon. Su Wudao in front sniffed and snickered. Your brother and sister are expected to return in another 10 days or so. After all, regarding Xiao your fiance's choice, the two of them care more than anyone else. It just so happens that I'm taking this opportunity to announce to the outside world about the contemporary divine son of my imperial Su clan. Long conversations along the way, waiting straight until he came to the entrance of the Emperor Su clan's dragon molting pool. Only then did Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue leave. Xiao, this dragon pond was originally prepared for the descendants returning from the lower realm calendar to make up for the gap in cultivation. Today, although it is not very useful to you, it can also play a role in consolidating the effects of root and bone cultivation, and its internal dragon avenue can be a breakthrough in the future to seal the king to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 65, The Heavenly Gold Mythical Beast came out. The Golden Yang realm shook. You can stay here and have a good time comprehending, so your mother and I will leave first, Su Wudao said with a smile. Good. Su Chenxiao nodded and waited for the two parents to leave, looking at the boiling dragon molting pool to the side, which contained majestic spiritual energy. Dragon pool above the hazy spirit mist dense surroundings. Seems to have a real dragon hovering above the general. Very extraordinary. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he secretly thought in his heart. Just in time. The Tsangu divine refinement skill that he had obtained would be cultivated here. The Tsangu divine refinement technique was the most powerful body refinement imperial art among the heavens. Now that his own desolate ancient god body had reached perfection after the baptism of the 10,000 beasts blood pool, if he were to acquire this technique, I was afraid that he would only become even more terrifying. With this in mind, Su Chenxiao leaped into the dragon molting pool. 3 days later, within the Su family of the imperial clan, rumble. A terrifyingly blazing red gold divine aura rose to the sky. In the sky above the Su family's ancestral land, it seemed like 10,000 beasts were roaring. A golden mythical beast that covered the sky and the sun materialized. Its appearance fierce and majestic, its breath terrifying and amazing, and its head erupted into a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Roar! Ha ha ha! I, Gaby Ju, am back. Su Chenxiao, who was cultivating within the dragon molting pool and whose divine body was like jade, with streams of light flickering, opened his eyes violently. Look up in that direction. A heavenly golden mythical beast? Could it be that Gaby Zhou guy has recovered? Su Chenxiao's eyes were somewhat unable to stop the surprise. After all, this was a heaven and earth divine beast of the great emperor realm. An extremely astonishing aura burst out, and a surging wave splashed within the dragon molting pool. Su Chenxiao directly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the ancestral land. Meanwhile, the other side of the heavens. In the middle of the northern domain's golden Yang realm, ancestor's breath, the lead of the bloodline, there is a heavenly golden mythical beast coming out. The demon emperor lineage that existed here, the golden Gaby clan, the golden lion, and the sun-swallowing cloud lion clan were all agitated and boiling. A bundle of divine rainbows with terrifyingly raging breaths rushed towards the interior of the golden Gaby clan. A majestic, low voice resounded. But a newly born heavenly gold mythical beast? A new lord has descended. The voice was like thunder, and another rumble-like sound exploded. It's not the newborn heavenly golden mythical beast, but the scent of Gaby Zhou's ancestor. What? In addition to the true dragon and divine phoenix, the divine beasts of heaven and earth have not appeared for millions of years, and the aura that appeared this time was their long-lost ancestor heavenly gold mythical beast of the various clans of the golden Yang realm. During these millions of years, all the mythical beast descendants in the golden Yang realm had used countless ways to search for them. But Gaby Zhou is just a wisp of a remnant soul, and even more so, it exists in the burial ground. Even with the bloodline tracing method it was simply difficult to find that faint wisp of breath. Now that the ancestor's aura had reappeared in the heavens, all the descendants within the entire golden sun realm went crazy. The ancestor has disappeared from the heavens for a long time. He must have been shackled somewhere. Now appearing, my golden Gaby clan, with the method of bloodline tracing, shall go to welcome the return of the ancestor king. My golden lion lineage goes too. A head of divine steed demonic beasts with a huge body size and horrifyingly monstrous aura transformed into a human body. The golden Gaby beast lineage and the golden lion lineage both sent all the living forces within their clans to search for the heavenly golden mythical beast ancestor. The scent is located in the center of the heavens, a place where the top great clans of the heavens gather. No matter what the cost, we must retrieve our ancestors before the 10 great emperor clans discover them, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Inside the imperial Su clan's ancestral land, the mountains stretched out, the trees and plants were lush, and a long and ancient atmosphere came from them, as if they were in the middle of the desolate past. An old man with a pale appearance, sitting on the edge of the lake is stroking his beard smilingly fishing, and beside it, a golden hair, red gold pupils, majestic, as if the lord of all beasts general sky gold mythical beast prostrate on the side. The heavenly golden mythical Gaby beast had 2 horns on its head. Its body was majestic and magnificent, and its flesh contained extremely violent and ferocious power. Just a hint of the ancient aura that permeated out caused the countless strange living creatures that were nurtured within this entire Su family ancestral ground to prostrate themselves on the ground. Trembling, buzz. Su Chenxiao appeared here. When he saw the old man sitting at the edge of the lake, Su Chenxiao was slightly shaken. The old man's face was like an ancient pine, full of old wrinkles. However, it was full of essence, and it was mixed as if it was heavenly between the hands and the feet. and the breath was introverted, and there was not a single fluctuation. If it wasn't for the knowledge of its identity, it would look just like an ordinary person without a doubt. Emperor, a living great emperor of the heavens. Su Chenxiao rushed forward. Grandpa. The old man chuckled and turned around with a smile. Oh, good grandson. Coming? Yo. As if sensing something, a trace of surprise surfaced in Su Chenxiao's old and deep eyes. Then he smiled kindly and incomparably. Not bad, not bad. It seems that in this life, it's once again the era of my imperial Su family. Ha ha ha. One must know that this person in front of him was a living great emperor, and even amongst the entire emperor clan, there was less than one person who could be worthy of making him praise him. Sit down, grandson. Su Chenxiao nodded and sat down with some restraint. Looking at the wilting Gaby Xiao on the side, Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up slightly. This guy, he's back in the flesh? Su Chenxiao said smilingly, I have remodeled its flesh. Good grandson's fortune is not shallow. This heavenly golden mythical beast has not appeared in the heavens for millions of years. This fellow is the remnant soul of an emperor realm mythical beast. I think it should be the one from before the Dark Era. Counting the number of years, I'm afraid that it's older than even this old thing of mine. The heavenly gold mythical beast was lying on the ground and said breathlessly, so what's the point? It's still a broken soul. It had just recovered and thought of escaping. Who knew it would be grabbed back by this old man with one hand? Who would have thought that this guy also has a grandfather in the great emperor realm? Su Chenxiao laughed. Be content. The Dark Era appeared too bizarrely and strangely, if not for the fact that you are a divine beast of heaven and earth, blessed with great fortune. I'm afraid that this wisp of a remnant soul wouldn't be able to stay. Well, since you have promised my grandson to become its mount, then you should serve this grandson of mine well. This grandson of mine carries the ancestors' innate chaotic divine body, and his future achievements will be limitless. So it's your heavenly golden mythical beast lineage that has climbed too high. Su Chenxiao suddenly beckoned. Grandson, come here. Su Chenxiao honestly sat over. Su Chenxiao said slowly, my dear grandson, you carry several divine bodies and possess a dustless Tao heart, but no one in this world is perfect, and when the realm is raised too quickly, there will inevitably be some omissions. Other god body is also even. You this innate chaos god body, but do not need to rush to complete. While saying this, Su Chenxiao smilingly stretched out his withered and old right hand. A finger lightly tapped with Su Chenxiao's forehead. Buzz. A circle of ripples spread out from his fingertips. Next moment, Su Chenxiao only felt that a chaotic chi in his body could not stop pouring out madly. Even the cultivation that had just entered the dragon molting pool and was about to break through the realm and seal the king had a hidden tendency to fall. Feeling that the true chi in his body was running amok and starting to become uncontrollable, Su Chenxiao hurriedly closed his eyes to stabilize his breath. Chapter 66 Su Family Emperor. Heaven's Destiny protagonist with serious injuries. But soon he realized something was wrong. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes and felt himself with some surprise. A cultivation foundation that was solidly rooted was frightening. Although he was still at the immortal realm's 9th level of cultivation, the chaotic chi within his own chi si now had actually become unexpectedly pure and pure. It was as if his body was much lighter, and he had a feeling of relief. Su Chenxiao said smilingly, although the chaotic body can melt all chi for its own use, it will inevitably leave behind a trace of residual dross. Now that I've helped you purify the chaotic chi, it will naturally be of great benefit to you in the future. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up greatly, and he was overjoyed and wanted to pay his respects. Su Chenxiao, however, directly waved his hand and said with a smile, alright, since it's over, you can take this heavenly golden mythical beast with you. Su Duanxiao nodded and excused himself. I will visit your old man again sometime in the coming days. Then with a leap, he rode onto the broad back of the heavenly gold mythical beast. The heavenly gold mythical beast let out a long roar. Prime's limbs stepped in the air, turning into a golden divine aura that shot straight into the sky. Su Chenxiao lost his smile and shook his head, muttering, it seems that my good grandson still has a lot of secrets in his body. Just now when purifying the chaotic chi for it, among those drossy and complicated breaths, he unexpectedly sensed the presence of a trace of if not bizarre breath. Ha! Good grandson! People who cultivate are concerned with the word quiet. Even if your talent is not bad, you must not be impatient. What he cared more about than the secrets in his grandson's body was the matter at hand now. Su Chenxiao directly lifted the fishing rod with one hand. Whoa dash! The empty hook floats in midair and the bait is eaten clean. That! Air Force again. Su Chenxiao's face darkened. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial might pressed down, and the calm lake instantly exploded. Rumble! Like a nuclear blast hitting a mosquito. Countless water splashes and fish splashed out. And even the fish hidden below turned their bellies and surfaced. Only then did Su Chenxiao nod in satisfaction and let out a long breath. Comfortable. Thoughtfulness is also a big part of it. Within the sacred Emperor Dao domain, it had to be said that although Gaby Jiu had only just recovered his physical body not long ago, and was now only at the supreme realm cultivation level, but in the end, it was still a divine beast of heaven and earth. Its speed was self-evident, more than dozens of times faster than even the supreme great spirit boat that he had been traveling in before. Riding the heavenly golden mythical beast roamed the sacred Emperor Dao domain for an extremely long period of time before Su Chenxiao came to a stop. What the heck are you doing? Treating this emperor like a donkey? Gaby Jiu growled with some dissatisfaction and said, if its offspring saw this scene, I'm afraid that as an ancestor, it would lose all of its old face. Su Chenxiao grinned and patted its large head and said, be good as this Gongzi's mount, and you'll have no shortage of benefits in the future. I don't know if it was because the Imperial Su clan's organization of the marriage invitation had attracted the proud daughters of the heavens from all sides of the heavens. From out to now, the voice of the system detecting the divine destiny heroine was constantly ringing beside his own ears. As many as 5 or 6 were detected along the way alone. It was a pity that beside these heavens destiny heroines, there didn't seem to be any heavens destiny protagonists appearing. Su Chenxiao shook his head with some regret. Watch these protagonists either still developing or on their way here. Just then, ding! Heaven's destiny protagonist Jiang Ning has been seriously injured and is in a near-death state, with a loss of 10,000 Heaven's destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. What the hell? Su Chenxiao frowned with some displeasure. Haven't even begun to reap the rewards themselves. Which one of them is about to beat Jiang Ning to death? The system map was directly called up, displayed at the top marker. At this moment, Jiang Ning was clearly in the middle of Howdy City. Howdy City. Inside the drunken immortal house, the crowd was packed and buzzing. To be able to appear here, all of them are not from the various Taoist systems in the heavens or the people of the great clans. As far as the eye could see, there were all the proud members of the Taoist system who were not bad in temperament and were talking and laughing. Jiang Ning was sitting in an elegant seat, looking somewhat apprehensively at the cold-faced Dongfang Wan across from him. Today there was only him and Dongfang Wan. Ever since that day when the elf stone was chewed up by her own gold-devouring insects, Wan Er's attitude towards herself was in tatters. Didn't say more than 10 words to himself for 3 full days. The consumption within Howdy City was already not small because of the matter of the Emperor clan's recruitment. The price of this drunken immortal restaurant had even increased several times more. And the price of a random dish had to be thousands of extreme spirit stones. Jiang Ning's heart was dripping blood. To think that his entire body's belongings were only about 80,000 extreme spirit stones. But if we can get Wan Er's forgiveness, all this is worth it. Jiang Ning looked at Dongfang Wan, who hadn't said a word across the room. After a moment of silence and a somewhat awkward smile, he opened his mouth. That, Wainer, I'm sorry about before. I didn't expect those swarms to suddenly agitate. Dongfang Wan was playful and icy, and her dislike was already overflowing. She said coldly, don't call me that, you make me feel sick. What? Jiang Ning's smiling face stiffened in place. Disgusting? Wainer actually called me disgusting. Jiang Ning was growling inwardly. His right hand was starting to shake. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and calmed his inner irritation to open his mouth. Eastern senior sister, I apologize to you. I have some freshly refined pills here. You've been stuck at the 6th level of the immortal realm for a long time. These pills can help you break through the realm. And among them, there are also some pills that can suppress the yin qi in your body. With that said, Jiang Ning took out several bottles of pills from within his storage ring and handed them over. Mind you, he's very ambitious. In order to be well-rounded, he also practiced the 3 methods of imperial insect, puppetry, and Dan technique. Therefore, his own cultivation level was not high, and he was only able to rely on the pills he made to barely catch up with the cultivation level of his peers. The pills contained within this white jade bottle could be the ones that he had made blood money to refine and prepare for himself. Jiang Ning spoke up. Senior sister, although heavenly elf stones are precious, these I think should also be able to offset. Bang! Dongfang Wan got up with a swish and directly slammed these pills on the ground. Her face was horribly cold, and she spoke without mercy. Jiang Ning, are you naive enough to think that that thing is something that can be measured in terms of value? I'll tell you, even if you take out more things, even if it's an imperial soldier, in my Dongfang Wan's eyes it's not even comparable to that heavenly elf stone given out by that gentleman. After saying that, Dongfang Wan turned around and left the place without looking back. Only Jiang Ning was left sitting alone, trembling in place, lost in thought. The commotion in this place naturally drew the attention of the other guests within the drunken immortal building. Countless pairs of strange eyes looked over. Talking points. What's going on here? But that person I seem to have seen. Isn't this the guy who was bare-assed outside the city from the Taiding ancient sect before? So that's who that guy is. Quite a few people said as realization dawned on them. The Taiding ancient sect is at least one of the great western region's great Dao unification. How could such a disciple appear? Who knows? There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. I'm afraid the face of the Taiding ancient sect has been disgraced by this person. Listening to the murmurs beside his ears, Jiang Ning's face flushed red beyond recognition. Ever since that time when the swarm got out of control, he himself had become the laughingstock of almost everyone. He was trembling, and already in a very bad mood. He slammed the table into smithereens with an angry fist, getting up and looking dead at the person who spoke before. His voice was hoarse. Try saying that again? P.S. Every day says duck duck short, so add more. I'm begging for some hyped up praise. So ducky thanks. Chapter 67, Drunken Immortal Building Disorder. Wangu Sacred Clan Yuan 2. Those who were able to be here were basically people with notable backgrounds. The person who had flirted with him before was even a certain 10,000 ancient sacred race demon, completely unafraid of the western region Taiding ancient sect. Yuan 2 said with a somewhat teasing face as he took a sip of wine without caring. What? Are you planning to threaten me? You man too? From my point of view, that girl before obviously had no interest in you. So why bother stalking you? This is the Drunken Immortal building in Howdy City. Before you make a move, you have to think about whether or not you can afford to pay for it. The pride of the other surrounding Dao lineages were also watching the fun and flirting. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that your Taiding ancient sect is also here for the purpose of participating in the marriage recruitment of that son of the Emperor clan, right? How many heavenly proud women are placed in front of that imperial prince waiting to be picked? Look at you again. You can't even grasp a woman in the district. TSK. It's him again. Since arriving here, he had heard the name Su Chenxiao countless times. Yuan Tu said with a slight smile and some teasing. Forget it, considering that you're also a pitiful person. This male is in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. You. Jiang Ning's face was icy cold to the extreme as he swept past the crowd of people present. Shut up, all of you. Endless gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants poured out from both sleeves. Buzz. Dongfang Wan, who had just left the drunken immortal mansion not long ago at this moment, suddenly heard a loud noise coming from behind. Boom! She gave a slight lurch and looked back with furrowed brows, only to see a silhouette in that drunken immortal building being heavily blasted out, smashing down in the center of the spacious road. When she saw clearly the person who was heavily smashed on the ground, Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes stared. Jiang Ning? What's going on here? She quickly rushed over. Outside the drunken immortal mansion, the commotion at this place had startled quite a few passers-by. The tavern was blasted through a huge gaping hole, and Jiang Ning collapsed in a stall covered in blood. In a sorry state, his breath weak, Yuan Tu sat motionless in his position, and all around him were the corpses of gold-devouring insects. He slowly got up and laughed as he sipped his wine with one hand. The art of insect control is a rare sight. But is this the only thing the heavenly pride of the Taiding ancient sect is capable of? Some of the celestial pride laughed. Why should Brother Yuan bother with an immortal realm second-level mole? This guy is also unlucky. First he made a joke outside the city, and now he's been defeated by Brother Yuan with a single move. It's really a disgrace for the Taiding ancient sect. Ha, I think he must be used to running amok in his western domain. Nowadays there are countless super Dao lineages and holy clans from all sides within the Holy Emperor Dao domain. You still need to have more eyes when you go out, so as to save yourself from messing with the existences that you can't afford to mess with in your western domain. Yuan Tu laughed. Carrying the fine wine, he walked nonchalantly to Jiang Ning, stomping on a bloodhorn ant and looking down on him from above. That handsome and extraordinary face was filled with regret as he shook his head and calmly said, "The Western region Taiding ancient sect? Is it very powerful?" "The Taiding ancient sect is no different from these worms in front of my Yuan sacred clan." Jiang Ning was lying on the ground, his eyes red and dead, staring at Yuan Tu in front of him. How could he not have thought that this fellow in front of him would be someone from the 10,000 ancient sacred clan? Yuan Tu's face was calm as he drank another mouthful of agar jelly, narrowing his eyes and saying in a domineering manner, "I, Yuan Tu, am also not someone who is good at killing. Considering that this place is the Dao domain of the imperial Su clan, and that it's a happy occasion, I'll abolish your cultivation in all four limbs today." and you'll restrain yourself in the future. After saying that, Yuan-Tu's right hand gently lifted, and an overwhelmingly powerful imperial Dao dragon chi burst out. Stop! An extremely eerie and cold light surfaced in front of Jiang Ning. When he heard the voice, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up and he turned his head to look. Wainer? Yuan-Tu raised his eyebrows. His fingertips gently lifted, and that golden yellow incomparable true chi was actually like a sharp sword that folded back and burst towards the distance. Bang! Dongfang Wan fought off a barrier of true chi. The Emperor's Wei Dragon Chi of the Yuan clan of the ancient sacred clan? Her face was a bit ugly, and after arriving at this place she looked at Jiang Ning on the ground before looking at Yuan-Tu, arching her hand. Your Excellency, calm your anger. I am the contemporary holy daughter of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Dongfang Wan. I wonder how my senior brother offended your excellency to waste his cultivation. No matter how much more Jiang Ning was a member of her Tai Ding ancient sect, she naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Yuan-Tu carefully sized up the woman in front of him. With a stunning appearance and a beautiful face, his eyes lit up slightly and he shook his wineglass with interest and laughed. The Tai Ding ancient sect's contemporary holy daughter? Rather a good face to be born with. This senior brother of yours made a move to attack this Gongzi. It shouldn't be too much for this Gongzi to make a move to waste his cultivation, right? Dongfang Wan's petite body shook at his words, turning her head to look at Jiang Ning, who was lying on the ground covered in blood. Her pretty face became gloomy in an instant. Senior sister. Jiang Ning somewhat dared not to look at her gaze. Dongfang Wan stepped forward and directly raised her plain white jade hand. Pop! The sound of the hard whip made a mark on his cheek. Jiang Ning, I told you when I came here. I told you when I came here. There are countless heavenly prides in this place. Even a random person on the side of the road is most likely an existence that my Tai Ding ancient sect can't afford to mess with. How dare you cause trouble here? Apologize. Jiang Ning stared wide-eyed and touched his cheeks, somewhat in disbelief that Dongfang Wan would hit herself. Dongfang Wan turned around and took a deep breath to compensate. Prince Yuan, this matter is due to my Tai Ding ancient sect's poor discipline. I will make amends on behalf of the Tai Ding ancient sect. Make amends? Yuan-Tu grinned, recklessly sizing up Dongfang Wan and said playfully, you'll have to show some sincerity then. Dongfang Wan frowned, somewhat disliking the other party's unbridled gaze, and opened her mouth. Mr. Yuan, I have some techniques and pills here, and I don't know if I can have a sacred realm magic weapon. It's not necessary. Yuan-Tu interrupted with some impatience, saying disdainfully, you think my Wangu sacred clan will look at this? Today this guy's cultivation, Yuan-Tu, am going to waste it. I think you are also taking part in this Emperor clan recruitment matter. This Gongzi will not take action against you for the sake of the Emperor clan Su family. So don't give an inch. Get out. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes stared. This person of the 10,000 ancient sacred race was really so overbearing and brutal. Shoo away. A huge imperial dragon chi rushed out from the sky. The rich golden dragon chi behind Yuan-Tu seemed to condense into a true dragon emerging. Immortal Realm 9? The powerful impact caused Dongfang Wan to be shocked in her heart, and she hurriedly used her hands to fend it off. Not good. With her Immortal Realm 6th level cultivation, she was simply no match for this Wangu sacred race demon in front of her. Boom! Dongfang Wan's entire body was blown away uncontrollably, and just then, a deafening roar suddenly resounded in the upper air. Roar! Chapter 68, sent to the spirit mine for 3,000 years. Taiku Dragon's son-in-law related characters. A terrifying supreme realm pressure crashed down. The old man beside Yuan-Tu snapped his eyes open and looked up into the sky. Upon sensing a heavenly golden mythical beast with a blazing divine aura that resembled the sun rumbling down, the old man's pupils shrunk violently, and he muttered with some disbelief. This is the demon emperor lineage of Taiku Jin Gabi? Is he? Jiang Ning, who was lying on the ground below, stared straight at his pupils, seeing Waner unexpectedly being swept up in the arms of that Su Chenxiao. The already heavily injured man was so angry that his chi and blood flowed backward, and he couldn't help but spray a mouthful of essence blood from his mouth. Boom! The heavenly gold mythical beast fell. Su Chenxiao wrapped his left hand around Dongfang Wan's willow waist. His face calmly looked at the woman in his arms and said, is everything okay? This sound. Dongfang Wan slowly opened her eyes, and after seeing this handsome teenager in front of her, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened and were filled with a look of incredulity. Mr. Su, how? Su Chenxiao laughed, stabilized her figure, and said with just the right amount of relief, I just came back from the Imperial clan and was thinking of looking for you guys. Why? It seems to me that you guys have encountered some trouble within this Howdy city? Su Chenxiao glanced at Yuan-Tu. Name, Yuan-Tu. Title, Taiku Dragon's son-in-law. Related characters. Identity, son of Chief Yuan of the Vanguard Sacred Clan. Age, 25. Character, proud. Conceited. Realm, 9th level of the Immortal Realm. This guy. Or a Manifest Destiny protagonist related character? Dongfang Wan's eyes reddened a bit as she sniffed and said, my senior brother has committed some offense here. On the side, Yuan Tu and the Celestials within the drunken Immortal Tower all looked over as well. This is the ancient ferocious beast Golden Gaby? Isn't this the demon emperor's lineage? That someone would dare to take it as a mount. I'm afraid it's another demon from one of the Dao lineages. It's just that doesn't this fellow know that flying on a mount is forbidden within the 4 great imperial cities governed by the imperial Su family? When the people from the Emperor and Su clan's outer sect arrive, there will be a good show to watch. Yuan Tu was also looking at Su Chenxiao above the golden geyser, his eyes narrowing slightly as he laughed out loud. Ha ha, what a heroic rescue. Your Excellency is really in time. It's just that, Your Excellency still doesn't seem to know enough about the rules in the middle of this Su family's imperial city. Between his words, an extremely terrifying beam of streams of light surged and attacked within Haodi City with a terrifying aura. Who dares to cause trouble within the imperial Su clan's Dao domain? Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Those several beams of divine ons with powerful breaths landed. There were a total of 6 people, all wearing silver armor and holding long spears with amazing breath. Without exception, they were all at the supreme realm cultivation level, and the person at the head was a holy realm guard of the imperial Su family. It came so fast. And there was even a Saint Realm powerhouse? Many of the surrounding Taoists who were onlookers were shaken in their hearts and hurriedly avoided the path. A few people came in stride. Su Jing coldly looked at Yuan Tu and said in a deep voice, a member of the Yuan clan? You, the 10,000 ancient sacred clan, are not putting my imperial Su clan in your eyes and dare to cause trouble in Haodi City? Yuan Tu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, pointed at Su Chenxiao on top of the golden beast, and opened his mouth. Yuan Tu, am not that bold. Nah, it wasn't me that made the mess. It was that guy. Su Jing and the others looked towards the golden guy beast, their faces growing more and more unsavory. But when he saw Su Chenxiao on the golden beast, Su Jing's pupils shrunk violently. The whole person was struck by lightning and froze in place. This? Duke? How dare you? Roll down. A guard beside him opened his mouth in a cold voice and bellowed. Bang! ******** you and shut the up. Su Jing directly kicked him off, hurriedly came to the golden guy beast and knelt down on one knee in front of him, cupping his fists with some trembling in his body. Haodi City Guard Chief Su Jing. Su Jing meets Prince Yun Xiao. He had the honor of meeting this male a few years ago. I think he is just a foreigner who has been given the surname Su, and to put it badly, he is no different from the imperial family's watchdogs. What? Su Jing's words undoubtedly caused everyone present to freeze. The crowd was in a state of shock. He's the son of that emperor clan chief, Su Chenxiao. How did this gentleman appear in this place? Cough cough cough. Yuan Tu, who was drinking the fine wine unhurriedly and calmly, spewed out his wine. He sucked in a breath of cool air and choked on the water in his eyes. Yuan Tu's expression was as wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost as he looked toward Su Chenxiao on the golden beast. Not buddy? What about playing? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and leapt down from the heavenly golden mythical beast's body. Calmly, he swept his eyes at the kneeling Haodi City guards, and then said with a smile, it seems that this Gongzi just heard someone say that flying on a mount is prohibited within Haodi City? Su Jing froze, lowered his head and clasped his fists as he hurriedly explained. Your Excellency is a member of the Imperial clan, so naturally you can do as you please. His Excellency's words are the rules. You're telling me that you're telling rules to this Imperial clan prince within the Su clan's Dao domain? What a joke. This young male, not to mention riding around on his mount, wouldn't have any problems even if he were to turn the sacred Emperor Dao region upside down. Yuan Tu's face turned pale to the extreme in an instant, wanting to cry, no longer having the same calm and condescending stance as before. He hurriedly looked at the old man on the side and whispered in a low voice, Elder One, quickly, hurry up and call my sister. Just tell her that something happened to me here in Haodi City. Who the hell could have thought that he was merely trying to teach this arrogant person from the Tai Ding ancient sect a lesson? Surprisingly, he had lured this imperial clan prince here. The alcohol was all instantly sober. Yuan Tu stepped forward stiffly, barely squeezing out a smile. Misunderstanding? This is all a misunderstanding. I am Yuan Tu of the Vanguard Sacred Clan. Meet Mr. Su. Su Chenxiao shot him a glance, pointing at the drunken immortal building that was pierced through, as well as the surrounding messy stalls. He faintly opened his mouth. Say, What's going on? After Yu Wentu's explanation, Su Chenxiao also roughly understood what was going on. Looking toward the heavily injured Jiang Ning lying on the ground, Su Chenxiao frowned slightly. The immortal realm's second level dared to provoke the demon of the ancient sacred race? What is this divine fate protagonist mad about again? Dongfang Wan sighed from the side and apologized somewhat. Mr. Su, it's not his fault, to say the least. This matter was initiated by my senior brother Jiang Ning first, and my Tai Ding ancient sect has an unshirkable responsibility. I, Tai Ding ancient sect, am willing to bear the losses here. She is not a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong. This Yu Wentu, although people overbearing some, but in the end or their own senior brother Jiang Ning caused the matter. Yu Mantu's eyes lit up as he looked at her gratefully. What Miss Dongfang said is extremely true. Mr. Su, I was originally just having a drink here with my best friend. This fellow somehow managed to directly strike out at us, which caused the current situation. Su Chenxiao nodded and spoke faintly. My lord knows. Su Jing. Su Jing rushed forward. Gongzi. Within Haodi City, how are the troublemakers dealt with? This, Su Jing some hesitation. He cannot understand the idea of this gentleman. Think again and again or dare not deceive truthfully. Your Excellency, there were no casualties this time. According to the rules, win 10 times the compensation. If there are not enough spirit stones, in terms of cultivation, the immortal realm will be sent to the spirit mines to mine spirit stones for 3,000 years. Chapter 69, 2 million extreme spirit stones. It's always been this price. 3,000 years? When he heard this punishment, Jiang Ning's breath caught and his pupils widened. Spirit mining was arduous and incomparable, and the turbid gas and impurities in the air in it were simply impossible to absorb for cultivation. Over time it will cause irreparable damage to the root bones and chi and blood. However, anyone who entered, even Saint Realm powerhouses would see their cultivation plummet when they came out. More than that, they simply die a horrible death in it before the term is up. No way. I'm not going to mine spirit mines. Leaving aside the question of whether or not he would die inside, Jiang Ning felt a pang of despair at the thought that he would have to mine 3,000 years worth of raw spirit or within that dark, sunless mine. Compensation. I'm willing to compensate. Yu Wentu was also listening to his heart pounding from the side. When you do that math, it's better to just be scrapped and retrained. Su Chenxiao glanced at him and raised his hand. In that case, let's liquidate the damage. The head of the drunken immortal house came in a hurry. It was only after some communication with Su Jing that Su Jing nodded and opened his mouth. This time, Drunken Immortal Mansion's loss is around 2.5 million upper-grade spirit stones. According to the rules of tenfold compensation, when paying 25 million upper-grade spirit stones, the head of the Drunken Immortal building rubbed his hands together with a smile on the side and looked at Su Jing and said, Lord Protector, it's best to pay with an extreme spirit stone. If you use an extreme spirit stone of sufficient quality, and the small store is not greedy, 2 million extreme spirit stones will be sufficient compensation, although 60% of them need to be handed over to the imperial clan, but with the imperial Su family behind them, they are not afraid of other people making a fuss, but they are afraid of making a fuss that is not big enough. Boom! How many? How much? When he heard this amount, Jiang Ning was like a thunderbolt. For a moment it only felt like his brain was buzzing, wondering if he was dreaming. His 2 million extreme spirit stones? Crazy! All of the surrounding onlookers were not shocked, and were somewhat incredulous for a while. What's the concept of 2 million extreme spirit stones? One must know that nowadays, emperor weapons of the heavens were extremely rare, and even the ones used by many quasi-emperor realm powerhouses were only saint-level magical treasures. And one of the cheapest supreme magic treasures was only a few 100,000 extreme spirit stones at the beginning of the price, which was already enough to buy a very good holy weapon magic treasure. Yu Wentu looked like he had expected this and laughed gloatingly from the sidelines. Who doesn't know that the Su family imperial city has the most stringent rules? These 2 million extreme spirit stones, not to mention 3,000 years, even if we dig for a few more thousand years, we won't be able to pay them back. There was once a Saint Realm powerhouse that caused trouble in the imperial city, and at the end of the day not only did he not even have any pants left, but he also ran off to the mines to dig up 2,000 years of raw stone before barely paying off his debt. Jiang Ning's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at that drunken immortal house head in death and roared, 2 million extreme spirit stones. It's more than enough to buy your drunken immortal house. Why don't you go and rob it? This dogfighting thing. The head of drunken immortal house's face pulled down for a moment, immediately squeezed out a tear or two and ran to kneel beside Su Chenxiao and complained. Lord Duke, I drunken immortal mansion is wronged Think I drunken immortal mansion in this Howdy city conscientious work for 1,000 years. Has always been this price This table and chairs are purple cloud thunder wood, and the jade plates for drinking are all water moon heavenly stones. Prices for children and old men. How could I dare to be deceitful? Even Su Chenxiao was stunned and looked at the person in charge with an odd expression on his face. He himself had harvested 2 Heaven's Mandate protagonists, as well as part of the hidden ancient clan, the Xian clan's underpinnings. The number of extreme spirit stones in the storage ring right now was just over 5 million extreme spirit stones in number. The price of this tenfold compensation. Su Chenxiao faintly said, since it's my Su family that set the rules, then the compensation will be according to tenfold. Su Jing nodded and came to Jiang Ning's body and said in a cold voice, if you can't get it, then take the slave locks and go digging. No, I don't want to go digging. As soon as he thought of those dark days, Jiang Ning's body shook, and his face turned pale in an instant. He kept pulling out his treasures from his storage ring. A ground of spirit stones of varying quality, all sorts of puppet pills, and even the only sacred artifact Dan furnace that he had fought desperately for from the secret realm had been taken out. How much do these cover? The head of the drunken house is a shrewd man. It seemed that he hadn't thought that a tiny immortal realm cultivator would have so many things of great value. He took his fingers and did the math, then shook his head and mumbled, this sacred order alchemy cauldron is quite good. Around 800,000 extreme spirit stones, together with other miscellaneous items totaling just 1,200,000 at the beginning of the day. Still short of 800,000 extreme spirit stones. If this is all that you have, sir, I estimate that you still need to dig a spirit stone mine for 3,000 years. Not enough? Jiang Ning's face twisted, itching to eat this guy alive straight away. He probed his divine sense into his storage ring and kept rummaging around. In addition to the most important few undercards, the Supreme Realm puppet as well as his own 2 ancient insect control techniques as well as the alchemy technique. That's pretty much all he's got. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough? Jiang Ning's face became increasingly flustered. At this moment, the heart of remorse was like a spring of water, and he could not wait to directly slap himself a few times, until the last few lower-grade spirit stones were thrown out. Jiang Ning trembled more than once, and finally looked at Dongfang Wan on the side as if asking for help, crawling over and begging, sister, senior sister, help me. I don't want to go digging. I was just being impulsive. Dongfang Wan's pretty face was cold to the core. She had wanted to aid Jiang Ning some more, but she hadn't expected to have to compensate so much. Impulsive? If you knew that, why did you do it? Jiang Ning, do you know that this 800,000 extreme spirit stones, not to mention me, I'm afraid that even the elders won't be able to come up with that much for a while. No. Jiang Ning's face changed, pulling at her dress and constantly begging bitterly. Senior sister, I, Jiang Ning, have helped you so much, please, just this once. That 800,000 spirit stones, I will definitely return them to you. Seeing Jiang Ning with this expression of remorse and pleading, Dongfang Wan couldn't help but feel more and more disgusted in her heart, and directly a wave of true qi will give it a direct shock away. Ding! Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning has lost his tripod of creation, and has lost 50,000 destiny values. Ding! Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning loses his fire python puppet and loses 30,000 destiny values. The system voice of harvesting villainous values kept coming from beside his ears. So wonderful. Su Chenxiao spoke with a faint smile from the side. For the sake of Miss Dongfang, let's forget about this last 800,000 extreme spirit stones. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly lit up immensely, full of gratitude as he climbed up from the ground to look at Su Chenxiao. In an instant, even a large portion of the grudge in his heart disappeared. With that expression, as if he had seen a lifesaver, he excitedly opened his mouth. Thank you, Mr. Su, Your Excellency's great kindness. I, Jiang Ning, am willing to be an ox as a horse. Dongfang Wan was also trembling in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were somewhat mesmerized, but she quickly responded. No. Chapter 70, The Heaven's Destiny protagonist of mining. I'll be damned. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Dongfang Wan coldly glanced at Jiang Ning on the ground, then shook her head and spoke with an apologetic face. I won't hide it from you, but this person has been causing trouble everywhere since he came here to the Saint Emperor Dao domain, disgracing my Tai Ding ancient sect. Your Excellency is able to say this little girl is already very grateful, but if Your Excellency breaks the rules of the Imperial clan because of me, I, Dongfang Wan, really don't know how I'm going to repay Your Excellency. Jiang Ning's pupils snapped at his words. His face became resentful in an instant. At this moment, the last trace of love for Dongfang Wan in his heart was gone. Bitch. He had treated her so well, but now that he was in a difficult situation, instead of helping himself, this even wanted to throw stones at him. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning hates Heaven's Destiny heroine Dongfang Wan. Loss of 20,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Su Chenxiao looked at Jiang Ning on the ground. He then looked at Dongfang Wan, who had a mesmerized and even somewhat shy face in front of him. I can't imagine that even the divine fate heroine has abandoned you all. Just as well, let those bugs of yours go through life with you. Su Chenxiao lost his smile and nodded his head. In that case, so be it. Su Jing, just throw this person into the middle of the Taiku mines and let him mine for 3,000 years to use to pay off his debt. Su Jing arched his hand and said, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, Su Jing raised his hand and fastened several shackles on Jiang Ning's neck and wrists. Afterwards, he explained something to the several guards beside him, and directly imprisoned them with his true qi, dragging Jiang Ning away from this place. Jiang Ning looked at the locking cuffs on his hands. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished by Dongfang Wan herself. His face became hideous, and he roared and hissed like a madman. "No! I don't want to go digging! No! Dongfang Wan, you!" Dongfang Wan's face was covered in frost as she spoke coldly. "Senior brother Jiang, you are to blame for all of this. I think even the elders within the sect won't say anything more." Although Jiang Ning was the Tai Ding ancient sect's chief senior brother, his talent wasn't that outstanding. No one would be willing to spend 800,000 extreme spirit stones to save a disciple with average talent, even if the other party is the chief of the sect. At the same time, Yuan too snapped. "That, since it has been resolved, I won't bother the two of you here. Mr. Su, Miss Dongfeng, I'll take my first step." After saying that, Yuan too turned around and wanted to escape from this place. "Wait," Su Chenxiao called out to him. Yuan too's body stiffened and turned his head somewhat stiffly. "Mr. Su, is there anything else?" Su Chenxiao looked at him with a smile and said, "What do you say?" Yuan too's face turned pale in an instant. Howdy City, within a cave of spring and scenery, mountains and water, Yuan Kong, the patriarch of the Yuan clan, was sitting in his position leisurely sipping his tea. Beside her was standing a valiant, tall and straight blonde woman. The woman's features are delicate and beautiful. Her skin is white as snow, and her eyebrows are heroic and a little lonely. Her long hair that was as beautiful as a waterfall was tied up, and even though she was wearing a gilded battle armor that was restrained by divine splendor, she couldn't hide her concave and convex, delicately curved and full figure. It has legs that are even more enviable, plump and straight, snow white as jade, enough to have 1.78 m or so tall. Temperament is not the kind of warm and soft, or cold and proud, but quite a kind of untamed, free and uninhibited feeling. Yuan Kong glanced aside at his daughter, unable to resist a bitter laugh. He said, "Mou, not long from now will be the matter of the opening of the Imperial Clan Su family competition. I've heard that it's not just our Yuan clan that's coming this time. Quite a few other domains Super Dao lineages have also sent people. The heavenly daughter of the 9 Xian Dao system, Chu Rusty Jade, the 10,000 ancient sacred clan, Shangwan Chenghua, and even the southern region's primordial family have people coming to join in the fun. Mou, if you attend dressed like this, I'm just afraid it's not very pleasing to the eye. Although it is a martial arts competition, but anyone knows that the final selected fiancé will have to be personally selected by the Emperor Prince. The first impression is particularly important." Yuan Moyu smiled faintly and opened her mouth with an incomparable pride. "Father, this is a matter of fate, and cannot be sought in haste. Besides, does father have so little confidence in his daughter? I, Yuan Moyu, am not necessarily weaker than the others. To think that she was a goddess of the Vanguard family, carrying a Brahma divine body, and possessing a Seal King realm cultivation at a young age. He had suppressed a group of ancient race demons in the ancient battlefield. How can they be compared to those women who have no skin? Just father, when exactly will my daughter's marriage with that trash be broken off?" At the mention of this matter, a flash of stern killing intent flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. Yuan Kong said with some helplessness at his words, "Dust Xian is, after all, a member of the Dust family's sacred clan, and the marriage between you two was even more so ordained by your grandfather's generation, thinking that he came as a member of the family. It is not good for my father to be offended in this case. But daughter, don't worry. If you are able to gain the favor of that imperial clan prince this time, I expect that his first sacred clan wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of refusal. He knew how much this precious daughter of his hated that dust family flunky. It was also for this reason that Yuan Mayu wanted to use the matter of the imperial clan's marriage recruitment to shake off this dog's skin. Yuan Mayu nodded slightly, and that stunningly beautiful face was terrifyingly cold. That damned dust family trash. Thinking that just by virtue of a paper marriage contract will be able to force me. Yuan Mayu. To compromise? Humph. Her gaze had always been high and proud, and the only ones who could be worthy of her were Emperor clan demons with unparalleled talent and astounding backgrounds. Not a waste of nothing but background. Suddenly, a divine thought transmission sounded in his mind. You man too? Did this asshole cause trouble again? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her face became a little ugly as she opened her mouth towards her father on the side. Father, I'm going out. Yuan Kong nodded and waved his hand without much concern. Good. And by the way, call your unprofitable brother here, for father has some things to say to him. And just then, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Don't bother. Father, old sister, I'm coming. Both of them froze. Then he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Buzz. Only a flash of white light was seen within the cave of heavenly bliss. Su Chenxiao and Yuan Tu appeared in the middle of this place. Seeing the visitor, Yuan Kong was slightly stunned, and Yuan Mayu beside him also looked over. Yuan Kong said with some doubt, Tour? This is Yuan Mayu, Yuan Tu. What have you done again? Yuan Tu's face was a little apprehensive at the moment, seemingly very afraid of his sister. He didn't even raise his head to look at Yuan Mayu's gaze and said in a small voice, Father, sis, this is that imperial clan Dusty Sky Duke. Yuan Kong's pupils widened for an instant upon hearing this, and his face was filled with the color of unbelief as he directly stood up and exclaimed, What did you say? He had just been talking about this gentleman with his daughter. Who would have thought that his true self would appear in front of him in the next moment? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were surprised to the extreme. Looking at the handsome-looking young man in front of him with an unassuming temperament, he secretly exclaimed in his heart, Is this the Su family's youngest son? The two of them locked gazes, and Su Chenxiao similarly looked at her. I'll be damned. The women of the heavens are mostly delicate and charming, or as cold as an iceberg that no one should approach. A woman with this kind of temperament is rare, because of carrying a special divine body. Yuan Mayu had a dazzling and eye-catching golden hair. The figure was hot to the extreme, plus its 1.78 m height and the straight jade-like plump long legs. At first glance it was almost on par with the 17-year-old Su Chenxiao. Name, Yuan Mayu. Title, Taiku Dragon Son-in-Law Destined Heroine. Identity, Daughter of Chief Yuan of the Sacred Clan of the Ancient World. Divine Daughter of the Sacred Clan. Age, 25. Character, cold, arrogant, ruthless, unconventional. Realm, 6th level of the King's Realm. Physique, Brahma's Divine Body. Chapter 71 Slander. Pure and simple. It's the Divine Destiny heroine no doubt. Su Chenxiao couldn't help but tsk in admiration in his heart. Reacting, Yuan Kong hurriedly got up and saluted. Clan Chief Yuan and Yuan Kong. Meet Mr. Su. Seeing that his precious daughter on the side didn't move, Yuan Kong transmitted his voice. This is that Mr. Su Chenxiao. What are you still waiting for? The Yuan Mayu on the side stared at Su Chenxiao's face. There froze for a long time. She hadn't thought that this young son of the imperial clan would be so young and handsome. Speaking after a reminder from his father came to his ear. Yuan Mayu has met the prince. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and waved his hand. Patriarch Yuan is polite. There is no need to be so courteous. Yuan Kong said in fear. I didn't know that your excellency was coming. We were not prepared. He glanced at Yuan Tu, who had his head lowered and was a bit uneasy on the side, and with some bad premonitions in his heart, he tentatively inquired. Mr. Su, Yuan the little child this is. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile and found a seat to sit down casually while saying, It's just that your son has caused some trouble within Houndie City. What? Yuan Kong's heart shook. In an instant, he pulled down his face, and a thick anger surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Yuan Tu Dao, who was on the side. Adverse son, what have you done out there again? Get thee over here. He had explained to his stubborn son long ago when he arrived that the Holy Emperor Dao Domain was organizing a marriage recruitment event this time, and that there were countless heavenly prides from all the various Dao lineages within it. Within the territory of the imperial Su clan, it was important not to get into any conflicts with other people, or else I'm afraid that in time, it would bring about the destruction of the Yuan sacred clan. Yuan Mayu was also frowning tightly, her beautiful eyes icy cold for a moment. Yuan Tu was taken aback and stepped forward trembling. saying somewhat innocently, "Dad, sis, I didn't do anything. I was originally drinking with a few close friends in the middle of the drunken immortal tower. Who knew that a madman from the Tai Ding ancient sect would suddenly appear and directly strike at me? I was just acting in self-defense." The Western region Tai Ding ancient sect? Yu Wenkon's brows were furrowed, and as a father, he quickly guessed the general idea. This young son of his own has a foul mouth and his words have always been sharp. In the middle of this imperial city, how could the other party be good enough to strike at him? This Tai Ding ancient sect had heard of it itself, and it was not a force that the 10,000 ancient sacred clan could not afford to mess with. Just what you have any grudges in the imperial city outside the settlement is. Dare to make trouble in the imperial city. This rebellious son is really want to die not. Yu Wenkong glared at him fiercely, then turned towards Su Chenxiao and respectfully said, "That, Mr. Su, the canine son is young and ignorant, juvenile. How about the losses within this imperial city? My Yuan sacred clan is willing to compensate for all of it." Su Chenxiao smiled and said carelessly, "Compensation is not necessary, the fault in this matter has already been borne. It's just that my lord heard that someone from your Wangu sacred clan is also here to participate. So he came over early to take a look." Yu Wenkong's eyes lit up at the words, and he looked at his daughter to the side in some surprise. This daughter of his own can be said to be the pride of his life. It is a pity that it is not a male body. But the good thing is that the small number of practicing waste there is a large number of protection. He knew that his daughter Yu Wenyu was renowned amongst the battlefields of the Swift Ages. Could it be that his daughter's reputation had already spread to this imperial Su clan? Is this gentleman coming over early for consideration on his parents' orders? Thinking about this, Yu Wenkong's face flushed a bit and let out a laugh. So it is, Mr. Su, this is my daughter, Yu Wenyu. I won't hide what you said. This daughter of mine has been yearning for you for a long time, and as soon as she heard about the imperial clan's marriage call, she couldn't wait to come. Now that I've been able to see your excellency's precious posture, it's truly a three-life blessing for my Yuan sacred clan. Mou, why don't you come forward and pour tea with this gentleman? Yu Wenyu was also a bit stunned. Even she couldn't help but feel some joy in her heart at this moment. Nowadays, there were countless heavenly pride daughters within the sacred Emperor Dao domain, and being able to be noticed by the people of the imperial clan, wasn't that just proof of one's excellence? Yu Wenyu stepped forward, revealing a nice smile and bowing slightly. Although he was wearing golden armor, he still had a decent demeanor and poured a cup of tea without any panic. "My lord, please." Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded. Yu Wenkong let out a long breath at the sight and nodded in satisfaction. His own daughter has always been proud. To be able to willing to pour this cup of tea is enough to prove that his daughter for the emperor's son good feeling. Yu Wenkong looked at his own son Yu Wentu with eyes that were much more obedient for a while. Good boy. Although he is a bit of a risky nature, he has also allowed his Yuan sacred clan to enter into this male's field of vision in advance. Su Chenxiao took out the Tsang Tian divine rock cubs and fed them on a daily basis. After a few days of cultivating the 10,000-year-old earth emulsion, the Tsang Tian divine rock is now the size of a small chicken, growing snow-white feathers and waiting to be fed. Yu Wenkong was slightly stunned at the sight, as if he had thought of something, and was somewhat surprised. This is the reverse feather divine rock? I never thought that this imperial clan male would even have such an ancient great evil cub. Su Chenxiao was feeding the Tsang Tian divine rock and nodded. Patriarch Yuan is quite wise. Yu Wenkong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the reverse feather divine rock is a great ferocious cub from the ancient times, and I only happened to see and hear about it in an ancient book. This kind of demonic beast requires a huge amount of resources to cultivate, and I think that only a person of your caliber can be able to raise it." Yu Wenkong took this to open the box. Some bragging before the words turned. Said, "Mr. Su, I'm not going to hide it from you. This daughter of mine, age 25, carries the Brahma divine body, and she even sealed her name as a king in the midst of the battlefields of the ancient world, leaving behind her seal. I think the gentleman has seen many proud women of heaven. I don't know if this daughter of mine can have a chance to enter your father's eyes." Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, glanced at Yu Wenyu on the side and said with a smile, "Miss Moyu has a remarkable temperament and outstanding natural talent. I think even father and the others should be satisfied to the core." Just, speaking of this, Su Chenxiao gently shook the teacup and looked at the reddish tea in the cup and said unhurriedly, "My lord did hear that there seems to be a matter of a marriage contract on Miss Moyu?" Yu Wenyu, who was pouring tea, had her delicate body shaken. Yu Wenkong even thumped in his heart. Fiercely, he looked at Yu Wentu who was on the side and transmitted his voice. "You rebellious son, how could you even say such a thing? Yuan Tu's eyes widened as he desperately shook his head in response. Nah, father, how could I possibly say such a thing? I'm not a cutie. Yuan Kong tightly locked his brows and looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao on the side and said with a loud laugh to hide his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, my family MOU keeps her body like a jade and is still a virgin. This matter of the marriage contract, I'm afraid it's a rumor spread by some other Dao lineages, trying to tarnish the reputation of my Yuan sacred clan. Chapter 72 Strongest Dragon Son-in-Law. Heavenly Tsubaki Bloodline. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly at his words, lightly caressing that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, didn't care too much about it and smiled, saying, thought so. After all, this recruitment is all voluntary, and my lord doesn't want to take it by force, lest he fall into disrepute. Yuan Kong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded his head in agreement. What your excellency said is extreme. That, gentlemen, you young people chat first. I suddenly remembered that there are still some things, so I will leave you alone for now. That reminds him. He remembered that Dust Xian, the son of the Dust family, was also in another cavernous paradise. Right now, this precious daughter of his is promoting her feelings with this emperor's son. It would be a big deal if the other side came at this time. In the meantime, the voice of Gaby Jiao outside the cave suddenly sounded beside Su Chenxiao's ears. Someone's coming. Ding. Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Ding. Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. It came quite quickly. Su Chenxiao gave a slight lurch, then transmitted a voice with divine thoughts. Let him in. Looking at Yuan Kong, who got up and was ready to leave, Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, sipped his tea and smiled as he raised his hand. There's no rush, Patriarch Yuan. Sit down and talk some more. Yuan Kong's body stiffened, and his butt, which had just gotten up, sat back down, somewhat fidgety. If this gentleman says so, he dares not disobey. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward for a while. Yuan Wanyue broke this calm, maintaining an elegant smile as she spoke. Mr. Su is now at the 9th level of the immortal realm cultivation. If he wants to comprehend more of the great Dao, I wonder if he will go to the ancient battlefield to seal the king and leave his name. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. With a dustless Dao heart and a massive amount of resources to help him, he could break through to seal the king at any time. However, the innate chaotic god body is a sea of rivers, and the more the great Dao is controlled, the stronger the foundation saved up will be. Well, the battlefield of Taiku can refer to the many great paths of the sages. I will make the trip when this recruitment is over. The true demons of the 5 great realms of the heavens were all gathered in the Taiku battlefield. If one was looking for a heavenly destiny protagonist, the Taiku battlefield was also an extremely good choice. Yuan Wanyue smiled faintly and said in a slow and gentle tone, I see Mr. Su's roots and bones are solid, and his physical body far exceeds that of other heavenly prides, and it would be unreasonable for him to not enter the ancient battlefield to seal the king's name with this kind of strength. MOU is untalented and also broke through the king's seal realm after comprehending the great Dao in the Swire battlefield, so he has some understanding of the many places of experience in the Swire battlefield. If you don't mind, after this recruitment, I'm willing to accompany you to serve in the middle of the Taiku battlefield. Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded non-committally. Good thing too. This woman is a delicate mind, not that kind of chesty and brainless person. Knowing that this imperial clan's recruitment is highly competitive, one may not be able to stand out. Then another way, with such a layer of relationship in, even after the end of this matter, he will also be with her Yuan sacred clan stained with a layer of indefinable relationship. Yuan Kong, who was beside him, had a joyful face and opened his mouth smilingly from the sidelines. Mr. Su doesn't know. This daughter of mine was lucky enough to have been on the list of the 5 trials in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, thus sealing the king and leaving her name, and her understanding of the Taiku battlefield's place of experience is quite a bit better than an ordinary person. With my daughter assisting you, I think I'll be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Just as a few people were exchanging words, there was suddenly a spatial fluctuation in this place's cavernous paradise. Buzz. It was accompanied by a white, dusky flash of light. A gorgeous gentleman with a handsome face and a folding fan appeared in the bamboo forest here. The young man wore a head in crown, sword eyes and starry eyebrows, temperament like a clear wind in willow, graceful, and attire is obviously well dressed. Only a pity, Naiha height is only 1 meter 5'6", not higher than this newborn pine bamboo to less, but some short. Dusty Xian had just arrived at this place. He saw Yuan Wanyue sitting in the pavilion opposite. Moyu? But I've been looking for it, so here it is. His eyes lit up, but after seeing the noble gentleman beside Yuan Wanyue who had an overwhelming aura and smiling eyes, A nameless anger surged to the surface. Anyone else? Dusty Xian bellowed and came forward quickly. "Mou, uncle, what are you guys doing here?" When he heard this familiar and incomparable voice, Yuan Kong's pupils dilated slightly, and he secretly let out a bad cry. Yuan too even rushed forward to block the way. "Dusty Xian? What are you doing here? Hurry back." Su Chenxiao looked with the voice, looking for a while in that dense bamboo forest, only to see a head poking out. Froze for a while. Name, Dusty Xian. Title, Taiku Dragon Son-in-Law Divine Order Protagonist. Identity, grandson of the Supreme Elder of the ancient holy race, son of the Demon Emperor. Age, 25. Character, righteous, stoic, sensitive. Realm, 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Physique, ancient fierce Tsubaki bloodline. Technique, Daogang Emperor Technique. Tian Chun Bao Jitsu. Treasures, Chaos Shinju, Mask of 1,000 Changes. Sun and Moon Spiritual Cocoon. Order of the Ancient Sacred Clan. Order of the 10,000 Demons. Destiny value, 700,000. This manifest destiny protagonist. A little horse-drawn cart? I don't know if it's because of the demon bloodline, but this is a bit too short-looking, isn't it? Su Chenxiao's face was a bit odd. The pale sky divine rock cub in his arms suddenly became somewhat restless and eager, showing his teeth in Dusty Xian's direction. He let out a squeaking sound. The little guy possessed the bloodline of the reverse feather divine rock, and the reverse feather divine rock's favorite food, other than dragons and snakes, was the ancient ferocious beast, Heavenly Tsubaki. The Tsong Tian divine rock in his arms suddenly cried out. Dusty Xian, who had rushed from afar, changed his face as a feeling of fear that he had never felt before, as if it came from the distant past, suddenly struck him. He winced involuntarily. What's going on? Why do I instinctively feel afraid of this stinky bird? Su Chenxiao gently patted the restless little guy and smiled as he opened his mouth towards Yuan Kong on the side. Patriarch Yuan. Who is this? Yuan Kong's face was a little embarrassed for a moment, not knowing exactly how to reply. At this time, Yuan Mayu said with a calm face, Your Excellency, this person is Dust Xian of the Dust family of the 10,000 ancient sacred clan. Please wait here for a moment while I deal with it. Saying that, Yuan Mayu got up and went forward. She was tall, close to 1 meter 8. Contrasting sharply with Dusty Xian in front of her. If she were to walk normally, she wouldn't even be able to see Dusty Xian's figure. Looking at the diminutive Dusty Xian in front of her, a trace of disgust flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. If you want her to marry such a midget, you might as well just let her die. Just in time, to take this opportunity to cut ties with him. Yuan Mayu said with an expressionless face. What are you doing here? Dusty Xian's face was ugly, and he only felt that the top of his head was a green grassy plain. Raising his head to look at the stunningly beautiful fiancée in front of him, he opened his mouth. If I didn't come, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know if my fiancée was taken away from me. I wondered why I couldn't see you, but you're here having a private meeting with someone else. Chapter 73, Wedding Wedge? Eat this. Yuan Mayu's face turned cold for a moment. Do you think you'd be able to find me if I was having a private meeting with someone? Dusty Xian, you leave now. On what grounds? Dusty Xian's face was furious. Tell me. Who is he? Yuan Mayu coldly spoke. Do you know that this person in front of you is a member of the Su family of the Imperial clan? Prince Su Chenxiao. Dusty Xian. If you remain here with your dead skin, you will not blame me for being unsympathetic. The Imperials? Dust Xian's face changed violently as he looked incredulously at Su Chenxiao in the pavilion. Damn it! He quickly realized what was going on and secretly hated it in his heart. I thought, why do you have to come to this holy Emperor Dao domain? So it's been a long time since he hooked up with this emperor's son. Dusty Xian's face was ugly to the extreme. The other party is above himself in both background and appearance. Because of carrying a demon bloodline, the body is congenitally short, and in his life he is most jealous of those young juniors who grow tall. Su Chenxiao's appearance deeply pierced his inferior and fragile heart. Dusty Xian clenched his fists as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him, declaring his ownership loudly. Yuamoto Moyu. You should know that I have a marriage contract with you. You are my Dusty Xian's woman. And you, even if you are a member of the Imperial clan, you shouldn't take someone's love based on your status. This statement was made. Yuan Kong only felt like falling into an ice cellar for an instant, his face turning pale. Dusty Xian. Shut up. A terrifying Saint Realm pressure rushed out, forcing Dusty Xian to the ground in an instant. What are you babbling about? Kneel down for me. This suffocating oppression made it impossible to breathe. And Dusty Xian gritted his teeth as he took out the gilded wedding wedge from his storage ring and said word for word, The marriage wedge is in my hands. And the marriage contract on it was personally confirmed by your Yuan sacred clan's paramount emperor ancestor. I, Dusty Xian, am even willing to come into the family. Could it be that you, the Yuan sacred clan, are trying to backtrack? Oh, Su Chenxiao turned his head towards Yuan Kong, who was on the side with a smirk. A marriage contract? With a casual lift of his hand, a true chi directly rolled the gilded wedding wedge. Su Chenxiao looked at the wedding wedge with lowered eyes and said with some playfulness, "Didn't Patriarch Yuan say before that these were all rumors?" Yuan Kong's face paled for an instant and hurriedly explained, "My lord, this. A load of nonsense. Really a load of nonsense. These are all the nonsense of this son." At this point in time, he still wants to weasel his way out of this. But Yuan Wanyue knitted her eyebrows tightly and sank her voice. "Enough, Dusty Xian. All of this is nothing more than your wishful thinking. Was this marriage contract ever made with my consent? My Yuan Mayu's life is by no means something that a mere paper marriage contract can interfere with." At this moment, Yuan Kong's eyes went black, and for a moment, he even wanted to die. Dust Xian's body shook as he stared at the peerless woman in front of him with wide, dead eyes. You're trying to repudiate the marriage? Since he was already planning to tear his face off. This imperial clan male also happened to be here. Yuan Mayu was too lazy to argue with him, her beautiful eyes icy cold. "So what?" Dusty Xian trembled, his face furious to the core. "I disagree." Snap. Suddenly, a clap sounded. Funny, dang funny. Several people looked at it in unison. Mr. Su, Yuan Kong froze. Su Chenxiao didn't seem to care about the matter of deception, but instead opened his mouth with interest. "I thought it was a marriage made in heaven. So it seems that Miss Mayu is not satisfied?" Yuan Mayu turned around, her face eased a bit, and she said softly with some apologies, "Mr. Su, it is absolutely not that I, Yuan sacred clan, intend to hide you. It is just that this person is like a dog's skin plaster. Hard to grasp this matter and not let go." Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave her a deep look and said with a smile, "No harm done. Since Miss Mou doesn't want to, it's just a wedding wedge. It can't do much." As his words fell, Su Chenxiao looked at the wedding wedge in his hand, and an overpowering to the extreme true chi surged out. Click! This wedding wedge, forged of arcane gold, was forcibly twisted in his hands. "Now then, does the wedding wedge still count?" Seeing this scene, Dust Xian's pupils shrunk violently. Rao Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were shocked and she looked at Su Chenxiao with incomparable gratitude. "Mr. Su, ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian's wedding wedge has been destroyed, and he's lost 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. My lord says it's fake. Got a problem with that?" Su Duanxiao's face was calm as he slowly arrived in front of Dust Xian. The needed wedding wedge was thrown over like a piece of trash. Faintly, "Eat it." Such an overbearing scene caused Yuan Mayu's delicate body to tremble, and her heart rippled for a moment with ripples she had never felt before. This was like a huge mountain that had been pressing down on oneself, and the marriage contract of the first sacred clan Dust family was not worth mentioning in front of this Prince Su. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. Dusty Xian breathed heavily, his eyes red as he looked aside at the needed wedding wedge. His eyes became ferocious and he roared with rage. "Asshole! How dare you ruin my wedding wedge!" The heavenly Tsubaki treasure art within his body was in operation. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Dusty Xian's body. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he directly rose up explosively, and his right hand condensed a pale green seal towards Su Chenxiao to shoot. Su Chenxiao sneered, not even bothering to avoid it. If a tiny mole cricket of the heavenly ascension realm was able to injure himself under the eyes of a saint, then Yuan Kong would be considered to have lived most of his life in vain. Yuan Kong's face suddenly changed, appearing beside Su Chenxiao in a blink of an eye and slapping his palm down. Boom! The ground burst into a deep crater. Dusty Xian only felt as if his bones had been slapped to pieces at this moment, and his mouth violently coughed out several mouthfuls of essence blood. Ahem! Yuan Mayu looked as if she had expected it, and that coldly beautiful eye revealed a teasing light. Things are going far beyond what one would expect, but she knew that after this, the gnome would never be able to rely on her again. Yuan Kong's body was icy cold. Dead weight on the ground. Dusty Xian's face was ugly and sullenly drank. "Dust Xian, daring to strike at Prince Su. Are you trying to get us and the 10,000 ancient sacred clan Dust family behind you killed? Mr. Su, are you alright?" Su Chenxiao waved his hand. If one was not mistaken, the other party was using a heavenly Tsubaki treasure art that belonged uniquely to the great murderers of the Swift Ages. Tsubaki worm needs to molt 9 times, and each time his cultivation will plummet. However, when the 9th chrysalis molting had passed, it would be able to metamorphose into the great fierce heavenly Tsubaki. The reason why this Heaven's Destiny protagonist in front of him was in such a low realm, I'm afraid that it was also because he was carrying the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline and cultivated the great fierce treasure art. Su Chenxiao's face was indifferent to the extreme as he calmly said, "My lord doesn't want to say it a second time." Yu Wenkong's heart was shaken, naturally understanding this male's meaning. Looking at Dusty Xian who was on the ground as if he was a dead dog, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "Dusty Xian, I know you're still conscious. This Mr. Su is from the Emperor clan, and this place is even the holy Emperor Dao domain of the Emperor Su clan. If you don't want to get the 10,000 ancient sacred clan behind you killed, then eat this marriage contract now." Chapter 74, Is it good for my son to accompany you in this play? The Yuan sacred clan had been friends with the Dust family, which was also a sacred clan, for generations. As the Yuan clan chief, he didn't want this incident to kill the Dust family, the sacred clan behind Dusty Xian. Dusty Xian roared, "This marriage contract was made between your Yuan old ancestor and my grandfather. Do you Yuan sacred clan not want to regret the marriage?" Seeing Dusty Xian on the ground still struggling desperately to remain unmoved, Yu Wenkong's face sank as he directly grabbed the wedding wedge on the ground and shoved it into Dusty Xian's mouth. A shocking force slapped down. Pooh ho! The marriage contract was born directly into it. Dust Xian's crimson eyes instantly widened, and he forced himself to swallow with a high bulge at the place of his throat. Asshole! His face was hideous and incomparable, and he kept struggling frantically on the ground. It wasn't until he saw him eat the wedding wedge that Yu Wenkong was relieved. Suddenly, a demonic glint flashed from Dusty Xuanqi's eyes. At this dangerous juncture, the swift ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki bloodline in his body activated, bursting out a terrifyingly huge demonic aura. This is... Yu Wenkong's eyebrows tightened after feeling this extremely dense demonic aura. A strong shock and dismay surfaced in his eyes. Demon bloodlines. Not only him, even Yuan Mayu and Yuan Tu on the side seemed to have reacquainted themselves with Exodus Xian, their hearts filled with shock. Why does he have the aura of a demonic beast on him? Drone. Greenish-colored fuzz emerged from the pores of Dusty Xian's body. Taiku Heavenly Tune. There were 9 cocoon transformations. When in danger, it will undergo a metamorphosis on its own, transforming into a huge, indestructible green cocoon. Yuan Tu exclaimed, "Father, what is he? Isn't this guy from the Wudao sacred clan?" Seeing this scene, it was like knowing some heavenly secret. Yu Wenkong's face changed drastically. For a moment his eyes were dark and gloomy as he murmured, I got it. No wonder they were willing to let this son join their family. So this son carries a dirty demon bloodline and even presumed to bond with my daughter. Damn it! The Dust family of the Vanguard Saint clan really doesn't regard my Yuan Saint clan in their eyes. To think that his precious daughter was carrying the Brahma divine body and possessed the bloodline of his Yuan sacred clan. If he were to combine with this half-demon person, in the future, he was only afraid that he would taint his Yuan clan. Dusty Xian's body was already wrapped in countless slender, transparent threads at this moment. Yu Wenkong's face was ugly to the extreme as he directly slapped Dusty Xian into unconsciousness with a palm. Bang! Then he got up and said towards Su Chenxiao, Mr. Su, I've made you laugh. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian's demonic bloodline is exposed, losing the background of the Yuan sacred clan, and losing 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Su Duanxiao stared at Dusty Xian who was about to transform into a cocoon on the ground. Looking at the expression of this Yuan clan chief, it seemed that he did not know about Dust Xian's demon clan bloodline. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes in mock surprise and said, why does he have the blood of a half-demon in his body? Isn't this person a member of the 10,000 ancient sacred race? Yu Wenkong took a deep breath. His heart for the Vanguard Dust family's friendship between the two clans swept away, and said in a deep voice, this I'm not too sure, but Dusty Xian is indeed a member of the Dust family, right? I just don't know what kind of treasure he carries that he was able to hide his demon bloodline extremely well. If it weren't for your son's actions today, I'm afraid that my Yuan sacred clan would still be kept in the dark by the Dust family. Originally, he was still surprised that Dust Xian was the grandson of that half-emperor of the sacred clan's Dust family. His status was extraordinary, and he would never be able to easily join the family. But now it seems, I am afraid that the half-emperor has long known that it carries the blood of the demon race, so it will be sent into their own Yuan sacred clan. These damned bastards, even wanting this kind of bastard to be their daughter's future husband, clearly not looking at his Yuan sacred clan in the eyes. Yuan Mayu's pretty face was also covered in frost. No wonder this person is so short in height. Father, I heard that old ancestor of that dust family had a daughter who was nowhere to be found. So I think that her biological father was from the demon clan. Even if I die, I, Yuan Moyu, will not marry this half-human, half-demon. Yuan too was also on the sidelines to fight for her own sister. Father, my Yuan clan has been friends with the dust family for generations, and they've done this to us. This can't be left so easily. Yuan Kong nodded and looked deeply at the green cocoon on the ground, his face gloomy. Don't worry. This matter is necessary for father to have the Holy Clan's dust family give us an explanation. I'd like to see just how long they, the sacred clan dust family, are going to keep us in the dark. He respectfully retreated towards Su Chenxiao with a cry. This matter was of great importance, and it was necessary to return to account with the clan's ancestors for justice. Su Chenxiao did not stop at this scene, but looked at the green cocoon on the ground and grinned. Tsubaki cocoon. Number of transformations, 8. After the 9th metamorphosis, the cocoon becomes a butterfly, and the cultivation and physical body skyrocket in all aspects. Cocooning and metamorphosis. After all, he was the protagonist of Heaven's destiny, and he thought that after these 9 metamorphoses he would undergo a heavenly change. However, I just don't know if injecting some weird chi will straighten out a new being. Su Chenxiao stepped forward with interest and placed his hand on top of the green cocoon from injecting some of the bizarre chi derived from chaos chi. Although the effect was not as obvious as that of the black ancient scripture, the different paths were the same. The strand of strange black mist was like a spiritual snake that instantly disappeared into the green cocoon without being noticed by anyone. Yuan Kong left this place with that green cocoon and his son Yuan too. Within the cave, only Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu were left behind. After they left, Su Chenxiao sat on a stool drinking tea without a glance, and Yuan Moyu, who had successfully broken off the marriage contract, was secretly happy in her heart at the moment. Dusty Xian after all had a demon bloodline, and now even that marriage wedge was still there. His own father, as well as the Yuan clan, also categorically could not agree. Yuan Mayu hesitated for a moment and spoke with a smile. "Mou thanks Mr. Su. If it wasn't for today's gongzi, I'm afraid my Yuan clan would still be in the dark right now. No harm done." Su Chenxiao stared up at her and smiled, beckoning. "You come here." Although there was some doubt, Yuan Moyu still nodded respectfully and walked forward. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea and said with a smile, "Miss Mou, I don't know if this play of my son's is good enough to accompany you?" Yuan Moyu's smile froze. There was suddenly some bad feeling in his heart. She said in feigned disbelief, "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" "Ha!" Su Chenxiao gave a teasing smile. Suddenly, bang! Reaching out, he grabbed her by the neck. This large hand seemed to be like a giant vice, and even her physical body of the Seal King realm felt painfully unable to break free at once. Cough! This scene that caught him off guard caused Yuan Mayu to lose her color as she looked at Su Chenxiao with a face full of confusion. "Mr. Su, Mr. Su." Su Chenxiao's smile slowly tightened, eyes cold to the core. Without any emotion, he looked at her and said, "Lend me the might of the Emperor Clan Su family to take care of that guy for you without offending the sacred clan's dust family. Do you think my lord doesn't know that little calculation in your heart?" Chapter 75 100 Consecutive Draws. Red Divine Item Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier. Shoo away. The moment these words came out, Yuan Mayu was instantly covered in ice, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She hadn't expected that this imperial clan male in front of her would have guessed all the thoughts in her mind. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, unable to clearly see his joy or anger as he faintly opened his mouth. "Deceiving and utilizing this gongzi, that alone is enough for your Yuan sacred clan to die 100 times. Yuan Mayu's pupils shrunk. Ahem. She knitted her eyebrows tightly, her stunning face looking very pained. It was hard to speak. "Mr. Su, I am also forced to. If you hadn't been here, that guy would never have broken off the engagement. Mr. Su, I, Yuan Moyu, am willing to submit to you, no matter what you ask me to do." The palm of his hand remained unloosened, and Yuan Mayu's face became more and more red and agonized. "I don't know how much time has passed." Su Chenxiao grinned and raised his eyebrows. "I have to say, though, you're a smart woman who knows how to capitalize on the situation." The right hand slowly loosened. Yuan Mayu greedily inhaled a mouthful of fresh air, paralyzed on the ground panting heavily, her face haggard and pale as she looked up and said, "Su Gongzi, that kind of dwarf is really disgusting, and I have no choice but to come out with this plan. Never dare a second time." Su Chenxiao glanced at her, his eyes flickering as he spoke faintly. That dusty Xian is interesting. I want you to run an errand. Wanyue inquired with a slight stare. What? Su Chenxiao said without any hesitation. That fiancé of yours has the presence of innate chaos chi on his body. He must have come into contact with divine objects related to chaos before the start of this tournament. No matter what you use, go and get that thing for me. Otherwise, there's no need for your Yuan sacred clan to exist. This time, the Heaven's Mandate protagonist was actually carrying a chaotic Xianju on his body. This is the essence of innate chaos, the world's rare heaven and earth gods, the rich and majestic chaos gas. Whether it is for any of the living beings in the heavens or greatly beneficial, the rich and pure chaos chi in the chaos pearl was tantamount to a heavenly blessing for himself. If it could be refined, I'm afraid that his cultivation would skyrocket to an extremely terrifying level. It was only a pity that he had just peeked inside Dusty Xian's storage ring. Not a single shadow of the chaos Xianju was found on its body. Wanyue's face stared, her heart somewhat shocked. This world, but with the word chaos on the relationship between the things, are extraordinary. That Dusty Xian would have this kind of thing on him? Her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment. Then she rested her head against the ground and spoke respectfully. I understand, Mr. Su. Su Chenxiao didn't say anything and flipped his palm. Buzz. The dead soul beast appeared. It transformed into a white shadow, and without a sound, it directly disappeared into Wanyue's sea of consciousness. Su Chenxiao grinned at the sight, slowly got up and went forward and patted Wanyue's shoulder and laughed. Get up. My lord naturally trusts you. If it's done, this matter will be forgiven by my lord. Otherwise you should know the consequences. After saying that, Su Chenxiao disappeared into this cavernous paradise. Wanyue lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Understood, my lord. Until he noticed the departure of the person in front of him. Wanyue Fang gasped a heavy, rough breath, her delicate body gently trembling. She raised her hand and touched her snow-white neck, which was reddened by the pinch. It's like some special latent property has been activated. The beautiful eyes were mesmerized, and her face was a little flushed as she murmured, What a weird feeling. Why is it that in front of that Mr. Su, I don't want to resist at all. Outside of Haodi City, Su Chenxiao rode the heavenly golden mythical beast as he prepared to return to the imperial Su clan. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he frowned slightly. What the? The dead soul beast is a strange creature of the dark era, able to hide in the depths of another person's sea of consciousness to control a person silently and quietly, or to slowly eat their souls. During boarding, you are able to listen to whatever the other person's inner thoughts are. Therefore, when he noticed Wanyue's heart after he left, Su Chenxiao blushed somewhat oddly. Choke her? Without bothering to pay attention to Wanyue's inner thoughts, Su Chenxiao directly called up the system panel. Ding! Owner, Su Chenxiao. Title, Destiny's Great Villain. Identity, son of the head of the Su family of the Imperial clan. Realm, 9th level of the Immortal Realm. Physique, innate chaos divine body. Desolate ancient divine body. Techniques, chaos scripture, Tai sword technique. Sangu divine refining technique. Storage space, white emperor sword. Cthulhu divine rock cub. Immortal execution formation diagram. Immortal killing sword remnant. 10,000 years of ground emulsion. Villain value, 346,000. A full 300,000 plus villain values. It's about time you had to have a good spending spree yourself. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he looked towards the prize pool of the heavens and opened his mouth with some anticipation. Let's keep it simple for now and have 100 straight draws. Ding! Consuming villain value of 100,000. Starting 100 straight draws. In an instant, the jackpot glowed brightly. A full 100 balls of light floated up from them one after another. Su Chenxiao stared tightly at the scene in front of him, watching a ball of light explode one after another. White, white, or white. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward purple, treading clouds boots. Congratulations on receiving the reward purple, spring rain thunder sky skill. Congratulations on receiving the reward great way fruit *1. In the previous 30 consecutive draws, apart from the 3 purple items that were guaranteed, Su Chenxiao almost didn't see any other colors. All the way up to the 90th consecutive draw, 2 golden rays of light bloomed out in unison. 100 draws of double gold? Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up slightly. Today's luck is good. Just then, one of them was a golden ball of light, and the incomparably bright golden divine aura was actually diffused into a crimson color. The red light flooded the view, rolling and blazing. Ding! Congratulations to the master for his reward. The gold-killing tenacious stone. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for receiving the highest reward. The extreme imperial soldier. Extreme imperial soldier? Su Chenxiao's eyes widened as he looked straight at this scene. One must know that nowadays, emperor soldiers were extremely rare among the heavens, and extreme emperor soldiers were not even possessed by many great emperors. Could it be that? Is he finally going to be an bureaucrat for once? Rewards appear. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward. The red-green desolate divine lance. Current villain value, 246,000. Su Chenxiao's smile froze for a moment. My day. Shipped. But crooked. Buzz. Tune out that extreme imperial soldier. A majestic emperor's spear with an aura as majestic as an abyss, just like a swimming dragon, appeared in his hand. The body of the emperor lance was long and slender, sealed with golden runes, and a green and pale crack spread up like a swimming dragon. The tip of the gun is bright and regal, and the whole body is dense with the green color of the ancient breath flow, as if a supreme divine weapon glittering, capturing people's eyes. Click! Once this imperial spear appeared, even the space of the Saint Emperor Dao domain emitted a buzzing tremor, and the majestic and magnificent aura of an imperial weapon quickly spread out. It may look light, but it has the weight of a heavy mountain. Even Su Chenxiao, who possessed a desolate ancient god body and cultivated the Tsungu god refining skill, had some heart palpitations. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but tsk in admiration. Good baby. Chapter 76, The God of Killers. Stubborn stone. Withdrawing from the marriage? I don't agree. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened as he weighed the green desolate god gun in his hand. In the end, it was still an extreme Dao imperial armament, which seemed to contain the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth within it, and merely looking at it caused one's heart to be filled with awe and longing. The extreme Dao Emperor Soldier was the most powerful of all the heavens, and with the extreme Dao Emperor Soldier as the base, even a random strike going out was feared to invert the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and was terrifying to the extreme. However, with his current cultivation level, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to swing this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier a few times with all his might. And below, Gaby Jiu also seemed to notice something. Upon feeling this intimidatingly powerful aura, some incredulous exclamations were made. This aura is an extreme Dao Emperor Soldier? Your family's great emperor gave you all this stuff. Its massive body trembled gently. Extreme Dao Emperor Soldiers were incredibly rare. Even in its era they were by no means common. Gaby Jiu's brain buzzed with nothing but a staggering trance. Have the heavens now become so terrifying? The son of the Emperor clan, having an Emperor's sword was fine, but he was even carrying an extreme Emperor's weapon with him. It suddenly felt that it, a product of the old times, could no longer adapt to the current world. Gaby Jiu said quietly with some envy. Master, do you know what this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier means? Thinking back then, if Gaby Jiu had possessed an extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, it wouldn't have been possible for it to fall in that era. Su Duanxiao said indifferently, knowing that means I bailed crooked. What? The more he liked this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, the more ed up he became in his heart. After a few moments of contemplation, he put the green desolate god gun into the system storage space. Su Chenxiao took out another golden divine object. Buzz. The god-killing tenacious stone appeared in his hand. That was clearly a palm-sized, blood red, incomparably strange stone. Gold, killing god's stubborn stone. The stone in the blood sea abyss condenses endless blood sea fury. Indestructible and fury. As soon as the killing god tenacious stone appeared, the monstrous sea of blood fury came crashing down on his face. In the hands of the killing god stubborn stone seems to have a spirit, buzzing and trembling, and even exudes a blood-colored mist as a blood wolf out of the hand. Oh, Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Looking at the slaying god tenacious stone that turned into a crimson stream of light and tried to escape revealed an interested light. I can't imagine that this stone of yours has even given birth to a spirit. It's a bit interesting. Su Chenxiao grabbed with a big hand, and a huge chaotic hand suddenly appeared above the god-killing tenacious stone. Bang! The blood wolf condensed by the blood sea fury chi wailed and was held tightly in the hands of the chaotic hand. Be honest. Grabbing it back, Su Chenxiao looked at the god-killing obstinate stone in his hand that was trembling more than once, and murmured with flashing eyes. Such a divine object. I think that if it is handed over to the heavenly sword divine sect to be melted down, it will definitely be able to bring my white emperor's sword to a higher level. It's fine if the guaranteed draw is crooked. There are a lot of junk spells drawn by the system. Since that's the case when the time comes, all of them will be given back to me to be refined into materials to bring out their maximum value. If there was no extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, then he would build one with his own hands. Thinking about this, Su Chenxiao couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The heavenly gold mythical beast below shivered as he listened to the laughter. only feeling that this world was too dreamy, thinking that it was at least a great emperor. It had seen a lot. As far as he knew, Su Chenxiao's rings in his hands and the necklace he wore alone were all Saint Realm defensive magic treasures. This era of the Emperor clan people, or the Immortal Realm, will have a superb treasure plus the ultimate Emperor soldier evening. Not to mention the same realm. I'm afraid that even supreme beings across 3 realms wouldn't be able to help this guy. It's sick. Gaby Joe's heart at the moment was secretly happy since this son background identity horror. Just because he submitted to him, the Su family, that great emperor, will take out even their own, have not seen dozens of heaven and earth divine objects for their own remodeling of the soul and body. How valued. If you follow him, you can't guarantee that you'll be able to reap a lot of benefits in the future. Gaby Joe's thoughts flowed freely for a moment. Even his right leg shook, bringing the imperial beast ring on it a little tighter. 5 days later, inside the ancestral land of the Dust family of the 10,000 ancient sacred race. What did you say? It's even if my grandson is willing to join your Yuan sacred clan. But you, a mere female, even want to repudiate my Dust Mask Seal's grandson in turn? It's simply an inversion of the Big Dipper. A strange shame. The terrifyingly terrifying aura poured out as if it were a raging tide. An old man with a decayed temperament and a dying aura had his eyes glaring like bronze bells as he looked at the duo in front of him with a deadpan expression. I, Dust Mask Seal, am not dead yet. This marriage was personally agreed upon by your old ancestor. Yuan Kong's face was calm as he arched his hand. Ancestor Dust, rest his anger. This marriage, my Yuan sacred clan never wanted to refuse it before. It's just that you, old ancestor Dust, who went out of your way to use a supreme treasure to hide the truth, are not putting my Yuan sacred clan too much in your eyes, are you? As things stood, even if this person in front of him was a half-emperor level character, he would still have to seek justice for the Yuan sacred clan. Dust Mask Seal's face turned ice cold at his words, and his pale face was filled with huffing and puffing as he opened his mouth. Yuan-chan, what do you mean by that? Yuan Kong coldly snorted, not avoiding the seeping gaze of the old man in front of him in the slightest, and said, Old ancestor Dust, at the time of the engagement, you never told my Yuan family that your good grandson was still carrying the blood of the demon race in his body. Is there anything wrong with my Yuan sacred clan withdrawing from the marriage this time? Dust Mask Seal's face shook as his pupils dilated. They actually knew about it? How is that possible? Dust Mask Seal's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak for a long time. He naturally knew about the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline in Dust Xian's body, and that he was his daughter's child. His own daughter was rebellious at a young age, and after severing her relationship with him, she left the Holy Dust family alone without knowing where she was, causing him pain and anguish, until 20 years ago, when she died shortly after returning with her infant son. His own lifespan is not much, because of his grandson's half-demon blood on the body of this early for its planning the way back. I thought that as long as all the water to the end after the secret, even if it is exposed, Yuan Shang clan will be in the way of the facade, is not published. Who would have thought they would have found out the secret early? You know about it? Dust Mask Seal didn't look too good. Yuan Kong sneered. Seeing this, his heart was even more dissatisfied and said, Old ancestor Dust, it's ridiculous that my Yuan sacred clan has been friends with your Dust clan for generations. Yet you want to use this half-demon son to taint my Yuan clan's bloodline. What exactly are your intentions? This marriage contract, don't you want me to publish the truth for the world to laugh at before I give up? Dust Mask Seal was speechless for a moment, and was silent for a long time before he sighed softly. That terrifying aura dissipated, and the deathly aura on his entire body was even more dense. Then what do you, the Yuan sacred clan, want? Yuan Mayu stepped forward at this moment, and first made a decent bow before speaking. Elder Dust, we've come here for one purpose only, to break off the marriage contract with Dusty Xian, as my father said. Dust Xian we have also sent, and is now outside the Dust family. Her words hadn't even left her mouth. A male voice suddenly sounded. I disagree. Chapter 77, The Transformed Dusty Xian, Reincarnation Hall Successor Nan Shiran. A few people looked over in slight surprise. Dust Mask Seal's eyes lit up as he murmured in astonishment. Xianer? Only to see that not far away, Dusty Xian appeared at some point and walked with large strides. Surprisingly, at this moment, Dusty Xian was radiant and upright. Now that he had gone through the 8th metamorphosis, his cultivation had not only stepped from the Ascension realm into the Immortal Realm 1, he even changed his original height of 5'6" and grew to a full 6'5" or so. Huge boost. The change in height. This is tantamount to giving Dusty Xian a great deal of self-confidence. He raised his head high, and his eyes were filled with an incomparable glow of self-confidence as he stepped forward. Grandpa, Uncle, MOU, The matter of breaking off the engagement. I don't agree. Looking at the visitor, Wanyue froze slightly and thought darkly with some doubts. Is it just me? This guy seems to have grown a little taller. Dusty Xian looked proud. Now he was not what he used to be. In the past he still needed to stand on his tiptoes and raise his head before he could barely see Wanyue. Now he only needed to hold his head high. Dusty Xian revealed a confident smile as if he were a peacock with an open screen, impatient to show off his current feathers. I, Dusty Xian, am standing right in front of you. How much do you see me like before? Do you still back out of the marriage now that I'm here? He thought that his current self was not below that imperial prince. As long as after the last 9 metamorphoses, he would be able to truly transform his cocoon into a butterfly. And at that time, he would no longer need to look up to anyone's gaze. Wanyue. She was silent for several moments. Kong, who was on the side, was also clammed up. The sight of him annoys me to no end. But at this moment, Wanyue suddenly remembered the words that Duke Su had once explained earlier. There were only 2 days left before the martial arts competition, and one was running out of time and had to hurry up to get that chaotic divine object from this person. Forced himself to hold back the disgust in his heart. Wanyue revealed a surprised and astonished gaze and spoke incredulously. This? Your Dusty Xian? Seeing her reaction, Dusty Xian couldn't help but feel even more pleased in his heart. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile that he thought was very charming looking at his grandfather, Dusty Ma Feng, who was at the side and said, Grandpa, leave this place to me. I'll talk to Mou. Between us, there must be some misunderstanding. The once Wanyue, to him, was a holy and unparalleled, unattainable son, in a literal sense, but now he was able to touch himself, and after only 9 cicada molts, he was even confident that he would be able to grow to 1 meter 7. Deep night. Within the Su family of the imperial clan, Chen Wanyue was looking over the list with unparalleled seriousness. She was clearly in a good mood, and from time to time, her beautiful eyes revealed a thick smile after seeing the information of some of the outstanding Heavenly Pride's daughters. Su Wudao said heatedly from the sidelines, the day after tomorrow will be the start of the grand competition, which will be opened in the city of 10,000 emperors. Ma'am, everything is in place. How is it? Is there anyone you like? Chen Wanyue said with a smile as she put the roster away. There are quite a few outstanding women. It's really hard to pick. When the time comes, it will depend on how Xiao makes his choice. I, as a mother, can't interfere too much. Su Wudao laughed out loud and boldly. What if Xiao likes it all? Chen Wanyue blankly glanced at him and said unconcernedly, then just take it all. Su Wudao froze at his words, then nodded in agreement. Also, Madam Great Wisdom, I heard that Yao Huang brought a woman from the middle of the Taiku battlefield yesterday, and this woman is said to be as the lineage of the Hall of 10,000 ancient reincarnations of the Taiku divine sect. It seems to be about that, too. Reincarnation Hall? Chen Wanyue was slightly stunned at the words and looked up, frowning her eyebrows. Didn't the Palace of Reincarnation perish back in the Dark Era? Su Wudao laughed and waved his hand. The Palace of Reincarnation used to be a transcendent power, with a strong heritage that doesn't lose out to any imperial clan, and even if it was overthrown, it's estimated that there's still a legacy left behind. Legend has it that the people of the Palace of Reincarnation are immortal, and those who survive are all great powers who have been reincarnated and rebuilt in all the heavens, but all the great powers whose lifespan is approaching will go forward to have a try, and if they can succeed in joining, they will have the chance to be reincarnated and recultivated. Unfortunately, such an extremely mysterious and powerful force was suddenly destroyed in the Dark Era, which is really saddening, and now that a reincarnation hall heir had appeared, even they were a bit surprised. Chen Wanyue, where is that person? Su Wudao lost his smile and said, I think it should be within the imperial clan, accompanied by Yao Huang. Meanwhile, within the Su family, a woman with a cool and absolutely beautiful temperament was walking. The woman was very young, around 20 years old, and she possessed a stunningly flawless and absolutely beautiful face, ice skin and jade bones, high eyebrows and phoenix eyes, high nose, as if the sculpture is a perfect and distinctive profile. Under the bright moonlight, the black fairy dress that was like splashing ink set off its snow-white skin even more strikingly dazzling. The proud peaks will be this fairy dress high up. The posture is light and slender, when walking the skirt fluttering, from time to time to reveal the alarming snow-white flawless jade legs. Such a perfect man, as if he were a masterpiece carefully sculpted by God. Nan Shirin stopped in her tracks. She looked at the forbidden shackles in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with flashes as she murmured softly, this is it, that fairy dress of mine. There was some doubt in her mind, Why was he suddenly able to sense his long-lost Wanyue immortal skirt within the Su family of the imperial clan? Looking at the forbidden shackles in front of her, she stepped lightly. A circle of incomparably divine creation she filled the surroundings, and he actually stepped into it without the slightest obstruction. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the purple reward. Great Way Fruit *1. Current villain value, 146,000. Buzz. The Great Tao Fruit, which contained the supreme principle of the Great Tao, appeared in front of his body. Su Chenxiao was naked and immersed in the Taiku spirit pool with its compelling spiritual qi. Looking at the ground in front of Chen Luo placed a variety of treasures, pills, magic weapons, techniques. There was some silence for a while. For Great Tao fruits, 1 sacred realm artifact, 3 supreme artifacts, and not a single golden one came out. The extreme Tao Emperor soldier from some time ago seemed to have exhausted all his luck. Forget it. Anyway, there are still 2 divine fate protagonists around, so you can reap the rewards yourself at any time. Su Chenxiao was secretly comforted in his heart. Now the avenues have 12. Together with the 4 in front of me, there are 16 avenues in total. No surprises, even without the need to travel to the Taiku battlefield to receive the gift of experience. One would still be able to seal a king and leave a name. While thinking about this, Su Chenxiao took out a rejuvenation pill. It was thrown directly into the mouth of the Tsong Tian divine rock floating on the water in front of him. Eat! The heavenly divine rock wailed and opened its mouth, swallowing the returning ancestor Dan in one gulp as a white light erupted from its body. After all this time feeding, the Tsong Tian divine rock's plumage gradually began to shed its downy feathers, growing extremely fast. Now it is already the size of 2 palms, and the little one with the round head looks extremely cute. Su Chenxiao laughed out loud. He also grabbed a large fruit and stood up naked from the spring. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his breath rolled and tumbled, whistling out. The divine body was crystalline and radiant, and the body was flawless. Su Chenxiao proudly said, "Then today, I will break the sealed king realm." Suddenly, as if noticing something, Su Chenxiao's pupils contracted violently. On the opposite bank of this pool surrounded by spiritual mist, a stunningly beautiful face, dressed in a black dress, like a goddess-like peerless woman appeared here at an unknown time. The 2 men looked at each other. Both looked dumbfounded. Chapter 78 Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. Breaking through the King Seal realm. Somewhat surprisingly, the scene was unusually quiet and harmonious at the moment. The 2 were surprisingly calm, gazing and sizing each other up, neither of them speaking. Name, Nan Shiren. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple Villain. Identity, Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, memories not yet awakened. Successor of the Palace of Reincarnation of Beings. Age, 19. Personality, calm and serene. Realm, first level of the King's Realm. Physique, divine body of creation. Techniques, Hongmeng creation scripture. 6 paths of desolation. Treasure, the reincarnation of a great emperor? Or a villainous character? No wonder the system didn't alert. Su Chenxiao tightly locked his brows, somewhat puzzled as to why such a character would even appear amongst the imperial clan. Just standing straight in the center of the spirit pool. It wasn't like he was the one who suffered anyway. However, Su Chenxiao's face quickly turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you know that this place is the Su clan's Taiku spirit pool?" Buzz. When the words fell, a pair of clothes was put on his body. Nan Shiren's beautiful eyes were clear and calm, her eyes resting on the immortal dress beside the pool. Sure enough, it's here. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she raised her hand to point at the immortal dress and slowly opened her mouth. "I know. It's just that thing that's mine." Looked with where she was pointing. Upon seeing that supreme realm immortal skirt, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat dismayed. Wasn't it the still warm fairy dress that he had just drawn in the raffle? System, what's going on? Ding! Back to the master. The prize pool of the heavens can't be created out of thin air, and all the goods obtained are owned by the heavens. There is a very small chance that it may be extracted from someone else. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth twitched. Why didn't you say something like that earlier? Wait, then that extreme emperor soldier. It couldn't have been grossly obtained from any great emperor as well, right? Back to the master. The system mall, as well as gold and above quality things are all from the party's hidden burial of the ancient secret territory of the owner of the things, but also please rest assured that the master to use. Okay. Only then did Su Chenxiao breathe a long sigh of relief at his words, his eyes twinkling. No wonder the prize pool only needs 1,000 villainous values to be able to win a lot with a small amount of money. So it turns out that most of them are grossly obtained from this dog system out of nowhere. Su Chenxiao directly picked up the immortal dress on the ground, then leapt and flew horizontally to the opposite bank. Looking at the woman in front of him with a black dress, her skin was like solid fat under the moonlight, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Rao's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly marveling. In the end is the reincarnation of the great emperor. This kind of inviolable and innate temperament is not ordinary people can be compared. That. Su Chenxiao handed over that Luan Fei immortal dress and said with a serious face, "Would you believe me if I said I picked it up?" Nan Shirun was silent for a moment, and took that Luan Fei immortal skirt with a slight nod, and said thoughtfully, "So it is. That day in the temple suddenly disappeared. I searched for a long time. I never thought I would be picked up by you. Thanks." Nan Shirun thought about it and seemed to think that it wasn't a good idea to just ask for it back. She took out a green-colored vial from within her storage ring and then handed this green-colored vial over. "It looks to me like you're trying to break through the Seal King realm. In return, this should be able to help you. Can't drink it. Just pour it into this Taiku spirit pool." Seeing this scene, Su Chenxiao's face instantly became odd to the extreme. "No, you really believe that? Kinda polite." Su Chenxiao took the green-colored vial and shook it. What was contained inside seemed to be liquid. Adhering to the principle of courtesy, Su Chenxiao said, "The Taiku spirit pool can help one's cultivation. Do you want to come along?" In the end is the Emperor family spirit pool, which do not know how many heavenly treasures invested in, that dense to the extreme of the majestic aura. Actually not at all in the reincarnation Hall Ju soul pool below, and even more than ever. Nan Shiren's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer as she heard this, obviously somewhat moved. But then suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he said with some regret, "Next time, I have to go. There are people looking for me." He himself was supposed to head to Su Yao Wang's residence to stay. Only after sensing the breath of this Luan feather fairy dress in the middle of the road did he move. "If it's late, I think Yao Huang will be worried." With this in mind, Nan Shiren simply turned around and disappeared. Beyond the Taiku spirit pool, as if holding her breath, Nan Shiren's heart skipped a beat as she recalled that previous scene. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks and ears instantly became incomparably red, no longer as calm as she looked before, her delicate body gently trembling. Looking at the immortal dress in his hand, he ran the scriptures to force himself to calm down before leaving. The other end. Su Chenxiao was back in the middle of the swift spirit pool. He murmured in some confusion, "The divine body of creation, the palace of reincarnation, and the reincarnation of the great emperor. That guy, what the hell is he?" There were many questions in his mind. Su Chenxiao tightly locked his brows and did not think much about it, but directly opened that green-colored vial. Boo! An odor filled with a rich aroma filled the air. Inside it was filled with an incredibly clear, glowing blue liquid. It is filled with a mysterious and esoteric aura like the taking of heaven in creation. This is Soul Spring Quenching Dew. Using the divine soul as a guide and investing in countless heavenly treasures to quench it, it can strengthen the divine soul and expand the sea of consciousness. Only the palace of reincarnation is able to refine it, and it has been extinct since the dark era. Something from the wheelhouse? Thinking back to what Nan Shiren had said earlier, Su Chenxiao poured the spirit tempering dew directly into the swift spirit pool. Snapped. The crystalline and radiant green spirit dew landed on the surface of the water and immediately flashed a greenish-colored light. Wisps of white spirit surged through the water. At this moment, not only the physical comfort, but also the mental exhaustion was greatly relieved. Even the sea of consciousness divine soul was expanding and filling up in a circle. Good stuff. Su Chenxiao's eyes were bright and sharp, seemingly casting through the layers of cloud barriers in an instant, able to see the scene within the Su family clearly in a split second. Buzz. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chenxiao immediately began to absorb and refine the huge spiritual qi within the Swire spirit pool. The Taiku spirit pool began to boil, and 16 incomparably brilliant great Dao paths burst out from within his body. Dazzling around him, the whistling aura merged into the body and transformed into the innate chaotic aura. I don't know how much time has passed. A long, loud and unmistakable chirp rang through the night. The Tsong Tian divine rock in the Taigu divine pool was the first to awaken. The heavenly divine rock looked like a falcon, with sharp pale golden vertical pupils and snow-white plumes that glistened. With a long cry, it rose up from the pool water and hovered in the sky. At the same time Su Chenxiao, who was cultivating in the swift spirit pool, also violently opened his eyes. Rolling, the blood qi surged, the qi rushed to the bulls, and the immortal realm's 9th level cultivation broke through in one fell swoop after refining countless pounds of majestic spiritual qi as well as spirit quenching dew. Seal King Realm 1. Wow! Su Chenxiao stood up from the pool water, and his flesh exploded with a burst of bone-popping sounds. Sigh. A shrill, Unmistakable cry rang out. The sky divine rock seems to have a sense of swooping down. The gorgeous feathers fluttering, like a white lightning in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Su Chenxiao. The heavenly divine rock stood firmly on top of Su Chenxiao's shoulders. It rubbed its furry head affectionately against his cheek. Can fly? Su Chenxiao's eyes shone brightly with a divine aura as he raised his hand and stroked the Tsung Tian divine rock's head and murmured, "Not bad. Looks like you've made a breakthrough as well. It's not in vain that this Gonzi has used so many resources to train you." Chapter 79 Heaven and Earth Divine Item Chaotic Xianzhu. Old Mother has endured you for a long time. This Tsung Tian divine rock cub, under his own uninterrupted cultivation with the returning ancestor pill and 10,000 years of earth milk, already possessed the strength of the Enlightenment realm before it was even old enough. The only thing that was a bit surprising was that, I don't know if it was because of the bloodline returning to the ancestors, but its current size hadn't changed much. However, it is good. If the movement is the size of the heavenly golden mythical beast, it is not very convenient to stay outside at any time. Su Chenxiao was a bit excited and muttered, "After the recruitment is over, it's just the right time to take a trip to the Taiku battlefield to try out your current strength." Now that the 3 great divine bodies were complete and possessed 16 great Dao Seal King realms themselves, there was already some impatience to go to the Taiku battlefield to find those supreme demons to fight. As a member of the Emperor clan, he should make a name for himself amongst the battlefields of the Swire. And just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! A fight breaks out between Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian and Heaven's Destiny heroine Wanyue, with a loss of 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a heavenly fate value of 50,000. That chaotic Xianzhu, hasn't it arrived yet? Now that it was already the 5th day, this Heaven's Destiny heroine had inevitably been too slow in making her move. It was a good thing that he had kept his own hand, and with the help of the perspective of the dead soul beast that was hidden in Yuan Mayu's sea of consciousness, he immediately shared Yuan Mayu's perspective. Su Chenxiao frowned and muttered, "Looks like this woman is in trouble." In front of the Heaven's Destiny protagonist with countless undercurrents capable of surviving in extremis, Yuan Mayu was still a bit short of the mark. Patting the head of the Tsung Tian divine rock on the side, Su Chenxiao grinned and said, "Let's go. Dinner's ready." Within a crumbling Dao domain, Yuan Mayu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked around the empty cave. The surrounding area was filled with greenish-colored threads, like some kind of burrow inhabited by insects. Glancing at Dusty Xian, who was walking at the very front and had a short stature, she couldn't help but open her mouth. "Dusty Xian, the item you mentioned is here?" Dusty Xian paused and said with a grin, "That's for sure. MOU, but I have the bloodline of the ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki. That treasure, which my grandfather said was kept by my father, was able to allow me to undergo the 9 metamorphoses quickly. As long as I can truly possess the heavenly Tsubaki avatar after the 9th metamorphosis, by then my cultivation will have risen greatly, and even my current height will be able to reach the level of a normal person." Now that the half-demon blood in his body was known to the other party, there was no need for him to hide it any longer. A trace of disgust flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. "No wonder this guy looked like this short midget. It turns out that what I have is the blood of the Sky Tsubaki, although it is a great evil of the ancient times, but in the end it is just a stink bug." Dust Xian was blissfully unaware of Yuan Mayu's disgusted expression to the side, and said with a self-satisfied smile, "It's almost here. MOU, if you can forget about your past grudges and agree to this marriage, what's the harm in even giving you this treasure? After I have metamorphosed 9 times, I will not need this item too much." The two of them came to the end of the cave. This place is all silk threads, which is surrounded by a cocoon chrysalis that has already broken the shell of the green color, obviously from the body of Dusty Xian molted down. On that floor, there was also a puddle of unknown green liquid that smelled foul. Yuan Moyu lifted her hand and a faint barrier of true qi resisted in front of her body, isolating the stench. Dusty Xian said with immense pride, "MOU, this is the place where I molt my cocoon. The material of these heavenly Tsubaki cocoons is incomparably tough, and is a good material for refining magic weapons, and those liquids were also specially left behind when I broke my cocoon. I call it the heavenly Tsubaki original dew. The effect is similar to that of a spirit liquid, and it also has some beauty and skin improving effects. I don't know if it was due to having the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline." When he came to this dark and hidden cave, Dusty Xian was unconsciously at ease, as if he had returned home. Light flickered in his hands, and 2 jade cups appeared. Wrapping the jade cup with his true qi caught 2 of them in the middle of the puddle of green liquid. Dusty Xian enjoyed himself immensely, rolling down a cup as if he were drinking an agar jelly. Afterwards, he sent another jade cup filled with heavenly Tsubaki original due to Yuan Mayu's eyes somewhat expectantly. Taste. Yuan Mayu's delicate body gently trembled. She was almost on the verge of vomiting as she looked at the foul-smelling, unbelievable liquid in her glass. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly strike out and slap the stinker to death. Yuan Mayu took a deep breath. Her mouth was a bit guilty of bitterness. She forced herself to hold back her killing intent and waved her hand. I don't need it. Where is that supreme treasure? Dusty Xian was a bit disappointed to see this, but he didn't care too much and revealed a mysterious smile as he said, in that case, I'll show you the treasures I've treasured for so long. He grabbed with his big hand, and a shadow flickered within the empty cavern in front of him. Formation? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes stared. Dust Xian smiled proudly, his eyes flashing with essence as he directly withdrew this hidden sky formation. Boom! Pounds of chaotic chi swept out. This terrifyingly dense power caused Yuan Mayu's head full of golden hair to flutter. Bathing in this rich chaotic power, her Brahma divine body trembled a little, and a longing vaguely came from deep inside. Chaotic divine object? Yuan Mayu stared at the scene in front of her with wide, beautiful eyes, somewhat incredulous, only to see a white divine aura blossom in this ocean of incomparable chaotic chi in front of him. It was surprisingly a grayish-white Xianzhu with divine splendor flowing through it. Is this it? Heaven and earth are divine. The chaos Xianzhu. Dust Xian let out a loud laugh, and as soon as he held this chaotic Xian bead in his hands, his eyes were excited to the extreme as he opened his mouth. See this MOU. This item is called the Chaos Xian Pearl. Only when the Dao domain is first opened, when everything is hazy and blurry, will it have a chance to coalesce. It contains the purest chaos chi. No matter what race of beings, they can use the chaos chi in this chaos pearl to cultivate, and even realize the chaos Dao, which is very beneficial. It is also because of this item that I was able to rapidly transform. As if he had thought of something, Dust Xian sneered and sneered. I remember that Su Clan's son seems to be an innate chaotic god body, right? The chaotic Xuanzhu's effect on him far exceeds that of anyone else. It's just a pity that he doesn't have this life. Dusty Xian. Fong is this heavenly destiny. Before the words were finished, a terrifying and incomparable force came from behind. Boom! Have you said enough? You disgusting bedbug. It ends here. The sudden blow was caught off guard. Dusty Xian's face suddenly changed, and a large mouthful of blood was spat out of his mouth as his entire body directly blasted away, smashing down heavily. Rumble! The cavern was blasted through a huge crater, and countless pieces of debris smashed down as if it was going to topple the next moment. Pooh-ho! Dusty Xian's entire body was embedded within the mountain, covered in blood and severely injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief as he looked down at Yuan Mayu with wide eyes and yelled, Moyu? What are you doing? Do what? Yuan Mayu held that chaotic Xian pearl tightly in her hand. Her stunningly beautiful face was lowered, and her eyes were covered with a cold frost as she slowly spoke. You disgusting midget bastard. Finally, this treasure has been brought out. Old lady has been putting up with you for a long time. Chapter 80, The Endangered Destiny Protagonist. Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon. She was not a hot-tempered person. Nay, Dusty Xian's actions piece by piece were simply too heaven-defying. Even she couldn't stand it a bit and cursed out an expletive. Seemingly not relieved, Yuan Mayu lifted his hand and between them several more mesmerizing and terrifying divine abilities blasted out. Boom! Boom! It was only after punching through this entire mountain range and watching Dust Xian's figure submerge in the countless debris below that he calmed some of the anger in his heart. It's over. So stay here honestly for the next few months. She knew that Dusty Xian Tian Tsubaki's bloodline would force her into the green cocoon state once she encountered danger. Lost the shelter of the Chaos Xianzhu. If you want to carry out the most critical 9 metamorphosis broken cocoon, do not know to get monkey years and months. Yuan Mayu's face was icy cold to the extreme, and with a cold snort, she brought the chaotic Xianzhu and prepared to leave this realm. Suddenly, a voice that was so cold that it was ghostly rang out. Yuan Mayu. In vain I Duanchuan sincerely treat you. Is this how you treat me? When he heard this voice as if it came from the 9 hells, Yuan Mayu gave a slight start, and a hint of incredulity flashed in his eyes as he looked back. Boom! When she saw the person behind her, her mind instantly went blank, only to see a huge and incomparable plain white Xian cocoon appear at the back, from which came the sound of a dull and strong heartbeat. Dang! Knock! As if some horrible being was brewing. A right hand full of green scales and armor, sharp and pointed, suddenly stretched out from the white cocoon. Dust Xian ripped this white cocoon apart raw, his head bearing 2 pairs of azure-colored tentacles, and 2 black lines emerging under his eyes, as if they were tear marks. 4 pairs of transparent, light feathers on his back, like the wings of a crustacean insect. Half of that handsome face even shattered like glass, revealing the hideous and incomparable real face hidden under the magic weapon Thousand Changes mask. The great foul Sky Tsubaki. Dusty Xian's face was crazy to the extreme. His pupils disappeared, his eyes were plain white, and he hissed as his body trembled more than just a little. Yuan Moyu, why? Why are you forcing me? The Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon was the last card his father had ever given him, the supreme treasure that could make the heavenly Tsubaki clan, after 9 metamorphoses, break through the bloodline to complete the 10 metamorphoses of the reverse life, from chapter 72. And today, he himself was actually forced to the point where he had no choice but to use to force the 9th metamorphosis. At this moment, Dusty Xian's aura was terrifying, and his immortal realm cultivation even jumped to the 9th level. It was as if the ancient great evil heavenly Tsubaki was present in the world, a demonic beast's blood, boiling and flowing, and his face was full of demonic beast's violence and killing intent. With such a terrifying appearance, even Yuan Mayu couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes tremble. However, she quickly calmed down, 5 great avenues draped around her body, an extra halberd in her hand, and said in a cold voice, Dust Xian, do you think that, with your current strength, you are worthy of being my Yuan Mayu's opponent? Letting you off the hook and still not knowing it's ridiculous. Opposite Dusty Xian's fierce aura was monstrous, and with a roar, he directly transformed into a residual shadow to kill. Heavenly Tsubaki treasure technique, a metamorphosis, spring fall and fall birth. The 4 pairs of transparent insect wings on his back stirred violently, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. The ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki, which reigned supreme with speed and defense, and its claws and mouthparts were astonishingly sharp. Yuan Mayu's pupils shrunk, only to feel a residual shadow appear in front of him. So fast. Rumble. With just one strike, it directly tore apart the golden armor on Yuan Mayu's torso. A scar surfaced on the snow-white petite body. Yuan Mayu's face was full of unbelievable colors. Looking at the opposite side of the rapidly killing Dusty Xian's heart was shocked beyond measure. He himself was a strong Seal King realm powerhouse, so would he be afraid of a mere demonic beast? Yuan Mayu let out a somewhat annoyed chortle, holding a long halberd and sweeping out. The golden halberd awnings were like rainbows, directly chopping towards Dust Xian. But what was unbelievable was that the crazy-like Dusty Xian was able to carry this divine ability and open his worm-like sharp mouth. Biting down on top of the halberd, he bit down hard, and the avatar instantly exploded into smithereens with a boom. Rumble. Within the broken Dao domain, Su Chenxiao, who was riding a heavenly golden mythical beast, appeared in this place. As soon as he arrived, he detected a terrifying fluctuation coming from the distance. The vertical pupil of the Tsong Tian divine rock above his shoulder shone brightly, and with a long cry, he opened his feathers and quickly searched for his target. The lower heavenly golden mythical beast also seemed to feel something, spitting out human speech with a thick voice. Ancient heavenly Tsubaki's aura? In this world, could it be that there are still remnants of the heavenly Tsubaki in existence? Su Chenxiao opened his mouth with some interest. Oh, Geiju, you know about this? Geibijio's beast pupils flickered as he looked in that direction. There seemed to be a great evil shadow hovering in the sky, and a sky covering, terrifying cyan-colored being spread its 6 pairs of insect wings, its sharp mouthparts seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. Well, Master, the heavenly Tsubaki is an extremely special existence amongst the demon race, metamorphosed from Tsubaki worm. Tsubaki worms countless, is the lowest level of living beings, excellent taste, soft Q. If the big fire frying cooking. Suddenly, as if realizing that he had digressed, Geibijio paused and coughed twice before continuing. In short, countless races feed on them, but among these hundreds of millions of weak Tsubaki, there are very few who are able to undergo metamorphosis. They are able to undergo 9 metamorphoses in their lifetime, and after the 9 metamorphoses, it is the legendary ancient great murderous heavenly Tsubaki. The way of heaven is fair, and this is not always the case for even the weakest of beings. The Sky Tsubaki, on the other hand, is an extreme, almost without any weaknesses. Both defense and strength and speed were amazingly terrifying. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he sniffed and his eyes became even more excited. If that's true, that would be great. Buzz. The White Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. He had never wanted to fight so much since he had broken through the Seal King realm. Geibijio. Let's go and meet this son of the Dust family who possesses the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline. With Dusty Xian's identity as the protagonist of Heaven's destiny coupled with the tyrannical heavenly Tsubaki's blood, I'm afraid that Yuan Mayu couldn't help him. The battle at the other end. intensified. Yuan Mayu's pretty face was a little pale, looking a little incredulous. She felt as if she was facing not a human at all, but a living ancient great monster. Damn! What's going on? This guy's heavenly Tsubaki demon blood would be this powerful? Dusty Xian after the forced 9 morphs swung his insect wings and sped over, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. Dust Xian looked like a demonic beast at this moment, his pupils filled with monstrous hatred as he roared. Yuan Moyu, you forced me to do this. Tian Tsubaki treasure art. Worm return. Bang! In an instant, his speed steeply increased by several times, and his entire body transformed into a breath of stumps, which was appalling. Yuan Mayu's face was cold and serious. The Brahma god body bloomed with a reddish golden light. A head full of hair fluttered in the air as the halberd struck and swung out, sending a circle of terrifying aftershocks blasting away. Right at this moment, a loud and ear-piercing long cry suddenly resounded in the distance. Sigh, as if from the ancient flood, straight to the soul of fear. Dusty Xian's face suddenly changed, a tidal sea of fear that he was about to be preyed upon. Not good. There was a slight pause in his movements. His face hardened as he lifted his scaly and sharp again palm to shatter the halberd's mane with a single strike. Boom! But at the same time, a terrifying sword aura blossomed in the distance, breaking through the 10,000 feet of the sky, and the mountain range below collapsed inch by inch, as this vast and majestic overpowering sword aura decimated everything. Anyone else? Dust Xian glared angrily. Seeing that he was unable to avoid the situation, he simply braced his claws against this terrifyingly sharp force. Get thee outta here! Countless extremely sharp sword chi exploded from it, splattering on top of his body and leaving a scar. Dust Xian forcefully resisted this sword on in the air and continuously retreated. Even the indestructible, scale-filled scales of his claws cracked inch by inch, and a wisp of green blood spilled out in all directions. Ah dash! Dusty Xian exploded his entire body with power, hissing and roaring as his entire person was instantly submerged in this sword mane. His insect wings were all chopped off, and he was drenched in blood like a cannonball falling from a high altitude and crashing heavily into the mountain range below. Rumble. Chapter 81, A Sword Destroys Demon Souls. Last card 10,000 Demons Order. This? Yuan Mayu gave a slight lurch and turned her head incredulously to look, only to see that not far away, a lofty and honorable golden mythical beast appeared in the sky at an unknown time, its feet stepping on divine flames, dazzling and peerless. The incomparably divine Song Tian divine rock stood on top of his shoulders. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he looked at the earth and mountain range below that had been split in two, and muttered with some disappointment. Wasn't it said that the great fierce heavenly Tsubaki's defense was invincible? How come it didn't resist even one sword? Gady Geo below looked odd to the core, not to mention the fact that the 16 avenues breaking through to seal the king were already far beyond the demons from all sides. The sword techniques and imperial weapons this guy used were all at the imperial level, not to mention having half of the Sky Tsubaki bloodline. Even if that guy is a pure blood Sky Tsubaki, I'm afraid that he would be dead or injured by this strike. Mr. Su. Seeing the visitor, Yuan Mayu's face was happy, and his eyes were full of unbelievable colors. Su Chenxiao turned his head, smilingly looking down at Yuan Mayu and said, "What's the matter? This Gonzi asked you to fetch that chaotic Xianzhu, and by the looks of it, it seems that you've encountered a bit of trouble?" She transformed into a stream of light and rushed to Su Chenxiao's body to take out the chaotic Xianzhu and said in surprise, "Mr. Su, what brings you here? That treasure has arrived, and I was just about to bring it back to offer it to your..." The rich chaotic chi whistled out, and the incomparably pure power in it caused a wave of joy to pass through one's divine body. Receiving the chaotic Xian Pearl, Su Chenxiao's eyes suddenly brightened. Ding! Heavenly Fate protagonist Dusty Xian has lost the Chaos Xian Pearl, and has lost 100,000 Heavenly Fate values. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 100,000. A full 10W of villain value. It almost sucked Dusty Xian dry for the most part. The chaotic chi in this chaotic Xianzhu was incomparably pure, and if it could be refined, I'm afraid that one's cultivation would skyrocket to a terrifying level. Its role was in no way weaker than any of the physique origins, even more so. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, nodding his head with immense satisfaction and said, "Well done. Flex your fingers." An elixir that contained a rich vitality and a shocking aura was floating in front of him. This is, feeling the amazing vitality in it, Yuan Mayu was shocked in her heart. This item is called the Green Emperor Pill, and it can help you recover your injuries in true chi. Then Dusty Xian, leave it to my lord. After saying that, Su Chenxiao looked towards Dusty Xian, who was lying in a piece of rubble in the mountain range below, covered in blood. as if he was a stern ghost, turning into a stream of light. He quickly appeared at this place, amidst the mountainous rubble. Dusty Xian lay on the ground, his face painfully closed. A bloody, large sword wound appeared on his chest. The injuries were so deep that even the internal organs could be seen. The overpowering sword intent was so attached that even his 9 mortal heavenly Tsubaki body was unable to heal and recover. Cough cough. Dusty Xian only felt as if his bones had shattered as he gasped for air. Damn! Where did that sword blade come from again? Could it be that a supreme realm powerhouse has appeared? Still alive? An unmistakably familiar voice rang out. Dusty Xian, who was lying amidst the rubble, opened his eyes violently. Upon seeing the person coming from the opposite side, he trembled, and then his face grimaced in anger as he roared. So it's you? Su Chenxiao stroked the Tsong Tian divine rock on his arm. Looking at Dusty Xian, who looked like an ancient ferocious beast in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. TSK, the blood of the heavenly Tsubaki. In just a few days it completed its 9th metamorphosis, and its strength skyrocketed. Speaking of which, you'll have to thank my lord a lot. It's just that what I didn't expect was that the 9 molting heavenly Tsubaki, yet it still can't block a single sword from this gongzi. Dusty Xian's face twisted to the extreme as he forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and stood up from the ground with great difficulty, shaking. Su Chenxiao, you are really deceiving people too much. I, Dusty Xian, have no grudges against you. Why do you want to put me to death? Taking away my chaotic Xian bead. Could this matter also be something you let that woman do? Answer me. The chaotic Xianju was a supreme treasure given to him by his father, and if he wasn't the one who possessed the chaotic divine body, how could he possibly know that he had such a divine object in his possession? As Dust Xian spoke, he dispelled the remaining sword intent on his body and swallowed a holy elixir to recover. Su Chenxiao shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly with a non-committal narrowing of his eyes. Yuan Mayu merely wants the chaotic Xianju in your hand. My lord, it's just that I want to borrow your life for a while. The Tsong Tian divine rock on its arm continuously transmitted calls of longing to feed. It possessed the blood of the heaven and earth divine beast reverse feather divine rock, and it had an instinctive longing for the ancient great evil heavenly Tsubaki. Instinct told it that if it ate the heavenly Tsubaki, it would greatly benefit itself. Dust Xian looked at the Tsong Tian divine rock on Su Chenxiao's shoulder and instantly understood something. His eyes went red for a moment. I know. No wonder I feel fear. It's because of this one. Su Chenxiao, are you trying to take my Duanchuan's life to feed this head? Su Chenxiao smiled and said, right guess, but no reward. He. Dusty Xian's body was constantly trembling. His head lowered as he constantly laughed coldly again and again. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Su Chenxiao, do you think this is all the cards I, Duanchuan, have? Buzz. In front of him, a token that contained a terrifying demonic aura had clearly appeared. 10,000 Demons Order. Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was able to feel an ancient and savage aura in them. Is this your last card? Dusty Xian grabbed out a hand with his large hand and crushed it. A loud and oozing beast roar suddenly erupted from within the 10,000 Demons Order. An ancient formation appeared at his feet. Dusty Xian's figure gradually became blurred beyond recognition, and points of starlight shimmered around him. His face was filled with hatred and resentment as he threatened viciously. My father is the ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki, the demon emperor of the northern region, wanting me, Dusty Xian, to die. You're simply dreaming. When I return from the northern region, I Dusty Xian will not swear not to be a man until this revenge is carried out. Dusty Xian roared. Boom! Words fall. Thousands of demonic beast souls with terrifying auras poured out from the 10,000 Demons Order. The aura was terrifying and shocking, sweeping towards Su Chenxiao in an overwhelming manner. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he slowly raised the white emperor sword in his hand and spoke faintly. Do you think that my lord will give you this opportunity to teleport? Buzz. 16 great Dao paths surrounded his body. An opposite Dusty Xian's breath caught in his throat as he stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. So much avenue power? How is this possible? By the white emperor's sword slashed down. Rumble. The surging sword awnings cut through the sky, as if even this sky was going to be torn apart. A sea of demonic souls erupted into a sea of mournful screams drowning them. Feeling this terrifying and incomparable power, Dusty Xian instantly looked panicked and looked at the teleportation array on the ground and roared with anxiety. Teleport! Hurry up and teleport! No! My destiny is not mine! No! Put! At the last moment when the light of the teleportation array exploded, along with the soul and flesh, the killing and powerful sword light flashed away. Buzz! Everything seemed to be quiet in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. billions of miles away from the northern domain demon clan, in the middle of a Dao domain forest. A head that had lost its soul and was staring wide-eyed and dead suddenly appeared and rolled to the ground. Bang! Chapter 82. Young Lord only has one head left. The Imperial clan's recruitment begins. In the middle of the demon domain forest, a terrifying worm with a huge body size and a greenish color appeared here. The breath of the young lord. The 10,000 demons order has moved. Could it be that the young lord has encountered some danger in the heavens? White light flashed, and the heavenly Tsubaki worm transformed into an old man with an obese figure. He followed the fluctuations of the teleportation formation in this place to look for it. Upon seeing the bloody head on the ground not far away, the old man's body was covered in waves of flesh that violently trembled, trembling more than just running wildly over. Xiao xiao xiao. The old man plopped to his knees and crawled forward to hold Dusty Xian's dead head with trembling hands, feeling that not even a single remnant of soul was left in it, dying completely and utterly. Young master has just one head left. It was a moment as if the sky had fallen. The old man almost fainted. The powerful demon race has always been difficult to reproduce offspring, and combining with humans is even more extremely difficult to produce children. Dust Xian was an existence that their Tsubaki clan had given all their high hopes to, and was expected to complete the 10 metamorphoses of reverse destiny and become a demon emperor in the future. And now it's died a horrible death out there. If this matter is known to that lord, it's over. It's over. The second Taiku heavenly Tsubaki of my clan. No. No. Ding. Heaven's destiny protagonist Dusty Xian has fallen, and his heavenly destiny value is zeroed out. Congratulations to the master for the kill reward. Villain value 100,000. Congratulations to the master for unlocking all the remaining blessed karma, 3, of the heavenly fate protagonist Dusty Xian and obtaining the heavenly fate protagonist items Dao Gang Emperor technique, heavenly Tsubaki treasure technique, and 1000 changes mask. Currently hunting divine order protagonists, 3. Current villain value, 396,000. Su Chenxiao looked at the headless body in the distance with a calm face. Even the fleshly body of the heavenly Tsubaki that had completed the 9 metamorphoses would find it difficult to resist one of his own swords. It still seems to be missing the point. The snow-white pale heavenly divine rock above his shoulder let out a longing cry, and Su Chenxiao faintly opened his mouth. Go, although it is a half-demon body, but it is the 9 molting heavenly Tsubaki. I think it is also a great tonic for you. As his words fell, the heavenly divine rock transformed into a straight arrow and excitedly began to nibble and slice up Dust Xian's headless body, casually sweeping the remaining resources of Dusty Xian. Su Chenxiao's eyes rested on that 1000 changes mask. Mask of 1000 changes, disabled. It can mask the change of face and breath. And under the quasi-emperor, even the Saint Realm cannot be detected for a short time. This was a Saint Realm magic treasure. It was a good thing. Maybe it could be used in the future. System. Recycle everything else that's useless. Ding. Recycling in progress. Recycling successful. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value, 150,000. Current villain value, 546,000. 500,000 villain values. It was already enough for him to pick and buy the items he needed precisely from the system mall. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled in satisfaction. At this time, above, Wanyue and the heavenly gold mythical beast fell together. Wanyue rushed over and looked at Dusty Xian's headless corpse that was being gnawed on in the distance as his pupils shrunk. That sword just now. Even he himself felt his heart palpitating immensely. There was a look of awe in her eyes. Duke Su, Dust Xian died here like this. I'm afraid that the family behind it. Su Chenxiao looked at the Tsong Tian divine rock across from him who was eating with gusto. His eyes contained a smile, and he said indifferently, kill and be killed. A small saintly clan that didn't even have a great emperor realm. Not to mention the death of a son. Even if they killed half of their clan they wouldn't have the guts to dare to fight against the emperor clan. Wanyue's face was a little pale. This male is naturally not afraid. His father is the emperor clan patriarch, and his mother is the daughter of that great emperor of the emperor clan Chen family, with a monstrous background. But her only worry was that the sacred clan Dust family would vent their anger on her Yuan sacred clan. As if he could see the concerns in her heart, Su Chenxiao smiled and opened his mouth. The day after tomorrow will be the recruitment of my imperial clan Su family. After this matter, your Yuan sacred clan will be that first sacred clan. Wanyue gave a start when she heard the words. Her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened up immensely, and her face was full of unbelievable colors as she looked at Su Chenxiao on the side. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? How could she not know the deeper meaning of the words? The imperial Su family was originally recruiting for this son in front of her, And now that she had received the assurance of Su Chenxiao, this naturally meant that he, Yuan's sacred clan, would be able to climb the high branches of God's clan in the future. Could it be that? Chen Wanyue's stunning face was scarlet with excitement, lightly biting her red lips, and for a while her beautiful eyes were a little bit disoriented. Su Chenxiao's face was odd. Is this guy overthinking something? And not bothering to break her illusions. For herself, a fiancé is nothing more than a name to hang on to. If she was really good at it, it wasn't impossible. It wasn't until the Tsung Tian divine rock had gnawed away at the half-corpse that Su Chenxiao glanced at her and spoke faintly. And stay here for what? Chen Wanyue reacted and nodded with some excitement, then excused himself with a sound then left. When she turned around, a grayish light drew silently out of her body. The dead soul beast was growing again. Su Chenxiao grinned and put the dead soul beast into the storage space, then left the place together. Go! The power within the chaotic arcane pearl was enough to pass through the King Seal realm on its own. 2 days later, inside the city of 10,000 emperors, the lights are on and the guests are full. The holy ancient races and Taoist sects from all the parties that had traveled to the sacred emperor's Taoist domain in these days were all gathered here. The venue was magnificent, and as far as the eye could see, it was packed to the rafters. A group of elders from the Su family of the imperial clan were smiling and scattered around the field to receive people from all the great clans and sects. That's the Wuji demon sect Demoness Su Yun, and the western region Tai Ding ancient sect Dongfang Wan. Holy, isn't that the sacred clan goddess Shangwan Xinghua? There's also that mysterious and incomparable heavenly maiden of the 9 Shin Dao system, Chu Rusty Jade, who's also here. Outside the venue, countless scattered cultivators from all over the world came to look at this place obsessively. The field of young handsome countless, more women than men, most of them have outstanding appearance, like heavenly fairies like Taoist goddesses, either cold as an iceberg, unattainable, or charming, seductive eyes seducing the heart. These proud daughters of heaven, who were usually rare to see, unexpectedly gathered together in harmony. Many people's eyes were looking straight up, feasting their eyes on the sights and sounds. A group of young handsome men were all gathered together at the moment. One by one, they ate the spirit treasures and watched the women walking by with great interest as they commented on them. It's too fragrant, that group of veiled women. But could they be from the southern domain's 10,000 Flowers Palace? Doesn't their sect forbid marriages? To be able to hopefully climb the high branches of the god race, this rule is nothing. Can't you see that the heavenly maiden of the 9 mysteries Dao system, who has always stayed out of the world and not participated in any fights, is here? I Lu a good boy. Yesterday I and so on in the Haodi city will see a lot of. I thought that this time to participate in the only 50 or 60 people. So see, at least there are more than 100 or 200 people. Those who were able to sit in the seats in the inner court were all from various holy races and super Dao lineage prides. And not far from the venue, the pavilion of high friends was full of clan chiefs, elders, and other figures from various forces. Chapter 83, Creation Xian Realm, Battle of the Daughters of Heaven's Pride. Inside the loft, Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes flickered and her face looked a little anxious as she waited outside the hall. What's going on, little brother? That recruiting thing is all set to begin. Why isn't it out yet? Su Jinghong was sitting on top of his position, lovingly caressing the green desolate divine lance as he spoke faintly. What's the rush? Little brother is still in seclusion. Just let them wait. Su Yaowang turned her head at his words and blankly glanced at him, looking at the green desolate divine gun in his hand, and said in a somewhat sour manner, just hold on to this extreme Dao Emperor soldier of yours. I don't know where junior brother got the extreme Dao Emperor soldier from. This kind of heaven-defying treasure. We don't even see a few of them in the Emperor clan. The corners of Su Jinghong's mouth hooked up slightly, clearly in a good mood. That's without looking at whose brother it is. Junior brother similarly gifted you with the departing fire divine bead before. I think you were able to break through to the second level of the supreme realm without the help of this departing fire divine bead. Su Yaowang pondered for a moment. A crafty light appeared in her eyes, and she pitifully stepped forward. Could brother lend me for a few days? Recently there is a disgusting guy pestering me all day long. Lend me your divine gun and I'll chop him up. Su Jinghong directly refused without raising his eyes. Don't gross me out. It doesn't work. You. Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes glared round, and she stopped speaking with a delicate hum. Su Jinghong's eyes flickered, resting on a stunning woman in the venue below with a cool temperament, wearing a black dress that didn't fit in with the atmosphere. Then again, little sister, where did you recognize this reincarnation hall heir from? Why did he also come to participate in this competition? Su Yaowang looked over and then said with a smile, you mean Miss Nan? Miss Nan and I met in the middle of the Taiku battlefield. and she requested that I help her refine a magic weapon with a foreign flame. I promised her that if she became my little brother's fiancé, I'd help her refine that magic weapon for free, and I never imagined that she'd really come. Oh, Su Jingheng raised an eyebrow at that, gazing at Nan Shirun for a while before opening his mouth. Although it is the heir to the Palace of Reincarnation, but the Seal King realm cultivation, but did not see anything unusual. Su Yaowang smiled proudly and said with some arrogance, what if, say, she carries a divine body of creation that ranks in the top 10 of the heavens and is not below Junior Brother's chaotic divine body? If I remember correctly, it seems that the long-dormant creation Xian realm in the ancient battlefield can only be opened by a creation god body, right? As if he had thought of something, Su Jingheng's pupils condensed and his eyes were filled with surprise. What did you say? Creation god body? For a moment, he looked at Nan Shirin below with eyes that were a bit off, and whispered in a voice, why don't you talk to father and mother about this kind of thing? Little sister, do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at that creation Xian realm? The reason why the ancient battlefield has so many great emperor inheritance is because of the rules of its limitations. Only under the holy realm can enter. Otherwise many of the supreme opportunity has long been the great emperors of the heavens to take away. And the creation Xian realm was once left by an ancient great emperor whose strength crowned the heavens and ranked at the very top. This great emperor died because of the exhaustion of life. Before dying, he deposited his own Emperor Yuan as well as countless treasures into this ancient fairyland, and then sealed it with supreme magical powers, so that only those who carry the same divine body of creation as him can enter. That ancient great emperor's reputation resounded throughout the world, in which divine objects even great emperors will be red in the eyes. If this is really the case, then it will be troublesome. Su Yaowang munched on the fruit and said unconcernedly, Big brother, I told mother long ago. This silly girl doesn't have the slightest idea of her importance, and without the slightest concealment in the midst of the battlefield of the swift ages, she has long since been noticed by several emperor clans. I picked her up this time to make it easier to protect her as well. Su Jingheng nodded slightly and looked at his father and mother who were laughing and joking with the elders not far away. Just as the two were talking, roar! A loud and clear to the extreme beast roar resounded in the distance. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura of the heavenly golden mythical beast filled the air. The countless celestial pride in the inner arena and the great powers of the various forces within the pavilion were all looking toward the distance. When they saw the peerless temperament and handsome young pride above the heavenly golden mythical beast, many people's pupils shook. Is this the dusty sky duke? He's extraordinary. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes also lit up in surprise. Heavenly golden mythical beast? Its little brother coming. The golden divine aura was dazzling and incomparable, and the divine and extraordinary heavenly golden mythical beast stepped into the air from afar as if it were a white sun. Today, Su Chenxiao is wearing a black suit, the corners of which have a strand of gilt to show the dignity, elegant and dignified. The face of the crown is jade, good a graceful son of the family. In the end, he's a son of the imperial clan. Even his footmount is so divine and extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the demon clan's great son Gaby, right? A certain sacred clan patriarch sked in admiration. There were only a few people who frowned tightly in silence, looking at that heavenly gold mythical beast as if they were pondering something. Looking down at the crowded scene below, even Su Chenxiao could not help but be a bit stunned. So many people? Ding! Faithful hostess detected. The sound of the system kept ringing in his ears. Su Chenxiao leaped down from the heavenly golden mythical beast in a single bound and directly arrived at the place of the attic. Father, mother, sorry I'm late. Chen Wanyue was full of smiles and said softly, not too late, not too late. It's good to be here. Sit down shower. Su Yaowang beckoned. Little brother, come over here. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and found a seat. At one side, he picked up a cup of tea and sipped it, his eyes roughly sweeping over the group of women below. Name, Su Yun. Identity, which of the Wuji demon sect? Name, Chu Rusty Yuck. Identity, heavenly maiden of the Jiao Xian Dao system. This tournament has really stabbed the harem nest of the divine order protagonist. Among these hundreds of women, there were no less than 4 heavens mandate female masters alone. It's so horrible. Suddenly, as if noticing something, looking at Nan Shiren below, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned. It's you? Isn't this the same woman who peeked at her shower? She's here to compete too? Nan Shiren was similarly watching herself at the moment, her face calm. Interesting. Su Chenxiao revealed a playful smile and withdrew his gaze, taking out that Song Tian divine rock and caressing its feathers. Su Chenxiao murmured with some emotion, the villains, the divine feminine, people are all here. I just don't know if there is a heavenly destiny protagonist to appear. At this time, Su Wudao, who was not far away, got up and exclaimed, "Since my son is already here, the bout will now begin. The rules of my imperial clan's recruitment are extremely simple. By the duel system, the 10 who come out on top at the end will be chosen by my son as the fiancé he is happy with." The voice was loud and clear and spread throughout the entire venue. Wow! This statement was made. Some of the heavenly prides in the inner space looked over with fiery expressions, each of their eyes excited with incomparable anticipation. So only hear about women recruiting and men fighting to break their minds dueling. Now, however, it was able to see a group of stunningly beautiful and unattainable heavens pride girls fighting, which could truly be described as a rare event in one's life. Chapter 84 Heroine Chen Wanyue, Devouring God Body. All of them are not looking forward to incomparable. What's more, directly has begun to drink bets, guessing exactly who can win among these more than 100 people. What do you all think? Who can win? It's hard to say. The Nine Xian Taoist system is an immortal sect that has been ranked for a long time, and the heavenly maiden within it, Shu Rusty Jade, is even more powerful now that she is at the Seal King realm cultivation, so I'm more optimistic about her. Ha ha, the winner this time is bound to be my sister Yuan Mayu. Yuan too, will press on this supreme realm artifact. Just as the crowd was discussing, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside the venue. Wait. Sorry, I'm late. Only to see the back of the crowd. A beautiful appearance. Smiling like a flower dressed in goose yellow fairy dress of the woman in spite of the obstruction of the back of the people hurriedly rushed in. The woman is not very old. In the hundreds of women in the posture is not perfect, but the eyelashes are long, bright eyes and teeth, clear eyes like glaze. Belle spirit. People cannot help but give birth to the heart of love. Shen Liyun trotted over, her gaze lingering on Su Chenxiao for a moment. After seeing Su Chenxiao's face, he could not help but let his beautiful eyes light up, and secretly thought in his heart with astonishment, "What a handsome native." Everyone present looked over, and Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny Protagonist. Name, Shen Liyun. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple Divine Order Protagonist. Traveler. Identity, heir to the Palace of Reincarnation. Age, 18. Character, ruthless, vindictive, calculating. Realm, first level of the King's Realm. Physique, devouring God body. Heaven and Earth Spirit body. Technique, Taishan Oblivion Technique. Shiyu Tian Jing. Treasures, Reincarnation Spirit Sword. Reincarnation Temple Order. Ayakusu. Destiny Value, 1,000,000. Looking at the pure and spiritual woman of the visitor, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat extraordinarily surprised. A traveler? Is this the old country? The devouring god body was a powerful physique that ranked in the top 30 of the heavens, and that heaven and earth spiritual body, blessed with heaven and earth. Although it was not considered to be a powerful physique, but it comes with the kind of aura that is able to receive all the goodwill in the world if nothing else. The same script for the Wheelers. In that case, I'm afraid the two are not very connected. Su Chenxiao murmured softly and turned his head to look at Nan Shiren below. Both of them were also from the reincarnation hall. But at the moment, Nan Shiren was calm and didn't have much of a reaction. Su Wudao inside the pavilion frowned and looked down to Shen Liyun, who opened his mouth in some displeasure. Who are you? Shen Liyun did not shy away from the stage and said respectfully, "My little daughter has met the imperial clan chief and all the seniors. I am an heir of the Palace of Reincarnation, and I wanted to come and compete this time as well. But I was just a bit late due to some reasons." Rotunda? The many great powers in the pavilion were startled at the words, a name they had not heard in the heavens for a long time. Because of the heaven and earth spirit body, even some of the Saint Realm powers present felt extremely good about Shen Liyun's first impression. A Su family elder said with a smile, "Matriarch, this girl is special. Daring to be late to the marriage recruitment event of my imperial Su clan is still the first one." Su Wudao's face also slowed down slightly as he looked at her panting appearance and laughed out loud. "You have come in such haste. Do you know that the feast has already begun?" Shen Liyun spat out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, "I'm really sorry. I came from the Tsang Prime Dao region. I thought I should have enough time, but I didn't sleep over for a while. I'm still a bit late." When these words came out, the great powers present all smiled and the atmosphere was joyful. "Ha ha, overslept? This girl is different and interesting. Yes. This little girl is cute, with a spontaneous nature, exactly like my late senior sister." Seeing this scene, Shen Liyun secretly rejoiced inwardly. He or she had indeed made the right bet. As a traveler, She knew that the dignified imperial prince was afraid that he had seen every type of stunning woman. These 100 participants, who follow the rules, just can't get into the eyes of the right method at all. So holding on to the reverse, she portrays her persona as a reckless, naive teenage girl who takes the limelight. Noticing that imperial clan prince was gazing at himself with interest, Shen Liyun's heart rejoiced, more certain that he had done the right thing. She said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I'm so dumb and stupid." Ahem. Su Chenxiao, who was currently sipping his tea, sniffed his face and almost didn't spray out. Although he knew that this woman was not as innocent as she looked, he really didn't tense up after hearing these words. "No, don't you pick your toes in embarrassment when you say that? Is that what the heaven and earth spiritual body is for you to use?" Su Wudao flirted in a good mood. "Ha ha ha, you're funny, but this competition has already begun. So whether or not you are allowed to participate depends on my family's shower." He turned his head to his baby son who spoke from the sidelines. "Shower, what do you think? After all, this time it was a marriage proposal with this precious son of his, and everything in his mind came first. If this woman was able to get into his precious son's eyes, then he wouldn't mind making an exception and letting her in." Xin Lian looked somewhat delicately at Su Chenxiao above the attic and said, "Greetings, Mr. Su. I've long heard of your name, and my daughter has been longing for it, so I'd like to ask you to give me a chance. So what if he's a son of the imperial family? After all, they are the natives of the heavens. I only need to use a little skill, so I can take them at will." But what she didn't expect, Su Chenxiao just took a sip of tea and then opened his mouth with a slight smile. "Father, if it's a rule then it's not good to make an exception. Since it is late, it proves that it is not meant for me, and cannot be forced." Shen Liyun, who already felt that he had a tenfold chance, had his smile stiffen on his face, like he was wondering if he'd heard right. What? Although Su Wudao felt some pity, he still nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well, you heard me, for whatever reason you had, but rules are rules, and since you've overslept, wait in the outfield." The many women in the arena also had beautiful eyes. Everyone is a woman with a delicate mind. It is not difficult to detect the deep meaning of Shen Liyun's move. Why should we all play fair and you have to find another way? Among the crowd the Wuji demon sect demoness Su Yun laughed delicately. She was dressed extremely exposed and giggled. "This little sister is quite thoughtful, and I don't know if this move is unintentional or intentional. Alas, it's just a pity that Mr. Su doesn't seem to appreciate it, but instead he's making a joke of it." The Tai Ding ancient sect's Dongfang Wan also knit her brows tightly and said, "Such behavior is really disgraceful." Feeling the sneering and snickering gazes of many of the women around her, a hint of embarrassment flashed through Shen Liyun's eyes as she wrote down those who spoke one by one. These ES. Wait for me. Chapter 85, The Outrageous Faithful Protagonist. Public appearance. But that smear of disgusted annoyance was quickly covered up by Shen Liyun. Her eyes were a little red, and she looked pitifully at Su Chenxiao in the attic, choking a little. "Mr. Su, for this time the little woman has prepared for a long time, only the road is too tiring, which is a little late. The heaven and earth spiritual body comes with that temperament, giving many people an added good feeling. This kind of appearance has made many young jungles within the venue a little intolerant, quite regretful. Hey, this woman is sincere. The Tsang Prime Dao region is incredibly remote, and it's not easy to come all the way here," Su Chenxiao said with a teasing smile in his eyes, pretending to be somewhat hesitant and thoughtful. "If that's the case, I don't think it's fair to the others." Shen Liyun's heart was delighted, knowing that this imperial clan prince was afraid that he was in the way, and that's why he had to say so. "There's drama." She pondered for a while and just looked at Su Chenxiao with such deep and incomparable affection. With a sharp bite of her tongue, a thin layer of water mist immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes, which, when combined with her playful and bright face, made her look churlish and said, "Sir Su, if I'm willing to suppress my cultivation to the first level of the immortal realm, could I be allowed to compete?" "Oh?" Su Duanxiao seemed to have a hint of interest. His eyes narrowed slightly, but there was some meaning to look at it differently. "Do you know that all the people here are the pride of the various Dao lineages? And the lowest is the 9th level of the immortal realm, so do you really have such confidence? If it weren't for your stupid face, why would I be here?" Shen Liyun cursed in his heart. She gave it a cursory scan when she arrived. The first level of the Seal King realm were not a few, and although he himself was carrying supreme techniques as well as a devouring god body, he was not completely sure about facing so many heavenly prides. She gritted her teeth and blushed solemnly. "I only ask that your excellency will give me this chance." Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered for a moment, and with a smile, he nodded slightly. Since you are so sincere and are willing to enter with the immortal realm one, then father will let her enter along with you. Su Wudao nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he handed over a jade slip, speaking faintly. The person corresponding to the serial number is your opponent this time. Enter. Xin Liyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she bowed and said with immense gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Matriarch Su." She held the jade slip in her hand, and the duel she had drawn was clearly facing the Tai Ding ancient sect's Dongfang Wan, turning to enter under the disdainful gaze of all the women in the room. Mediocrity. Shen Liyun snorted coldly in her heart and raised her head high, not caring about their strange gazes. When she came to Nan Shiren's side she even made a special stop, her face somewhat playful as she whispered, "Senior sister Nan, it's really been a long time. You really made me and my senior brother look for you. Might as well tell you, I'll take all the things you want." Senior sister. Nan Shiren's face was calm and didn't say anything, seeing that Xin Liyun's departing back. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes within the attic flickered as she murmured somewhat strangely, "Why are you letting this girl in? Little brother? Really strange. This girl seems to have a unique atmosphere and inexplicably makes people want to get close. Just how do I feel? She seems to be late on purpose." Su Chenxiao sipped his tea and let out a faint smile. "Is that so? I do think this woman is quite good." The traveler himself was a first. It wasn't hard to guess the purpose of the other party's appearance here. Carrying the devouring god body, he needed a large amount of resources to be able to break through the realm. "Since you like acting so much, then this gentleman will have a good time with you." Boom! Boom! A divine ability of the utmost splendor bloomed. It was midday, and the atmosphere in the arena advanced to a climax as the bout began. The large venue is divided into 5 areas. A 1x10 cultivation is not bad. The face of a beautiful woman dual fight. All sorts of divine abilities came out endlessly, and the most crucial thing was that from time to time, one could also see some fragrant and moving scenes. The heavenly pride below were drinking fine wine with each other and enjoying the beauty fighting martial arts. Yes, at this moment, the other side of the winners and losers have been divided. Yuan Maoyu and Shangguan Qinghua and other popular women won the battle effortlessly. Only Dongfang Wan and Shen Liyun's side were still fighting and entangled. Ha ha ha, today is really the right day to come. If we look at the heavens, which other power is able to gather such a large number of Heaven's Pride girls to compete? TSK, I can't imagine that holy daughter of the western region Tai Ding ancient sect is this powerful. I do appreciate that girl Shen Liyun. Obviously suppressed her cultivation in the immortal realm 1. I can't imagine that she is still able to fight with that oriental girl. Listening to the voices of discussion coming from beside her ears, Shen Liyun's pretty face in the field was a bit strained. However, she was well aware that the entire audience was now looking at her here, and that she had just left a deep impression on that imperial clan prince. The only way to show your difference is to win with weakness, with the devouring power of the devouring god body secretly eliminating and absorbing the other party's divine abilities. Shen Liyun vegetarian hand raised, the hands of azure-colored spirit sword suddenly appeared to flip and kill. Vindictive incomparable said, "I remember just now, you were the one who opened your mouth." Dongfang Wan frowned tightly as she stared at Shen Liyun, who was killing from the opposite side, her heart filled with a color of doubt. It's a bit odd. For some reason, she could feel that her own divine art seemed to be dissolved and devoured by the other party. However, she did not dare to be careless. Snow-white turquoise lotus root wore a wisp of purple skirt like a spiritual snake twined out. "So what? Do you think we can't see it? All you can do is play some small tricks, and you still presume to be favored by that prince." Accompanied by a terrifying radiance, she directly released a great divine art with a monstrous aura to press away. Rumble. Above the pavilion, an ancient clan elder seemed to have seen the mystery and murmured with some surprise, "This reincarnation hall air, could it be the devouring god body? This body is extremely rare although the suppression of the realm, but that Tai Ding ancient sect saint girl has been unable to completely defeat it, relying on the devouring god body constantly absorbing each other's power to restore their own body. Under the elimination of one and the other, the victory and defeat have been divided. Those present were all great powers with terrifying cultivation that resounded through the party, and the battle between the juniors below was able to be guessed with just a cursory sweep. Su Wudao was also surprised and spoke with a smile. "A perfected devouring god body? No wonder you dared to suppress your cultivation for the competition. Pulling Moon, what do you think of this woman?" Chen Wanyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she nodded with a smile and said, "Although this girl is a bit jumpy in nature, she is indeed good, and with so many outstanding women here, I'm afraid it will have to be Xiao's turn to be in trouble." Ha 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 ha, if you ask me, just pick them all. The two were having a laugh. The battle over there had clearly been divided. Rumble. It was accompanied by a loud jolt. Dongfang Wan was blown away with her clothes untidy. Her immortal dress seemed to have been deliberately chopped through, revealing a large expanse of dewy, snow-white lusciousness. The eyes of all the celestial pride within the inner arena were glazed over, looking at this explosive scene with deadly intensity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Welfare? This is. Su Chenxiao was feeding the Tsung tea on Divine Rock when he heard the movement over there and raised his eyes. Seeing this scene, even he couldn't help but frown. And for a moment, his heart was filled with disgust and dislike. This woman's heart is really so vicious. Countless people watched this bout, and everyone was on point. Just because Dongfang Wan said a few words about her, she deliberately wanted to make a fool out of her? At that moment, a frightened voice suddenly rang out from over there. Yikes. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean it. Chapter 86, The White Lotus Flower. Gaining Favor. Holy Maiden. The Taiding ancient sect disciples' faces changed drastically when they saw this, and a few women rushed out, directly taking out a piece of clothing to cover up Dongfang Wan's exposed patch of spring light. One of them looked at Xin Liyun across the room with a huffy and incomparable face and shouted angrily. This competition is on point. Are you doing this because you want to humiliate my Taiding ancient sect? At this moment, Xin Liyun looked like a frightened bunny, her delicate body gently trembling as she looked at her hands. Her innocent and playful little face was filled with dismay and incomprehension, and even a hint of tears surfaced in her eyes as she said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know that the power of this technique would be so great. It was as if the victim was her. Even the Taiding ancient sect's elders above the pavilion each had a face that was incomparably ugly. A Saint race powerhouse frowned slightly, seeing the mystery, and spoke in a deep voice. That scene just now. It seems like her power went out of control. Isn't this woman a consummate devouring god body? As an heir of the reincarnation hall, it's really strange that she can't even control the power of her own gongfu aptitude. Maybe it's because she suppressed her realm cultivation. Someone murmured from the sidelines. Although there were quite a few people who were deceived by their acting skills, those women in the arena who came with them to participate in the competition were all tightly knitting their brows, with slight displeasure in the bottom of their hearts. The Wuji demon sect's demoness Su Yun narrowed her eyes, flashing a hint of unkindness as she muttered. This woman's mind is so vicious. To say that she didn't do it on purpose, the slave doesn't believe it. Speaking of which, she is suitable to be a person of my Wuji demon sect. Shangguan Xinghua nodded slightly at the side and said softly, that oriental girl has been humiliated by this. Her reputation has been damaged, and I'm afraid she won't have the face to see anyone in the future. It is only right that we teach this woman a lesson. At these words, many of the women in the room nodded their heads in favor. Originally, a group of people present had come to compete in the competition, but to be able to become the public enemy of all the women with their own strength, Xin Liyun was the first one. Shan Liyun's eyes were red, holding a bottle of elixir and coming forward, choking a little. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. There are pills for recovery here. This kind of behavior has garnered a lot of goodwill. Pa! The woman from the Taiding ancient sect directly waved her hand to knock her over and coldly glanced at her and said, no need. Be well. Xin Liyun stood in place somewhat disoriented. A hint of cunning flashed through those reddish beautiful eyes, looking at Dongfang Wan who was taken away and secretly sneered in her heart. This is what happens when you fight against this girl. You natives are still 10,000 years too young to fight with me. Inside the pavilion, Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. That's quite a bit of posturing, because in the lower realm when Lin Qing dies reason, his life is the most disgusted is this kind of green tea whore when in stand. Dongfang Wan is at least a heavenly destiny heroine, and she has had some interactions with herself, and she has a good view of her. Today are all present in the great tribes of the heavens. The proud demon, after this incident, I am afraid that in the future in the heavens can no longer raise their heads. Since this is the case, Su Chenxiao looked toward Yuan Moyu, who was resting in the venue below, and directly transmitted his voice. For the next match, if you face that Xin Liyun, how she treats Dongfang Wan is how you treat her. Upon hearing this transmission Yuan Moyu slightly froze and looked up. She nodded softly, looking at Xin Liyun, who was resting not far away. He transmitted his voice. I understand, my lord. The 5 bouts ended, and the Su family elder got up and bellowed. Well, although this matter is an accident, but all of you must remember that my Emperor clan's marriage recruitment matter is to the point, and must not appear again just that kind of situation. Those who have advanced may take their seats to recover and wait for the next bout. Because of Xin Liyun, The women present at the next fight were quite restrained, mostly to the point. This caused many of the heavenly prides in the arena to beat their chests and lament that they would never see that kind of fragrant scene again. The recruitment was divided into 5 rounds, and if one wanted to be one of those 10 people, it meant that one had to win 5 games in a row. In the next duel, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the opponents that Xin Liyun drew were all famous and proud women of the heavens without exception. Each of them had decisive and harsh moves, as if they were deliberately targeting themselves, causing them to use almost all of their strength in each battle. This scene was clearly caught in the eyes of the people present, and a heavenly pride said in dissatisfaction, "Is it my illusion? They all seem to be targeting that Miss Shen." It has to be said, a few matches down Xin Liyun to the weak to win the strong. The image shaping of resilience has been perfectly deep into the hearts of the people, and even a lot of heavenly pride began to speak up for her. I think it should be because of that Tai Ding ancient sect's holy daughter. Immortality Round 1. To be able to walk to this 4th round is really not easy. This isn't fair at all. That Miss Shen clearly didn't even do it on purpose. Not to mention she suppressed her cultivation. This situation, even Su Chenxiao was a bit surprised. Su Chenxiao lowered his eyes and gave Xin Liyun a somewhat teasing look. "Since you like to pretend to be a white lotus, let's let you pretend to the end." Just as the crowd was resting, outside of the city of 10,000 emperors, a jade-robed young man with star-like eyes appeared. He frowned as he looked at the reincarnation hall order in his hand and muttered, "Why are both Shirin and senior sister Lai Yun's auras here? It's quite lively here." He entered the crowded crowd and stopped a random passerby to inquire, "Fellow Daoist, may I ask what is happening here?" The passerby turned around with some impatience, and after seeing the youth's handsome face as well as his extraordinary aura, he gave a slight beat and explained, "Don't you know? The Imperial Su family is recruiting Now everyone in Wandi City is watching from the periphery." The purple-robed youth's pupils condensed, as if he had thought of something. "Recruitment? Could it be that what senior sister Lai Yun is talking about is this matter?" Meanwhile, Shen Liyun, who had already won 4 games, looked at the card number of the jade slip in his hand and said with some dark joy in his heart, "As long as you win 1 more game, you'll have a chance to be chosen by that imperial clan prince." One must know that since he had awakened his memories, he had captured numerous young talents from the 10,000 ancient sacred races down to the immortal Dao system. It was just a pity that the resources required for one's devouring divine body were simply too vast, and it would be difficult for these people to even think of breaking one realm with their resources. If one became the fiancé of that imperial clan's son, one would never have to worry about resources in the future. The serial number in his hand changed, and Shen Liyun raised his eyes towards his final opponent. A slight blush. "Is she?" Chapter 87. I didn't mean it. Creation God Body. On the opposite side of the room, Yuan Mayu's face was calm and she was resting her eyes. Shen Liyun's eyebrows knit tightly, and she murmured with some dissatisfaction, "Damn it." Surprisingly, it was Yuan Moyu, who had the highest cultivation level in this place. If there was an opponent that had the greatest hopes this time and that no one wanted to face, it would inevitably be Yuan Moyu. She possessed the highest cultivation of the 6th level of the Seal King realm in the entire arena, carried the Brahma divine body, and had even sealed the king in the middle of the ancient battlefield to leave a name. Such a proud girl of heaven, in the first few rounds of the competition did not even make full use of their strength, are within 10 moves to defeat the enemy. Really unlucky, Shen Liyun complained. If she had not suppressed her cultivation naturally she would not be afraid, but she was after all in the 1st level of the immortal realm now, and even she did not have much certainty against such an opponent. Under the opening of the Su family elder, the final round of the competition officially began. Shen Liyun took a deep breath and slowly came to the field, and when he saw that Yuan Mayu on the other side had also made a move, none of the Tianjiao present stared in disbelief. This match, it's Shen Liyun versus Yuan Mayu? It's over. How do we fight this? Even though there were quite a few people who had a good feeling about Shen Liyun, none of them were optimistic about this duel because it was simply not on the same level. Shen Liyun laughed, looking at the tall, stunning woman across from him with a head full of dazzling blonde hair. A strong feeling of jealousy rose in his heart, and he opened his mouth with a smile. "I know I'm not a match for sister, so please have mercy on sister Yuan." Yuan Moyu held her halberd, and a golden ripple of divine power filled the top and bottom of that tall and plump body. "Begin." Simply not giving her the chance to say one more word, Yuan Mayu flashed to Shen Liyun's body in a flash, her beautiful eyes full of condescension and contempt as she swung down the halberd in her hand. Shen Liyun's pupils shrank as he felt the raging and blazing divine aura fall and hurriedly resisted with his reincarnation spirit sword. Boom! The realm gap between the two was simply too great. And with just one strike, Shen Liyun was blown away with a pale face and spitting blood. Devouring God Body. The perfect devouring God Body began to crazily inhale the surrounding heaven and earth aura, as well as the power of the avatar that remained on its body. After a few rounds, quite a few scratches appeared on top of the goose yellow fairy dress that Shen Liyun was wearing. She continuously resisted that stormy attack, her pretty face becoming more and more unsightly. This ing is trying to humiliate herself? The battle at this place had attracted the gazes of the majority of the people present, and there was a great deal of discussion. That divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan could have completely defeated Miss Shen directly, but deliberately stayed her hand. This is a bit too much, isn't it? Miss Shen also apologized, and the next few battles were point blank. So I guess that incident before wasn't something that people did deliberately. Another strike directly ripped off a large portion of the skirt, revealing snow-white thighs. Yuan Mayu said with a faint smile, I didn't mean it either. This guy. Sure enough, she then says why the other side is targeting her at every turn. Shen Liyun was annoyed and somewhat out of character as he chided. Enough is not enough. She secretly hated in her heart that she was clearly already on the weaker side, avoiding at every turn. So why hadn't that imperial clan prince stepped in to stop it? I am merely returning to you what that oriental girl has been wronged by. Yuan Mayu came with a halberd. Did not forget Su Chenxiao command. A halberd swung out, under her special hand and hurt Shen Liyun flesh. Instead, there was a slight pause when the tip of the halberd didn't enter Shen Liyun's immortal skirt, and then with a contemptuous smile, it was picked upwards. Rip dash. At this moment, even the blasphemy was slashed open, and the snow-white incomparable big white rabbit just jumped out alive. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the people present all had eyes that were going to stare out of their heads for the rest of their lives. If that was an unintentional move by Shen Liyun before, then this divine mistress of the Yuan sacred clan was too deliberate, wasn't she? It was clear that she wanted to make a fool of this Miss Shen. Is this a duel between women? If it is more serious, it is really brutal. Specializing in clothes. Even the great powers from all sides above the pavilion stared blankly, their faces odd to the extreme. That girl still won't admit defeat? If we keep fighting, I'm afraid there's nothing left. Su Chenxiao smiled as he sipped his tea and raised an eyebrow as he murmured, it's quite moist. Ding! Fate protagonist Shen Liyun has lost his face, and has lost 30,000 fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000 UING. A petulant chortle rang out in a fit of rage. Shen Liyun was annoyed to the extreme at this moment, her pretty face scarlet, her eyes filled with astonishing killing intent. This blow seemed to have torn off her disguise as well, and the Shen Liyun under her eyes was a different person from the quirky, innocent young girl she was before. She clenched her shell teeth, and her beautiful eyes were red, filled with the colors of resentment and hatred, directly lifting the cultivation that he had suppressed. One hand protected the key area, while the other hand held the reincarnation spirit sword and killed with a murderous aura. I want you dead, drunken moonchop. A terrifying round of silver-colored arc light blossomed out. After lifting the suppression of cultivation, Shen Liyun changed from his former self, and the devouring god body began to absorb the surrounding power as if it were a whale. And even the avatar was devoured. Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she felt that terrifying aura fluctuation and snorted coldly. Still not admitting defeat. Even if you lift your cultivation, there is still a world of difference between you and me. It's over. Boom. Monstrous golden divine auras blossomed as the two great divine ability arts collided. Yuan Mayu blasted out with a halberd, directly breaking this divine aura that looked like a half-moon, and the halberd pointed directly at the place where Shen Liyun's throat was. The condescending cold voice said, you lost. The halberd was only millimeters away from the throat. Shen Liyun's body stood rigidly in place, and with a plop, she knelt on the ground. It had a head full of hair hanging down, and its head was lowered with a face full of shock and disbelief. How I lost? I have obviously lifted the limit of cultivation. Buzz. With the halberd in his hand, Yuan Mayu's stunningly beautiful face was filled with disdain. The heart is not right. Just with you also presume to enter the eyes of the prince? Humph. After saying that, she turned around and left in a condescending manner, leaving Shen Liyun alone and forlorn, trembling continuously on the ground. Ding! Divine Fate heroine Shen Liyun's Dao heart has loosened, and her Divine Fate value has lost 20,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Su Chenxiao's eyes were smiling, and he shook his head with a lost smile. This Heaven's Destiny protagonist didn't have a system, and there was no dustless Tao mind present. Too impetuous, a little defeat, the Taoist heart will be loosened, is really poor. At that moment, in the middle of the empty martial arts field on the other side, an incomparably bright heaven and earth vision rumbled up. All eyes looked over in unison, only to see that the direction of the lavender creation of the gas filled the sky. Seems to have a heavenly tree emerged, the dragon and phoenix divine beast shadow intertwined hovering, like the beginning of heaven and earth. Take the creation of heaven and earth. Even Su Chenxiao was slightly startled. That's divine body vision? After the great powers within the pavilion felt this breath, none of them were also filled with shock. Everyone leapt up, their faces full of incredulity. The chi of creation? That girl over there? Could it be the legendary divine body of creation? Chapter 88 10 Winners. Imperial Su family's divine sun position. The other end of the competition was in the middle of the competition. Boom! The universal ancient sacred race's Shangwan Xinhua was filled with incredulity as he looked at the terrifying and overwhelming oceanic vision. The powerful oppressive force caused a trace of blood to spill out of her mouth, covering her chest, and only after a long time did she say with a quiet sigh, I lost. Creation god body. Rare in the world. Not in the least below that Gongzi chaos god body. You have both this kind of physique. Then I Shangwan Xinhua will not lose unjustly. Shangwan Xinhua arched his hand, his eyes filled with regret and resignation. For them, only by entering the top 10 would they have a chance to be chosen by the emperor's son. However, he lost this final round himself, which meant that he had lost this opportunity just like that Xunli Yun. Before this, everyone thought that Yuan Divine Maiden was the most popular candidate this time, but I rather think that you, Miss Nan, are more suitable. Farewell. Nan Shiren nodded slightly, turning his head to look at Xunli Yun, who was kneeling on the ground on the other side. His face was calm and didn't say anything more. The heaven and earth vision of the divine body of creation was exposed in this battle. The crowd of great powers within the attic above all had astonished faces, and had already begun to make calculations. A Daotong elder exclaimed with his eyes shining brightly. Unexpectedly, this divine body of creation has reappeared in the world. Doesn't this mean that the creation Xian realm, which has existed for a long time in the middle of the ancient battlefield, can be opened? The creation Xian realm has stood for countless thousands of years amongst the battlefields of the ancient world. Who doesn't know that it is an ancient great emperor's inheritance? Many people sked, and Su Wudao also laughed and said, I know that all of you are curious about that creation Xian realm, but today is my emperor clan's great this, and I don't want anyone hitting on that southern miss within the sacred emperor's Dao domain. Everyone's hearts thumped at the words. They naturally understood what this lord clan chief of the imperial clan meant, and one by one, they hurriedly smiled and assured, this is natural. We will never force this girl to open the Xian realm. Everything is up to her volition. Ha ha ha. Of course. Su Wudao nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the Su family elder's eyes swept down to the group of women below and said loudly, this competition has been concluded, and the winners among these 100 or so people are Yuan Mou of the Yuan sacred clan, Nan Shirun of the Palace of Reincarnation, and Chu Rustiyu of the 9 metaphysical Taoist system. Among the venue below, many heavenly prides sked at that scene from before. Xunli Yun's pretty face was unsightly, and a delicate laughter suddenly sounded beside her ears. Xunli Yun twisted his head to look, only to see the Wuji demon sex demoness Su Yun flirting with a full of banter. Ha ha ha, what's the point of that little trick? In the end, not only is the basket empty, but it also makes a fool of itself. If I were you, I'm afraid I'd be so ashamed I wouldn't be able to see anyone. You shut the up. Stinking, Xunli Yun said through clenched teeth. Su Yun smiled charmingly and gave her a flavorful blank look, saying, I'm not talking to you. Yeah, that Su family elder seems to be calling us winners over. You, just stay here. Xunli Yun's mind exploded even more at his words, tightly squeezing his fists, his face covered in frost. To think that she as a traveler would not have put this group of natives of the upper realm in her eyes. He himself was able to drive Nan Shirun away from the Palace of Reincarnation with just a slight trick. So how had he ever been wronged in such a place? There were also a few surrounding celestial pride who had a crush on her and walked up with their wineglasses to try to strike up a conversation. Miss Shun, this time you suppressed your cultivation, and you encountered the divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan, so your defeat was not unjust. That Wuji magic clan devil girl is the words mean tricky, or do not go to the heart of the good. Xunli Yun raised his head, looked them up and down, and said with a slight smile, roll. Just a few people from a lowly Taoist organization. You want to pick up this girl too? You think you're that imperial prince? Just at this moment, the The reincarnation palace order hanging at his waist suddenly flashed up. Shen Liyun was stunned and picked up the token, murmuring with some doubt, "Master Zhou." Her beautiful eyes lit up, never imagining that senior brother Zhou would appear here. Inside the loft, Su Wudao had a Su family elder bring Yuan Mayu and the other 9 women into the building, and then he turned to look at the crowd of people from all the forces that were present above the banquet, and with a big smile, he got up and opened his mouth. "This time, when my Emperor clan Su family invites for marriage, the final result shall be decided by my son, Su Chenxiao. But before that, there is one thing that I, the Imperial Su clan, will take this opportunity to announce." "Oh," none of the people present came to be interested, and a great power said with a smile, "With this stance of Patriarch Su, it seems that this next matter is not small. Oh, let me guess, now that the King Heng's son has entered the Supreme, has long been regarded as a great power in the clan, this god's son but empty for many years, could it be that it's this matter?" A person from the immortal Dao system said with a smile. "However, in all the emperor clans and all the holy clans, there has always been a tradition that under the supreme realm, the most outstanding demon within the clan can be enthroned as a divine son or daughter of a god. The reason for doing so was tantamount to telling the other forces the importance and status of this son, so that he would not be oppressed by the great powers and treated unfairly in the future. This was not just a proof of identity, but more importantly, the position of God's son possessed extremely high decision-making power and could mobilize the power of the clan. The prides of the various forces below also looked over with incomparable curiosity. Su Wudao grinned. His voice was crisp and loud in mid-sentence. "What you all say is good. It has been 3 years since the divine son of the previous generation of the Su clan of our imperial clan was finalized for the position of divine son. Today's marriage invitation only counts for one thing. The most important thing is that my youngest son, Su Chenxiao, will soon take over as the successor of my current imperial clan's divine son." The moment these words came out, none of the heavenly prides in the inner arena were not shocked in their hearts. As far as they knew, it seemed that young Su clan son had only just returned from his lower realm training not long ago. Even after being washed by the dragon molting pool, his cultivation level should only be around the ascension realm now, right? However, they were soon somewhat relieved. After all, the innate chaotic god body is a powerful physique that only exists in legends, claiming to be able to integrate all laws into one, unpredictable and infinite. All the gazes present looked toward Su Chenxiao, who was sitting high above the pavilion. At this moment, Su Chenxiao was hanging his head low, smilingly stroking the Tsong Tian divine rock in his arms. His parents had told him about this long ago, so he wasn't surprised. The sonship of God? Su Wudao laughed out loud and continued. "Gentlemen, this divine son one is not me, Su Wudao, using publicity for personal gain. This matter was decided by all the elders within the clan as well as the ancestral land emperors. Shower." He turned around and looked at Su Chenxiao, who was still sitting not far away, and was very satisfied with his baby son's calm and collected behavior. "Not happy or sad?" Smilingly, he said. "Mouth says no evidence. Shower, if you don't show up to show your 2 hands, I'm afraid it will only make your father me fall into the gossip of others." Chapter 89, 15 Great Roads. Young Great Emperor, thinking about his wisdom in his life, although it does not exclude a little bit of selfishness, but generally speaking, it is still for the sake of the overall situation. Back then, Su Jinghong was the one who, with one gun, picked off dozens of disobedient demons within the Su family before winning the position of divine son. Su Chenxiao smiled and slowly got up, the Tsong Tian divine rock in his arms landing on top of his shoulders. "Father, I understand." As his words fell, Su Chenxiao leaped out of the pavilion and stepped above the sky. Seeing this imperial clan prince make a move, many human celestials looked straight over. Even the great powers in the pavilion were very curious about what kind of a surprise this male would give them. "What is Mr. Su doing?" someone murmured curiously. Sigh. Only a loud and unmistakable cry suddenly resounded. The snow-white, divine rock soared out and circled around the sky. Su Chenxiao stepped into the air, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a warm smile. Buzz. A Seal King Realm 2nd level cultivation was unreservedly released, and the pale yellow majestic avenue appeared under his feet. It was as if it came from the ancient past, filled with an incomparably ancient and barbaric horror. The heaven and earth visions circled around, seemingly seeing a tall and sacred venerable shadow that looked like a deity, striking the savage beast horizontally. Draconian Avenue, the power of the way? This is still the extremely difficult to comprehend pole position avenue. Seal King Realm cultivation. How is this possible? Didn't this Gonzi just come back from the lower realm? Seeing this scene, the countless number of Jedi pride present all stared with wide eyes, looking dead on at the air with that superb temperament. Handsome and peerless Jedi Gongzi in gorgeous black clothes. Only Su Wudao and a group of Su family members in the pavilion knew what Su Chenxiao wanted to do. Su Wudao's tiger eyes suddenly brightened, although his face did not change color, but his heart had already been excitedly turning up a wild tide. Go on, shower. Today you are the absolute protagonist. No need to cover up any more light. This generation's Su family divine sun position. No one is qualified to get their hands on it except my family's shower. Chen Wanyue's face was filled with relief, and the two people on the side, Su Jinghan and Su Yao Wang, were also incomparably happy for their little brother. Little brother has grown up. Big brother, after you leave, there will be a successor to the throne of the Son of God. I'm not dead yet, Su Jingheng said coldly. Buzz. In the next moment, the sky-charging baleful aura gushed out. Countless Dao Yun flow. Seems to have the gods and devils bloody battle. Hissing and roaring sound of war continuous. All present as if they saw an extremely tragic corpse everywhere in the bloodbath. Sword chants lilted, and a huge sword of the heavens sunk down. The avenue of the gods and demons. Skydome Avenue. 2 more pole position avenues. This kind of extremely rare avenue. The extreme position avenue that only those who carry a divine body have the opportunity to comprehend. Today there are even 3 in a row. Coming out from the pavilion. Su Chenxiao's eyes contained a smile as he took another step. His body seemed to be wrapped in the great Tao. And what he stepped on under his feet was none other than all kinds of divine and extraordinary power of the great Tao. The 2 avenues came out in unison. Red Dash Avenue. Heavenly Fire Avenue. 5 great avenues. 3 extreme positions. 2 upper positions. How amazing. Some people were already starting to tremble a little. 5 great avenues are enough to seal a king. Not to mention the incomparably powerful pole position. And 6 more. Su Chenxiao took 1 step at a time. And wherever he passed, extremely terrifying, yet different, powers of the great Tao were left behind. It's the 9th one. My mom. How is this possible? This can't be considered a sealed king anymore, can it? I've heard that the Su family's previous divine son, whose brother sealed the 9 avenues of the king realm, was known as a young great emperor, suppressing countless heavenly pride demons amongst the ancient battlefields. Could it be that our generation, once again, is going to be shrouded in fear dominated by the demons of the emperor clan? Buzz. X. 11. The group of people present at this moment had long since gone from being shocked at the very beginning to being numb today. Boom! When the last of the 10,000 eye-catching, dazzling Chaos Avenue emerged to dazzle around his body, a full 15 incomparably brilliant avenues floated in the sky. This lifelong unforgettable scene eclipsed countless heavenly pride demons. The jaws of everyone present were about to drop, and some even rubbed their eyes wondering if they were dreaming. 10. 15. You slap me and see if I'm dreaming? How is this possible? Even if it's an ancient great emperor, I've heard that there are only 12 great avenues, right? Crazy. It's just crazy. Looking at the dazzling and peerless, magnificent figure in the sky, many absolute women's beautiful eyes rippled with circles of ripples, and their hearts regretted even more why they hadn't been chosen to be among the 10. Even the crowd of great powers within the pavilion had their eyes wildly trembling, their moods horrified. How is this possible? Xin Liyun's delicate body in the crowd trembled wildly, and an unbelievable light emerged in her beautiful eyes. 15 avenues. This kind of dignified status, demonic talent and handsome imperial clan son was tantamount to occupying her entire mind at this moment. At this moment, she only felt remorse in her heart. If she had used her own cards in the previous fight, it would have been impossible for her to lose. Xin Liyun's eyes were mesmerized, and she muttered as she bit her lips tightly. No matter what method is used, you can't escape me. She didn't believe that with her own identity thinking as a traveler, she would not be able to defeat the crowd of mediocre people in this place. Since the 9 great avenues, every step taken by Su Chenxiao had not touched the hearts and minds of everyone present. Seeing Su Chenxiao in the sky, he took another step forward. Someone's face trembled furiously, and his voice shook a little. There won't be any more, will there? Just when everyone thought that the 16th avenue was about to appear, Su Chenxiao gave a slight lurch. The great Tao related to the dark era did not reveal itself, and a hint of playfulness surfaced in his eyes. Sweeping his eyes over the shocked and incomparable crowd below, he smiled faintly and opened his mouth. This time, it's really gone. Who dash? All of them, without exception, breathed a long sigh of relief. Okay. 15 great avenues. It's more terrifying than even the ancient great emperors. You're telling me it's okay? How does this play out? This hasn't even entered the middle of the Taiku battlefield. Today's scene, I feel like my Dao heart is a little loose. Inside the pavilion, great powers from various forces witnessed this unparalleled scene. The shock brought about was tantamount to witnessing the birth of a teenage great emperor. This. They were already too surprised to speak. In contrast, at this moment, Su Wudao was red-faced and broke the calm with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this son of mine is also quite competitive. With 15 great paths, which is not bad when viewed among the ancient and modern sages. Many people's eyes widened. Their faces awed to the extreme upon hearing this. They weren't asking for much. As long as the clan's demons had half the avenues of this dusty Skyduke. The Yuan Sacred Clan Patriarch was the first to react and directly stepped forward to compliment him. Congratulations to Patriarch Su. Duke Dusty Sky has comprehended 15 great Dao paths at the Seal King realm. His future accomplishments will definitely not be below the extreme great emperors, and will far surpass those of the great emperors of the ancient era. Such an unparalleled scene, for us to have the honor of witnessing it with our own eyes. It's truly a trip to remember for the rest of our lives. The rest of them reacted. All of them are saying goodbye one after another, no matter what their intentions are. At this moment, everyone knew clearly and unimaginably that the Su family of the Imperial clan had given birth to another peerless demon who could suppress the world. Chapter 90, The Fiancé. The incredibly jealous protagonist of Heaven's Destiny. Ha 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 ha, one step at a time. Worthy of being a demon of my Emperor clan. Su Wudao, who was in an extremely good mood, waved his hand, and his eyes swept over the crowd of heavenly pride above the banquet table in the field below, and said loudly, "Today, my Imperial Su clan's divine son's choice is born, and I have to recruit another happy family. Thank you for your support." This time all the people in the inner field, given a green spirit Dan, to participate in the competition of the proud girl of the sky, another given the ancient Tongshan Dan and the green emperor Dan, each one a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi, the very best spirit stone, can be at the end of the time with the external deacons of my Su family to receive it. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was abuzz in an instant. Asterisk. There's such a good thing? Hongmeng purple chi, green spirit Dan? All of them hadn't thought that this time. They were merely coming to watch and drink and admire the absolute women from all the various sides of the heavens. But they would still receive such a great benefit. Green spirit pill, a holy elixir. Although the effect was not as terrifying and amazing as the green emperor pill, it could prolong one's life. An elixir capable of preserving one's life when one was on the verge of death and serious injury. Even on the outside, a single green spirit pill was a holy pill, supreme treasure of great value among the merchant houses. And those who had entered the Jedi women were even more ecstatic. The Hongmeng purple chi is from the Hongmeng divine tree produced by the innate aura of a kind. All the heavens, only the Emperor Su family has, for the cultivator is an indispensable treasure. A heavenly pride muttered with an incredibly excited face. Worthy of being the Imperial Su family, I can't imagine that even those who are watching the battle such as myself would be able to receive a gift. Su Wudao raised his hand and smiled. Alright, since the marriage invitations are over, then the top 10 women of this competition, all come with me. Speaking of this, Su Wudao looked towards Su Chenxiao in the distant air. Shower, come. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. Under Su Wudao's leadership, the group of people arrived in the middle of the Su family's ancestral land. Within the Su family land, Yuan Ma Yunan Shirin and several other women had been waiting here for a long time. All the women present were incredibly apprehensive. Su Yun smiled as he looked toward a stunning woman in a green dress with a lonely appearance and opened his mouth with a smile. Chu, heavenly maiden, I can't believe that your 9 Xian Dao lineage will also come to participate in this marriage recruitment. Chu Rusty Yu glanced at her and calmly said, the Su family is an imperial clan of the heavens, and the son of its patriarch has an honorable status and notable talent. So if we can become his fiancé, it would be a heavenly opportunity for both us and the Dao lineage behind us. Not to mention that even the people from the 10,000 Flowers Palace, which prohibits marriages, have come, so it's nothing strange for me, the Jiao Xian Dao system, to come. Su Yun smiled, a hint of playfulness flashing through his fox-like eyes. This Jiao Xian heavenly maiden was so outspoken, but the other guy was right. Even how outstanding and extraordinary that Duke Su was, if he didn't have the background of the imperial clan behind him, it would be quite simply impossible to attract so many forces of the Dao to compete. For those of them who cultivated, all they cared about was resources. Not to mention that after the King Seal realm, the resources required for every small promotion were massive. If there was no background, even the most demonic talent would gradually fall into mediocrity. Unlike the celestial emperors, Casually shaking off a tiny bit of something from their bodies was enough to cause countless cultivators to fight over it. What Chu Tianyan female said is true. Su Yun smiled and did not speak, instead looking somewhat warily at Yuan Mayu and Nan Shirin who were on the side. These two were the most calm in the entire arena. From the previous fight, it could be seen that both of them did not give their best. Just as the crowd was waiting, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the area. Su Wudao and Su Chenxiao came in large strides, and all the women present reacted by going forward to greet and open their mouths. Patriarch Su, Prince Su. Su Wudao nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the group of stunning women as he said with satisfaction, "It's been a long time, Xiao. This place is full of women with good backgrounds and talent. Is there anyone you like amongst the crowd? You don't have to have too much of a headache. I've conferred with your mother. If you like it, even if you take them all, there's nothing wrong with it." These words drew the beautiful eyes of several women present. If that's the case, that would be great. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and swept his eyes over the women present. After all, it is only a name of fiancé. It does not affect oneself. There is no hesitation. As early as when he came, he had thought of the person to pick. A light smile said, "Nan Shiren, U1MOU. Father, just pick the two of them." This? None of the other women around them were showing regret. Although he had expected it in his heart, he didn't think that the son of the emperor clan in front of him would be able to choose a candidate so quickly. Mr. Su. Yuan Maya's beautiful eyes are full of adoration as she looks at Su Chenxiao in front of her, even though she can't help but feel her heart fluttering wildly after getting a clear reply. Su Wudao was also slightly stunned at his words, then said with a loud laugh, well, in that case, Xiao, you had a choice to make in that competition, so it's a bit too much for my father to worry about." Su Chenxiao's eyes were calm as he looked at the group of women here. As with these women in the room, everyone is in it for the benefits. He himself had promised Yuan Mayu as one, and the reason he had chosen Nan Shiren was for the creation Xian realm left behind by the ancient great emperor behind him. Su Wudao turned to look at the group of women in this place and said with a smile after a moment of contemplation, "Alright, since my son had a candidate earlier, then Miss Mayu and Miss Nan will stay behind, and the others can approach my Su family elder to receive the top 10 rewards this time, outside the city of 10,000 emperors." With the conclusion of this marriage invitation, the end result was that the divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan and that reincarnation hall heir were chosen by the imperial clan to become the fiancés of that young son. The people of the various power Dao lineages were all leaving this realm in a huge and incomparable spirit boat. Today's scene is just too shocking to happen. What is even more concerning than the marriage invitation is that the son of the emperor clan who returned from the lower realm is already at the King Seal realm, and he even carries 15 great paths, which is shocking to the world. A group of forces returned without stopping after the banquet, ready to inform their Dao disciples of this matter. Within a restaurant in Wandi City, Shen Liyun was crying towards the person in front of her. Senior brother Zhou. Although senior sister Nan was nominally expelled by the hall master, but all of us know that senior sister Nan is even more burdened with the mission of opening the Swire Battlefield's Xian realm of creation and transformation, and that this is just the hall master's desire to let her go out and practice. But she's good. She's even become a fiancé of the imperial clan. As soon as he said this, Shen Liyun went crazy with jealousy inside. On what grounds? He himself was a traveler, and that white lotus who could only cultivate was always so lucky when he obviously did nothing. It was even if he was favored by the hall master as well as senior brother and the others in the palace of reincarnation. He had managed to frame her and expel her from the Wheel of Fortune Palace, causing her to lose the shelter of the Wheel of Fortune Palace as well as the resources to cultivate her. However, this dead woman was now good, and had even embraced the thigh of the Su family, an even more terrifying imperial clan than the Palace of Reincarnation. Chapter 91, Heroic Rescue? It's impossible. The purple-robed youth seated on the opposite side of the room frowned slightly as he looked at the angry-faced junior sister in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Senior sister Shen, is there any misunderstanding that exists in this? As far as I know, senior sister Nan's character shouldn't do this. Shen Liyun grunted with some dissatisfaction. Elder brother, people change. The creation Xian realm is under the control of our reincarnation hall, and senior sister Nan must hold a grudge against us for expelling it from the reincarnation hall, which is why she wants to join forces with the imperial Su family to monopolize the creation Xian realm. Zhou Haoren paused, his eyes flashing as he nodded and said, "You're right, senior sister. This matter is indeed something she did a bit too much. It's impossible for her to be unaware of the importance of the creation Xian realm, and I'm sure that the Su family of that imperial clan also valued this before recruiting her as their fiancée." Shen Liyun's heart snickered at the sight. Rushing to speak. Senior brother. Since senior sister Nan was unkind first, then don't blame us for being unrighteous. But now that she has the patronage of the imperial clan, we need to find a time to get her away from that Mr. Su. Although Zhou Haoran had some doubts in his heart, he did not have any doubts about his most trusted junior sister Zhou Haoran in front of him. After all, it's someone from the Su family of the imperial clan. My Wheel of Reincarnation Hall is not too good to offend. Does the youngest senior sister have any good strategies? Shen Liyun said with a happy face and flashing eyes. Just need senior brother to give me a chance to get close to that Mr. Su. I have my own way. This? Zhou Haoran's face did not look too good when he heard this, and he spoke with a tightly locked brow. Junior sister. What do you mean by that? You should know how I feel about you. Shen Liyun said with a serious face. Elder brother. Of course I understand. It's just that this matter is so important that even if I sacrifice some of it, it's unavoidable. Since she had awakened her memories, she had casually used some means to make Zhou Haoran fall in love with her. Once upon a time, she had quite good feelings about this senior brother Zhou. However, after meeting that emperor's son, Su Chenxiao, Shen Liyun suddenly realized that she didn't like him that much. He himself had only participated in the competition and obtained the Green Emperor Dan as well as a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. This senior brother in front of him was far inferior to that imperial clan son in terms of both talent and background. And there was absolutely no comparison at all. I can only ask you to be a tool man. 10 days later, an incomparable divine steed with a majestic and huge body. The heavenly golden mythical beast looked askance with its eyes, and its golden divine aura blazed monstrously in the void. The chaotic Xian bead floated in mid-air, filled with an extremely dense chaotic aura. Su Chenxiao lying on top of a pair of snow-white slender legs, the tip of his nose smelling the faint fragrance of the young girl, languidly closed his eyes. Small sound. Wanyue lowered her head, looking at the handsome and extraordinary-looking male on her lap. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of infatuation. Gently combing Su Chenxiao's hair with her hand, she gently patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder with her finger and said with a voice full of tenderness, Gongzi, should stop cultivating? It's almost time to arrive at the Taiku battlefield. Buzz. A touch of blinding white light filled the air and bloomed. The cultivation level of the second level of the Seal King realm broke through to the third level at this moment. If someone was here, seeing this scene would be wide-eyed and full of incredulity. Who's a good person who practices like that? The most outrageous thing is that this guy is really lying down and breaking through. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a beautiful face and high, erect peaks. Su Chenxiao grinned, somewhat lazily sat up from on top of that beautiful leg and stretched his waist and said, How long? Wanyue chimed in and softly said, It's been 3 days now since we set off from the sacred Emperor Dao region. 3 days? Is quite a long time. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. Ever since the marriage invitation was over, Nan Shiren, who was the fiancé, went to her own sister, Su Yao Wang, to use the heaven and earth's foreign fire to refine her own life magic weapon. On the other hand, he himself and Wanyue went one step ahead to head into the middle of this Taiku battlefield. After putting the heaven and earth divine item chaotic Xianzhu in front of him into the storage space, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, Taiku battlefield? I wonder how many heavenly prides will exist. It's a bit exciting to look forward to. Wanyue's beautiful and moving face was filled with reverence and admiration as she softly said, With your current strength, sir, no one would dare to chew on you even if you don't come to seal the king and leave your name in the middle of this Taiku battlefield. Su Chenxiao waved his hand. His eyes flickered and said meaningfully, That's different. The ancient battlefield, a realm of its own, had countless opportunities within it, with the legacies left behind by many of the ancient great emperors. Not only gathered the various tribes of the heaven's sirens, even those ancient relics of the alien race of the pride of heaven is also in this place, which the fate of the protagonist is by no means a minority, but also save themselves one by one to find. And just then, the system's voice suddenly rang beside his ears. Ding! Detected the appearance of the heaven's destiny male lead. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned. One could only see a burst of intense and extreme sounds of divine abilities colliding not far ahead. Rumble! Astonishing aura filled this entire void, flooding a circle of extremely terrifying fluctuations. Someone is at war? Su Chenxiao said with a raised eyebrow. Wanyue looked like she was not surprised and said with a smile from the side, My lord, this place is very close to the ancient battlefield, and it's not strange for the heaven's pride demons to have some grudges to exchange. Speaking of this, Wanyue looked towards the front, and when she saw the woman amongst a man and a woman who were exchanging blows, her eyebrows knit up slightly. It's her? The person who fought in front of him was no one else but the reincarnation hall's heir apparent who had come to compete together that day. Shan Li Yun. Su Chenxiao also looked over with interest. Name, Zhou Haoran. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple destined male leader. Identity, heir to the Palace of Reincarnation. Age, 27. Personality, infatuated. Indecisive. Realm, 9th level of the King's Realm. Physique, flying immortal body. It's really strange that it's still that Shan Li Yun's destined male lead? Just why would those two men be fighting here? Just when my son appeared. It's a little too intentional, isn't it? Su Chenxiao only felt a little strange and spoke faintly. Whatever they are. Let's go. Yuan Ma Yu nodded. For this woman, she likewise did not have any good feelings. At this moment, on the other side, the disheveled and bloodied Shan Li Yun, who was gritting her silver teeth, raised her hand and then launched a divine art. Boom! She had carefully arranged for this moment when Su Chenxiao appeared. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the person coming from the distant void, and his heart rejoiced. Here we go. The opportunity was only a moment away, and she immediately transmitted her voice towards her opposite senior brother. Zhou Haoran. Senior brother. That Mr. Su is here. Don't hesitate to lay your hands on me. Zhou Haoran sniffed and frowned tightly. He was a little confused as to what exactly his junior sister was trying to do. Careful. I'll try to keep it tight. As the words fell, Zhou Haoran's divine eyes were like electricity, condensing a party of pale cauldron. Even the void trembled, surging and surging as it rumbled and pressed towards Shan Li Yun's direction. Immortal King Prison Suppressor Cauldron. Shan Li Yun's face was ecstatic. She couldn't believe that Mr. Su would remain indifferent even if he was right here. He had carefully staged a good show of heroes rescuing beauty for this moment. Forget Soul Slash. Shan Li Yun pretended to give a chirpy rebuke and directly blasted away with the reincarnation spirit sword. Rumble. A terrifying light blossomed. In the end, it was a divine ability of the 9th level of the Seal King realm. And even if it was restrained, Shan Li Yun was seriously injured in an instant. Her face was incomparably pale and her breath was weak to the extreme. So it could be said that she had made a blood sacrifice. Shan Li Yun spat out a mouthful of essence blood in his mouth. The entire person was blown away. In the middle of her flight, she caught a glimpse of the heavenly golden mythical beast with a divine and majestic body that was on its way. And her heart couldn't help but be overjoyed. Here we go. This girl has put her blood on the line for this play. No man can be indifferent to a hero saving his life, right? Just as she was stealing a heartfelt sigh of joy and secretly thinking so, in the next moment, she was directly dumbfounded, only to see that Emperor Clan's Duke Su, as if he hadn't seen himself, actually swept right past him on his heavenly golden mythical beast. Didn't even look here. Chapter 92 Spirit of the Divine Element. False Actions. Wait. This script? Why is it different from what I thought? Shan Li Yun just watched the heavenly gold mythical beast fly past him with wide eyes. This behavior of the two was taken in by Su Chenxiao, and the sound of the system acquiring the villain value came from beside his ears. Su Chenxiao's face was rather playful. This manifest destiny protagonist is a little too outrageous. This play of a hero saving his sister was deliberate to the extreme, and it happened to appear here impartially. The two are both people of the reincarnation hall. If you say it is a coincidence, you don't believe it. Let's go. Into the Taiku battlefield. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile and left this place with Yuan Ma Yu without looking back. Staying to watch the golden mythical beast soon disappeared from view. Shan Li Yun's beautiful eyes all glared round, and her resentment increased greatly. You're not a ING man. Auntie worked so hard to put on a show, and you just went right past it? Zhou Haoran in the distance is also a bit awkward to stay, standing in place to hesitate to follow the shot. Transmission. Senior sister. Still do it? Just as he was transmitting his voice, suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Stop it. Don't hurt the girl. Amazing and incomparable divine abilities blasted towards the back. Sensing the rich and threatening aura at his back, Zhou Haoran frowned and immediately turned back to look. There were countless celestial pride from all sides outside of the ancient battlefield, only to see a teenage celestial pride killing with vigor and coldly drinking. The 9th level of the Seal King realm wants to bully the small with the big. I, Wang Lingchen, am most displeased with this kind of thing in my life. Suk and Palm. Rumble. Seeing this scene, Shan Li Yun's pretty face was incredibly gloomy and unsightly. Which one of these guys came along for the ride again? Is it you who was the target of the ant? She pondered again and again. Looking at senior brother Zhou Haoran who was entangled with that teenage heavenly pride, she directly transmitted her voice. Senior brother, you stole this person. I'll look to go find that Mr. Su. I still have a way. After saying that, Shin Liyun wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Her head full of hair was a bit messy, and in order to maintain this appearance of being seriously injured, she didn't even take any recovery pills. Instead, he directly chased towards the heavenly golden mythical beast with his heavily injured body strongly supported. Sister? Zhou Haoran was shocked in his heart and wanted to stop it. However, it was not possible that the young celestial pride who came to heroically save the beauty then blasted in with another killing move. Rumble. Inside the ancient battlefield, Su Chenxiao proudly stood above the heavenly golden mythical beast, overlooking the barren, bleak earth full of people below. As soon as he stepped into this place, he felt a force of the rules of heaven and earth added to his body. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were not a few powerful and incomparable breaths. Even in the surrounding sky, one could see the figures of young jungles from all sides and the heavenly pride of the Tao system at any time. Nay, the heavenly golden mythical beast's aura as well as its appearance was simply too astonishing, and quite a few people cast their eyes over curiously. Which Tao demon has come to train in the middle of the Taiku battlefield again? You don't even recognize that one? That one is the current generation of the Emperor clan Su family's divine son. On top of the banquet some days ago, we were blessed with a lot of goodies from the Imperial clan. Some of the people attending the banquet murmured softly. Although it was known that this divine son would come to the Taiku battlefield, I didn't expect that it would be so fast. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he raised his right hand and gently held it. Bang! An extremely amazing force exploded up in the palm of his hand. A twisting creak exploded as if something was about to shatter. What a tough Tao domain space. Su Chenxiao murmured softly. Yuan Moyu, who was on the side, chimed in and opened her mouth. My lord, the ancient battlefield is rumored to have been left behind by many ancient great emperors in the past. And not only is this heaven and earth capable of restricting those with a cultivation level of Saint Realm or above, even if a great emperor arrives, it will be difficult to tear the heaven and earth apart. Arriving here the heavenly pride, all may not show off their fists and feet, exerting their cultivation aptitude to their heart's content. Too much strength is sometimes a troublesome thing. Most powerful cultivators dueled in the void, and the divine abilities they collided with were simply too much for ordinary Tao domains to withstand. If it were in the world below, I am afraid that if I am not careful, the world will be devastated and all the spirits will fall. And this ancient battlefield not only exists the existence of the sage trial, but also has the remains left by many sages. Those blessed supreme treasures within the relics would scatter everywhere from the relics every once in a while, appearing randomly. It can be said that the Taiku battlefield is the best place for those who are struggling for resources or are bottlenecked. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. It's really good. Yuan Mayu respectfully said from the side. My lord, the ancient battlefield is divided into 1,000 cities and pools, named after the test sages left behind. Each city controls the corresponding sage trial. Not far from here I remember is that Demon Ape City, is controlled by the pride of the demon race. Can forge people's blood? We can go? Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and said, since I've come all the way here, if I don't enter the trial, it would be a waste to come to some Taiku battlefield. Go. Yuan Moyu smiled and nodded. As the two were about to leave, a figure suddenly flashed up from behind. Shen Liyun, who was seriously injured, had suddenly appeared here. When she saw Su Chenxiao not far away her eyes lit up and she quickly rushed over with her weak body. Su Chenxi, help! Su Chenxiao turned his head to look and saw that the visitor's appearance was miserable to the extreme, and his face could not help but look a little odd. It's you again. Shen Liyun directly mounted the heavenly gold mythical beast, and she cupped her breasts with one hand, radiating a burning light. As soon as he came up, his face was haggard, and he looked at Su Chenxiao in a pitiful manner and begged, Mr. Su, please still save me. Someone is trying to take my treasure. Yuan Moyu frowned tightly and looked towards the uninvited guest in surprise. What kind of demon has been offended by such a serious injury? Previously in Shen Liyun's fight, she can detect a Shen Liyun's strength with the devouring god body, even in the King Seal realm are considered the best. Gongzi. She turned her head to look at Su Chenxiao on the side. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, and his eyes were deep as he stared at Shen Liyun underneath him. Showing a smile, he said, What happened? What happened you did not see? Shen Liyun was angry in his heart, but don't even dare to show it a little. Instead, he put his hand down tremblingly, and in his hand, a golden and silver-colored Daoyin, emitting an extraordinary divine splendor of the white ball of light was clearly revealed in his hand. That turned out to be a glowing gold and silver villain imprisoned in it by the true Qi. The villain kept charging across the room, trying to break through this true Qi to escape from it. Upon seeing this object, Wanyue beside him looked like she had thought of something, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. Spirit of divine origin? This stuff, where did you get it? Chapter 93, Demon Ape City. Gaby Jiu's best friend, Heavenly Demon Emperor. Shen Liyun's face was a little pale, and the whole person appeared shaky as he slowly said, "This object is obtained from the eruption of the relics in the middle of the ancient battlefield, was obtained by me by chance, which led the other party to pursue me. So that's how it is." Wanyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked to the side at Su Chenxiao, who opened his mouth. "My lord, this object is the spirit of divine element. If you obtain this object, you will be able to open a new divine elemental Dao palace in advance. This thing means a lot to everyone in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, and that person just now is even about to break through the divine origin realm at the peak of the Seal King realm cultivation. So it's no wonder he's chasing after her to death." The divine elemental realm required the opening of a Dao palace, and the opening of a Dao palace was incredibly difficult, and 3 Dao palaces would already be considered a heavenly pride. However, this spirit of the divine element was a logical addition to the sudden divine element opening. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted up as he said with a smile, "Such a precious treasure. It's just a pity that it has no chance with this Gongzi. And why should my lord save you?" Shen Liyun looked at that spirit of divine element in his hand, and after hesitating for a moment, he bit his head up and said towards Su Chenxiao, "I won't hide what your excellency said, devouring the divine body. No need for the Dao palace. I wanted to exchange this item for some cultivation resources, but I never imagined that I would be in danger. I only beg you to save my life. I am willing to offer this spirit of divine element to you, sir." After saying that, she slowly handed this spirit of divine element to Su Chenxiao. Even her hand trembled a little. Her heart was bleeding. How could this kind of treasure be spewed out from within the remains of this ancient battlefield? But she took great pains to get from a blessed place, although she could not use it, but it was valuable enough to exchange for many resources. Knowing that unusual treasures this imperial clan prince is not even in his eyes, he is afraid that he will not agree. The purpose of doing so is nothing more than to make the other side move all reasonable. The only way to have the opportunity to approach this gentleman. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, but came to some interest. The Wanyue on the side. Although this woman is not happy, but see this kind of treasure appeared, but also some moved to say, "Your excellency is now at the 3rd level of the Seal King realm. This item will be of great use when you break through the divine yuan in the future. This opportunity is unattainable. Sir, you'd better take it." Su Chenxiao smiled as he nodded slightly. "You can think about it. This kind of treasure is precious and incomparable, but it can be exchanged for a lot of resources." Shen Liyun let out a bitter smile and opened his mouth. "If my life is gone, no amount of resources will be useful to me." Rather pretentious. Since it was a chance delivered to the door, Su Chenxiao was not polite with her. Reaching out his hand, he wanted to pocket that spirit of divine origin, but just then, Shen Liyun hesitantly moved his hand back a bit. Noticing this scene, Su Chenxiao gave a slight lurch and looked at her with a smile. "Bring it to you." Directly pocketed this spirit of divine element. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Shen Liyun loses the spirit of the supreme treasure divine element, and loses 50,000 divine fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile. "Not bad. I never imagined that there would be such a treasure in the middle of a Taiku battlefield. This object is useless to you, but it is no small blessing. Don't worry, if that person comes after you again, this Gonzi will protect your life." Shen Liyun reluctantly revealed a smile. Her injuries were too severe, and in order to show such a miserable appearance and had not been taking pills to treat them, suddenly only felt dizzy, some unsteady standing, taking this opportunity to want to directly jump into the arms of Su Chenxiao. "Gongzi, I'm so dizzy." Who knew that Su Chenxiao sidestepped? Shen Liyun directly fell onto the back of the heavenly golden mythical beast with a bang, and fainted directly with 2 black eyes. Wanyue's face was calm when he saw this, and he looked at the unconscious Shen Liyun and spoke softly. "My lord, the injuries on her body are too severe. If it's not treated in time, I'm only afraid that the roots will be affected by it. It's just that I'm a bit surprised that she's obviously so heavily injured, and should logically not be able to escape from that Seal King realm 9th heavenly pride from before. So why hasn't that person chased after her yet?" Wanyue looked around with some confusion and did not see Zhou Haoren's figure. Su Chenxiao's face teasingly glanced at Shen Liyun and laughed. Maybe it was stopped by something. This guy is a tough one. He even went so far as to get seriously injured in order to get close to himself. "Don't worry about her. Let's go directly to that demon ape city and take a look. Inside Demon Ape City. Although it was a trial left behind by the Demon Emperor, this place was half human and half demon. Some handsome and evil-looking, demonic aura-ridden demon clan Celestial Pride walked by, and did not have any conflicts with the surrounding human clan Celestial Pride, but was unexpectedly harmonious. After Su Chenxiao and Yu Wanyue arrived at this place, the people passing by in the surroundings all cast strange gazes. No other reason than the 2-meter-tall, blonde-haired hulk beside the two was just too striking. The big man was stout to the extreme, with a strong naked upper body, wearing an animal tooth and bone chain, and exuding a pervasive and terrifying demonic power all over his body. The most crucial thing was that on top of its shoulders, it was also carrying a heavily injured, beautiful-looking woman. Gabigio laughed out loud, his voice crisp and clear. Ha ha ha, ancient battlefield ah. It's been a long time since I've been in a place like this. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and said, "Why, have you also been here?" Gabigio grinned and said, "That's of course. This demon ape trial. I have even carved my name on it. The demon ape trial is able to exercise the blood chi and body. Your human body is really too weak. It is difficult to be here." Suddenly, as if he smelled something special, Gabigio sniffed his nose and murmured with a tight frown, "What a familiar smell. Wait, this odor. Is that old thing of the sky demon?" His eyes became a little surprised for a moment. "What's wrong?" Noticing Gabigio's sudden pause on the side, Su Chenxiao turned his head to look and opened his mouth. Gabigio muttered as he stepped forward with a tight frown. "Master, I am here, and I have just surprisingly smelled the scent of a former dear friend." "Oh?" Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned at his words and gave him a somewhat surprised look. You have to know that Gabigio is the demon emperor of the previous era of the Dark Era. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, those who can be recognized by him are bound to be not ordinary demons. Could it be the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, or is the other party not dead at all? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he spoke faintly. "Where? Lead the way over there." Geiju nodded. He was curious too, following the scent all the way. Under his leadership, the few people kept coming to the inner city of Demon Ape City. Gabigio, who was in front of him, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As if he had discovered something, the tiger's body shook slightly, and his eyes were filled with incredulity as he stared ahead. How is this possible? That surprisingly, could be a heavenly demon? Su Chenxiao and Yu Wanyue followed from the back. Not far ahead, a person of the demon race with wings on his back and an ordinary appearance was in front of a vendor. His cultivation was so internalized that it was hard to get a glimpse of it. The pupils were deep and dark, with no pupils, and were staring at the object in their hands, seemingly shopping for something. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny Protagonist. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny Protagonist. Chapter 94, Descendant of Sinful Blood. Old Grandpa Sky Demon. Gabigio stood in a daze, his pupils fluttering a bit. There was no other reason. Simply because that demonic aura in the distance was emanating from the wings on the back of that demonic person in the distance. That pair of demonic chi monstrous Lingxian's feathered wings were clearly the wings of the heavenly demon emperor. How could he not have imagined that things were different? I can't imagine that I'm meeting up with my old friend again, but the other person has turned into a pair of wings. Gabigio's mood was a bit extraordinarily low for a while. Su Chenxiao was at the side and spoke with a somewhat odd expression on his face. "That, your old friend? Hey." Gabigio sighed heavily, staring at the person opposite him and shaking his head as he spoke. "The heavenly demon is indeed dead. That's its wind and thunder divine wings. I can't imagine that it's been refined into a magic weapon even now." Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person in the distance. Descendants of the Sin Blood? Name, Lin Hao. Title, the Heavenly Destiny Protagonist of Do Shu Qian Koan. Identity, Descendant of Sinful Blood. Successor of Heavenly Demon Inheritance. Age, 24. Personality, determined. Stubborn. Hidden. Realm, first level of King's Realm. Physical, none. Techniques, earthly 3 killings. Heavenly Demon Treasure Technique. Fabrics, Wind and Thunder Divine Wings. Seal of the Great Divine King. Destiny Value, 1,000,000. Descendants of Sinful Blood. No wonder they pretended to be demons to hide their identities. This lineage was the one that betrayed the heavens during the Dark Era and colluded with the bizarre beings. Since the end of the Dark Ages. Although I do not know why the great emperors of the heavens did not kill all these people. On the contrary, these beings are lost to the imprisonment in the lower realm of the Dao domain, and in the body of the bloodline on top of the mark, never return to the upper realm. Su Chenxiao stared at that heaven's destiny protagonist in the distance and murmured with some doubt. "That's odd. Obviously, he doesn't have any divine body, and the treasures he possesses aren't much. But why is the heavenly fate value so high? The Dipper? It's ing vestigial. This destiny protagonist, could it be from the classic old grandpa genre? At the booth, the stall owner was a bear demon, and it laughed honestly. Buddy of the bird clan. Although this artifact is a bit tattered, it is at least a supreme realm artifact, and there are still some remnants within it that would be considered a gift from me to you. I won't ask you for more. How about 80,000 upper grade spirit stones? Lin Hao looked at the cloth bag in his hand, his eyes flickering. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly demon remnant soul resounded in his mind. Little Haozi, buy it. This guy has eyes that don't recognize the pearl. This item is the legendary sky-covering Qianquan bag. Although it's an imitation, it's by no means something that can be bought with 80,000 spirit stones. Moreover, I also felt the aura of that relic fragment in it. Jia. Lin Hao nodded slightly at his words, looking at the bag in his hand and pondering for a while before speaking. This magic weapon has some defects. Inside the storage thing, think you also check over 10,000 upper grade spirit stone. Sell or not? The bear demon's brows furrowed, and his expression looked a bit troubled. Buddy, not me. Your 10,000 spirit stones are really a bit. Right at this moment, a faintly laughing voice suddenly sounded from the back. I'll take this sky-covering Qianquan bag. Lin Hao frowned and directly looked back, only to see that not far away, an extraordinary temperament, handsome-looking young man dressed in black smiled faintly as he walked. At his side also followed a person with a stunningly beautiful face, as well as a mighty and tall blonde-haired man. Su Chenxiao smiled as he stepped forward and took that sky-covering Qianquan pouch into his hands and examined it. Sky-shading Qianquan pouch imitation, mutilated. Objects in bag, relic fragment, poor quality spirit stone 48, broken wooden stick, magic treasure fragment, stone sword. Weighing this bag a few times, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The extraordinary thing about the bag chosen by this Heaven's Destiny protagonist was thought to be the remnants of the relics inside. 80,000 upper grade spirit stones, right? Su Chenxiao looked at the stall owner and asked with a smile. Human race? The bear demon froze slightly, then grinned to reveal his eerie white teeth and said, the human race has to pay extra. As he spoke, Yuan Mayu on the side directly stepped forward. Waving his hand, a spirit chi filled extremely high-grade spirit stones appeared in front of the table. About 7,000 pieces or so. Enough? Extreme spirit stones were valuable, and few cultivators were willing to use extreme spirit stones as a trade. One extreme grade spirit stone's inner aura could almost be worth about 14 top grade spirit stones. At the moment, these, when converted, would be close to 100,000 top grade spirit stones. The bear demon's pupils stared round and said with a wooden nod, extreme spirit stones? Enough. Definitely enough. His grandma, this group of human celestial pride, their outbursts are just atmospheric. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was on the side, frowned somewhat unpleasantly and stepped forward. This friend, everything is about a first come first served. This object is my first fancy, so I'm afraid it's not good to take it away from you like this, right? Su Chenxiao swept a glance at this Heaven's Destiny protagonist in front of him and said indifferently, since it's something for sale, naturally the highest bidder will get it. But, Elder Xiong nodded, rather agreeably. Bird brothers, it's not that old brother, I'm not willing to help you. It's just that people are giving too much awe. If you're willing to add a little bit, on account of us being of the same demon race, I might even be able to sell it to you cheaper. Lin Hao's face was a bit ugly, and after pondering for a while, he wanted to communicate with the heavenly demon senior in his divine sense, only to find that the other party was as if dead at the moment with no message. After thinking about it again and again, Lin Hao opened his mouth. 90,000 upper grade spirit stones, for sale or not? The bear demon's eyes rolled around, calculating that it was still a loss, and shook his head. Not for sale. Didn't you say that people of the same demon race can be cheaper? Lin Hao glared at him and frowned. $200,000. 400,000. 500,000. Lin Hao said as he gritted his teeth and angrily stared at Su Chenxiao. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones was almost all he had right now. Think he all the way from the lower world. Each piece of spirit stone are hate to split into two halves with. All the way carefully calculated before reaching today's cultivation. This group of damned heavenly pride of the upper realm. Are they all so rich one by one? Forcing back the anger in his heart, Lin Hao squeezed out a smile and said, fellow Daoist, this item is in the end a broken supreme realm artifact. It's hard to say if it can be used. Su Chenxiao smiled and glanced at him as he opened his mouth. Alright, 1 million upper grade spirit stones. If you can bid better than that, then this item will be given to you. Lin Hao's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and after a moment of silence, he deeply glanced at Su Chenxiao, as if he wanted to memorize this person's appearance in his heart. Then archly, if that's the case, then I won't take away anyone's love. The mountains and the waters have met. Farewell. Ding. Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao loses his sky-covering Qiankuan bag, relic fragments, and loses 50,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Chapter 95, Dead Soul Beast specializing in eating old grandpa. Demon Ape Trial. Looking at Lin Hao's departing back, suddenly, the dead soul beast hosted in his sea of consciousness actually transmitted an incomparable aura of longing. It feeds on divine souls, and having a sense of a powerful residual soul, it is extremely eager to devour it. Noticing the dead soul beast's strange movements, Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows as if he knew something and murmured with interest. So that's it. Then go. I can't believe it, but it's really an old grandpa in. It's just a shame that dead soul beasts specialize in old grandpas. When the words fell, the dead soul beast directly transformed into an unnoticed white light that directly disappeared into Lin Hao's sea of consciousness. Lin Hao only felt a jolt in his body and couldn't help trembling and shaking. Strange. What's going on? He was oblivious to the fact that a foreign object had entered his sea of consciousness, and after a moment of doubt, he left with some dark hatred in his heart. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered and said with a faint smile as he turned to look at the bear demon, "Looks like he's not going to fight for it anymore. Bring it." But at this time, the bear demon on the opposite side of the table tightly grasped that sky-shading Qiankuan bag in his hand, laughed nervously, and said, "Hey man, no more. I'm not selling this stuff. Find somewhere else." "Are you kidding me? This is just a crippled supreme magic treasure, with 10 of its effects, yet it was able to sell for 1 million top-grade spirit stones." It wasn't like he was a little cutie. Surely understood that there was bound to be something different about the bag, which had led to a fight between the two. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at the words, flashing a hint of displeasure. "What do you mean?" Yuan Mayu's face also turned cold, releasing her Seal King realm cultivation to scold. "You don't know what you're doing. Who knows that the bear demon is not the slightest bit afraid?" Directly changed the face, the pupils of the fierce on staring at the two said, "Two human cultivators, you also dare to make a move within Demon Ape City? Available at..." The words were not yet spoken. A sword aura that was so severe that it flashed by. Put. The bear demon's huge head just flew up high. Its headless body just fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding passing demon clansmen froze for a moment, and even Yuan Mayu was stunned. Looking at Su Chenxiao on the side, "Duke, little Karami, who can't even be considered a supporting actor, dares to threaten my lord?" Su Chenxiao's face was calm, still maintaining that faint smile, and said, "Let's go. Go to that demon ape secret realm." Gadigio also laughed at the side. "Ha ha, this bear cub is really cute and dares to threaten his master," releasing that demonic aura that bridged the terrifying supreme realm. Shoo away. In an instant, the brains of the surrounding demon clans with unfriendly faces buzzed and instantly came to their senses. The demon ape trial is one of the very few trials located within the city. In the center of its city, a gigantic and incomparable stone statue of a demonic ape that looked out of the sky stood. It was thousands of feet long and high, and it was filled with a cool and ancient aura, and in its hand, it held a pillar of prime that went straight up to the sky, with steps surrounding it, divided into a total of 10 strata. Each layer was an extremely great burden as well as test for the physical body. Outside the trial, from all over the place to come from the young jungles to and fro in a hurry. Some people daunted. Stopping here. There are also a lot of people with resolute eyes directly step into and go. Ah! Miserable screams constantly resounded from within the trial. A demonic pride with a powerful physical body was directly shaken away from the middle of this heaven-ascending staircase, heavily slammed into the ground, alive or dead. Bang! Looking at this appalling scene, a cultivator snapped at the sight. "This, senior sister, this is after all a trial left behind by the demon emperor. How can our fleshly bodies withstand it? How about another place? Humph, can't my fleshly body be compared to that demon race? If senior brother is afraid, then senior sister I will go alone." Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu arrived at this place and looked at this immense and incomparable stone ape statue. Their eyes flickered and they came to have a hint of interest. Yuan Mayu beside him said with a light smile, "Previously, I was only at the first level of the Seal King realm and came to experience it, only to stop in the middle of the 7th floor. Sir, would you like to go forward and try?" Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and directly crossed over the crowd, stepping into this ladder built around the demon ape weapon. Boom! Just stepped into. In front of the eyes of the demon ape stone statue as if alive. It opened the closed stone pupil. 2 eyes burst out regal incomparable golden divine aura. Beside his ears, a majestic and incomparable voice, as if from the ancient times, exploded. I am the treading heavenly demon emperor, and the trial I left behind is the golden immortal treading heavenly ladder, and anyone of the future generation who can climb to the top will be rewarded with the legacy I left behind. The overwhelmingly terrifying pressure fell, as if a huge mountain was pressed on top of his shoulders. Under this tremendous pressure, Su Chenxiao only felt that his body's qi and blood were driven to boil. After all, it was the first time he came amongst this Taiku battlefield trial. Su Chenxiao felt incomparably fresh and interesting about everything around him. His eyes flickered as he murmured softly, "That's interesting, is this the trial?" Yuan Mayu said from the sidelines, "My lord, although this place is capable of drastically tempering the physical body, it is ultimately an inheritance left by the demon race great emperor, and there has never been a human pride who has ascended to the middle of the 9th floor. Demon ape trial. Within the 4th level, Lin Hao came to the 4th floor with staggering steps and incomparable difficulty, and on his body, strands of crimson qi and blood power constantly filled up. The longer you stay in this trial, the more you will be able to continuously refine your physical body. Crisis within the trial is incomparable. If you go blankly, beyond the limit of the physical body will instantly burst and die, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Hao's eyes were a bit red and sweaty. His entire body was tense. Even his flesh appeared to be broken for a moment as he gritted his teeth and said hoarsely, "This is only the 4th layer, and it has such oppressive power. The 6 layers behind it. Wouldn't every step be treacherous? Elder Sky Demon, you are really looking down on me too much." At this time, the voice of the heavenly demon remnant soul once again resounded in his mind. Hold on. This place, the demon ape trial, was left by a former ancient great emperor of my demon clan, whose fleshly body was unrivaled, and in the 10th layer, he even left behind a divine idea inheritance. For every additional breath you hold on, the more benefits you will receive at that time. Elder Sky Demon? When he heard this voice, Lin Hao gave a slight beat. Why did you just suddenly disappear? The heavenly demon was silent for a moment before saying quietly, "Just now, I saw a long-lost friend. That old bastard couldn't have imagined that it was still alive. If it knew that I was in this miserable state now, it would have only laughed at me viciously." The deceased? Lin Hao was shocked in his heart, knowing that the heavenly demon senior was once a great emperor, a supreme existence in the heavens. The deceased person in his mouth could be some great emperor. Just as he was wondering, a faint laugh suddenly came from the top of the rear steps. This is the demon ape trial? It feels like, well, nothing more than that.